Agony, 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 agony. Chun-Ching lowered his head to gaze at the blade tip protruding from his chest, staring at the group of familiar, yet hideous faces before him, bewildered and in disbelief. These were the neighbors and friends he had vowed to protect. Why were their blades turned against him? Why, oi? Chun-Ching stumbled, slowly sliding down against the wall. Why, oi? Chun Kuan sneered. You hid a room full of food preaching unified distribution while stuffing most of it into your own mouth. He was wearing Chun-Ching's paper armor, wielding Chun-Ching's paper blade. In this 100 Ghosts apocalypse, these were Chun-Ching's greatest reliance. How did they end up on him? It was Chun-Chi. Tonight she had clung to him in bed, personally removing the paper armor Chun-Ching never took off. Chun-Chi. Chun-Ching struggled to turn his head, spotting her in the crowd. Meeting Chun-Ching's gaze, she looked flustered but spoke stubbornly. I told you long ago to give the paper armor to my brother. He is my only brother. Why did you force me? She began to cry. I begged you so many times for more food, and you always said there was none. It was you. You drove me to this. Stop wasting words. Search it out. We share everything. Familiar faces rushed into the room, scrambling over one another. Nothing here. Nothing here either. Only 2 boxes of instant noodles and half a bag of potatoes left. Damn it, where did he hide them? Chun-Ching, where did you hide the stuff? Chun-Ching smiled. Food. It was gone long ago. If not for his strict rationing, they wouldn't have survived until today. Speak, or well, fry your brother alive. Liu Yanhong grabbed a chubby boy by the hair, threatening ferociously. This was Chun Man. Chun-Ching's younger brother, his only kin. Chun-Ching, does it hurt? Chun Man stared expressionlessly at the blade in Chun-Ching's chest. Born with a missing soul, the chubby boy never knew how to cry or laugh. Let him come here and I will talk. Liu Yanhong was overjoyed and shoved the chubby boy over. Chun-Ching gently embraced him. He whispered, Xiao Man, they won't spare you. Don't blame me. With that, he pressed him against the blade tip protruding from his chest. Chun Man looked down at the blade, entering his heart, simply holding Chun-Ching tighter. The child. A blind man stumbled in, his voice trembling with tears. Bumping into several things, he finally found Chun-Ching. His hand was covered in hot blood. Fuck you all. Fuck you all. The blind man wept heart-wrenchingly. Do you have any conscience left? Other compounds lost over half their people. Only our compound hasn't lost a single soul. And you treat him like this. Get lost. Someone kicked the blind man away. He stumbled back, wailing loudly, his cries mingling with the terrifying howls of ghosts outside. Chun-Ching's strength was fading rapidly. With his last bit of energy, he looked at each face one by one, memorizing them carefully. His good brother Hosey was not among them, but his blade was in Yang Feng's hands. He must have met his end too. Everything is in. Chun-Ching spoke haltingly. Chun Kuan leaned in eagerly, only to hear Chun-Ching sneer lowly by his ear. You are still so stupid. Chun Kuan froze. Chun-Ching's voice grew slightly louder. Those supplies can last a month, don't waste them. Having said that, he went still. Chun Kuan stood stunned. What did he mean? What could last a month? But a scar-faced man next to him shouted, where are those things? I heard it to a month's worth. We can survive now. Chun Kuan finally understood. In this apocalypse, Chun-Ching had already sentenced him to death. With a hideous expression, he slammed a heavy fist into Chun-Ching's face. Chun-Ching seemed to feel nothing. In his final moments, he saw blood key igniting on Chun Man's body. Was he awakening? Become a vengeful ghost. Please let me become a vengeful ghost. Xiao Man. Xiao Man. I'm sorry. Chun-Ching, what are you saying? The 6-year-old chubby boy stood by the bed, expressionlessly handing over a cup of hot water and a pill. Chun-Ching had a fever. He stared blankly at the familiar surroundings and asked, what is the date today? I don't know. Pass me the phone. Chun Man handed over a worn-out phone. The screen showed July 16, 2055. 29 days before the blood moon descends. Reborn. Chun-Ching murmured for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Good. 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 The heavens have eyes. 1 month remains before the blood moon. If he couldn't seize this month, his time in the apocalypse would have been in vain. The ghost tide had occurred twice before, the first time 30 years ago in the south, decimating 9 out of 10 homes. It also marked the dawn of the ghost-controlling era for humanity, opening the path of cultivation. Comparatively, the north remained stable. Ghosts existed, but their impact was minimal. Of course, scattered ghosts were not uncommon. Our rumors often circulated about a family hanging themselves in the east of the city or the tragic death of a sugar factory owner. But this tranquility was soon to be shattered. For the second ghost tide was imminent. A disaster far more terrifying than the one 30 years ago. On the night of August 15, the blood moon would descend and the 100 Ghosts apocalypse would begin. On the very first night, at least half the population would perish. The blood-red moon would last for half a month, followed by half a month of daylight, repeating in cycles. Most terrifying of all, after each blood moon, the ghost tide grew twice as strong as the last. Without those awakened ancient artifacts, humanity would have long since perished. Ancient artifacts referred to cultural relics and antiques. When the blood moon descended, ghostly chi would resurrect, awakening the majority of these objects. A coin from a past dynasty, a grand tutor's chair, a family genealogy. Anything was possible. Some deduced a pattern. Generally, the older the object, the stronger it was. Especially those old items worshipped by many. Qing's targets were the 7-treasure demon suppression tower and the Zhong Kuei ghost suppression painting. The former possessed the strongest offensive power in Ximing City, capable of suppressing and controlling 12 ghosts within the tower. Even the most elite ghost controllers could only manage 5 ghosts. The latter possessed the strongest defense in Ximing City. The Wu family who owned it was known as the Indestructible House, attracting many to sell their lives to them. With these two in hand, he would have the capital to dominate the 100 Ghosts apocalypse. He noted down the famous artifacts from his memory, striving to recall their current locations. The 7-treasure demon suppression tower was in the Ghostless Pagoda of the Ghostless Temple, common knowledge to all. The Zhong Kuei ghost suppression painting should still be with the Wu family. During the ghost tide, the Zhong Kuei image visible to half the city left an indelible impression on all of Ximing. Qing wanted to leave immediately, but his head swam, and even sitting up was a struggle. Don't move, Qin Man said expressionlessly. Take your medicine first. Qing looked at the chubby boy born, missing a soul, his eyes stinging. He could almost feel the warmth of Chun Man's blood on his own chest from the previous life. I'm sorry. In the last life, I didn't take good care of you. It's okay. Qin Man remained expressionless, put away the cup, and went to do his homework. He didn't understand why Qing apologized, but Qing had taught him, when someone says sorry, you say it's okay. Qing watched his back for a long moment before collecting himself. He would obtain both supreme artifacts. Besides that, he needed to hoard enough supplies. Without experiencing the apocalypse, one could not understand the satisfaction of a single morsel sliding down the throat when starving. But right now money was scarce. Where to get money? His first thought was selling the house. Regardless of the era, most of a Tang person's wealth was tied up in real estate. But how to maximize the profit? After a moment's thought, the answer was clear. Usury. Get multiple property deeds, take out multiple high-interest loans. Xiaoman, go copy the usury phone numbers from the hallway. Actually, come here, take a picture with the phone. This was a 6-story old complex. On these walls you could find contact info for every punishable offense. Yellow ads. Those were the least of it. Qin Man returned quickly. Qing opened the gallery, but before he could look, an eerie voice sounded. Gold. Trade gold, trade gold. Trade gold, trade. Suddenly a ghost appeared in the room, half a meter tall, gaunt, and short, dressed in rags, carrying a massive sack a meter in diameter. The massive sack was filled with gold ingots. Given gold's density, the sack must have weighed tons. Gold. Trade gold, trade. The ghost continued to hop and bounce, and amidst the clanking sound, 2 gold ingots fell from the sack. Gold. Trade gold, trade. The ghost hopped onto the dining table, leaped onto a whole roast duck, and vanished abruptly. It was as if he had jumped into the roast duck. Qing stared at the duck, eyes widening. The roast duck had turned into a gold duck. Qing, the duck is inedible now. Qin Man said calmly, knocking on the gold duck expressionlessly. Qing was stunned. This was Jinbuhuan, an evil ghost-level entity. Wandering soul, evil ghost, malevolent spirit. Evil ghost is a noun a rank above wandering soul, not implying Jinbuhuan is evil. Qing's mind raced, filled with awe. Ghosts could be good or evil, and Jinbuhuan was the most mysterious of the benevolent ghosts. Legend has it that those who die with a great debt of gratitude unpaid, if their obsession is strong enough, become a wandering soul-level debt ghost, also known as the gratitude ghost. Jinbuhuan is the evolved form of the debt ghost. He appears near those who did him a favor, turning random objects into gold, like this gold duck before them. But who owed him a great debt? In his past life it made sense. Qing had saved half the compound. But in this life he was just an ordinary high school student. If the gratitude from the past life carried over to this one, the concept was terrifying. It meant Jinbuhuan could traverse time and space. He went over to weigh it. It was 40 or 50 caddies. Qing's jaw dropped. That meant it was worth around 10 million. Omitted non-story promotional content has been removed. 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 Under the blood moon, countless eerie tales of ghosts and monsters circulate. Stories speak of skinwalkers, corners, butchers. They say there are 100 kinds of ghosts, yet in truth humanity has seen not even a third of them. Jinbuhuan is one of the most enigmatic beings among these bizarre legends. At first it had been dismissed as nothing more than a legend. No one expected it to be real. Yet now, the roast duck that was originally meant to celebrate Qing's comingafage, bought for only 18 yuan, had in the blink of an eye increased in value 50 million times. Eager as he was, he still had a fever and could only wait for the next day. At dawn, Qing's condition improved. He packed the golden duck into a mountaineering backpack and headed out the door. The largest gold store in the city was called Baifu Jewelry. I want to sell 10 gold bars. The receptionist froze for a moment. Such a big spending customer was rarely seen. She sized up Qing. So young, his entire outfit worth no more than 50 yuan, and naturally did not believe him. Of course, working in service, she wasn't foolish enough to show it on her face. Chen Qing was invited into the VIP room. With some effort, he took out the golden duck. The lobby manager was instantly stunned. His first reaction was that it had to be fake. His second reaction was still that it was fake. A golden duck, and a roast duck at that. It was far too realistic. Every tiny bump on the crispy skin was clearly visible. Even the half-plucked wing and the remaining feather stubs were rendered with lifelike precision. My family used to run a chain of roast duck restaurants. This was the treasure of our shop. Hearing Chen Qing say this, the lobby manager finally believed it a little. He called for a spectrometer. They had dealt with gold all their lives, yet none of them had ever seen a golden duck before, especially one this large. Everyone who was free squeezed into the VIP room to gawk. Even a few counter girls rotated shifts just to sneak a look. The handheld spectrometer was aimed at it. A 100. That meant a gold content of at least 99. 9. Utterly absurd. Sir, if you wish to sell this, we'll need to cut it open. Go ahead and cut it. Several security guards brought out a hydraulic cutter as tall as half a person. They had already forgotten when they last used this big piece of equipment. With great effort, they sheared off a piece of the duck's wing and placed it on a higher precision benchtop spectrometer for testing. The result was still a 100. The purity was at least 99. 999. Absurd beyond reason. They then measured its density 19. 32 GCM superscript 3, it was textbook standard as it could possibly be. Afterward, they used a blowtorch to melt it into molten gold. Even then, it was still the most standard of gold. This is a bit unbelievable. This is downright insane. It's madness beyond madness. The golden duck alone was worth half a year's total gold recycling for the shop. Very soon, a higher-ranking executive from the gold store rushed over. To be thorough, they cut the golden duck into more than 20 pieces. Only then did they discover that in all the hidden interior sections, every rib had been carved in vivid lifelike detail. Was that really necessary? Was this some grandmaster artisan's showpiece for flaunting his skill? The gold store executive stayed with Chen Qing the whole time, speaking with utmost courtesy. At last, the golden duck's appraisal was complete. Total weight 21259. 33 grams. At today's recycling price of 440 per gram, it amounted to 9354105. 2 yuan, about 9.3 million. The executive's smile was so wide it almost twisted his mouth. Recycling meant buying low and selling high. This single duck would net them at least $1 million in profit. And if they added processing fees, the profit would be even greater. Transfer 9 million to my card, the rest I want in cash. No problem. Very soon 9 million was transferred, and the cash was placed in an exquisite wooden box and presented to Chen Qing. Back home, Chen Qing tore out the golden silk lining from the wooden box, wrapped it around the outside, and put some rope and a hammer inside. He might need them when climbing the Wuguwei Tower. Chen Man had been watching him the whole time. Chen Qing, are you going to sell the house? Chen Qing paused slightly. Had the photo of the loan sharks he asked Chen Man to take already made him suspicious? Didn't you say that no matter how poor we get, we must never sell this house? As he spoke, Chen Man's face was expressionless. Do you trust me? Chen Qing crouched down. I do. Chen Man nodded, then shook his head. But if we sell the house, Chen Shan and Chen Quan won't be able to find us when they come back. Chen Shan was their father. Chen Quan was their elder brother. The two had vanished mysteriously, but in his previous life before the blood moon descended, Chen Quan had once returned. He had left behind the paper armor and paper knife that allowed Chen Qing and Chen Man to survive up to the third blood moon. Unfortunately, that day the two brothers had not been home and never met him. Don't worry, they'll call. After a few words of comfort, Chen Qing didn't bother cooking. He ordered takeout instead. After reminding Chen Man to lock the door and go to bed, he set out in the glow of the setting sun for the Wuguwei Temple. The Wuguwei Temple was not large, but it had a long history. At the entrance stood a simple little pavilion with a sign: adults, 15 yuan, children, 10 yuan, children under 110 centimeters free. Ordinary scenic spots would have closed by this hour, but the Wuguwei Temple was special. Even now, a few wisps of incense smoke still lingered. Chen Qing bought a ticket, entered the temple, and went straight to find the abbot. When he found him, the old man was wearing reading glasses, scrolling through short videos on his phone. What brings you here, benefactor? I've come to repay a vow, Chen Qing answered devoutly, pointing to the box beside him wrapped in golden brocade. When my grandfather was alive, there was a time when he was on the verge of bankruptcy. He came to this temple to, what is it called, the Zhanguei Tower? The Wuguwei Tower, the abbot corrected. All right, the Wuguwei Tower. He came here to offer prayers, and afterward his business flourished, and he lived out his days in peace. So today I've come especially to the Wuguwei Tower to fulfill that vow. Chen Qing lied fluently. Things at home haven't been going smoothly recently, so while I'm repaying the vow, I also want to spend a night there to wash away my bad luck. Benefactor, the abbot said with some difficulty, the Wuguwei Tower has fallen into disrepair and has long since been locked up. Chen Qing pushed 2 thick envelopes toward him. Master, please make an exception. Though such things are vulgar, they are but the humble offering of a believer. Use them to repair the temple gates or something. The abbot's eyes lit up. Such a generous benefactor had not appeared in years. His face blossomed into a smile. With such filial piety, we naturally must fulfill your wish. Never mind. Benefactor, I shall take you there myself. Saying this, he casually pocketed the 2 envelopes and led Chen Qing around to the back of the temple. The front half of the temple had been properly developed, but the rear remained primitive. The entire path was overgrown with deep tangled weeds. The abbot turned on the flashlight on his phone's back camera. At last Qinqing saw the Wuguwei Tower. 7 stories tall, it was indeed worn by time. Almost every level was draped in spiderwebs. After a clatter of noises, the abbot finally managed to open the lock on the door. A gust of mildew and dust rushed out to meet them. Scurrying footsteps thudded inside. Probably rats startled awake. Benefactor, no one has tended this place for a very, very long time. The abbot said, a bit embarrassed. Qinqing shook his head. It's fine. Without complaint, he knelt directly on a meditation cushion thick with dust, as pious as anyone could be. Amitba. The abbot pressed his palms together and slowly withdrew. Abbot, please lock the door, Qinqing added. The abbot was slightly taken aback, but did as he was told and locked the door from outside. Qinqing was worried they might not rest easy otherwise. If they came to check in the middle of the night, everything would be ruined. He surveyed his surroundings, the air heavy with mold, dust everywhere, rows of ferocious ghost statues, and the occasional rat darting past. After surviving ghost tides, this hardly counted as frightening. Around 9 at night, the Wuguwei temple fell completely silent. By midnight, not a sound could be heard. Having sat until his whole body ached, Qinqing stretched a little and slowly stood up. Half of Shiming City knew that the 7 treasures, demon-suppressing pagoda, had come from the Wuguwei temple's 7th floor. Stepping softly, flashlight in hand, Qinqing began to climb. Creak, creak. The floorboards were unstable, each step groaning underfoot. He slowly reached the 2nd floor. Inside stood a sculpture of a ghost nailed to the ground, howling in ferocious agony. On the 3rd floor, another sculpture, a ghost bound tight with ropes. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors all held similar sculptures. Then Qinqing frowned. The staircase to the 7th floor was broken. He had brought rope, but nothing like a grappling hook to go with it. At a window, he gently pried loose half a brick that had long been loosened, tied it to one end of the rope, and lightly tossed it up toward the opening of the upper floor. Thud! A muffled impact sounded. At once, fine waterfalls of dust cascaded from the cracks in the floorboards above, sifting down in sheets. With a tug, the brick slid smoothly back down. Catching the falling brick, Qinqing frowned. The temple was neither particularly large nor particularly small. This noise probably wouldn't carry to the front halls. But what if it did? With that in mind, he wrapped several more layers of rope around the brick and threw it again. Thud! Another muffled sound. Qinqing shook the rope wildly in all directions, hoping it would hook onto something. But once again it failed. Then a 3rd time, a 4th. About 20 attempts later, just as he swung the rope again, the one slimp line suddenly went taut. It had caught onto something. Joy surged through him. He pulled and tested it a few times. It held firm. Looping the rope under one foot to make a stirrup, he clamped it between both feet and slowly climbed up to the 7th floor. He swept his flashlight across the 7th floor, and his heart lurched. The other end of the rope was clenched in the hand of a green-faced, tusk-mouthed ghost which was staring at him and winking. Qinqing recoiled in terror. Nearly tumbling off, he rolled aside and snatched the hammer from his waist. Yet, the specter was merely a ghost sculpture. The rope hung precisely from its outstretched hand. Gazing upon it, his heart still fluttered with lingering dread. Having survived a ghost tide, he knew this was no mere figment of imagination. Cautiously, he struck it hard with his hammer. Thud! A muffled hollow resonance. It did not sound like stone, but rather like hardened leather or dried meat. A chill crept up his spine, yet retreat was unthinkable. Truth or illusion be damned. Even if ghosts dwelled within the tower, he would press onward, unflinching. The 7th floor held numerous ghost sculptures, all crushed beneath a single towering pagoda, their bellies split, open entrails spilling forth. Talismans for warding spirits and bronze gourds for household protection were typically mounted on ceiling beams. The 7th floor's ceiling was low, except at the very center. Qinqing could reach every beam simply by standing on tiptoe. Yet, the 1st beam yielded nothing, nor the 2nd, nor the 3rd. Soon dust coated his entire body, but he found nothing. How can this be? Qinqing murmured, dazed, then swept his hands over all 8 main beams once more, still empty. He combed every wall ledge, every inch of floor, still nothing. Could this be a cruel jest by the tower's master? Qinqing clenched his teeth. Then his gaze snapped to the 7th floor sculpture, a pagoda crushing a horde of ghosts, their bellies ruptured, intestines spilling like rotten vines. Is it hidden within the sculpture? Qinqing refused to leave empty-handed. Not even if he had to dismantle the entire 7th floor, shatter it to dust, he would find it. If not on the 7th floor, then the 6th, the 5th, the 4th. Hammer in hand, he struck without hesitation, driving it straight into the pagoda's spire carved into the sculpture. Crack! Shards of stone exploded outward, sparks scattered wildly. Qinqing's heart sank. The sculpture was hewn from a single monolithic boulder. The pagoda could not possibly reside within. Had it been clay, perhaps something might have been concealed inside. But solid stone. Impossible. Yet Qinqing, now half mad with obsession, kept striking, relentlessly. Crack! Crack! Then, ding! A sharp metallic chime rang clear. Startled from his trance, Qinqing froze, and looked again. There at the sculpture's core emerged the delicate spire of a miniature pagoda. Found it, he cried, elated. Within 15 minutes, the entire tiny pagoda had been fully unearthed. Chunqing seized the pagoda's body and wrenched. Suddenly his grip gave way. Thump! He collapsed backward onto the floor, clutching the demon-sealing pagoda in both hands. At that very instant, icy, malevolent energy surged from the cavity where the pagoda had rested. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Whoosh, rustle. Whispers slithered through the air, faint yet pervasive. It felt as though someone breathed coldly against his ear. Thick with phantasmal figures, most translucent and distinct, this chilling aura swirled like living mist. Yet one specter stood apart, dense, vivid, real. It tapped a bamboo tube against walls as it passed through them, each strike reverberating deep within Chunqing's soul. Gooseflesh erupted across Chunqing's skin. He clutched the demon-sealing pagoda tightly to his chest and shouted, "Evil forces be gone! Evil forces be gone! Evil forces be gone! Evil forces be gone! Thank you, young master, for rescuing me." A sweet, lilting voice circled him, belonging to an ancient woman holding a floral parasol. Her features shimmered elusive, yet instinct screamed she was peerless in beauty. A parasol-wielding female ghost. His heart hammered wildly, but no memory surfaced of such a being. After a long while, the commotion faded into silence. Yet several ghosts remained stranded on the 7th floor of the ghostless pagoda, dazed, bewildered, motionless. These were mere wandering souls, the lowest tier, newly formed, fragile as smoke. Harmless to mortals, they crumbled at the slightest touch. Chunqing avoided them entirely and descended swiftly. He rushed all the way to the ground floor, and finally exhaled in relief. In his hands lay a small iron pagoda no larger than a mineral water bottle, exquisitely crafted, its minuscule latticed windows perfectly rendered. This is the Ghost Sealing Pagoda. The 7-treasured Ghost Sealing Pagoda, the foremost among only 2 legendary antiquities in Shiming City. With this artifact, Chun Man and he were virtually safe. Yet frowning at the countless footprints marring the pagoda's surface, Chunqing's brow furrowed. Time slipped away. Dawn's pale light began to seep across the sky. A young monk hurried to the abbot's chamber. "Master, last night the ghostless pagoda stirred." Stirred? The abbot frowned. He knew well someone had entered. Casually he replied, "A devout layman sought solitude there for a night's meditation." Oh, the young monk turned to leave, then paused. "But the sounds I heard came from the 4th and 5th floors." Oh, the abbot rose instantly, robe unfastened, keys in hand, and strode urgently toward the ghostless pagoda with the young monk in tow. The door swung open. Thick clouds of dust billowed forth. Like smoke rising from a furnace, dust choked the entire interior. The abbot coughed violently. "Layman, layman," he called repeatedly, until Chunqing's voice echoed down from above. "Coming." In an instant, Chunqing appeared on the ground floor, coated head to toe in grime, his true features utterly obscured. "You? Layman, what on earth happened to you?" The abbot stared stunned. "Oh, I noticed how thick the dust was, so I gave it a proper cleaning." Chunqing puffed, brushing dust from his clothes. "Master, do you have a basin of water?" So many statues were layered in dust. I had to sweep thoroughly. Oh, and I accidentally stepped through a hole. How should I compensate? Chunqing's footprints were everywhere, impossible to conceal, so he chose instead to feign a full cleaning, obscuring all traces of his ascent to the upper floors. No, 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 not at all. The abbot was deeply moved, yet waved his hands emphatically. "Layman's safety comes first, safety above all. This pagoda has lain neglected for centuries. Pray do not enter again." He added gently, "True devotion resides in the heart, not in ritual forms." Chunqing offered polite protest, but the abbot remained unmoved. Moments later, the young monk burst out, "Master, this layman swept all the way up to the 4th floor." The abbot sighed, humbled. "Alas, we chant Buddha's name daily here, yet fall short of this worldly man." "Not at all, not at all. Layman, please join us for breakfast in the temple hall." Polite, yet unmistakably imploring, "Please stop." "Enough." Chunqing turned back, retrieved the ash urn, and the young monk locked the pagoda door, adding a second lock for good measure. Cradling the urn containing the demon-sealing pagoda, Chunqing walked away deeply satisfied. Today's temples bear traces of commercial influence, but their meals remain strictly traditional: steamed buns, thin rice porridge, stir-fried greens. No meat, no animal products. As Chunqing ate, a thought struck him. "Master, do you possess the Vajra demon-subduing art?" "I may misremember the exact title, but those characters sound right. Does the layman require it?" "My grandfather mentioned it once. It strengthens the body, especially for those devoted to the Buddha. Practicing it brings profound benefit." "We do have it." Chunqing promptly slid a thick envelope across the table. "Master, grant it to me, for sweeping 4 floors. I am truly devoted to the Buddha." The abbot chewed a bite of bun with greens, and finally nodded. Chunqing nearly leapt with joy. He had not expected such serendipitous fortune. This body cultivation art ranked among the supreme martial disciplines. Physical cultivators held distinct advantages during the blood moon, the greatest being their robust, blazing chi capable of scorching spectral entities. To a ghost, a physical cultivator's fist burned like white-hot iron. Among renowned body cultivation arts, this was the sole one Chunqing recognized. Yet he'd asked idly, never imagining its origin lay right here. Chun Man's path to cultivation was now secured. In his past life, Chen Man's final moment blazed with blinding crimson light. That was the innate realm of vigorous qi. After breakfast, they entered his study. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, stacked high. Most volumes were modern printings, only a few perhaps 40 or 50 years old bore signs of age. The abbot withdrew a volume titled Vajra Demon Subduing Art and handed it to Chen Qing. Chen Qing fell silent, speechless. A printed edition, even bearing a price tag, 22.8 yuan. Would 5,000 yuan be reasonable? Chen Qing smiled and shook his head, declining the book. My family already owns a copy. The abbot flushed with embarrassment. The original is badly damaged, likely unreadable. Chen Qing slid another envelope forward. Master, even the original wouldn't fetch 5,000 on the market, but my grandfather's faith is absolute. Please grant me this kindness. Having discovered its existence, he would not let it slip away. Money, after all, would soon become worthless paper. Even if he spent his entire fortune, over 1 million yuan, it would mean nothing. The abbot beamed, clutching both envelopes, and strode toward a safe. A safe? Chen Qing tactfully turned away. A series of metallic clicks echoed. Then the abbot presented Chen Qing with a tattered, ancient manuscript. Its cover bore the classical Chinese title Jin Gang, Fu Mo Gong. Chen Qing's heart soared. Though brittle as ancient parchment, on the verge of crumbling at a touch, it would under the blood moon prove impervious even to bullets. His heart was filled with joy. 200,000 he obtained the ghost suppression tower and unexpectedly acquired the 9 heavens mystic art. The abbot was naturally delighted. Such a generous benefactor had not been encountered in a long time. The second target was the ghost-catching painting of Zhong Kuei. Unlike the ghost suppression tower, the Wu family knew the preciousness of the ghost suppression painting. In these times, wandering spirits were roaming outside the city at all hours. Even if no unusual signs were apparent, now hanging such an old painting at home brought a sense of security. Thus, Chen Qing was unsure about the price of this item. 100,000, 1 million, or more. Upon returning home, Chen Man had already gone to school. Suddenly an idea struck Chen Qing, and he searched for borrowing money in the App Store. To his surprise, there were indeed options. Handheld borrowing. Below there was a long list of similar borrowing platforms. Money was coming. Chen Qing was overjoyed and clicked to download one by one. In a moment, his phone was filled with 5 pages of borrowing apps. Opening the first one, he could only borrow 300. Chen Qing was instantly disappointed. He searched through the app and found an asset verification option. After photographing the property certificate and completing various information, he returned to the homepage, and the borrowing limit had risen to 100. Comfortable. He agreed to all the terms without missing a single one. He agreed to all the stipulations which stated not to use the funds for buying houses or investing in stocks. After that, he underwent a living person verification and personal verification, and finally the full amount of 100 was deposited. Chen Shan had hardly left Chen Qing and Chen Man this house. He and Chen Man had always been reluctant to part with even a single coin, but now looking at the long string of numbers in the account, he felt nothing. These things would ultimately become useless. Sighing, he clicked on the second app. After some operations, he borrowed 500 this time. Then the next one. The next. After staying up all night, he intended to get a good sleep, but unexpectedly found himself busy until noon. At this point, his account had increased by a total of 1.8 million, bringing the total to 10.8 million. Should that be enough? The largest part, of course, was the Zhong Kuei ghost suppression painting. The price of this item was uncertain, depending on how much the owner valued it. It could be 200,000 to 300,000, or even tens of millions. Chen Qing needed to prepare thoroughly. In addition, he planned to remodel his house. 2 super ancient items should be used for ghost prevention, and he also needed some for human defense. Before the ghost tide, building a safe haven during the apocalypse was an extremely niche concept. But now it had become a business not inferior to real estate. Most enhancements were aimed at ghosts, such as silver character cloth covering the entire house, or the house built with peach wood, or walls layered with black dog blood glutinous rice, and so on. In addition, food and clothing were also significant expenses. Not buying at least 1,000 tons felt unsafe. The ghost suppression tower had storage functions, but it had not awakened yet. It was just an ordinary relic, and awakening it would wait until the blood moon, and after the blood moon, it would be impossible to buy anything. A vicious cycle. Chen Qing thought of an ancient tomb outside the city, which later became a major source of the ghost tide. Borrowing a bit of ghost energy inside should be able to activate the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing and back. Chen Qing's home was on the 6th floor. The only one who could call me from the first floor was Chen Man. I'm hungry. As soon as Chen Man entered the house and saw that Chen Qing had not cooked, she said nothing more. She went to the kitchen, stood on a small stool, washed and rinsed and cooked rice in the rice cooker. Then she came to the already very shabby small table, spread out her books, and began doing her homework. As expected, the first question she called out was, Chen Qing, I can't do the first question. Chen Qing, I can't do the second question. Chen Qing, I can't do the third question. Chen Qing was already used to it, and patiently taught her. Chen Man was very sensible, yet quite slow. The next day, Chen Qing bought himself a new phone and a new outfit, and even tidied himself up well at the hair salon. Looking at himself in the mirror with slicked-back hair, a suit, and a briefcase, he had successfully aged 5 or 6 years. After researching some information about the Wu family, he finally felt a bit more confident. The Wu family had once been wealthy with a glorious ancestry, and the descendants were doing well enough. In recent years, they had invested heavily in the safe house industry and lost a lot of money, and even now they were entangled in several lawsuits. Finally, he arrived at the Wu family villa. It wasn't top tier, but it was close. He knocked on the door. A young man came out looking at Qin Qing with confusion. "Who are you?" "My name is Li Qing, and I'm here on behalf of an overseas Chinese elder to discuss a business deal." As he spoke, Qin Qing handed over a bag of fresh fruits. In this circle, it's neither too big nor too small. If a local person asks a couple of questions, they can easily be exposed. "Oh, business." The young man looked a bit puzzled, but still welcomed Qin Qing inside. Soon a middle-aged man came down from the second floor, and Qin Qing immediately stood up. "My name is Wu Xiaoman, nice to meet you." The two sat down. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, but an old gentleman has taken a liking to your family's Zhongkue ghost suppression painting," Qin Qing said with a smile. "This gentleman has relocated abroad for business, but he has always loved everything related to Zhongkue, and he entrusted me to inquire whether you would be willing to part with it." Overseas Chinese. Wu Xiaoman frowned, but shook his head. "This painting is ancestral. It's not for sale." He refused outright without asking for a price, which made things difficult. "Indeed. I completely understand. The Wu family is considered a wealthy family in Ximing City, so you certainly don't lack this little money," Qin Qing said, trying to find the right words. "However, this gentleman truly loves Tang culture, especially Zhongkue, and the ghost culture it represents, which is his greatest passion. He should know about you and respects you and your family's glorious history, and is willing to exchange anything he can offer." Wu Xiaoman smiled. Everyone has their proud points, and what Wu Xiaoman was proud of was his ancestors' glory. "I would like to meet this friend. I wonder if you could introduce him to me, young brother," Wu Xiaoman said with a smile. "It might not be possible in the short term," Qin Qing shook his head and redirected the topic back to the painting. "Uncle, I believe that with your family's glory there must be more than just this ancestral treasure. This gentleman is genuinely passionate about it, so please consider parting with it." Wu Xiaoman peeled an orange that Qin Qing brought, stuffed 2 segments into his mouth, and remained silent. It was time to make an offer, Qin Qing thought. This painting must be obtained. Even if I have to clear my account, I will do it. Would he be willing to pay 1 million? A middle-aged woman's voice came from behind. Sure. Qin Qing was pleasantly surprised. Looking up, he saw a plump middle-aged woman. "This is my wife," Wu Xiaoman said. "Hello, Mrs. Wu." Qin Qing slightly bowed and said, "Let me make a phone call." He then went to the yard and casually dialed his brother Chun Quan's number. Of course, it was already a disconnected number. After pretending to report for some time, he finally returned and smiled. "That gentleman said this price is acceptable, and he also said he welcomes Mr. Wu to visit." Wu Xiaoman and Mrs. Wu were both taken aback. Because this painting was not of a very ancient date, according to market price, it might be worth 1 less 0. Oh wait, not 1 million. 200. No 3. 5 million. 5 million. She raised an eyebrow at Qin Qing and said, "Young man, you are the intermediary. The higher the transaction price, the higher your commission. If convenient for you, please negotiate more. If we settle at 5 million, I will give you a big red envelope." "Am I cutting my own price?" Qin Qing was speechless and shook his head. "Mrs. Wu, based on my understanding of that gentleman, this price is unlikely. It might be able to go a bit higher, but limited." "No problem, just say it. For any amount over 1 million, I'll give you a 20 commission." Qin Qing agreed verbally, but in his heart, he was already overjoyed. Over 100,000 can secure it. This is simply a windfall. He pretended to make another phone call. This one took particularly long. Finally returning, he said that gentleman offered 1.6 million. Wu Xiaoman frowned. He actually did not intend to sell. The ghost tide had a very limited impact on the north, but even in peacetime, people sought blessings from gods and Buddhas. In this world filled with ghosts, having such an ancient Zhongkue painting in the home would always bring some reassurance. Mrs. Wu seemed to have seen through his thoughts, nudged him with her elbow, and whispered, "They've been asking for debts these past few days. Now just hearing the knock on the door makes me anxious. Don't you have several other ghost-catching paintings? The last time someone appraised it, they said it was worth 10 or so thousand. What are you hesitating for?" Wu Xiaoman finally nodded. Only then did Mrs. Wu look at Qin Qing and happily say, "How do we transfer the money?" "Draft a contract, and we can transfer the money right away." At that moment, Mrs. Wu and Qin Qing chatted and laughed while drafting the contract. Soon Qin Qing transferred the 1.6 million from his account to Mrs. Wu's account. Mrs. Wu happily took out a painting. She also pushed over an envelope. Qin Qing had just sent out 200 yesterday, so he could naturally tell that the thickness of this envelope amounted to at most 50 to 60,000. Far from the 20 promised by Mrs. Wu, was only 120,000. This. Qin Qing's expression darkened. He was obviously pretending. When being bargained, one must act as if in great pain. Only then will the payers feel they have gained something. "Oh, young man, it's fine. Don't be greedy." Mrs. Wu patted Qin Qing's knee. "You've earned 5,000 in this hour. That's already quite good. Moreover, that overseas Chinese will definitely pay you a commission as well." Chen Qing exhaled through his nostrils. He unfolded the painting. The ugly-looking Zhong Kuei had caught 2 little ghosts, and there were many little ghost corpses at his feet. It was vivid and lifelike. There was no need to verify its authenticity. This was it. The fierce appearance that half the city could see was etched clearly in Chen Qing's memory. The Zhong Kuei painting was finally in hand. Stepping out of the Wu family, Chen Qing was so delighted that she could almost jump with joy. Mrs. Wu would a divine assist. It was evident that Wu Xiaomin did not want to sell, and if he were to name a price it would likely be much higher and difficult to negotiate. However, Mrs. Wu's attempt to take advantage of the situation ironically granted her a tremendous benefit. Joyfully returning to the community, she saw a group of children circling around Chen Man. Wild child born without anyone to care. Wild child picking up steamed buns from the garbage heap. I don't pick up steamed buns, Chen Man, who seemed to have been punched several times with blood flowing from his nose, replied. I only pick up bottles to trade for money to buy steamed buns to eat. Ha ha. The other children burst into laughter. The oldest child, about 10 years old, named Huang Can, was from a neighboring family. He grabbed Chen Man's cheek and twisted it a few times hard, saying, see, this little trash boy. He won't dodge when hit, nor will he retort when scolded. A natural punching bag. Ha ha. Chen Qing gritted her teeth, rushing over and grabbing Huang Can's hand, causing it to crack loudly. Ouch! Ouch! Huang Can's expression changed, and tears immediately welled up in his eyes. Chen Qing, are you crazy? Hitting a child? A woman rushed out from the nearby shop and pushed Chen Qing hard. Chen Qing staggered, but did not let go, coldly staring at the woman. Lu Yanhong, the owner of the snack shop in Jiangpan community. She was part of the group that harmed her. When he was hitting my brother, you were indifferent in the shop. Now you say he is a child. Let go. I will tear you apart. Lu Yanhong shouted harshly. Her dry, sharp nails dug into Chen Qing's hand, tearing a gash. Blood flowed over her hand. However, Chen Qing still did not let go, and her grip tightened further. Huang Can cried out loudly. Lu Yanhong grew anxious. Let go. I will tear you apart. Do you believe it? At this moment, she suddenly released Chen Qing's hand, her fingers lunging toward Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing sidestepped and evaded her claws. Releasing her hand, she smiled and said, very good. Turning with Chen Man, they walked away. Chen Man dragged a large bag that clinked with many empty bottles inside. Chen Qing squatted down, gently touching his head with a heart full of tenderness. Little man, you don't need to pick up bottles anymore. But Chen Shan's money is running out. But I earned a lot of money. Chen Qing opened the envelope given by Mrs. Wu, filled with crisp red bills. Look, isn't it a lot? Chen Man leaned in to take a serious look and shook his head. I can't count this much. Anyway, you don't have to pick up bottles anymore. Do you understand? Chen Man still wore a serious expression. Okay. The two of them, struggling and counting every cent, always tried their best to earn every penny with the little means they had. As long as it could be exchanged for a steamed bun or an eraser, it was worth picking up. Decency. Only children held in the palm of someone's hand have the confidence to make a fuss. All they have ever known is to be sensible. From now on, no matter who hits you, tell me okay. Understood. You go home first. Oh, Chen Man went back. Chen Qing walked over to the trash can where 3 homeless children were rummaging through. The ghost tide in the north was relatively mild, yet many people still died and many homeless children lived like rats. The 3 children were filthy and reeked, watching Chen Qing with caution. Chen Qing pulled out a large red bill and gave it to one homeless child, pointing at Lu Yanhong's shop. Go cause some trouble at that snack shop. The homeless child was overjoyed. Chen Qing pulled out 2 more large red bills, handing them to the other 2 children, pointing at Huang Can, who was acting out something. Go beat him up, this is yours. All 3 were overjoyed. One of them picked up a brick cautiously and approached the entrance of the Yanhong snack shop. The oil pot was bubbling and occasionally hot oil would splatter painfully. The homeless child smashed the brick into the pot, then turned and ran. Bang! Splatter! Hot oil flew everywhere. Lu Yanhong, who was frying potatoes, let out a chilling scream. She trembled all over from the pain, spewing a string of curses involving parents and reproductive organs, screaming as she chased after them. But how could a greasy middle-aged woman catch up with the slippery homeless children? Huang Can, not knowing what had happened, looked at his mother, who was running towards the street, shouting frantically, puzzled. Smack! A heavy slap stunned him. Huang Can stumbled only to see a similarly sized, filthy homeless child. You. Huang Can covered his face, instinctively taking 2 steps back. He had always been afraid of these plague-like children. Smack! Another slap. At the same time, another homeless child punched him in the face. So you are Huang Can. Huang Can's eyes filled with stars as blood gushed out. Dazed, he waved his hands in an attempt to push the 2 away, but tripped over something and fell to the ground. The 2 homeless children jumped on him, raining down blows. Huang Can cried out, hugging his head. The 2 homeless children saw many adults looking over and seized his face tightly. Then they pounded his exposed mouth with several punches before running away like mad. Huang Can's nose and mouth were bloodied together, crying out, satisfying. Chen Qing watched all of this with indifference. Compared to her and Chen Man's lives, what was this? It didn't even amount to interest. She had to protect this group of people in the ghost tide. She would slowly scrape them off. With this in mind, Qing turned into the bank, taking out the envelope, deposit money. She deposited 75 million. The counter lady asked Qing to wait a moment, then rushed out after him. Hello, sir. She solemnly handed over a card. Sir, your deposit amount has reached our bank's silver card standard. She spoke of numerous benefits, including discounts on fuel, half-price movie tickets, free car washes, and free services at designated barbershops, etc. Qing was speechless. Logically, these benefits should be given to the poor who deposit a few hundred, right? Since he already had a silver card, what was the point of this? Why are all the good things given to the rich? Got it. Casually taking the silver card, just as he was about to leave, the counter lady blocked his path again. This time she promoted insurance and funds, claiming guaranteed returns of 8, possibly even reaching 12. Not to mention 12, he wouldn't consider even 1200. Qing became somewhat impatient, and the counter lady noticed, mechanically flipping through a booklet saying, there's also safe house construction. At this point she no longer wanted to continue her introduction, put away the booklet, and smiled politely. Sorry to bother you for so long. What did you say? Safe house. Qing became interested. Does the bank have this service? The counter lady was pleased and made a gesture inviting him. Sir, please to the VIP room upstairs. As the two walked toward the second floor, in the first floor lobby, 3 tall and attractive girls were conducting business. One of them, the most striking in figure and appearance, looked at Qing's back in surprise. If Qing had seen her, he would have immediately recognized her as number 1 on the assassination list. Qing thought of something and went to the place where Qing had just deposited, picking up the discarded empty envelope to take a look. On the back were the 4 golden characters, Shiming Securities. Her gaze instantly sharpened. She always thought about latching on to rich clients, so she naturally knew that securities firms had different levels. The ordinary envelope of Shiming Securities had red letters. Silver letters indicated total assets of 5 million. Golden letters represented 50 million. Qing was actually so wealthy. She would never know that this envelope came from the Wu family, and Qing didn't even know where Shiming Securities was. Golden letters. Fu Yiye. Beside, Qing looked toward the second floor. Did I see it wrong? That person just now seemed to be the one who chased after you, Qing. Qing smiled sweetly, emphasizing, not just chased after me, but is still pursuing me now. Before the outbreak of the ghost tide, safe houses were a niche topic. Most people concerned about safe houses were those obsessed with apocalyptic novels, brainwashed by cults, and extremely cautious about their lives. After the ghost tide erupted, crime rates surged, and safe houses were no longer a mere theoretical concept. From a simple alloy door and supplies for the apocalypse to full house customization. At the onset of the ghost tide, safe houses became wildly popular and prices soared to astronomical levels. Decades ago, during the outbreak of the ghost tide in the south, 10 out of 10 houses were empty. Even in the unaffected north, a craze for safe houses emerged. In recent years, people have realized that the ghost tide isn't as terrifying as expected, especially in the north where there are only sporadic ghosts, making encounters exceedingly rare. Moreover, with new safe house companies opening, everyday prices have started to drop again. The person attending to Qing was manager Jean. Oriental Unbreakable Safe House Company, they focus on ghost prevention with several layers of black dog blood, glutinous rice, black donkey, hooves, etc. embedded in a whole wall, along with talismans empowered by masters. 300 Guardians, they focus on human prevention using materials for the entire house, like aluminum alloy, titanium alloy, chromium molybdenum steel, tungsten steel, with HRC hardness ranging from 35 to 70, equipped with facilities like cameras, generators, diesel storage, weapons, and a medical room. In any chaotic time, weapons will grow wildly like seedlings after a long drought. In the current world, firearms are semi-legal and special bullets can inflict damage on ordinary ghosts. Qing asked questions one by one, seeking clarity. With the Zhongkue map in hand, the scariest thing for him was in fact humans. Thus a little ghost prevention was sufficient, but the alloy walls and firearms for human defense were essential. Additionally, things like pepper spray, electric batons, and tear gas were necessary. The more the better. The hardness of tungsten steel reaches HRC 70, but I recommend the chromium molybdenum steel at 65. Should we call people from the 300 Guardians company to discuss? Yes. Qing nodded. Soon the representatives from the 300 Guardians company arrived, who were far more professional than manager Jean. Hello, Mr. Chen. My surname is Yang. Here is my business card. Mr. Chen, have you considered a small farm? If your room is large enough, a small farm can be constructed. This is the design for a vertical farm using our recommended crops, which can yield about 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter per week. 4 staple foods potatoes are recommended, such as Qingshu 9E. With the right temperature and humidity, the yield can reach 90 kilograms in 80 days. The soil fertilizer is specially configured by us, combined with biological fertilizer, which is essentially human waste and can generally be recycled about 300 times. Even with high-intensity planting, it can last up to 50 years. There is also a water collection area which just needs a hole to be left open, allowing the collection rod to extend out. It can collect about a liter of water per day. On rainy or cloudy days, the collection will be even more. The medical room will be stocked with common medicines for minor ailments, and it also comes with a dispersed intravenous set that is foolproof. Just a simple application can self-administer. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs can basically cure all ailments. There is also an entertainment room with 200 terabytes of novels and comics, approximately 900 billion words of novels, about 1.0 web novels of 5 million words, and 6.0 anime, covering practically all genres, including action, romance, and adult themes. The total size of games is about 1.9 PB, with around 5.0 large games and about 2.0 mini games. The chips, graphics cards, and memory used in the gaming console are all very mature models with powerful performance. Generally speaking, they can last for over a decade, and we also have spare parts prepared. The storage space for videos is approximately 3.1 PB, which can store around 6 million hours of video at 1080p resolution. This includes movies, TV shows, variety programs, and can be allocated according to your preferences. There is also a gym equipped with silicone dolls with replaceable key parts. After several years of development, safe houses have become incredibly comprehensive, providing everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment. Whatever Qinqing thought of, others already had extremely professional plans. The biggest problem now was that the house was not big enough. There wasn't enough space for all these facilities. Moving high-rise buildings were out of the question. Too many flying ghosts. A 6-story apartment. Seems like the options were limited as well. Jiangpan community is by the water. Generally, ghosts fear water except for those that drown. The community is bordered by streets on all 4 sides resembling a wall, and their home is in the middle, which is also very advantageous. For a house of a few hundred square meters that can receive sunlight, how much would such a property cost? Either a villa or a manor. In the villa area in the west of the city, a 3-story villa generally costs around 7 million. The usable area is around 300 square meters with a garden of about 70 square meters. That's completely affordable. Qinqing was greatly tempted. How much would it cost to set up a safe house in a villa? It might be a bit expensive if 300 square meters is already substantial. Plus, the family farm on the first floor must be in a fully encased protective structure. The price would be around 46 million. Because the villa would require full customization and the construction period would take about 3 months. Qinqing was left speechless, finally understanding why it was said that villas are easy to buy but hard to renovate. Most importantly, 3 months is enough time for several lives to be lost. Thinking simply in his heart, given the area of the villa, no matter how it was done, it wouldn't be cheap. A family farm is a must. Usually too lazy to even glance at cabbage or tomatoes, but during the apocalypse, just the thought of fresh vegetables can drive someone mad. Dear audience, please don't rush. Building on the rooftop involves 3 considerations. First, no money. Can't afford a bigger place. And even if I could, I can't afford the renovations. Second, no time. Can't waste it. Third, a family farm is needed, which requires a large area and sunlight. I really dislike spoilers, but since many readers consider this a critical point, I'll reveal a little. There will be super amazing safe houses later on. I live on the top floor. Can these things be expanded to the rooftop? Mr. Qin, you may not know, but the design strength of buildings in the Tang dynasty exceeds the mandatory standards by at least 30, generally being between 40-60. Our older community uses sturdier materials, so load-bearing is not an issue. Furthermore, we will reinforce the structure during construction. No problem at all. Qinqing was delighted and immediately asked, what if the first floor gets blown up? Young manager paused and said, explosives are highly regulated. Ordinary people cannot obtain them. If he could get explosives, it wouldn't matter whether the safe house was on the 1st or 6th floor. Because at sufficient yield, even if the safe house could withstand it, it could still kill the people inside with the tremors. Then I should choose the 6th floor. At the very least, I can grow vegetables on the rooftop. However, after hesitating for a long time, Manager Yang voiced his concern. The top floor is a very good choice, but it's an illegal structure. Although it's currently loosely regulated, if someone reports it and it's discovered, it will be ordered to be demolished. No problem. If someone truly reports it, with the efficiency of the Tang government, several departments would push each other around, and even the blood moon would arrive. However, Manager Yang thought of another layer. This young man clearly has a government background. He can handle many connections. Thinking this way, he naturally regarded Qinqing with more importance. Next, it was time to discuss prices. Qinqing invited both Manager Yang from the safe house company and Manager Jin from the bank to his home. Manager Yang was very straightforward, even marking the market price of chromium molybdenum steel and quickly estimating costs based on the blueprints. The pricing was fair. According to what the other party said, they were only making about 5. However, as everything was added up, Qinqing began to feel the strain. The medical room must be equipped. What about medicines? That costs money too. Cold medicines and painkillers should be well stocked. Glucose, anti-inflammatories, antibiotics, and painkillers also need to be adequately prepared. Additionally, some rare medicines are needed. Adding it all up comes to 85000. The entertainment room is even more expensive. Skipping over TB, the storage space measured in PB sounds impressive. But when it comes to NES, each PB costs nearly 1.000. Adding various gaming devices and spare parts, the entertainment room's expenses skyrocketed to 1.3 million. For food, he simply decided not to go to the supermarket and directly ordered 125 cubic meters of various canned goods. There was so much that it could only be placed on the rooftop. In addition to diesel engines for power generation, there were solar panels covering the entire building, wind turbines, and hand-crank generators, each equipped with spare parts. There was also a super family farm which was essentially just soil, but it was surprisingly sold by the kilogram. Adding everything together, the price reached 14 million. That's over the budget. Manager Jean smiled timely and said, "Mr. Chen, how do you wish to pay? What would you like as your down payment?" Down payment? Right? How could I forget this? His eyes lit up as he asked, "How low can the down payment go?" "Typically 40, but since you're a silver card user, it can go down to 20. "Awesome." Chen Qing was overjoyed. To him, this sounded like a twofold discount. A true liquidation sale. Now it's completely enough. He also bought some firearms and ammunition. Adding it all up, it came to around 3 million. The three of them were quite pleased. Chen Qing managed to purchase the safe house at a bargain price. Manager Yang closed a deal worth 14 million, and Manager Jean secured a loan in the tens of millions. If it weren't for the lack of preparation at home, it would have been worth a toast. Chen Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Manager Yang, you're the expert. According to the Just Survive standard, what has the highest cost effectiveness?" In the apocalypse, every bite of food is priceless. Food is the hard currency of the apocalypse. As long as you have food, you can buy anything you can think of. Both he and Shin Man certainly want to eat delicacies. But food meant for trade, as long as it could be eaten, the larger the quantity, the better. Manager Yang chuckled and provided an unexpected answer for Chen Qing: pig feed. Huh. Chen Qing was slightly taken aback. Pig feed is generally made from the oil residue of soybeans, peanuts, sesame, and corn from oil factories, which is the residue after oil extraction. It's high in carbohydrates, high in protein, low in fat, and all natural, plus it's specially fortified with vitamins. To be honest, even in the current times, it's healthier than most people. Chen Qing pondered over this issue. He was thinking of buying raw materials like wheat and corn, then seeing if he could process them later. Never would he have thought that a shift in thinking would lead to enlightenment. How much is pig feed generally sold for? If the quantity is small, it's about 2 yuan per gene, but if it's a large quantity, well, it can be obtained for a little over 1 yuan per gene. Deal? This is it. Stocking up on pig feed to use as currency during the apocalypse. Both parties confirmed the contract without any omissions. As for the completion date, Chen Qing set a strict limit within 20 days. This was due to an extra layer being added to the roof. Otherwise, a modular custom house could be assembled in just 2 to 3 days. After moving in with Chen Man, they stayed in a presidential suite costing 4,999 per day. Having money is indeed delightful. This suite is at least over 200 square meters with all the furniture exuding an aura of luxury. What Chen Qing liked most was a large safe. After locking the Zhong Kuei painting inside the safe, he heard Chen Man exclaim, "Chen Qing, this is bigger than our home." Inside there was also a children's room filled with toys, but Chen Man had little interest in them and found an animal documentary to watch with great fascination. Regaining his focus, Chen Qing realized that activating the demon suppression tower was his top priority. He needed to store a massive amount of food. The demon suppression tower has a storage function, but had yet to experience ghostly energy and had not awakened it. For now, it was just an ancient artifact with some age. By the time of the blood moon, it would be too late. Fortunately, Chen Qing knew of an ancient tomb in the eastern part of the city, which had a significant background and was rumored to possibly be a prince's tomb. After the blood moon, it became a major source of ghostly tides. There should also be enough ghostly energy to activate the demon suppression tower, right? Just then, Chen Man finished washing up and moved to sleep beside Chen Qing. "Good night, Chen Qing." "Good night." The next day, Chen Qing received a phone call early in the morning. It was his homeroom teacher Lu, she nicknamed Zizalong. "Chen Qing, how long are you going to drag out your cold?" Chen Qing then remembered that he had taken a leave of absence a few days ago and had not attended class for almost a week. "This cold seems a bit severe. Hurry up. Tomorrow is the talent test. If you pass, there will be many people eager to pay for your college tuition." "Got it. Thanks, brother Shi." After hanging up, Chen Qing recalled that tomorrow was July 24th, the day the ghost control team would come to test talents. But in his previous life, due to certain reasons, Chen Qing did not go. After the blood moon descended, in order to survive, he desperately joined the Ghost Control Army's reserve and only then realized he had the talent for ghost control. But by then it was already too late. Talent must be tested. Only those who pass can join the ghost control team, the extermination team, or go to college. Only then can one learn the Black Prison Contract ghost technique. This technique relates to whether he can control the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower has 12 slots to suppress 12 ghosts. Once the tower is filled with 12 ghosts, it will summon a Ghost King. During the first blood moon, Shiming City suffered heavy casualties, but in reality, its high-end combat power did not sustain much damage. Though it was an apocalypse for ordinary people, overall order had not collapsed. However, during the second blood moon, the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower went berserk, and with internal and external collusion, Shiming City truly fell. Chen Qing survived to the third blood moon, but upon seeing the scale of it, everyone had already lost hope. If anyone could survive, it would probably be the Wu family, who possessed the Zhong Kuei painting. With his thoughts swirling, Qin pressed the service bell. After all, it was a presidential suite, and soon 2 attendants pushed a cart to ceremoniously deliver breakfast. Once everything was laid out, fried ham, fried eggs, fried bacon, meat dishes, youtiao bread sandwiches, porridge, soy milk, orange juice, along with several side dishes. There were a total of 15 items. Having money is truly enjoyable. After quickly finishing breakfast, Qin said, "Little man, don't run around today. I just press this service bell if you want anything, and someone will bring it to you. Today is Saturday, and there are no classes at school." Qin nodded and spread out her homework. Qin, who should I ask about the questions I don't understand? Just press this service bell. Those older brothers and sisters will help you. Today he needed to play the role of a tomb raider. Just as he was thinking about where to buy a shovel, he saw a familiar face in the lobby. Qin, what a damn hassle. Qin had important matters to attend to, and was too lazy to deal with her heading straight out of the lobby. Qin had followed him here after seeing him at the bank yesterday, trying every means to track him down. She indeed had her ways, having discovered Qin's room number. A presidential suite. Now she had finally confirmed Qin's identity. An inconspicuous rich second generation. A top client of Shiming Securities. Building a safe house worth at least 10 million. Staying in a presidential suite. She secretly regretted her lack of insight before having treated Qin as a backup. As for dealing with men, she had plenty of tricks. So she waited here today, intending to feign an accidental encounter. When Qin got closer, she'd pretend to twist her ankle and fall into his arms, then he would naturally let her sit with him. As for what would come next, jumping straight to home base today would be too quick, which might make him look down on her. She should first give him some sweet hints, easing into the home run, second base. Or maybe third base. But she never expected that Qin would just walk away. Just walked away. Didn't he see me? She had always had absolute confidence in her looks and figure. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Just as Qin was heading to the hardware store to buy tools, he noticed an outdoor camping store and felt a spark of inspiration turning in. Inside, military camouflage products occupied a large portion. Climbing boots, backpacks, windproof lights, thermal blankets, and so on. Qin had a clear goal, a military shovel. "I want a military shovel." The store owner immediately came over, happily pointing at the military shovels hanging on the wall. "This one is made of tungsten steel, can be used as a hoe for digging a shovel, or even as a mountain axe for chopping. It can handle cutting and slicing without any issues. After cleaning, it can even be used as a small pot. By the way, there's thread matches and a compass inside the handle. They'll take the most expensive one. The most expensive one is priced at $34.99, no haggling. Swipe your card." The store owner was taken aback, realizing a big customer had arrived. He immediately started promoting handsome, "Do you need a phone?" Qin was about to shake his head, but paused. A massive phone. The store owner was quite the character. Without a word, he slammed the phone hard onto the ground. Duong picking it back up, there was nothing wrong. For defenses. Dustproof, shockproof, waterproof, and dropproof. With normal use and power-saving mode, it can last a month. It also has an emergency module for satellite calls. This thing is perfect for the apocalypse. Qin immediately nodded. "I want 4. Deliver 3 to the presidential suite at the Arya Hotel later. Oh, and grab a couple more military shovels." The store owner was overjoyed and began promoting other items. There was one that Qin really needed. A compact flashlight that included a compass, a small knife, a windproof lighter, and so on. Suddenly inspired, he asked, "Do you have anything for dealing with ghosts?" "Yes. This spray can reveal ghosts. This peachwood knife is made from old peach wood and soaked in black dog blood for 100 days. This radio can emit frequencies that are very uncomfortable for ghosts. With one in hand, ghosts can invade. Such things exist. Is it real?" Even after staying in the ghost tide for 3 months, Qin had never heard of such items. And with just an additional wire, it can become a radio station. He'll buy it. Just like that, he spent nearly 300,000 in this store. With 7 million remaining, he could spend freely. The store owner was so happy he could jump up. He directly upgraded Qin to a lifetime Supreme member. He probably didn't expect that the top customer would be so impressive that even the highest level diamond card couldn't highlight his aura. After searching for a long time, he finally found a diamond card numbered 888, which at least showcased Qin's uniqueness. It was originally to be delivered to the hotel, but he was too lazy to move it to his home later, saying, "My house is still under renovation. Deliver it to this address in 20 days. The store owner was overjoyed, repeatedly saying yes. Carrying a weapons factory shovel, Qin entered the subway. There is only one subway line in Shiming City. The crowd was dense, and Qin was busy transferring data from his old phone to his new phone. A girl stomped her feet in front of him, unsure if she was acting cute or angry, but Qin paid no mind. However, the girl was furious. Wasn't it just the other day that she would have done anything to lick the soles of her shoes? Why was it that now that someone had come to her, she was being ignored? She was none other than Qinzi. She was not one to easily give up, especially after determining that Qin was an exceptionally outstanding stock. "Qin, I've set my sights on you. Even Jesus couldn't keep him. I mean it." Qin did not look up, focusing on transferring data. The next station arrived. Qin still did not look up as he was at the final stop. Suddenly, Chenxi snatched the phone from him and darted out of the subway. Chen Qing was about to chase after her, but the timing was just right. The subway doors closed, separating the two. Chenxi stood with her feet together slightly, leaning her body, one hand behind her back and the other shaking the phone, a radiant smile on her face. She chuckled. "Tomorrow I'll be here to return your phone," several boys in the subway exclaimed in awe. With such looks and figure, she was utterly captivating. Who could resist? They looked at Chen Qing with envy. More questions arose. What kind of person could attract such a girl? Chen Qing scoffed. He directly dialed the police. "At Changhu Station, a thief stole my new phone. Value 14,999 yuan for a satellite phone. Yes, just contact this number." After saying that, Chen Qing ignored everything else. Acting cute. Huh. I must have been out of my mind in my past life to have been attracted to someone like her. Now go and act cute to the police. Everyone in the subway looked utterly bewildered. Not really. This has surpassed anything a straight man could describe. This is simply a transformer. Isn't it obvious that this gorgeous lady is interested in you? What does calling the police even mean? The surveillance in the Tang dynasty is world-renowned. Soon the police locked onto the suspect. The criminal facts couldn't be clearer. In just a moment, the police found Chenxi waiting for the bus. She looked quite confused. "Please come with us." "Officer, you've got the wrong person, right?" "No, we haven't. You stole someone's phone and the surveillance shows it clearly. Isn't this the one in your hand?" "This?" Chenxi was speechless. Utterly speechless. This. Is he out of his mind? Her thoughts were in a chaotic mess. How dare he? How could he? How could he do such a thing? The scene earlier was not a spurofement decision. This was the optimal scenario she had rehearsed many times in her mind. With maximum girliness and energy, she didn't believe she couldn't win Chen Qing over. Even if Chen Qing was angry, wasn't it just a matter of acting cute? Grabbing his arm and pretending to accidentally rub against his chest. If one didn't work, then two. Among the countless potential developments, she never expected this scene. "Let's go." Chenxi was truly bewildered as the police grabbed her arm. She suddenly shook off the police's hand, her eyes reddening. We were just joking. Chen Qing is my friend." "No, he's my boyfriend. Don't believe me. I have his number. WeChat, I have that too. Please come with us." The police were not lenient. They dealt with nightlife issues, and such tricks were too common. There are those who would touch themselves inappropriately and say, "Just let me go and he'll do anything." What's this level of trouble? She was numb. If she truly needed to explain, she could do so at the station. Chenxi was genuinely panicking, being escorted into the police car, her eyes filled with tears. Feeling wronged. Truly wronged. Once she arrived at the station, she pulled out Chen Qing's number and dialed. "Is it really necessary?" It was turned off. "He really is my boyfriend. We were just playing around," she cried while giving her statement. "Let's not even discuss whether he is your boyfriend. Even if he is, this is still a crime." Another officer glanced at her. "This phone is worth 15,000 robbery charges. 3 years minimum, 10 years maximum." Buzz. Chenxi froze. 3 years. Tears streamed down her face and her hands trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had already arrived in the east of the city. The atmosphere was heavy with negative energy. It felt like wearing only a thin garment on an autumn morning or suddenly throwing off the blankets in winter. Having experienced the ghost tide, he was well aware that even during the day, it was still possible to encounter spirits. The probability was just particularly low. At the start of the blood moon ghost tide, the city's big shots had planned a counterattack, and this Princess Tomb was part of that plan. Thus, Chen Qing was very familiar with the route. Now most people have moved into the city, but there were still plenty of villages outside with many people remaining. There was no choice. They couldn't afford the housing prices in the city. They couldn't possibly sleep on the streets, could they? After walking straight for half an hour, Chen Qing arrived at an abandoned village. Not far from the village, there was a mound with a huge dead locust tree on top. Beneath this mound lay the Princess Tomb. Please, just a little ghost energy. Chen Qing thought to himself as he folded the weapons factory shovel into a hoe shape and began to dig. The top layer of soil was easy to dig, but as he went deeper, the soil became increasingly compact. With each scoop, it rang like hitting stone. The tombs of prominent figures were generally deep, and Chen Qing was prepared to work for several days. Before long, it was already noon. With another scoop, his hands suddenly relaxed. Had he dug into a cavity? Quickly clearing the soil, Chen Qing discovered a slanted passage that one person could fit through. A chill wafted from the passage, sending goosebumps all over him. This was ghost energy. A thief's tunnel. Clearly, this tomb had been visited by someone skilled. If it were a serious tomb raider, they would have to cry at this moment, but Chen Qing was filled with joy. What would have taken at least 3 or 4 days' work was completed in an instant. There were 2 ghost tides, one in the south and one during the blood moon. Ancient relics awakened during the blood moon tide. The southern ghost tide did not awaken any ancient relics. Only with the arrival of the blood moon did the ancient relics awaken. Now, with the blood moon monitoring the ghost energy at various ghost tide points, it was also possible to awaken ancient relics. This was confirmed later by people. Looking at the ghost energy from this ancient tomb, it should be enough to awaken the demon suppression tower. Right then, he placed the demon suppression tower at the entrance of the thief's tunnel and leisurely started eating compressed biscuits. Go down. He dared not. Right now, he was just an ordinary person both inside and out. Looking at this ghost energy, there were definitely many wandering souls inside, and there might even be malevolent spirits. Wandering souls, malevolent spirits, evil spirits. Wandering souls, especially those in the first level, can be seen as newborn ghosts, chaotic and confused, acting on instinct, rarely harming others. Malevolent spirits, compared to wandering souls, have significantly enhanced powers along with stronger intelligence, beginning to hunt humans with intent. This is their way to increase their power. For instance, a baby that dies becomes a wandering soul level child ghost. Once conditions are met, it evolves into a malevolent spirit level night crying child. They prefer to eat children. This tomb must have plenty of wandering souls, and the tomb owner is very likely to be a malevolent spirit. Thinking this way, Qin suddenly saw a middle-aged woman not far away staring at him intently. Carrying a basket and holding a hoe, she must have just returned from foraging for wild vegetables. She scrutinized Qin for a long time before finally leaving. Qin let out a sigh of relief. With no signal on his phone, he grew bored and dozed off. Drowsily, he heard someone making a racket. Looking over, he saw the middle-aged woman leading a group of people marching towards him with fierce expressions. Yes, this is the place. I saw it clearly. Is this the tomb raider? Dare to come steal our things. You must want to die. Over 10 people, most wielding hoes, were approaching menacingly. Qin thought it was bad, but he stood up calmly, not flustered at all. The leading man, with a face full of flesh, shouted angrily, "Dare to come to our village to rob graves. You must be tired of living. Stop wasting words with him. Kill him. Damn it, kill him." The crowd was furious. Many were eyeing the tomb behind Qin with blazing eyes. Now Qin was just an ordinary person, and he probably couldn't fight even one of these strong men. His mind raced as he generously stepped aside, revealing the entrance. A chilling aura spread, making goosebumps rise even in broad daylight. "I am from the city ghost control army. We have discovered many evil spirits here. If you want to live, leave quickly." Oh, fear flashed across several faces. Ghosts. If it were in the past, this would just be a story to scare children, but now this thing was truly real. Who are you trying to scare in broad daylight? Ghost control army, what a joke. One person sneered. "I was outside the city when the ghost tide started. I've lived for decades and seen plenty of ghosts, but none have touched a single hair on me." Right, you haven't even matured, acting like a ghost control army here. In broad daylight, even if there are ghosts, what waves could they stir? You are a grave robber. Step aside quickly. The things inside belong to our village. Qin frowned. It's already been emptied. Moreover, going in is certain death. Enough of this. A girl resembling a middle school student had been filming Qin with her phone and now just sneered. "You were just pretending to be from the ghost control army, now pretending to be kind. How ridiculous. What are you guarding here, the ghost's gate?" A woman who had been foraging for wild vegetables shouted angrily. "Young man, it's generous of us not to have attacked you. Step aside quickly. We'll pretend this grave robbery never happened. If you don't step aside, do you believe we'll tie you up and take you to the police station?" Good words are hard to convince the damned ghost. Qin shook his head. He quietly gathered the demon-suppressing tower, the weapon, shovel, biscuits, and bottled water, and stood to the side. The demon-suppressing tower should not have awakened yet. He couldn't leave. "What are you still standing here for? What's wrong? Are you still thinking about the things inside?" "I dug for an entire morning. I'm tired. I'll rest a bit before leaving." "Nyogo, I think this kid is not honest. He might want to sneak something out. Keep an eye on him. Rest assured, if he manages to sneak out even one item today, I'll take his surname." The burly man walked directly to Qin's side and deliberately shoved him twice, sneering. "How interesting. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known there were treasures beneath our feet." Another person said, "You've helped us dig for so long. How about we give you a few bucks for your trouble?" At that moment, one daring person turned on their phone's rear light and was the first to crawl inside. Qin thought it was bad these idiots would wake up whatever was inside early. The girl who had been filming immediately pointed the camera at him. "What do you want to do? Be honest with me." Article 328, Paragraph 1. The crime of excavating ancient cultural sites and tombs refers to behaviors that excavate ancient cultural sites and tombs with historical, artistic, and scientific value. Depending on the severity of the circumstances, penalties range from less than 3 years to over 10 years, or even life imprisonment. "I'm going to be a lawyer." Qin wanted to say, "Aren't you just convicting yourselves for what you're doing now?" But he remained silent. He secretly prayed for the demon-suppressing tower to awaken quickly. Damn, so many things. The first person to enter suddenly cheered. The sound echoed in the tomb chamber and the excavation hole, creating a strange buzzing. All the villagers were overjoyed. They cheered collectively. Several people were scrambling to squeeze into the narrow excavation hole. "We hit the jackpot. Damn it, I have hope of moving to the city." Soon a second person entering also called out excitedly, "Gold. Jade. Jade. Wow, so much gold. We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot. Quick, get the bags. We hit the jackpot. We hit the jackpot." The filming girl sneered. "Didn't you just say it was already emptied? And now, haven't you thought about why there are excavation holes, but so many things left behind?" Qin asked calmly. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the excavation holes proved that grave robbers had entered. Why would so many things still be left inside? She couldn't figure it out, but her mouth remained stubborn. What's it to you? Are you jealous because you can't get any? Kid, have you rested enough? Get lost. The burly man also added. The noise inside the hole grew louder. Don't push. Don't push. Everyone be honest. No matter how many there will share equally. Don't push. Damn. We hit the jackpot. This ring must be worth a lot. This bracelet, it wasn't just flying, was it? Only about 10 people had crawled into the hole, but the noise was enough to match that of dozens. They were indeed very excited. There's a coffin. Come. Everyone push it together. With this voice, an even stronger ghostly aura spread, causing everyone to tremble. The demon-suppressing tower trembled slightly. A black mist gradually surrounded it. It's starting to awaken. In his previous life, Chen Quan had given him a paper armor and paper knife that had awakened, so Chen Qing was not unfamiliar with this. To be safe, Chen Qing didn't move the demon-suppressing tower, but was ready to flee at any moment. Off. Suddenly a shrill scream. Damn it. You scared me. What happened? She seemed to move just now. Move my ass. It really moved. Damn. Off. Ghost. It's a ghost. Several screams ensued. Everyone's face changed dramatically. The demon-suppressing tower finally began to change. The girl filming Chen Qing was suddenly dragged into the hole by something, her hands desperately clinging to the entrance, looking at Chen Qing. Save me. Save me. Chen Qing smiled slightly, dropped the weapon, shovel, and other chaotic items, and fled frantically. The ground shook violently, as if a colossal monster was about to emerge from the ground. Chen Qing was jolted up half a foot from the shock, almost falling over, and staggered away in a mad dash. Ow! Ow! The screams continued. The few people outside were also in a state of panic, and the burly man fled wildly. The girl filming suddenly crawled out of the excavation, hole leisurely, her face strange, her eyes red, looking at Chen Qing's back, stiffly waving. Come back, little brother. Come back, little brother. Voices from inside and outside the hole spoke in unison, vaguely forming a female voice. Chen Qing dared not look back and ran wildly. At a certain moment, all the screams abruptly stopped. The blazing sun was calm. The earth was windless. Only Chen Qing was gasping heavily, clutching the demon-suppressing tower, running like a madman. He ran until his lungs felt like they were tearing his throat, nearly smoking, before finally collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. It was definitely an evil ghost level. Those killed by it would likely turn into ghosts as well. After a while, Chen Qing finally caught his breath. He had run far enough, almost reaching the city, before he looked at the demon-suppressing tower. He took out the flashlight he had just bought, pressed out a small knife, and made a small cut on his fingertip, smearing the blood on it. Instantly, he felt a strange sensation. He weighed the demon-suppressing tower small. With this exclamation, the size of the spirit stone's eyes demon-suppressing tower immediately shrank by half. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Small. The demon-suppressing tower became the size of a number 5 battery. Looking at a large rock by the road, he focused his mind and thought, collect. The large rock instantly disappeared, absorbed into the tower. Indeed, these are 2 super ancient artifacts. Chen Qing's mind stirred, he lightly tossed it out, while simultaneously thinking large. In the next moment, a tower as tall as a person crashed heavily onto the ground. Like a hammer falling, sparks flew, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the cement ground. Kind words cannot save a soul bent on self-destruction. Chen Qing cared not at all for their fates. On his way back to the hotel, Chen Qing stopped once more at an outdoor camping store. The shopkeeper welcomed him like a god of wealth. Do you have anything? A necklace perhaps, or some other container capable of holding half a cigarette for easy carrying. Chen Qing held up the stub as a reference. He did not produce the shrunken demon ceiling pagoda, not because anyone would recognize it, but because in this apocalyptic age one could never be too cautious. Human hearts had grown terrifyingly ruthless. It must be indestructible, impervious to blades, water, and fire. Yes. The shopkeeper immediately produced a braided cord. This is Dyneema, a super strong polyethylene fiber 15 times stronger than steel and even tougher than aramid fiber. Don't be fooled by its thinness. It can tow a 5-ton vehicle without breaking. He then pulled out a mummy-shaped pendant no larger than a fingertip. Pressing the base and twisting counterclockwise, it opened. Inside lay a recessed groove, just large enough to hold half a cigarette. This is called the fatal necklace. Rumor has it former intelligence operatives wore them, filled with lethal toxin for assassination or suicide. Nowadays, extreme sport enthusiasts reportedly store adrenaline inside, life-saving in critical moments. Chen Qing examined it closely. It was precisely the right size to conceal the shrunken demon ceiling pagoda. He instructed the shopkeeper to fasten it around his neck. Weld it there, permanently. Sir, think carefully. Once fixed, removing it without professional tools could take days. All settled. How much? You're our VIP customer. No charge whatsoever. Chen Qing made no further insistence. He left immediately. At the hotel entrance, his phone rang. Chen Qing calling. The moment he answered, her voice erupted in hysterical collapse. Chen Qing, what do you mean by this? Wah. I, you bastard. Daring to curse him? A cold sneer flickered across Chen Qing's mind. He hung up without a word. His phone rang again. Chen Qing, don't hang up. Please, don't hang up. Her voice was already unraveling. Please. I was wrong. Hurry, explain yourself. Chen Qing feigned bewilderment. Explain what? Another voice cut in over the line. Today you reported a robbery, claiming someone snatched your phone. Yet this young lady insists you're in a romantic relationship merely playing around. Please come to the station. Otherwise she faces a minimum 3-year sentence. After hanging up, Chen Qing felt a flicker of surprise. He'd assumed only a 15-day detention. 3 years. That was far graver than anticipated. That would be tantamount to burying her alive. Far too merciful. Among the grotesque faces haunting his past life, Chen Shi and Chen Kun were the last who deserved swift death. Moreover, this woman still served a vital purpose for Chen Qing, of immense value. She absolutely must not die in a police station. What wretched ill omen. At the station, Chen Qing found Chen Shi sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes swollen, her makeup smeared into grimy streaks across her face. The instant she saw him, she lunged forward. Chen Qing swiftly sidestepped and shoved her hard against a nearby desk, shouting, "What unholy thing is this?" Her hips slammed into the desk corner, contorting her face in sharp pain. "CC Chen Qing, it's me." Chen Shi strained to force a smile, yet it looked more like a grimace. "Oh, Chen Shi, is your family in dire straits? Why resort to thievery?" Chen Qing's expression twisted in disdain. "Robbery too? It's a misunderstanding." Chen Shi's teeth clenched. Just then a middle-aged woman emerged from the restroom, and the moment she spotted Chen Qing, fury ignited in her eyes. "Oh, you wretched scoundrel!" She shrieked and rushed to claw at him. "You're the one who got Xiao Shi locked up. You damned villain." Officers instantly restrained her. Chen Qing said nothing and turned to leave. Chen Shi panicked. The middle-aged woman panicked too. "Stop! Stop!" Officers blocked Chen Qing's path. "What now?" he asked, brow furrowed. "You filed a report, but she claims your friend's just fooling around. Robbery carries a 3-year minimum. Handle it accordingly. I find her presence utterly intolerable." He pointed dismissively at the shrieking woman, too weary to argue, and strode away. You just want money, don't you? We'll pay." Chen Shi hastily grabbed her arm. Mom, stop making things worse. He doesn't need money. I came to explain, but no longer wished to." Chen Qing sneered. "Facts are clear. Evidence is irrefutable. 3 years it is." The middle-aged woman seethed, her finger trembling violently as she pointed at him. "You say another word, and I walk out this door." Chen Qing smiled faintly at the woman. "Apologize for your conduct just now." "Apologize? Not in this lifetime. You orphan dog, you killed your own parents." Chen Qing turned and walked away again. "Come back. Get back here." He refused to indulge them, switched off his phone, and returned to the hotel. "Chen Qing, you're back." Chen Man sat expressionless, gnawing on a chicken leg while completing homework, assisted by a servant seated beside him. The servant offered Chen Qing a wry, exhausted smile. Tutoring Chen Man was more exhausting than pulling 2 night shifts. "Thank you for your effort. You may go." Chen Qing handed him 200 yuan bills. The servant accepted them with delight and departed. Before Chen Qing could exchange more than a few words with Chen Man, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Qing opened it. 2 officers stood there, one elderly, one young. "Son, don't act so rashly," the elder officer said amiably. "Let's mediate. Would you truly feel at ease sending a young girl to prison for years?" Chen Qing paused thoughtfully. "I would feel very much at ease." "Right? Exactly. Wait, what?" The elder officer froze. The flawless script of his persuasion had just crashed. An awkward silence fell. The younger officer stepped in. "How then would you like to resolve this?" Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Qing noticed a figure lurking near the stairwell. An apology, of course. A daughter commits robbery, her mother assaults and curses. What kind of household breeds such utterly unrefined offspring? The figure trembled violently, fury surging through her frame. Chen Qing felt a quiet, deep satisfaction. "Did you see how that menopausal woman behaved today? Clawing and shrieking. I nearly died of fright. I thought a ghost had risen. My own cat in heat behaves with more restraint." The figure shook even more violently. "Ahem, ahem." The officers coughed awkwardly, waving their hands. "Enough, no more nonsense. Come here, Eugene Xiao, apologize." Sure enough, it was the same middle-aged woman. Her face burned crimson, her hands quivering as she blurted, "I'm sorry." Chen Qing shut the door. Hey, Hey. The younger officer wedged his foot in the gap, frowning. "What's the meaning of this? Didn't you see how she apologized to me?" Chen Qing scoffed. "Whose dignity is she preserving with that sour face?" The elder officer frowned deeply, glancing first at Chen Qing, then at the woman. "If mediation fails now, I wash my hands of it, and your daughter goes straight to prison." The woman's expression shifted. She drew several deep breaths, gritted her teeth, and declared, "I'm sorry." Chen Qing calmly scraped mud from beneath his fingernails, without glancing up. Not sincere enough. The woman trembled head to toe, inhaling sharply, jaw clenched. "I was wrong today. I apologize. I'm sorry. And what of your insult toward my parents?" Chen Qing flicked blackened clods of dirt from his nails. "You call me a dog who murdered his own parents." The woman froze, then sucked in a long, shuddering breath, her voice cracking into sobs. I am the dog. I am the dog who murdered my own parents. Is that enough? She forced herself to meet his gaze. Eyes bloodshot, voice raw. Chun Qing smiled faintly. No. Tell me, does your family always apologize with murder in their eyes? Her fists clenched until her nails bit deep into her palms. She wiped her face roughly, then without warning slapped herself hard across the cheek. Slap. 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 Chun Qing watched impassive. Enough. The elder officer frowned. Well, let it stand, Chun Qing said, smiling. This display satisfies me. Dismissed. The case has been dismissed. Chun Qing signed a mediation agreement. Chun Cece's eyes were swollen, and her makeup looked like it had been through a sewage ditch. Yu Jingxia's eyes were also red and her cheeks puffy. Chun Qing felt not an ounce of pity in his heart. What is this compared to his own and Chun Man's lives? It's not even enough for interest. But that does not prevent him from feeling very pleased today. He hummed a tune back to the hotel. Tomorrow was July 24th, the day for testing talents. He needed to rest early today. The 24th. The 24th. Chun Qing always felt like he was missing something. He couldn't recall it, so he gave up. After dinner, he took Chun Man out for a stroll. The streets were bustling and warm with life. Various shops were brightly lit, the neon lights dazzling, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. What an ordinary scene, yet a month later such moments would completely vanish from this land. Now there were rotten oranges in the trash that no one wanted, yet someone could risk their life for them. Would anyone want the white bills or the luxurious clothes in the display? Looking at the little chubby boy beside him, he truly had not enjoyed a single day of luxury. So clumsy yet so sensible. He had always tried so hard, but just lacked the brains, making it difficult to do many things. Sometimes when life became too hard, Chun Qing would curse Chun Shan and Chun Quan for leaving the two of them. But Chun Man had never blamed anyone. He never blamed Chun Shan while picking up bottles. When no one was cooking, he would obediently take on the task. When the family ran out of food, he would find a way to pick up something to sell. Then he would buy steamed buns to eat if there was enough money, one for him and one for Chun Qing. If there wasn't enough, they would split it in half. Even in his past life, when Chun Qing pressed him against a knife and they were to die together, he had never uttered a word of complaint. He simply held on to Chun Qing tightly. Now with two super artifacts in hand, a great weight lifted from his heart. Chun Qing must take him to enjoy the final era of prosperity. Chun Qing squatted down and hugged him. Xiaoman, what do you want? What do you want to eat? What do you want to play? Just tell me everything. Pancake with an extra egg. We can eat even better food. Do you like KFC? How about ice cream? Too expensive. Have you forgotten that I have a super large amount of money now? All right then. Chun Qing did not mention steak. He knew Chun Man wouldn't like it. That night Chun Qing felt very relaxed. He picked out several outfits for Chun Man in the most expensive mall. The fabric was soft without any paint smell. He bought the most expensive children's watch for Chun Man. It could make calls and play games. He bought Chun Man a small bicycle. Although he needed training wheels to ride steadily. He bought Chun Man the softest and cleanest socks. He bought the brightest shoes and the biggest balloon. Looking at the clean and bright-faced little chubby boy, a smile crept onto Chun Qing's face. He should have been living like this a long time ago. How should a child of this age be living? Chun Man had never had a reference answer, so he never corrected his life trajectory. Thus in his little world, it was always empty bottles, always cooking, occasionally a bit of cartoons or Animal Planet. He wouldn't complain when he couldn't do things, would simply work hard on his homework. With bags full of Chun Man's things, Chun Qing felt so satisfied at this moment. Passing by the lottery shop, Chun Qing suddenly froze. He remembered what he had forgotten. The lottery. The lottery for the 24th. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. Except for the last number, the first 6 numbers were consecutive. At that time, he had even commented on how neat the numbers were, definitely man-made. So he remembered very clearly. At that moment, Chun Qing bought 5 tickets. He didn't want to be greedy. Tisk 25 million, just like that. This world is indeed bizarre. He sighed and took Chun Man back to the hotel. Chun Man's little belly was full. For the first time in history, he had eaten so well and so much. So full. Chun Qing, I'm sleepy. Good night, Chun Qing. Good night, Xiaoman. Taking out the demon suppression tower, Chun Qing began to experiment. The demon suppression tower has a storage function that much is beyond doubt. What Chun Qing wanted to confirm was the flow rate of time inside. He took a mechanical timer, set the pointer to 0, and put a cup of hot water into the demon suppression tower. After waiting for 10 minutes, he took the items out. There was no change at all. No, wait. There was. The pointer seemed to have moved just a little. After thinking for a moment, he reset the timer to 0 and put it back in the space. He would check again tomorrow. If the time inside the tower was stagnant, that would be the best. Find some large hotels and book 100 or 80 tables, Chun Man, and he could enjoy the delicious food for decades. If time is not stagnant, then he would need to consider canned goods and seeds. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow to be clear. The next day, as soon as Chun Qing woke up, he opened the necklace and took out the timer from the demon suppression tower. The pointer pointed to about 4 seconds. Subtracting the time it took to put in and take out the actual time was probably less than 2 seconds. He had slept for more than 8 hours, and considering 2 seconds, it was nearly a 15000 times difference in time. This means that if hot dishes were put inside, they could stay warm for about 300 days. If considering the degree of not spoiling, they would still be fresh after 30 years. Based on the flow rate of time, 40 years had just passed one day. Very comfortable. He needed to get more of Chun Man's favorite pancakes, Western fast food, and the like. Having confirmed the function of the demon suppression tower, the next step was to stock up. Now he had 7 million, and he needed to exchange as much as possible for items, such as pig feed. But first he had to go test his talent in the morning. He must learn the demon contract technique. Today is Sunday, but the school was very lively. With spiritual power talent, one could enter the Ghost Command Army, the Demon Slayer Squad, and also attend martial arts schools. Whichever it was a step to the sky. In his past life, Chen Qing had given up on the test partly because he thought if he left, no one would take care of Chen Man. Secondly, it was due to his inferiority. A child without parents, no matter how tough the exterior, hid a broken heart within. In fact, Chen Qing's confidence was built in the apocalypse. It was through countless life and death battles that he gradually stood firm and gained confidence. Chen Qing, I thought something happened to you. A sturdy boy walked over. Ho Tianyi, Monkey, his brother. Monkey. Chen Qing was taken aback. A childhood friend who had been through thick and thin together, those people had entered covered in blood that day holding Monkey's knife. Monkey most likely died at the hands of those people. Chen Qing hugged Monkey tightly. Good brother. Damn. So disgusting. Let go. I'm normally oriented. We are lip friendship. You let go. After a while, Monkey finally said, why not really give it a try? At this moment, the person on the flag-raising platform began to speak. Today, the one testing talents for everyone is Han Yuan, the captain of the Ghost Command Army's 5th Squad. A burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood on the flag-raising platform. Chen Qing was stunned. It was actually the captain. In his past life, Chen Qing had followed Han Yuan. Chen Qing survived the 3rd Blood Moon Ghost Tide, while Han Yuan died during the 2nd Ghost Tide. Because his ghost had betrayed him. That terrifying existence of evil spirit level. And this ghost came from the Demon Suppression Tower. Han Yuan was the master of the Demon Suppression Tower in his past life. On the flag-raising platform, Han Yuan spoke confidently. In the same weight class, you can hardly find a species weaker than humans. Not to mention the terrifying monsters. The reason humans have been able to withstand monsters for so many years is because of their powerful souls. Soul movement essence ghost spring. But the premise of cultivation is that you must have this talent. As long as your talent reaches level, you can become a reserve member of the Ghost Subduing Army or the Ghost Extermination Team, gaining an extra 50 points in the college entrance examination. If your talent reaches level, you can become a formal member of the Ghost Subduing Army or the Ghost Extermination Team, gaining an extra 100 points in the college entrance examination. If you reach a level, believe me, it will definitely exceed your imagination. Han Yuan smiled mysteriously and stopped speaking. The crowd began to stir. Most of what he said was somewhat familiar to them, but hearing it directly from the captain of a Ghost Subduing Army felt entirely different. Now let's begin. The test is simple. Just place your hand on the giant ghost orb on the flag-raising platform. The ghost orb is semi-transparent with gray-black mist slowly swirling inside. A student stepped up to test, but there was no change. Then came the 2nd, 3rd. When the 4th student approached, the mist seemed to be blown away slightly. Wait a minute, a staff member waved. Try again. The student was full of excitement and reached out to touch it again. No matter where he touched, the gray-black mist was pushed away as if it were avoiding his hand. This is the manifestation of spiritual energy leakage. Han Yuan declared loudly. Only in this way can one cultivate. His energy level is only C. But that doesn't mean his future will be poor. It's like intelligence. Highly intelligent people find it easier to learn, but that doesn't mean they will come in first place. Energy levels can be improved, and those with lower levels shouldn't be discouraged. Next, one by one people stepped forward. The proportion of those with talent was around 20, but most were at level. Occasionally someone at level would draw gasps from the crowd. Then another person stepped up. As soon as he placed his hand on the orb, the mist inside began to swirl rapidly, as if blown by the wind. Energy level A. The crowd immediately gasped. Wow, a big shot has arrived. This one is impressive. While others seemed to just blow gently, his feels like a fan has been turned on. Another person stepped up and Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Chen Kuan, the younger brother of Chen, she the 2nd on the kill list. That knife was the one he plunged into Chen Qing's chest. Chen Qing naturally remembered his energy level was S. But temperament and fortune will determine the heights of one's future. In his past life, Chen Kuan was arrogant at first, but after losing one ghost pet, he no longer had the courage to face ghostly beings, and instead sought protection behind his own back. Let alone in this life. No matter how many S levels you have, I will definitely skewer you alive. In the most literal sense. Chen Kuan felt a bit nervous, took a deep breath, and placed his hand on it. The ghost orb trembled slightly, and the mist inside surged wildly. Wow, is this a bug? No way, another level has appeared. The crowd was astonished and Chen Kuan was surprised, but it quickly turned into joy. Han Yuan was also a little surprised and remarked, there is actually an S level. Upon hearing it was S level, everyone was shocked. Teacher, is S level the highest grade? How low is that ratio? Does it count as a 1 in 10,000 talent? Don't mind that. Han Yuan waved his hand. High talent will certainly lead to higher cultivation speed, but it's not the only condition and does not determine that his future achievements will be higher than others. Although he said this, everyone was cheering. They had seen too many stories like this. Isn't it always said in novels that such people can cultivate in one day what others take several days to achieve? Damn, what bad luck. The monkey spat as he and Chen Kuan were not on good terms. After cursing a few more times, it was his turn. The monkey casually placed his hand on the ghost orb. The orb moved gently. Energy level C. Next, the monkey was momentarily stunned, then immediately overjoyed. I'm going to bring glory to my family. The next one was Qin Qing. Qin Qing knew he had talent, which was why, when Han Yuan from the ghost subduing army came to Jiangpan community in his previous life, he gave him an introductory cultivation method and promised to provide a more advanced technique once he mastered it. But by then it was too late, and Qin Qing could only squeeze out a little time to cultivate amidst extreme tension. Han Yuan looked at Qin Qing and nodded. Qin Qing placed his hand on the orb. Whoosh, the mist inside the ghost orb began to swirl wildly, as if a hairdryer had been turned on. Wow, here we go again. Another S has appeared. A big shot has arrived. Han Yuan and several staff members were taken aback. He still said energy level S. Wow, little Qingzi. The monkey ran over to congratulate him. Does the big shot accept younger brothers? Qin Qing. You're impressive. The homeroom teacher, Shi Jilang, also came over, patting Qin Qing heavily on the shoulder. See, this is why I had you participate in the test. Qin Qing. Suddenly Chen Kuan walked over, looking coldly at Qin Qing, flames almost bursting from his eyes. You're the one who hurt my mom and sister, right? I didn't hurt them. Qin Qing sincerely shook his head. Your mom slapped herself while apologizing to me, left and right. Oh right. Not only did she hit me, but she also said in the dog thing slap. You're a magnanimous slap. Qin Qing vividly recounted. He looked at him calmly. Chen Kuan was already so angry that he clenched his fists and rushed over. I'll screw your mom. Qin Qing lifted his foot and heavily kicked him in the thigh. Chen Kuan staggered back a few steps, holding his thigh, his face contorting in pain. Is it true that there are people in your family who were born without being taught? Qin Qing frowned. Your sister steals things at the slightest disagreement. Your mom causes a scene at the police station, and you curse others' moms whenever you feel like it. Is it too much to ask for some upbringing? They'll teach your mom some manners. Chen Kuan was so angry he was a bit dazed, limping as he charged up again. Slap. Qin Qing slapped him hard on the nose. His nose was fragile, connected to the tear ducts, and tears gushed out. Afraid others would see, he quickly covered his face and squatted down. Qin Qing held his hands and slowly pried them apart. The sight of his tear-streaked, snot-covered face suddenly appeared before everyone. Don't cry. It's so lame. Qin Qing comforted him. All right, I won't hit you anymore, okay? Like a parent soothing a child. You. Chen Kuan wiped his face vigorously with his sleeve, pointing at Qin Qing, gritting his teeth. Qin Qing raised his palm, pretending to strike. Chen Kuan instinctively stepped back. See, you can't hit me, and you're also cowardly like a dog while you're here yelling for your mom. Qin Qing cursed. He waved his hand, turned around, and no longer paid him any attention. Shi Jilang and the monkey watched everything in shock. Qin Qing. How has he changed? That silent, timid boy who would swallow everything inside him. How did he suddenly become like this? Arrogant, reckless, as if he had donned the wind, rustling loudly. Are you all right? The monkey looked at Qin Qing in surprise, cautiously asking. Qin Qing was silent. All right. How could it be possible? Who doesn't have a pile of bitter experiences behind their sudden change in temperament? But he wasn't someone who liked to bare his soul, just shook his head. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. Qin Qing, Chen Kuan Yang, Xing Shui Huang Sha. The staff called out a long list of names. Please come up to the stage. Qin Qing. Shi Jilang immediately shouted. They are probably going to pull you into the ghost subduing army. Don't rush to agree. Wait a few more days and see if the martial arts school can offer better conditions. Martial arts school? Qin Qing wouldn't consider it. Once he entered the martial arts school, blood moon would come. A few people stepped onto the stage. At this moment, Chen Kuan particularly didn't want to stay with Qin Qing, deliberately lagging a few steps behind, hanging far back. Just as Shi Jilang said, Han Yuan wanted to pull them into the ghost subduing army. All the students shook their heads. Just as Shi Jilang said, they all saw themselves as products waiting to be sold. But Qin Qing was very firm. I only have one condition. Oh, Han Yuan looked over. I want to choose the cultivation methods from the ghost subduing army. That is a must. Cultivation methods. Isn't that something meant for others to learn? Boss, hello. Qin Qing punched his chest in salute. Han Yuan was surprised that Qin Qing knew the salute of the ghost subduing team, but immediately returned the gesture. Welcome to the team. The others behind also stood up and saluted in unison. Welcome to the team. Everyone exchanged smiles, laughing heartily at each other. This feeling was wonderful. It was like crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, unexpectedly meeting an old friend. Shi Jilang gazed from a distance, somewhat lost in thought. Qin Qing was not an easy student to handle. As an orphan, no one taught him how to use chopsticks, no one informed him that spicy strips were junk food, and no one showed him how to mend torn pants. While others learned to call adults uncle and aunt during their babbling childhood, orphans took a long time learning these basics from the disdainful looks they received. Thus, Chinching was not an easy student to manage. He was sensitive, insecure, and had various issues. Yet often the ones most loved by their parents are the ones with the worst problems. Therefore, Shi Ziling's protection of Chinching was almost overt. As long as he was present, no one could bully Chinching. Just watching the audacious youth on stage now, he couldn't help but smile faintly. This boy who had lost both parents and had to care for his younger brother seemed like he wouldn't have to worry about anything else in the future. On the way back, Chinching called out to the monkey. "Monkey, do you trust me?" The monkey was taken aback, grinning widely. "First tell me what it is, and then I'll decide whether to trust you. Stock up on more food, instant noodles, canned goods. The longer they can be preserved, the better." "No problem." The monkey nodded. "This small matter is approved by me. If there are conditions, the family could consider building a safe house." Safe house? The monkey frowned. This was not a small project. "Do you have some insider information?" "Oh, not exactly insider. It might be quite difficult this time." Chinching didn't elaborate too much as it was rather bizarre. The monkey nodded. "He'll go do some persuasion on them." Chinching also sent a message to Shi Zhilang asking him to stockpile more food. Without specifying the exact reasons, Shi Zhilang replied with a single word, "Okay." The monkey's family also lived in the Jiangpan community, but since Chinching was now staying at a hotel, they parted ways at the intersection. Still on the road, Chinching called Manager Yang. "Manager Yang, do you have any reliable manufacturers of pig feed?" "Are you really buying?" "Not really, just out of curiosity, and I want to stock a bit. You know, I have a bit of persecution paranoia." "We do have some." Soon Manager Yang sent over a PDF document. It was inconvenient to examine it in detail on the road, but a brief glance showed over 10 pig feed manufacturers. Upon returning to the hotel, a lavish lunch had already been set before Chen Man, who was eating with grease all over his mouth. Chinching also sat down, casually grabbing a prime rib steak to munch on while looking at the PDF. Among the manufacturers, too, were quite suitable, local, reasonably priced, and of appropriate scale. He called one of them to inquire about the price. "How much do you want?" 1,000 tons. "That'll be 3 million then. What if we add meat?" The person paused slightly, sounding somewhat impatient. "Are you adding meat to your pig feed? Are you that bored?" "I'm not joking." Him introduced by Manager Yang from the 300 Warriors. "Oh, not commercial meat, but zombie meat like those, aged frozen fish and frozen meat. If you have connections, leftover scraps from processing plants will do as well." "That's really strange. Is there someone adding meat to pig feed these days?" The customer service was a bit boisterous. "All right, we'll discuss it and get back to you before tomorrow." After hanging up, Chinching let out a long breath. Long-term lack of meat can drain one's energy. If they rationed it, 10 adults would consume a ton a year, and 1,000 tons would be enough to support a community. Human vitality is the foundation of all. Without it, even the strongest formations would crumble. In places where people's vitality is sufficiently robust, evil spirits do not dare to approach. For example, military camps and schools. However, there wasn't enough money, so he had to seek out a loan shark to get some funds. Just as Chinching was about to make a second call, he suddenly felt a gentle vibration from the necklace around his neck. Chinching was startled, and his heart tightened. "There's a ghost. There's a ghost here." A strange yet cheerful voice suddenly rang out. "Jin Bu Huan, Jin Bu Huan, Jin Bu Huan, Jin Bu Huan." A ghost appeared abruptly in the room, standing half a meter tall, emaciated, ragged, carrying a gigantic bag, nearly a meter in diameter. "Is it Jin Bu Huan?" Chinching was slightly dazed. "Jin Bu Huan," he shouted, but there was no response. "Jin Bu Huan, Jin Bu Huan, Jin Bu Huan, Jin Bu Huan." As he spoke, Jin Bu Huan leaped high and jumped into a flip-flop, disappearing from sight. And the flip-flop naturally turned into a golden flip-flop. Weighing it was about 10 pounds. Gold has a high density, and this flip-flop was thick-soled. If he could find an opportunity to sell it, he could trade it for some resources, so he casually stored it in the demon-suppressing tower. Chinching arrived at the Jiangpan community. His family's safe house construction was in full swing, and the progress was pleasing. After thinking for a moment, Chinching turned into the northeast corner of the community to the electric vehicle shed. Upon arriving at the back of the shed, he saw a familiar figure. Uncle Xia, who was blind. In this apocalypse, the only ones who had not betrayed Chinching were probably two people, the monkey and Uncle Xia. In the Jiangpan community, Chinching actually had a relative, his aunt. When Chinching was 13, there was a time when they truly faced starvation. Chinching shamelessly pleaded with his aunt, using his last bit of dignity, to borrow 200 yuan. But he was met only with humiliation. Especially when Chinching hid in the hallway listening to his aunt laughing at home, every word deeply etched in his mind. "That wretch has always targeted me. Everything is better than me. Ha ha ha, look. Now her wretched offspring has come to my doorstep." That winter, Chinching thought he and Chin Man might die. It was during this time that Uncle Xia gave him a pile of dirty, smelly small bills totaling 48.5 yuan. Among them were even 2 toy bills for children. So during the blood moon, when Uncle Xia was full, Chinching was able to eat. If it weren't for Uncle Xia's constant disapproval, he would have been taken home long ago. At this moment, Uncle Xia was cooking. A blind man living alone surely had a terrible hygiene. The water in the pot was murky, and he groped to set a small pot on a stove made of 3 bricks. It took him quite a while to ignite the wood underneath the pot with a lighter. Those wood pieces should be scraps from building materials. During this process, the lighter burned his hand, but perhaps he had long been accustomed to it merely shaking his hand and ignoring it. When the water in the pot began to bubble, Uncle Xia tore open a wrinkled packet of instant noodles, feeling around to place the noodle cake, and then added the seasoning packets one by one. He shook the crumbs of instant noodles from the bag into his hand and ate them, licking the seasoning packets clean. After waiting for a while, Uncle Xia took out a wooden board, pushed the ashes over to extinguish the fire, and then took a pair of disposable chopsticks from a large bag next to him. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly frowned. Chen Qing took a deep breath, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Uncle Xia, it's me." Chen Qing. Uncle Xia immediately called out, Come, do you want some noodles?" Chen Qing walked over, sitting down on a dark, worn-out brown sofa, and smiled. "How have you been lately?" "It's a mess here," but Chen Qing knew not to touch anything. Uncle Xia had long memorized the positions of everything, and even moving a little would cause trouble. Chen Qing pondered how to give him money. Unlike other struggling individuals, Uncle Xia was a strong-willed and stubborn man. Even Chen Qing was filled with self-doubt. But what about Uncle Xia? Although he was blind, wherever he went he was like a flag waving amidst a garbage heap. "You haven't come around in a while. A Chen man came by a few days ago and gave me a cake." "Oh." Chen Qing was somewhat surprised. "Don't be fooled by this kid's seemingly stupid demeanor. He will definitely become something great." Uncle Xia laughed. "What about you? You must have tested your talent by now. How did it go?" "I passed. My talent is grade pretty excellent, right?" "Really?" Uncle Xia was overjoyed. "See. Fortune's turn. Fortune's turn indeed." Chen Qing suddenly had a bright idea. "Uncle Xia, hey, race the thing. If I pass the talent test, they will give shopping cards, but the cards are about to expire. I bought a lot of stuff, some of which I can't finish. If you can't finish it, give it to me. You little brat. Get more milk or something." Sure, I'll send it over right away." Immediately, Chen Qing went to the supermarket, not choosing expensive items, but picking up snacks like cookies, instant noodles, bread, ham, sausages, self-heating rice, and so on. When the 2 large bags were delivered to Uncle Xia, he beamed with joy. After some small talk, Chen Qing took his leave. Uncle Xia faced the direction Chen Qing had left, silently touching the 2 large bags of items. After a long while, he sighed. "Where can you find a ghost army that sends shopping cards, especially expired ones? I might be blind, but my heart is not blind." As he spoke, he bowed to a broken statue of Buddha in the corner. "The world is not peaceful. I hope the 2 children stay safe and healthy." The following content is unrelated to the main text. It cannot be published separately due to being under 1,000 words, so it must be added here. Readers may skip it. The childhood of Yanhua was quite tough. She picked up trash, collected animal dung, and gathered leftover vegetables and rotten leaves after the market closed. The most humiliating moment was when she wore a pair of high heels. She found a class painfully squeezing her feet, afraid her classmates would see her, and lingering for half an hour after school before daring to go home. Every semester's tuition was delayed again, and every day in class, she dared not look the head teacher in the eye. In middle school, after a home visit, the teacher said, "It's too pitiful." Then he called on the whole class to donate to Yanhua. She accepted it, and from then on, self-doubt accompanied her throughout middle school. To be honest, it took Yanhua a long time and a long path to be able to tell this experience as a joke. The 48.5 yuan mentioned in Chapter 9 was her first grade tuition, a number and hardship she would never forget. Even in college, her monthly living expense was only 400 yuan. To be honest, she has yet to hear of anyone with a lower budget than hers. Throughout middle school, Yanhua completed her studies with the support of a retired aunt named Zhang Yun. So after this book gained some traction, Yanhua chose to sponsor a child. Actually, it's like sponsoring 1.5 children. Because the second child only gets 200 yuan a month, she didn't dare to mention it. Yanhua is very aware of the difficulties these children face. Now, wanting to help the second child, she boldly asks her readers to consider making a free donation while reading. Yanhua calculated that if just 1% of her readers donated, it would be enough to support this girl until she reaches adulthood. If it's not enough, Yanhua will make up the difference. If there's a surplus, it will help the 3rd child, 4th child, 5th child. The sponsor will be credited as readers of My Ghost Pet is Zhong Kuei. How cool is that, my dear readers? As long as you donate once, it's considered helping a child. Just thinking about it makes us feel so awesome. It's simply heartwarming, isn't it? We are the conscience of the world. The kind that can burn the blood and boil the mouths of blood-sucking demons. By the way, let me explain the situation. This girl's parents are both deceased, and she has a younger sister. Neither of them does very well in school. I have been to her small house, checked her household registration, and chatted with the village committee. I guarantee the situation is real. Let's take advantage of this winter vacation to gather a portion of living expenses written with love for her. Cheers. August 27, 2025 update. The older girl has already started her internship, while the younger one is still under sponsorship. I never expected that. I only wanted to sponsor 2 sisters at the time, but later it increased more and more. The number of sponsored children has reached 599, and around September 12, I will sponsor about 360 more. Yanhua has also accepted an advertisement from a certain platform, and the advertising revenue will also be added to the scholarship fund. This year, we should be able to surpass 1,000 children. October 2, 2025 update on September 14, AI sponsored 380 people, and the total number of sponsorships has reached 979. Thanks to all the dear readers for your trust. For every page you read, Yanhua receives income, which has led to this scholarship fund. Every reader has contributed. AI will bear witness to that. Ultimately, a blind man cannot be given too much money for fear of attracting attention. For now, let's leave it at that regarding the blood moon. As it approaches, I must ensure he is brought to my home. As I pondered this, the feed factory's call came, and we can do it according to your needs with a meat content of about 8. It will add 320 yuan per ton. So little. Chen Qing was taken aback. Originally a ton sold for 3,000 yuan, and now the addition of meat only increased it by 10. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. First, the meat content was low, and second, the meat used was not of good quality. Let's go with 3,300 then. I'll take 1,000 tons. Please send me your account number. The person on the other end was slightly taken aback, having never seen business discussed this way. But they promptly sent the account number. 3 million was transferred immediately. Soon the phone rang again. This time the tone had become much more polite. Sir, may I ask how to address you? At this point he found it absurd. Not even knowing my surname, I directly transferred 3 million. Aren't you afraid we are con artists? My surname is Chun. Time is tight. Please arrange production quickly. Just notify me when it's ready. Alright, I'll send you a 24-hour contact number. You can give me any instructions. After hanging up, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. Manager Yang, do you have any empty warehouses I could borrow? No more than a week. Yes, there are 3 vacant warehouses in the northern high-tech zone. You can go anytime, and I'll give them a heads up. Thank you. You're welcome. Without delay, I took a taxi directly to the high-tech zone. Before the ghost tide, this place was nearly operational 24 hours a day. Although the impact of the ghost tide in the north was minimal, the current vacancy rate of the warehouses indicated that it had already affected various aspects. The 3 warehouses were quite large, each over 10,000 square meters, and what particularly pleased Chen Qing was the conveyor belt connecting the back door to the front. The best part was that the conveyor belt passed through 2 security machines, dividing the entire warehouse into 3 distinct areas. The 3 areas could not see each other. In short, I would just need them to pack the vegetables and place them on the conveyor belt. Chen Qing pulled out a phone number. I have VIP card number 527. Are there any discounts for booking a table at your hotel? Yes, sir. As long as it's within the city, if you book a whole table, we can deliver it with compensation for any delay. If you exceed 50 tables, we also have a mobile catering service that can set up on site. Chen Qing knew about this and asked how much for a table. Depending on the dishes, there are 5 tiers ranging from 688 to 4888. The standard for a 688 yuan table is. You mentioned the 4888 tier. For 4,888 yuan, each table includes 18 dishes, exquisite cold platters, garlic prawns, from Dao boiled shrimp, fragrant fish, treasure crabs, secret sauce beef, scallion abalone, from Dalian lotus braised turtle. Absolutely a feast of rare delicacies. But it sounded too extravagant. After asking about the other tiers, the 688 yuan offerings were mostly homestyle dishes like sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, and meatball soup. Ironically, these suited his taste best. Is this really the fate of the poor? I'll book 100 tables at 4888, 500 tables at 1288, and 1,000 tables at 688. Sir, are you sure? The person on the other end was slightly stunned. 100 tables were already considered a large order. A scale of 1,600 tables was something they had never heard of. Moreover, in banquets, it's most taboo to have different tiers at different tables. If there isn't enough money, it's better to cut the dishes in half for each table, lowering them by 2 tiers rather than having some tables better than others. Thus, they assumed Chen Qing was just playing a prank or calling to scam them. Of course, in the service industry, they could only smile along. Please come to the high-tech zone warehouse area zone, see warehouse 211. I'm sorry, sir, but the quantity you ordered is somewhat exaggerated. We need to collect a deposit before proceeding. How much? The total price is 182 million, requiring a 20 deposit, which amounts to 364000. What's your account number? The operator reported the account number, sneering internally. This type of scam was far too cliched. They would likely soon say something about freezing the bank card, followed by a slew of cliché tricks like clicking links and texts. Damn. He was just thinking this when suddenly a voice shouted, "Is there a large order for 1,600 tables in the warehouse area? Are they actually inviting the entire city to a banquet?" The operator was stunned. What? Wasn't this a clear scam? How could it be real? Quick. Everyone move. Team 1 of chefs, take the ingredients for 100 tables of homestyle dishes. Over, others hurry to procure materials. Call all suppliers, we must secure this order. The operator was slightly taken aback, hesitantly saying, "Is this a scam? The deposit has already been sent." What a joke. The entire hotel became busy. Everyone was astonished. 1,600 tables, could they really be treating the whole city? The hotel was quick, and a mobile catering service soon arrived at the warehouse area, but several chefs were a bit dumbfounded. Where were the diners? Just one. A mister. Shin, where are the guests for the banquet? This is an urgent task, don't worry about that. Just pack each portion and place it on the conveyor belt. Someone will take it from the back. You should stay in the front unloading area, no one is allowed to go back. Don't overthink, don't ask questions, don't be curious. The chef's heart sank, they suddenly had many suspicions. Their gazes toward Chun-Ching changed significantly. Could it be the ghost army? This young man, despite his age, must be a prominent figure in the ghost army. They were curious in their hearts, but refrained from inquiring, merely directing their companions to start preparing. This was a semi-trailer. After activating the switch, the side doors opened, and amid the rumbling noise it gradually extended to form a space of about 7 meters by 7 meters. The chefs moved quickly and soon became busy. The sound of chopping ingredients soon filled the air. The conveyor belt inside the warehouse was covered with plastic, but it was very new once uncovered. Moreover, the meals were all pre-packaged. Even if dust settled, it wouldn't matter. Whoosh, boom. The fire was lit. With powerful flames, the speed of dish preparation was quick, and soon the first dish was delivered to Chun-Ching. Opening it revealed stir-fried pork slices steaming hot and fragrant. Chun-Ching was extremely satisfied and stored it in the demon-suppressing tower. With a time flow rate of 15,000 times faster, even if he took it out 10 or 20 years later, the dish would still be hot. Chen Man could comfortably live out the rest of his life. Then came the second third. The 100th 200th. 2 hours later, the speed of dish preparation suddenly doubled. It seemed the second batch of manpower had also arrived. In this flurry of activity, it soon became evening. He called Chun Man, telling him to eat and sleep on his own, while Chun-Ching casually grabbed a couple of boxes. He then immersed himself back into work. He was using his mental power to collect the dishes. At this moment, Chun-Ching was utterly exhausted, but it seemed his mental power was subtly strengthening. Could this also be considered a form of cultivation? Like Chun-Ching, the chefs in the food truck were already drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Clap, clap, clap. The manager appeared, a sudden smile on his face. Everyone, perk up your ears and listen carefully. Hey, keep your hands moving, listen with your ears. The chairman is aware of this order. He has spoken, and if we do it well, each person will receive a bonus of 10,000. What? Wow. What? 10,000. Awesome. Long live the chairman. Damn it, today I will die in this food truck, if I must. Give it your all, brothers. Everyone exploded with excitement. The head chef seemed to think of something, leaned over, and whispered, that young man has quite the background. Most likely from the Ghost Army. The manager whispered, recently the Ghost Army has been very active. They are probably planning something big. These are probably for the Ghost Army. Then why not just go to the military? Wouldn't it be better to do it there? If we could do it on site, why would I bother asking you? The manager shot him a look. Don't pry into the matters of the world. Just as he was speaking, his phone rang. It was the chairman calling. Even though he couldn't see, the manager naturally shrank a bit when answering the phone. Xiao Jin, this matter must be handled. It must be handled well, do you understand? Yes, chairman, rest assured, I guarantee it with my life. I wish I could come over personally, but they didn't approach through official channels, so I can't show my face. Just remember, if we handle this order, well, we might be able to connect with this opportunity. Understood. It will definitely be handled. The chairman, still worried, reminded, recently many Ghost Army personnel have appeared in the city. According to some big shots, the Ghost Army may take over Shiming City. In any case, whatever that young man says, follow it unconditionally. Don't pry, don't be curious. Just do your job honestly. That is better than flattering 1,000 times. Understood. Understood. The manager hung up and dove back into the food truck, emphasizing, make sure to wear your hats tightly. I know it's hot, but hygiene must be maintained. Not a single hair is allowed to fall. You go get 10 cans of gas and also 20 pounds of green onions and 200 pounds of potatoes. You pick the best. Xiaoqin chopped the meat a bit finer. Chun-Ching, who was almost yawning, suddenly slapped his forehead. While collecting the ingredients, he took out his phone. Chen Man loved KFC the most, and he had forgotten to order. So he ordered 100 family buckets from each of the 21 stores in the city. He also called to have the manager help put them on the conveyor belt. The manager's attitude was explosively good. He could almost hear him bowing repeatedly through the phone. Chun-Ching was puzzled. Has the service industry become this competitive now? But soon a call came in. Sorry, sir, we don't have enough for 100 family buckets at our store. Could you please cancel or order 50 instead? He received several similar calls. But in the end, he still ordered over 1600 portions. Chun-Ching thought for a moment and simply ordered a mix based on the takeout menu. Everything from skewers, marinated dishes, fried chicken, ice cream, milk tea, fried rice to pastries. All in massive quantities. At the entrance of KFC in the northern square, 8 delivery riders were quite curious. Are you also from warehouse area C? You too. Incredible. Is it now popular to have a banquet with KFC? Let's go see. The further they walked, the more astonished they became. Because more and more delivery riders merged into this crowd. Soon they formed a mighty army of electric bikes. Warehouse area C. You too. The closer they got to the high-tech zone, the more surprised everyone became. Eventually, they didn't even need to ask anything. When I was in elementary school, I wrote a novel with a wealthy character, and to highlight his wealth, I said he ate 100 family buckets every day. I can't believe I actually saw it happen in real life during my lifetime. When they reached warehouse area C, the crowd of electric bikes was already a chaotic mess. The manager had to start directing traffic and organizing everyone to place their items on the conveyor belt. Almost everyone was asking who the chun was that placed the order. But the manager only replied with a stern face, "Don't pry into the matters of the world. Don't pry into the matters of the world. Don't pry into the matters of the world." At 9 o'clock in the evening, a batch of helpers was invited from other hotels. The speed increased significantly. Finally, by 2 in the morning, everything was completed. Everyone was exhausted, including Qin. Under such high-intensity use of mental energy throughout the day, his mind felt itchy, as if something was about to grow. The manager's voice was hoarse, yet he still dialed Qin's number. "Mr. Qin, the order has been completed. Can you sign for it?" Qin quickly arrived at the warehouse, but he saw dozens of chefs all dressed differently, clearly from different hotels. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Wow, I didn't expect the hotel industry to be so united. When one is in trouble, 8 come to help." Without any hesitation, he signed. Then, "Oh, we'll transfer the money right now." No, there's no rush, it can be done anytime." Huh. Has the hotel industry become this competitive? They aren't even in a hurry to collect payment. At that moment, Qin felt something was off in his head. Although he didn't understand, he was quite pleased. It would be even better if he could pay in installments. The manager and head chef began directing everyone to clean up the mess on the ground. They worked quickly and soon took a truckload of garbage away. Once everything settled, the delivery electric bike slowly arrived, repeatedly comparing the address and curiously asked, "Who is this Qin person?" Your delivery on Know Your Takeout. Enjoy your meal." Qin took the milk tea and handed it to the delivery guy. "Hey buddy, can you give me a ride back? He'll treat you to milk tea." "What about the skewers?" "You can have those too. Spicy small. Those are yours too." The delivery guy was a bit dazed, having encountered the most bizarre night of his career. After dropping Qin off at the hotel entrance, he took a couple of sips of milk tea and muttered, "Thank you, Chun." When Qin returned to the hotel, Qin Man was groggily waking up. "Good night, Qin. Good night." Qin Man immediately fell back asleep, snoring loudly. Qin suddenly thought of something and took out the lottery ticket. 25 million. He struck it rich. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33. This was the prize drawn on the 24th, starting with 24. No need to check, he must have won. These numbers were too special. He couldn't forget them even if he tried. He seemed to have heard that the tax was 20. Should he wear a helmet when claiming the prize? Qin mumbled as he casually searched for the winning numbers. Then, he froze. 4, 6, 9, 18, 24, 27, 32. Did he read it wrong? He carefully checked the numbers again. He double-checked the date, July 24th. Everything matched. So what went wrong? 6. Really 6. He tore the lottery ticket to shreds. He fell asleep holding Qin Man. Qin slept soundly until noon. Perhaps his brain was finally beginning to awaken. Qin Man had already left for school on his own. After breakfast, Qin reported to the 5th Battalion of the Ghost-Subduing Army. "Welcome, Qin." Han Yuan struck his right fist against his left chest in a crisp military salute. Qin returned the gesture with equal formality. "You may already be familiar with our unit, but allow me to formally introduce it. The Ghost-Subduing Army, the demon-slaying teams, and the martial academies constitute the 3 pillars of cultivation in our era. Among them, the Ghost-Subduing Army serves primarily as defenders. Its ranks are the largest, forming the very bedrock of the Great Tang Empire. The demon-slaying teams operate as elite mobile forces, conducting decapitation strikes and deep reconnaissance. They are our special operations units, the sharpest edge of the blade. The martial academies gather most talents who possess innate aptitude, yet prefer refinement over combat, advancing martial arts theory, refining techniques, and developing weaponry. For instance, the standard-issue Kunwo blade used by our armed forces was engineered entirely within the academies. Qin knew this well. Though the demon-slaying teams offered the most generous compensation, he bore responsibility for Qin Man, and thus could never commit to relentless campaigns across distant frontiers. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the Ghost-Subduing Army. Can you name our 3 primary armaments?" "The Kunwo blade, the Kunlun crossbow, and the rifle." Without hesitation, Qin declared, "I choose the Kunwo blade. Once your weapon is selected, your future assignment is effectively determined." "I understand." The Kunwo blade was a close combat weapon. The Kunlun crossbow served auxiliary and mid to short-range precision roles. The rifle fulfilled long-range sniping functions. Han Yuan nodded. "Let us now formally assess your innate talent, then issue your equipment. Those who test at grade A or above typically receive unique opportunities. They are not bound to remain within the battalion. And you, I would like to train here for several days first." The ghost binding art was essential, especially the Black Prison ghost binding art. Hichong take Qin for the talent assessment. Moments later, a powerfully built man approached, gregarious and voluble from the moment he laid eyes on Qin. Hichong. "My hobby. Fishing. My family used to slaughter pigs. Have you ever slaughtered one? I heard from the captain that you possess strength talent. It's truly a pity you're not joining the demon-slaying teams. What does strength talent feel like?" As they spoke, they arrived at a chamber resembling a hospital radiology suite. A wall stood beside them fitted with a large observation window. Two figures in white lab coats stood alongside Han Yuan, watching intently. At the center sat an apparatus resembling an electric chair, its armrests carved with palm-shaped indentations. One simply sat down and placed both hands inside. Electrodes were clipped to wrists, ankles, and fingers. A helmet wired with dozens of cables was secured upon the head. It's been ages, decades, since an Shrank recruit joined our battalion. And when one does appear, the demon-slaying teams always snatch them away. Let's hope this one stays with us. Confirming all preparations were complete, He Chong flashed an OK sign toward the observation room and grinned mischievously, ready for your soul to leave your body. Chen Qing nodded. A low hum resonated, soft yet profound. His entire body jolted, especially his skull, as if something invisible were tugging at his mind from afar. Truly, it felt like an out-of-body experience. The monitor flickered wildly with cascading numbers, then froze abruptly. At the bottom of the readout, a single line appeared: energy level SS. The physician gaped. Doubles rank. SS rank. That matches the captain's own level. Han Yuan's jaw dropped, then lowering his voice sharply, an error. Reclassify it as Shrank. Huh. Do it now. I need a deputy captain. Do you want me to punch you? Yes. They understood perfectly why. If the demon-slaying teams learned the truth, they would demand his immediate transfer without delay. But Captain, the machine logs everything. By the time they discover it, my charisma will have made Chen Qing refuse to leave, even if I try to chase him away. He Chong and Chen Qing soon saw the revised result for themselves. Indeed, it was an authentic Shrank reading. Congratulations, Chen Qing. You've improved slightly since your last assessment, Han Yuan said with a smile. The two physicians exchanged glances, silent, unreadable. Chen Qing inwardly confirmed it. He had grown stronger. He'd sensed it himself while using the demon sealing pagoda to collect deliveries. After a pause, he asked Han Yuan, Captain, these past few days my head's been itching. How to put it? It's as if my brain is growing. Is this normal? At those words, Han Yuan, the two physicians, and He Chong froze in stunned silence. Congratulations. He Chong barely began before Han Yuan delivered a thunderous kick, sending him flying. He Chong tumbled several meters and snapped his mouth shut. Han Yuan's voice turned grave. This new recruit likely suffers from neurological pathology, and you dared make light of it. He Chong, Chen Qing, wait here for a moment. With that, Han Yuan pulled the three others into the observation chamber. Is it happening now? Chief, he's about to awaken. Silence. Han Yuan raked his fingers through his hair, his face contorted in anguish, as though wearing a mask of pure torment. After all this time, we finally find a promising recruit, only for him to awaken now. We'll never retain him. After a long agonized pause, he roared, change it. Make it greater. Huh, Chief, that's outright corruption. Unscrupulous. His stipend will be slashed by half. Nonsense. Do you think I'd let him suffer? I'll compensate him. Not double, but quadruple, no octuple, his losses. Change it, or I'll punch you. TSK. Henceforth we'll call you Black Captain. Lawless. Utterly lawless. Before He Chong could utter another barb, another kick sent him soaring once more. Not a single one of you is useful. If I fall in battle, some outsider appointed from above will command this battalion, and shame me before the whole force. We need a designated successor. Do you understand? When Han Yuan re-emerged before Chen Qing, his expression was somber. You harbor a psychic tumor within your cranium, one actively absorbing your mental energy. Thus your true energy classification is grade A. A psychic tumor. It will gradually dissolve as you cultivate. There is no cause for concern. Chen Qing stood speechless. Something was deeply strange, yet the sensation of his brain growing was undeniably real. Perhaps it truly did exert influence. Come, let's select your cultivation manual. What kind do you wish to study? At that question, Chen Qing's focus instantly shifted to Black Prison ghost binding art. He had to acquire it, yet he could not speak its name aloud. It was classified. He had no plausible explanation for how he even knew of its existence. He Chong was meant to guide him next, but Han Yuan, suddenly effusive, insisted on leading personally. They arrived at what might loosely be called the Hall of Hidden Tomes. In truth, it was a heavily secured chamber containing numerous black iron chests, some elongated, others massive and dense, still others compact and unassuming. Cultivation manuals rested inside each chest. As a grade A talent, you may select 2 grade A artifacts. Choose freely. Each chest bore a metal plaque inscribed with its contents, item name Ghost Binding Art. Category Cultivation Manual. Rank B. Hazard level none. Node enables binding of ghosts, essential for all ghost subduers. Item name High Precision Tactical Rifle Silver Ammunition. Category Weapon. Rank B. Hazard level none. Note fires specialized rounds capable of eliminating high-tier ghost commanders at extended range. Item name Crimson Robe. Category Antique Artifact. Rank S. Hazard level none. Note recovered from the remains of a slain female specter, grants exceptional defensive resistance against ghosts. Item name Crimson Robe. Category Antique Artifact. Rank S. Hazard level none. Note recovered from the remains of a slain female specter, grants exceptional defensive resistance against ghosts. Chunqing scanned them one by one. Most antiques ranked S or higher. Of course, his demon ceiling pagoda and Zhongkuei scroll were undoubtedly SS rank. If the ceiling were 10 ranks, there would be 10. If it were 100, there would be 100. That was simply how absolute their supremacy was. What a shame. I'd have chosen the crimson robe had I been Shrank. He Chong and the two physicians turned to Han Yuan. Their disdain unmistakable unmasked. Ahem. Han Yuan cleared his throat twice. Out of respect for our tradition of mentoring newcomers, you may select one additional S-rank artifact. The contribution points will be deducted from my own account. Contribution points. Earned through mission completion. They can be exchanged for currency rewards, or if an item isn't stocked here, requested from the central armory. Ah, I see. Chunqing nodded, then continued scanning. Item name Black, Prison Ghost Binding Art. Category Cultivation Manual. Rank SS. Hazard level not specified. Note an advanced perilous variant of the ghost binding art. Upon activation, it imprisons the ghost within the practitioner's soul domain. Release occurs only when both entities emit a single unified soul resonance. Note 1. Release requires either mutual annihilation, with only one survivor, or complete submission of the ghost to its human master, resulting in synchronized soul frequencies. Note 2. This art is ruthlessly uncompromising, a life or death covenant. Choose with utmost caution. Captain, I choose this one. Han Yuan's face paled. This won't do. Han Yuan shook his head and said choose something else. He Chong also advised brother you should select another one. Chunqing looked at the two of them. Look at this, danger level. Han Yuan's expression grew serious. As long as these 4 words are present, even if it's only 1 star, it is extremely dangerous. Generally speaking, items with a danger level of 2 stars will not appear here. These are all managed by a very mysterious organization at the headquarters, the Tianji Pavilion. With the 4 words, danger level, whether it's an ancient object or a technique, it is exceedingly dangerous. The reason it's still here is that it hasn't been submitted yet. He Chong also urged brother look at the notes above. It means that if you can find the ghostly entity in this black prison, there are only 3 outcomes: you die, it dies, or the contract succeeds. The success rate of contracting a ghost is very low, possibly less than 10%. This is almost forcing oneself into a dead end. As long as you don't die, you can always contract another one. Why bother? Chunqing naturally understood. This was precisely the reason he chose this technique. I'll go with this one. Han Yuan looked at Chunqing frowning, biting his lip. Change it to another one. Go for an SSS level on my account. However, Chunqing was very determined. Thank you, Captain, but you also said that reaching a level requires one's own opportunities, and my opportunity happens to need this. Han Yuan sighed. Then he took out a strange key and opened a box. Inside was a very thin, ancient book filled with various acupuncture point markings with annotations on how to control spiritual energy to flow through the gaps. After choosing this item, he selected another one, a ghost-level detection device. This item resembled a watch and also had timekeeping functions, integrating common features like a compass, but most importantly, it could detect the energy levels of ghostly entities. Wandering souls, evil spirits, malevolent spirits. For example, a level 1 wandering soul, a level 9 wandering soul, a level 3 evil spirit, and so on. However, Chunqing couldn't think of what to take for the last slot. If you don't find anything you like, you can choose again next time. Alright. Next, he received a standard kunwa knife, resembling a tang knife, with blood-colored patterns on its surface, heavy and substantial. Following that were the team uniform identification, and so on. Your assigned room number is 527. No key needed. Face recognition. The Ghost Extermination Team and the Ghost Control Army will undergo intensive training. You are no exception, but as long as you complete the day's training quota, you can go back. Report tomorrow, and formal training starts the day after. You arrived 2 days early, so you can go back for now. Boss, will there be a teacher for training? I want to learn right now. We have invited experts from martial arts schools to be your theoretical teachers. They should arrive in these 2 days. They arrived this morning. He Chong mentioned from the side. Oh, then you can go find him. Chunqing quickly found the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's surname was Wu Kong. He seemed to have just arranged everything, writing a PPT on his laptop with the title The Essence of Soul Movement is Thought Movement and Spirit Movement. Chunqing stated his purpose, and Wu Kong was somewhat surprised. But he still nodded in approval. I like students who are eager to learn. What is your talent level? A level. Wow. Rare. Wu Kong was even more surprised. The dorm conditions were limited, and he welcomed Chunqing inside. He placed a cup of water on a stool, surrounding it with his hands about an inch apart. Just imagine there's a current between your palms, and try to move them just like this. After he finished speaking, the water in the cup began to tremble slightly, even though there was no contact. This is the soul movement realm. Put simply, soul movement is thought movement, spirit movement, intention movement. Just like some people are born able to wiggle their nostrils or ears while others cannot do it at all. The soul movement realm is just like that. If you can do it, you can. If you can't, you can't. Although it is the simplest and most fundamental realm, without talent, even 100 years of effort is in vain. Generally speaking, it takes one. Wukong suddenly widened his eyes, because the cup of water between Chunqing's hands moved. A day to a month. Is your talent really just a yes? Confirmed by the captain himself. Wukong felt puzzled, but still nodded. Congratulations, you have already reached the soul movement realm. Really? Chen Qing was delighted. However, Wukong also mentioned that this was the simplest and most fundamental realm, so it wasn't too surprising that he could reach it. Wukong took out a large card, which was a folded hard card that unfolded into a large acupuncture point map. Come take off your clothes. Chen Qing immediately complied. Wukong took out a gun-like device. At the tip of the gun was a thumb-sized jade stone, and embedded in the back of the gun was a ghost pearl. A talent level of a means that you already have a considerable amount of spiritual energy within you. Wukong pressed the gun tip below the throat. This is called the Tian 2 point. I will mark it for you with the guiding gun. Try to control your spiritual power to hear. As he spoke, the gun tip emitted a slight chill and a tingling sensation. Chen Qing had never felt spiritual energy within him, but with this guidance, he truly felt the existence of spiritual energy throughout his body. He made an effort to try he could control it, but it was very difficult. It was somewhat like the strenuous feeling of using a mouse for the first time. Though it could move, controlling it took a lot of effort. After a while, Chen Qing slowly grasped the trick, laboriously pushing the spiritual energy towards the position guided by the guiding gun. The ghost pearl at the back of the guiding gun gradually lit up. Wukong's mouth dropped open in shock. Did he succeed on the first attempt? What kind of monster is this? Teacher, is this how it works? Chen Qing wanted to control more spiritual energy, but as the waves pushed the waves, only a little bit could stay at the Tian 2 point. It's possible. Wukong stared blankly. Pointing to a red line on the acupuncture point map, he said this circle of acupuncture points is what is called Zhou Tian. To control spiritual energy to move in a circle is 1 Zhou Tian. If nothing else, remember to frequently control your spiritual energy to move through Zhou Tian. This will create something like a force field, attracting more spiritual energy to enter your body. You can go back now and take this with you. Chen Qing received a large thin book. There are no shortcuts to cultivation, you must practice more. Understood, thank you, teacher. Chen Qing left while Wukong was still in a daze. After thinking for a moment, he called Han Yuan. Captain Han, there might be a problem with Chen Qing's talent test. It can't be just a... Han Yuan was silent, but still gritted his teeth and said, that's right, I tested it personally. He then asked what's wrong. He has reached the soul movement. Moreover, he has already learned to control spiritual energy slowly. Uffed. The sound of someone spitting water could be heard on the other end of the phone. What? Han Yuan was genuinely astonished. Soul resonance usually takes anywhere from 1 week to 1 month, but he succeeded instantly. Then channeling spiritual energy, Chen Qing succeeded on his very first attempt with the guidance gun, and it was set only at level 1. Typically, the guidance gun must be raised to levels 4 or 5 to be effective. Some trainees even require prolonged immersion in a guidance apparatus, running for days, just to barely grasp energy channeling. Such talent is terrifying. It absolutely cannot be merely Class A. It could easily be Steer, or even double S triples. In that case, he would no longer be your student. Han Yuan sighed helplessly. In an instant, Wukong understood everything. Even his normally gentle demeanor cracked. He blurted out, damn it. How utterly shameless of you. Shameless. Han Yuan retorted furiously. What skill can I teach? What equipment do I lack? Whatever he needs, I'll give him 4 times as much. And besides, he has no intention of joining the demon extinguishing squad. Perfect. We'll groom him to become the next squad captain. Wukong stood frozen in disbelief. Anyway, he's Class A. Understood. Class A. AAA. Chen Qing opened his pendant and placed Kunwo blade and all his gear into the demon ceiling pagoda. Then he settled into focused circulation of the celestial circuit. With the guidance gun, it felt like lighting a lighthouse in pitch darkness. Energy surged instinctively toward its beacon. Now, however, all was chaos again. Every step demanded deliberate, painstaking exploration. Guiding his spiritual energy slowly along the acupoint map, Chen Qing maintained steady control. Chen Qing, I'm back. Chen Man burst in shouting as he threw open the door. Seeing Chen Qing in deep cultivation, though unaware of what exactly he was doing, he asked no questions. Instead, he quietly ate a snack, then sat down to do his homework. Chen Qing, I can't solve the first problem. Chen Qing waved dismissively, pressed the service bell. Then he sank once more into silent meditation. Chen Man rang the bell, and the attendant resumed his weary tutoring duties. Chen Qing remained motionless until dinner. At 9 p.m., Chen Man yawned. Suddenly, Chen Qing's eyes snapped open. Haha, cleared. His first full celestial circuit, complete. Good night, Chen Qing. Chen Man said after brushing his teeth, and drifted swiftly into sleep. Chen Qing hastily finished his meal, then began circulating the celestial circuit anew. This time progress came noticeably faster. By the time he completed the second circuit, darkness had swallowed all sense of time. He then attempted a second celestial circuit. The acupoints were harder to locate, its pathways far more intricate. Instantly his pace slowed dramatically. Chen Man left for school after breakfast. Yet Chen Qing remained immersed in cultivation. Perhaps the practice nourished his spirit. Though he'd stayed awake all night, he felt no fatigue. When he opened his eyes again, Chen Man had already returned home from school. No wonder cultivators shut themselves away for years on end. time truly slips away without warning. As the two sat down to dinner, the hotel doorbell chimed. Chin Man opened the door, and a voice both familiar and strangely distant greeted them. "Oh, Chin Man, you've grown so tall. How utterly charming you've become." Three figures stepped inside. A middle-aged woman carried a carton of milk in one hand and a bag of fruit in the other, slim with narrow, elongated eyes and bold crimson lipstick. A middle-aged man wore formal business attire, his belly large and heavy, his leather shoes gleaming. Beside him stood a teenage girl roughly Chin Qing's age, chewing gum, her narrow eyes inherited from her mother. Chin Qing's brow furrowed. The woman was his paternal aunt Huang Shui, the man her husband Hong Jian, the girl their daughter Hongya. They lived in Jiangpan residential complex, the only living relatives Chin Qing had, and yet they hadn't exchanged so much as a word in 6 or 7 years. During Chin Qing's most desperate hour, when food ran out, he had gone to them seeking aid. Chin Qing would never forget at 13 he'd arrived on their doorstep in the dead of winter, merely asking to borrow 200 yuan. 200. What was that to a dual-income household? Yet those 200 yuan could have saved both himself and Chin Man. He'd pleaded with every ounce of humility he possessed, his voice trembling, his posture bowed low. And what had it earned him? His aunt sighed heavily, then produced from nowhere several rotten apples to dramatize her poverty. Yet beneath those apples sat a silver platter, shining unmistakable. Dazed and hollow, Chin Qing stumbled out the door and sat dazed on the steps for a long while. There he heard laughter that would haunt him forever. That wretched woman always competed with me, always surpassed me in everything. Ha ha ha. Look now, her bastard child is begging at my door. How piercing, how cruel, that laughter had been. Chin Qing had never imagined that blood kin, supposedly his closest family, could smile serenely while watching him drown in filth, while a blind, widowed old man, utterly alone in the world, had reached out and pulled him free. From grime-streaked pockets the old man drew forth a crumpled wad of filthy small bills, and with them saved both Chin Qing and Chin Man that bitter winter. After that day, though they lived in the same complex, Chin Qing severed all ties with them. Not once did they exchange greetings when passing on the street. "Oh, Chin Qing, you've grown into such a handsome young man. Your aunt simply adores you," she said, glancing around the room with undisguised appraisal. Huang Shui seated herself uninvited, then sighed deeply. "Your parents passed too soon, leaving you two all alone. So many times just thinking of it my heart aches." As she spoke, her eyes reddened with practiced sorrow. Chin Qing remained silent, until at that moment his eyelid twitched violently. A surge of nameless fury rushed straight to his temples. "We live in the same residential complex, 7 years. Did you ever once visit us?" Huang Shui continued, her tone thick with reproach. "You must vacate this room today. So young, and yet so careless with money. Back then 200 yuan was a distant star. I could only dream of it. Today 5,000 per night is nothing but pocket change." Chin Qing locked eyes with Huang Shui, unwavering. "Auntie, do the milk and fruit you brought today add up to 200? Huang Shui's expression stiffened. She forced a brittle smile. "What nonsense you speak, child. Obsessing over ancient grudges." Hongya sneered, chewing her gum, casting Chin Qing a contemptuous glance. 200 yuan. Must you hold on to it for life? Must you really be so repulsive? Chin Qing's eyelid flickered again. His hand moved instinctively toward his pendant. Sensing his rising tension, Hong Jian waved a hand dismissively at Hongya. "Enough. Say less. It's not that we didn't want to see you. We've simply been overwhelmed these past years. Your aunt and I have both been terribly busy." After a pause, he pushed the milk and fruit forward. "Here, we've come to see you at last. These are premium milk and fresh fruit." Chun Man obligingly brought out a large platter of fruit, eating while watching cartoons, wrinkling his nose each time he encountered durian, then tossing it decisively into the nearby trash bin. Hong Jian's face flushed with awkwardness. Chin Qing didn't even glance at the fruit. "My palate has grown rather selective these past years. I rarely eat fruit under 200 yuan. Let's dispense with pretense. Why are you really here?" "While Shaoqing," Huang Shui began. "Just call me Chin Qing," he interrupted, frowning. "Shaoqing isn't a name anyone may use freely. How dare you speak that way? She's my mother, and your elder." Hongya bristled, glaring at Chin Qing. "Filthy insect. You do well to watch your tongue." "Enough." Hong Jian frowned, cutting her off. He spoke slowly, deliberately. "Yesterday Chin Kuan told us your talent test scored steer. Xiaoya underperformed. She received only AC. I have connections internally. You two will swap results. You're aiming to join the spirit-subduing military, yes. That branch doesn't require such elite aptitude. You won't do it for free." "Of course not." Hong Jin solemnly withdrew a thick stack of red banknotes. "This is 10,000 yuan. Another 5,000 awaits you upon completion of the exchange." Looking at this, a full 10,000. Chin Qing was stunned. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Chin Qing laughed wildly. "Ha ha." The three of them were startled. After a while, Chin Qing finally stopped laughing, his tone serious. 10,000. A full 10,000. Huang Shui was in a daze, finally realizing something was off. "I know you're a bit more comfortable now. 10,000 isn't too much, but it isn't little either." And Chin Qing were still blood relatives. Your sister will achieve something in the future, and you'll benefit too. Benefit? Chun Qing sneered. With S-level talent, joining a martial arts school will at least get 100,000 in scholarship, and you give me 10,000. Are you trying to treat me like a beggar? Huang Shui and Hong Jian were taken aback. They had discussed how much to give Chun Qing many times, finally settling on 10,000. Now the additional 5,000 was a last-minute addition by Hong Jian. They were sure that Chun Qing, an orphan, wouldn't understand scholarships. Just like many foolish university students, their classmates arranged by their parents filled their credits, laid out their paths, and graduated as selected personnel, while he didn't even know what that was. The same principle applied. They could make a huge profit with the scholarship and pick a good school for Hong Ya, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. They never expected that Chun Qing was also clear about martial arts schools. You. Anyway, you don't need to go. With Xiao Ya's intelligence, once she enters the martial arts school, she will definitely become a big figure, and it will be easy to arrange a job for you later. Huang Shui tried to persuade Chun Qing hard. Xiao Qing, we are still blood relatives. This bond of blood cannot be severed. How about adding another 10,000? That's 20,000 a lot. Chun Qing coldly looked at the 3 of them. Seeing Chun Qing's interest, Huang Shui's face showed joy. Chun Qing approached the bedside and pressed the service bell. Bring me 10 bottles of mineral water and have 10 people deliver it. Huh. The operator was taken aback. In the presidential suite, there was a refrigerator, not to mention mineral water and drinks. There was even red wine. Can it be done? Yes. The operator cursed inwardly, but still agreed. The waiters were all cursing, but they had no choice but to carry a bottle of mineral water upstairs. They really don't treat people like people. They're just full and have nothing better to do. Maybe they think this way can recoup some room fees. It's simply absurd. All right, say less. We must do everything possible to meet the requests of the presidential suite. 10 people lined up, each holding mineral water with both hands. Seeing the door open and 3 more people inside, they were puzzled, but still smiled and knocked. Mr. Chen, your mineral water has arrived. Chun Qing waved his hand. Bring it here. The first waiter presented it with both hands. Chun Qing casually took it and gave him 2 yuan for the water. The waiter was stunned, wanting to say it was free. Chun Qing handed over 2 stacks of red bills. This is a tip. The waiter was dumbfounded. Huang Shui was stunned. Hong Jian was stunned. Hong Ya was stunned. Chun. Sir, the waiter said with a shaky voice, his hands trembling as he finally came to his senses, accepting the 2 stacks of red bills, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, sir. The other waiters were all shocked. The once orderly line had become a bit chaotic. Chun Qing coldly looked at Huang Shui. 20,000. Is that a lot? The second waiter suppressed his excitement, carrying the mineral water in front of Chun Qing. Chun Qing took out 2 yuan for the water. He then approached the safe and took out 20,000. This is a tip for you. Chun Qing looked at Huang Shui again. Back when I had no food to eat, borrowing 200 from you was a lifeline for me and Xiao Man. Now 20,000, is that a lot? The third waiter also approached, trembling. Chun Qing again gave him 202 yuan. Now do you want to buy my S-level talent for 20,000? Is your money made of gold? Are you out of your mind? Huang Shui's face changed. She suddenly stood up. Chun Qing. What do you mean, little fool? Oh, and you, cousin. You are indeed quite shameless. What do I mean? I mean my S-level talent, even if given to a dog, I won't give it to you. All the waiters now understood. This was a real-life version of don't underestimate the youth. Hong Jian snorted coldly. Chun Qing. Don't say things that can't be taken back. He stared fiercely at Chun Qing. Don't make things irreversible. Irreversible? You think you can make it irreversible? Still calling me family? Pa, don't disgust me. They'll remember your words, the lowly brought to my door for a lifetime. 2 old lowly people and 1 young lowly person. Today you still have the gall to meet me. Just for these few dozen yuan of milk. Chun Qing kicked the milk hard with a loud bang. The milk exploded, splattering everywhere. Especially the Hong family, completely drenched. Huang Shui was already furious. You are disobedient. You are unfilial. I am unfilial to your mother. Chun Qing was even angrier. Have you ever raised me or given birth to me? Even if you gave me and Xiao Man a corn cob, I'd still recognize you as an elder. Filial? I wouldn't be filial even to a dog. I will tear you apart. Hong Ya couldn't hold back. She rushed forward fiercely, but several waiters held her down. Let me go. It's inappropriate. Rape? Hong Ya shouted, but was still held down tightly. A female waiter slapped her face hard. Shut up. You hit me. Hong Ya was stunned. Chun Qing was also shocked by this slap. Then he laughed and threw 2 stacks of money for the skill reward. Hong Jian and Huang Shui pushed away several waiters, panting heavily. Chun Qing, well, see. They wanted to leave, but the waiters had already blocked the door. The 3 of them suddenly panicked. What do you want to do? Don't just wait and see, sit and watch instead. Chun Qing coldly looked at the 3. Chun Qing, you're still young, don't be impulsive. Huang Shui panicked. We are sorry to you, just pretend we never came. Let us go. Chun Qing's hand brushed over his necklace, but he ultimately let it go. He just laughed loudly. Ha ha. The once high and mighty lowly family, see. Today they have come to my door. Chun Qing laughed wildly a few more times. He sneered. The words lowly are officially returned to you today. He then loudly declared, Let the three lowly ones leave. All three were pale, but truly didn't dare to speak anymore. They left in anger. A waiter suddenly chased after them loudly saying sorry. The elevator is out of order today. Please take the stairs. You are bullying us too much. Please take the stairs. This is the 30th floor. Please take the stairs. Chun-Ching listened to the commotion outside through another 20,000 and laughed heartily. For the skill, a reward. In just 10 minutes, Chun-Ching Hua lost nearly 3,000. But it felt exhilarating. The sense of relief was at its peak. Aside from the group that had turned against him, Chun-Ching hated Huang Shui the most. The other two were Chun Shan and Chun Quan. They mysteriously disappeared for 6 years. However, in his previous life, Chun Quan actually returned home 3 days before the blood moon. He left behind 2 paper knives and 2 paper armors. It was precisely with this set of equipment that Chun-Ching and Chun-Man managed to survive until the 3rd blood moon. Unfortunately, on that day, both Chun-Ching and Chun-Man were not home and missed the chance. They didn't even get to see each other. They might have had their reasons, but leaving the two behind for 6 years. When they left, Chun-Ching was just an elementary school student. Raising Chun-Man alone, the hardships involved were unimaginable. Chun-Ching was filled with hatred. He hated that Chun Quan hadn't even shown his face, hated that they offered no explanation. Even if he had just said, "I had my reasons," it would have sufficed. But there wasn't even a single word. Not even a face-to-face meeting. His thoughts wandered. Once the waiter tidied up the room, Chun-Ching looked towards the demon suppression tower. He hadn't taken it from the safe, but directly from the demon suppression tower. Having reached the soul movement realm, spiritual energy could overflow, allowing him to retrieve items from afar. Ignoring these thoughts, Chun-Ching immersed himself back into his cultivation. He needed to quickly learn the Black Prison Contract spirit technique. Meanwhile, Chun-Chi was filled with hope as she walked towards the Arya Hotel. She carried a basket of fruits, beautifully decorated, containing 9 peculiar little flowers. These were Soma flowers, the sacred flowers of the Yi people, symbolizing restrained love and everlasting belonging. This was her choice after selecting from hundreds of flowers. It was niche enough not to be common, and the symbolism fit perfectly. Initially, after the incident at the police station, she had considered giving up. But then she heard 2 pieces of news: the renovation cost of Chun-Ching's house was likely nearing 10 million. Chun-Ching had received an S during his talent test. Upon learning these 2 news, she could no longer sit still. A potential stock. An incredibly strong potential stock. She had to secure him. After careful consideration, in her impression, her relationship with Chun-Ching was quite harmonious. Except for the misunderstanding regarding the subway. But good things come with challenges, which made their relationship seem extraordinary. Just like in an idle drama, numerous misunderstandings and obstacles must be overcome for their bond to solidify. For example, now she could smoothly come to apologize and then employ some subtle tactics. Tonight she could stay over. What kind of demeanor should she adopt when giving herself for the first time? Pain. Fear. Although she had already experienced it many times, the subsequent tearing after mending still hurt a bit. After all, men, deep within they all hide a beast. The membrane that gives him the greatest sense of conquest should rank first, right? Her top was a half-draped shawl, not too revealing, but would fall off with the slightest touch. Beneath her super short skirt, her legs were long and straight. The elevator slowly ascended, and she adjusted herself in front of the mirror-like elevator wall. As she exited the elevator, she changed her expression, a hint of shyness mixed with joy, and she had applied just the right amount of red lipstick, shimmering with a hint of transparency. She pressed the doorbell. Moments later, Chun-Man peeked out. Seeing Chun-Chi, he called back, "Chun-Ching, someone is looking for you. Tell them I'm not here." Chun-Man seriously shut the door. "Chun-Ching is not here." Bang! The door slammed shut. Chun-Chi was stunned. None of the countless scenarios she had rehearsed in her mind had prepared her for this. Is this toxic? This is toxic. Taking a deep breath, she sent a voice message to Chun-Ching. "Chun-Ching, open the door, it's me." Chun-Ching did not respond. He was focused on circulating his inner energy. Chun-Chi adjusted her stance at the door. With her toes together, she looked down at her feet, embodying a blend of timidity and anticipation. As Chun-Ching opened the door, she slowly lifted her head. Her mind rapidly rehearsed the ensuing scene, even adding background music and special effects. But 5 minutes passed. There was no response. Didn't he see her? Chun-Chi gradually lost her patience and sent another message. "Chun-Ching, please open the door. I am here to apologize." Another 5 minutes passed. Her heels were starting to hurt. Still no response. Damn. Chun-Chi gritted her teeth and pressed the doorbell again. Once more, Chun-Man peeked through the door crack, not dropping the security chain. "Chun-Ching, she's back. No matter who it is, don't open the door." Chun-Ching's tone was impatient. "These days, there are too many flashy women, and many of them are just trash. Don't pay any attention to them." Chun-Zai's cheeks flushed bright red. How rude. She had indeed played around a bit recently. Did he find out? Chun-Man was about to close the door, but Chun-Chi stopped it with her foot and shouted inside, "Chun-Ching, it's me, Xiao. She, please open the door." "What do you want?" Chun-Zai's eyes were a bit red-eye. "I just want to apologize." She sniffled slightly, looking down at her toes. "The subway incident was my fault. I know it upset you, so I bought you some fruits." Again with the fruits. Chun-Ching cursed. Chun-Chi was taken aback. What did that mean? At this moment, Qin was deep into his cultivation, still harboring resentment towards Huang Shui's family, and simply had no time to deal with her. Qin, could you please let me in? I've been standing here for so long. Come in. For what? Qin frowned. Qin was slightly taken aback. For what? Isn't it obvious why I dressed this way? But she couldn't just assume she was delivering takeout, could she? Momentarily at a loss for ideas, she stomped her foot and cried out, You're bullying me. With that, she covered her face and ran off, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Once she entered the elevator, she furrowed her brows. She felt wronged. Truly, she felt very wronged. She was confident she hadn't done anything wrong. Why did every development exceed her control? Taking a few deep breaths, she recalled her earlier actions and tone. She felt that things were still within her control. Without a doubt, Qin would message her soon. The phone rang. Sure enough, Chun's eyes heart leaped with joy, but the caller ID showed it was Qin Kun. Why was it him? Sister, where are you? I'm at the Arya. As soon as she spoke, she slapped her forehead. Of course. Qin Kun shouted angrily, did you go looking for that bastard Qin? Are you not ashamed? She felt wrong, tears almost falling. Do you have any conscience? Who do you think I'm doing this for? Isn't it all for you? How can you say that to me? Qin Kun was silent for a moment and said, all right, I shouldn't have said that, but sister, you must meet someone. Who? A man whose family background, looks, and potential far surpasses Qin by 100-fold. Qin Kun's tone was tinged with excitement. His name is Ji Luo. His parents are both prominent figures. I'm telling you, he has S-level talent. He has already reached the soul movement realm. I've heard that every community will soon be organized into battle zones, and his family has insider information, so he's specifically coming to Ximing City. If you get on this line, Qin will be nothing. She instantly understood. This was the young master here to gild his name. He might even have some thoughts about accumulating military achievements. She was greatly tempted. Where is he? We are together now, and he'll pick you up soon. Don't come to the hotel. Come to the entrance of Dawashi bookstore to pick me up. Soon a luxury car stopped in front of the bookstore. She held a copy of Jane Eyre, standing with her feet together, smiling, seemingly not noticing the car, and gazing in another direction. The girl emanated a youthful vitality. Is she your sister? Ji Luo's voice carried a hint of amazement. His family was noble, but he had mostly been in a semi-closed environment focused on martial arts or studies, and hadn't seen many girls his age. Ji Luo hurriedly got out of the car, excitement evident on his face as he extended his hand. Are you Qin? I'm Ji Luo. She extended her hand, but it was tightly grasped, causing her face to flush red, her voice faint as a whisper. Could you please let go? Ji Luo quickly released her hand, and noticing the book she held, became even more fond of her. You also like Jane Eyre? I especially admire Mr. Rochester. He embodies the qualities of masculinity that I appreciate. Ji Luo's heart raced. He felt he had struck gold. On his first outing, he encountered such an extraordinary girl. Beautiful, with a stunning figure, well-read, and possessing a serene personality. An ideal candidate for a wife. Qin sat back down on the carpet to practice. Thinking of the morning light made him feel a wave of nausea. What kind of foolishness had clouded his heart in his past life to be attracted to such a person? But for now, cultivation was more important. He collected his thoughts and sat cross-legged again. Cultivation cannot be rushed, but the blood moon was drawing nearer. After learning the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique, there were still many matters to attend to, and he had to accelerate his pace. Qin, can you come out with me today? Qin Man approached him. Qin thought for a moment, shook his head. How about letting those brothers play with you? He pressed the service bell. Qin also wanted to enjoy this fleeting comfort, but he couldn't. Then I won't go. Qin Man had a blank expression and shook her head, unsure if she felt disappointed. Time passed quickly, and it was midnight. Qin slowly stood up, pointing at a teapot. Black prison. A surge of black energy suddenly enveloped Qin and the teapot. In the next moment, both appeared in a black space. The space was circular with no walls, surrounded by something resembling mist, almost like tentacles, hazy and extremely unreal. The teapot lay quietly at his feet. He kicked it casually, and it rolled away. Once trapped with a ghost in the black prison, one would either die or the ghost would submit, unifying their souls, thus releasing the black prison. The most terrifying aspect was that the Black Prison Contract Ghost technique seemed applicable to targets beyond just ghosts. This was Qin's ultimate move against the Ghost King of the Demon Suppression Tower. Force it to choose. Either kill itself, and as the master of the Demon Suppression Tower, it would be akin to mutual destruction, or submit to him. In his previous life, during the second blood moon, the Ghost King suddenly betrayed him, causing the entire city's order to collapse at that moment. Qin would not allow such a thing to happen again. Therefore, he had to gamble. Gamble that this Ghost King would submit to him. Now only Qin was alive in the Black Prison, so he could naturally lift it at any time. With a thought, Qin lifted the Black Prison. Suddenly, the necklace moved. Jinbu Huan Jinbu, Huan Jinbu Huan. The voice of Jinbu Huan abruptly echoed. Jinbu Huan Jinbu, Huan Jinbu Huan. A small, skinny figure, tattered and carrying a huge bag, appeared in the room. The ghost-level detector in Qin's hand shook violently, and the data jumped wildly. Spirit Ghost Level 1, Spirit Ghost Level 2, Spirit Ghost Level 4. Instantly the data surged to Spirit Ghost, level 5 Spirit Ghost level 7. Spirit Ghost level 10. Evil Ghost level 1. Evil Ghost level 3. Jinbu Huan Jinbu, Huan Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan suddenly jumped onto the teapot that had just fallen to the ground. It seemed to have jumped into water, its figure disappearing. The teapot had transformed into a golden pot. Qin was speechless. Why did you pick a teapot? How could you choose a teapot? How much could this small one sell for? Jinbu Huan was a gratitude ghost, and in his past life Qin had indeed helped many people. But in this life he truly couldn't guess whom he had helped. After pondering for a moment with no answer, he decided not to think about it anymore. He took up his kunwa knife and went downstairs. He could finally go collect ghosts. It was now 2 a.m. and taxis were scarce. Qin hailed a cab and arrived at the outskirts of the northern city an hour later. He could faintly hear ghostly wails, and the air was thick with a sense of gloom, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end even in the summer heat. Qin took a deep breath holding the knife and slowly moved forward. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour. Soon Qin frowned. There were too few ghosts. Unlike the multitude of ghosts after the blood moon, the current density and strength of ghosts were too low. He hadn't encountered a single one after walking for a long time. He looked at the ghost detector, essentially a ghost-level measurement device. The surrounding density was somewhat different. Qin decided not to walk on the main road anymore, using the ghost detector as a compass, slowly heading towards the area with higher concentrations of gloom. He jumped over ditches, crossed fields of wild grass, and navigated around fish ponds. In the distance, he spotted a small house. The necklace trembled slightly. Here it comes. He tightened his grip on the knife. Qin looked at the small house. It was very small, about 4 meters long and wide with a flat roof. It was likely used for storing farming tools like hand tractors with rusted hoes and shovels hanging on the wall, the rust staining the wall a deep iron red. Qin slowly turned to the front. He saw a figure crouching in the house, using a sickle to cut. A flip-flop. The ghost detector trembled slightly. A number appeared: 6. Spirit Ghost level 1. The lowest level of ghost. It posed almost no threat to humans. A level 1 spirit ghost generally acted on instinct, confused and unaware. Such ghosts were useless to a ghost master, but for Qin, they were just right. The strength of the Ghost King was directly related to the 12 ghosts it suppressed. The weaker the 12 ghosts, the weaker the Ghost King, and the greater the chance for a contract. After contracting the Ghost King, he could later replace these weak ghosts. Qin had no idea how to bring ghosts into the tower and could only try. Collect. Clang, clang, clatter. A series of metallic clanging sounds. A bunch of hoes and shovels were collected into the demon suppression tower. But the ghost remained still. The ghost sensed the movement and stood up. Its skin was pale blue and its body was thin. A striped shirt red, sheeming mental hospital. Red underwear. Yes, it wasn't wearing any outer pants. One foot was in 2 socks while the other had none. It wore only one flip-flop, the other already having been claimed by it. One eye stood guard while the other kept watch, looking in different directions. This was a mad ghost. Qin was momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, he tried again. Collect. Still no success. The mad ghost tilted its head, one eye assessing Qin, while the other observed the ground. After thinking for a moment, Qin concentrated his thoughts and threw out the demon suppression tower. Big. The half-cigarette-sized demon suppression tower suddenly transformed into a 5-meter-tall structure. With a loud crash, it crushed the small house and the ghost into dust. Dust flew everywhere. Qin stepped back a few steps, smiling. He could feel that this mad ghost had been collected into the demon suppression tower. Come out. The mad ghost appeared before Qin. It looked exactly the same as before, one eye gazing at the sky, the other looking at Qin. Kneel down. The mad ghost knelt down. Jump. The mad ghost jumped. Run. The mad ghost began to run. Qin tested its strength. It was extremely weak. Its size was similar to an ordinary person, but its strength was probably only comparable to Qin Man's. Got the first one. Immediately, Qin looked at the ghost detector, slowly heading toward the area with a higher concentration of gloom. About 10 minutes later, the necklace trembled slightly. Who chomp chomp chomp. Chomp chomp chomp. It sounded like a pig eating. Qin gripped the knife tightly, slowly approaching the stinky ditch. This was a cesspool that had been stagnant for several years. Something inside was stirring, and the foul odor rose up, stinging his eyes. Finally, Qin saw this ghost. It had a body similar to a dog, a human head and a dog's body covered in decay, digging through the black mud at the bottom of the cesspool, stuffing it into its mouth. A level 1 spirit ghost, a toilet ghost, also known as a shit ghost. Originally, ghosts were classified by strength as A, B, C, D, E, but many readers found it hard to remember, so it was changed to level 1 to level 10. It took an entire afternoon to make all the changes. If there are any oversights, please let me know. I have been working hard to conceptualize, but there are always loopholes, so the content at the beginning of the book has been continuously updated and revised. I will read everyone's opinions. Qin did not drop the demon suppression tower. If he did, he would only return with a tower full of sludge, which would be utterly disgusting. The ghost display indicated this was also a level 1 wandering soul, meaning there was almost no danger. This stinky ditch was only about a meter deep, easily reachable from above. Chun-Ching lightened his footsteps approaching the toilet ghost above and struck down with his knife. The blood patterns on the blade suddenly shone brightly, and with a thud, the head fell off cleanly. The dog body stiffened suddenly, but its legs and rear remained stuck in the sludge, still sitting. Both the head and the dog body abruptly transformed into a wisp of black mist, quickly merging into the demon suppression tower. Chun-Ching seemed to realize something. With a thought, both the toilet ghost and the mad ghost appeared before him. The toilet ghost's body was intact. After a brief contemplation, did all the ghosts I kill get absorbed into the demon suppression tower? In other words, the mad ghost was not absorbed, but was actually killed by the demon suppression tower, and only after that was it drawn into the tower. Looking at the mad ghost, Chun-Ching's brows slightly furrowed. This was his first time encountering a mad ghost. Even the name was something Chun-Ching had casually coined. So there was no question of the mad ghost's evolutionary hierarchy. However, Chun-Ching knew the evolutionary sequence of the toilet ghost. The wandering soul level was called toilet ghost or shit ghost, while the evil ghost level was called foul eater. He was not clear about the evil spirit level. It is said that there are 100 types of ghosts in the world. Each type has its own pathway to ascend to the Ghost King, who once ascended their form and abilities would significantly enhance. To ascend, one needs a spiritual catalyst. A spiritual catalyst could be a mix of certain spiritual herbs, ghostly entities, or ancient artifacts, or it might require conditions like killing 100 people. Chun-Ching knew the complete evolutionary catalyst for the child ghost and the drowning ghost to advance to evil spirits. That is to say, he had complete knowledge of how child ghosts and drowning ghosts evolved into evil spirits. Child ghost knight, crying child fat doll. Drowning ghost water monkey kappa. As long as the conditions are sufficient, Chun-Ching could upgrade them to the evil spirit level. At the same time, Chun-Ching also knew the incomplete pathway for the wronged ghost to evolve into an evil spirit wronged ghost sleepless person, big red robe. But he only knew the name and not the spiritual catalyst. The wronged ghost is a powerful type of ghost, especially the evil spirit level big red robe, which is a terrifying existence that people dread to even mention. If he knew the ascension catalyst, Chun-Ching would surely look for an opportunity to obtain one. As for the mad ghost, Chun-Ching had never heard of it before. Even the name was something he conjured up himself, which, considering its bizarre appearance, was quite fitting. What would its evil ghost and evil spirit levels be called? Mad Dog. Heartless One. As he walked and pondered, suddenly the necklace vibrated slightly again. Chun-Ching tightened his grip on the knife, but after looking around, he still found nothing. After searching again, he still came up empty. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up at the tree. He saw a figure sitting at the top of the tree. Its lower half was smoky, while its upper half resembled a gaunt woman so thin that her ribs were visible and her breasts were shriveled like two water bags filled with only half the amount of water. At this moment, its two nostrils were flared wider than its mouth, greedily sucking in air. A food ghost. Checking the ghost display, it was a level 1 wandering soul. The tree was about 7 to 8 meters tall, and Chun-Ching did not want to take the risk of climbing it. Therefore, he abruptly threw the demon suppression tower up. Big. The tower expanded, pushing aside the surrounding air, towering even higher than the tree, and then came crashing down. Crack, crack, crack. A series of fine cracking sounds echoed as branches flew in all directions. The demon suppression tower crashed heavily to the ground, sending mud flying and creating a deep pit. Had it not been for the pile of broken branches and leaves at the base, it would have seemed as though it had always been there. Sensing something, the food ghost also appeared in the tower. Meanwhile, Chun-Ching looked at the demon suppression tower, curious to see how tall it could grow. Big. The demon suppression tower grew even larger, reaching a height of about 20 meters, forcefully pushing the soil aside, as if a muffled thunder had erupted from within the earth. It was already 6 stories high. Chun-Ching looked up, astonishment flooding his heart. Big. The tower grew even larger. Chun-Ching could not estimate its height, but felt it was roughly 10 stories high. Big. It expanded even further. At this point, the demon suppression tower was already far taller than the ghost tower it had been placed in. The door on the tower was also about 2 meters high. Now that it had grown to this extent, Chun-Ching could finally see that the details of this iron-cast tower were rich enough. The doors, windows, and columns all had clear patterns. With a thought, he pushed open the tower door. It opened smoothly without a sound. Inside was a swirl of gray mist, but Chun-Ching did not step inside. It wasn't that he feared danger, but rather the terrifying time flow difference of 15000 times. Under such a dreadful flow difference, even if he entered and immediately exited, several months might have passed outside. This place was not too far from the city, and he feared attracting a powerful presence, so he stored the demon suppression tower. Continuing to follow the ghost display, the necklace vibrated again shortly. He tightened his grip on the kunwa knife and slowly approached. By the riverside, the grass was gently moving. He looked at the ghost display but had not reacted yet. This device's detection range and speed were far weaker than the demon suppression tower. As he got closer, he finally saw the ghost. In the darkness, it blended almost seamlessly with the water surface, roughly taking on a humanoid shape, but with 4 large palms and webbed finger scales on its back. It was beginning to look like a water otter or a water lizard. Drowning Ghost. Ching had the complete evolutionary sequence for the Drowning Ghost. However he frowned, this Drowning Ghost appeared very complete in form. Its level was probably not low. The ghost display trembled. Indeed, after the values rapidly fluctuated, they settled at 32. Level 3 Wandering Soul. The regular values range from E to A across 6 levels governed by a very complex formula. However, the conversion was complicated and later it gradually transformed into a 1st to 10th level system with the ghost display eliminating letters, instead using levels 1 to 10. At the Wandering Soul stage 110k is the initial stage extremely fragile. To put it plainly, dozens means several levels. The maximum is 10 levels. The 3 tiers beyond 10, namely SS, are referred to as transcendent levels, which have had many names but cannot be measured by conventional standards. They are also called numerical anomalies. At this level, one possesses the strength to fight beyond their rank. Enslevel Wraith is far stronger than a low-ranking evil spirit. The data mentioned 4 words extremely dangerous. This drowned ghost is particularly suitable for Chun-Ching, especially since he knows its complete sequence. However, precisely because its level is high, Chun-Ching cannot make a choice. The properties of the Ghost King are directly related to the 12 ghosts. The weaker the better. At that moment, Chun-Ching lightened his steps and gradually retreated. After a while, he encountered the 5th ghost, the Toilet Ghost. 1 level. However, this ghost was soaking in a dry toilet, happily feasting on excrement, and despite Chun-Ching's struggles, he could not bring himself to take action. He slipped away. Before dawn, Chun-Ching encountered the 6th ghost, the hunger-absorbing ghost, a level 1 wraith. He captured it. This time the haul was quite significant: 1 mad ghost, 1 toilet ghost, and 2 hunger-absorbing ghosts. Soon the sky gradually brightened. The ghosts had mostly vanished. Now before the blood moon, the ghosts encountered are the most common ones: low level and low strength. Once the blood moon arrives, various bizarre and overpowered entities will be everywhere. Just the thought of it sends chills down one's spine. While he was pondering this, a call from He-Chong came through. Chun-Ching, the training camp has started. Understood. Compared to other newcomers, Chun-Ching had a bit more freedom. However, the prerequisite was that Chun-Ching must complete the training quota. Today is the first day of the training camp, so naturally, he had to be present. On the way back, the scene outside the car window was bustling. Renovation teams entered various neighborhoods, diligently working on their constructions. After thinking for a moment, I opened the neighborhood WeChat group. It's so annoying. What's with this community defense? Ghosts have never entered the city. Who are we defending against? Yeah, the cars can only be parked outside. Who's going to pay for the parking fees? Scrolling up, there were supporters and those who complained. Chun-Ching's brow gradually furrowed. Community defense. This was never done in my past life. Could it be that the Tang officials foresaw the impending blood moon? Such a thought was bizarre, but if I could be reborn, others might not be unable to. Handsome, are you from the ghost-slaying army? As my thoughts drifted, the taxi driver kept glancing at Chun-Ching in the rearview mirror. At that moment, Chun-Ching was wearing the dark green uniform of the ghost-slaying army. Yes, Chun-Ching nodded. Oh, I'm so honored. The ghost-slaying army is truly impressive. Wasn't there a talent test the day before yesterday? My son didn't get selected, and it's making it so I can't even enjoy my meals. I dream of joining the ghost-slaying army, but unfortunately, I lack the talent. What was your talent test score? The driver was quite talkative, chattering away. Soon they arrived at the ghost-slaying army base. Just as Chun-Ching was about to pay, the driver waved his hands repeatedly. No, how could I charge the ghost-slaying army for a ride? I will never charge for this in my lifetime. Chun-Ching nodded, letting it be. There were already many newcomers here, all wearing the ghost-slaying army uniforms, chatting in groups. The monkey was already here and immediately approached Chun-Ching upon seeing him. Chun-Ching, do you know any insider information? What? As soon as you mentioned stocking up, I urged my parents to buy a lot of stuff. Rice flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, canned food, filling the entire storage room. But they disagreed about the safe house since it costs too much. However, the community defense renovation started yesterday, he said, so my dad asked me to ask you if something serious is going to happen. Yes. Chun-Ching said seriously, money won't be useful anymore if it's not used. If you really need it, I can lend you some. He also reminded, don't tell anyone that your family has stocked up on a lot of stuff. The monkey was slightly taken aback, pondering over it. Not telling. Are we afraid of others stealing? Could the situation be severe enough to lead to food theft? Thinking of this, the monkey nodded earnestly. I understand. Chun-Ching. Suddenly a female voice called out. Chun-Ching turned around. It was Hongya wearing the ghost-slaying army uniform. Hongya looked coldly at Chun-Ching. I was originally going to attend a martial arts school, but I've changed my mind now. Wherever you are, I will be there. Whatever you give, I will return it tenfold, 100-fold. Don't think your grade talent is something great. Even though I only have a grade, I can still bear the weight of this sky. I will trample you underfoot and crush everything you own. Chun-Ching was speechless. This heavy dose of middle school syndrome, what has this girl been reading? Waving his hand, he said, oh. Looking towards the monkey, he whispered, the type of safe house should ideally accommodate both ghost and human defenses. The monkey nodded, whispering back, what about weapons? It would be best to have a variety. At this point, Hongyu was slightly taken aback. The atmosphere was set for a confrontation, but Qinqing only responded with an "oh." She suddenly didn't know what to say. It was supposed to reach a climax in one go, but now it felt awkward and frustrating. At that moment, she let out a heavy huff and turned to leave. Damn. The monkey looked at her back and cursed. How did these things get together? Qinqing turned to look. He saw Hong Yichenkuan and a handsome young man standing together talking while glancing over at Qinqing. Did you see the person with Qinkuan? The monkey's tone was serious. You must be cautious. I haven't seen him. Qinqing was very certain. His name is Ji Luo, and he should be the strongest in our cohort with a talent test at the SS level. I've heard that he has reached the soul movement realm. Is soul movement that difficult? Qinqing found it somewhat strange. Besides him, there's also a girl who is rumored to have a fate ghost. At this, Qinqing was truly taken aback. A fate ghost. Ghosts and humans are mortal enemies, but a fate ghost is born to be incredibly close to someone almost achieving a soul bond. A fate ghost does not occupy the ghost pet space of a ghost master and will never betray at any time. The most terrifying aspect is that it can share part of its abilities with its master. It is the rarest type of ghost pet, far more valuable than its level ghost pet. The fact that it is a fate ghost. I wonder what kind of fate ghost it is. If it's a powerful ghost type, it would be even more terrifying. Silence. Suddenly a loud voice echoed throughout the venue. Hichong coldly surveyed the crowd. When he speaks less, he has quite an imposing presence. Everyone in the venue immediately fell silent. This time there are 118 people entering the team, with 9 reaching a grade talent or above, and even newcomers with fate ghosts. The quantity and quality are the highest in history. Though it's unlikely, I still hope you can all obtain your own Kunwu sword. Kunwu sword? Isn't it distributed with the uniforms? Qinqing was slightly taken aback and quickly understood he had received a direct admission qualification. The ghost-slaying army carries heavy responsibilities. In the front, we must support our ghost-slaying brothers. In the back, we must protect countless citizens. In the next 20 days, you will undergo intensive training. If you pass the test, you will receive a Kunwu sword. If you fail, you will return from where you came. Saying this, Han Yuan pounded his chest and saluted before leaving. Hichong stepped forward. Now listen to my command. Everyone run 10 laps with a time limit of 20 minutes. Report, speak. It's unfair. Hong Yi stood straight. The physiological structures of males and females are different. The training load shouldn't be the same. Ghosts won't be any gentler just because you're a woman. In the ghost-slaying army, there are no genders, only qualified soldiers. Hichong coldly looked at her. The door is always open, you can leave anytime. Hong Yi gritted her teeth, wanting to turn and walk away, but unwilling to. Run. Qinqing didn't dare to say anything, starting to run. Physical strength is the foundation of everything. Just in the first lap, the gap became evident. Most of the girls lagged behind due to natural physiological differences. Qinqing didn't run fast or slow naturally, placing himself among the top 10 in the group. However, to Qinqing's surprise, the fastest runner was not Ji Luo, but a girl. Her movements were smooth, as if she was always conserving energy. Ji Luo was desperately chasing after her, but he always remained a considerable distance behind this girl. One must know that Ji Luo's physical fitness is comparable to soldiers with years of service, and he felt somewhat embarrassed running for his life. As they chased after each other, the two quickly created a significant distance from the others. Meanwhile, Hichong stood like a flagpole, arms crossed, watching everyone. Time passed slowly, and around 5 laps and the first girl collapsed. She suddenly knelt on the ground and began to vomit. Yuan Shanshan out. Hichong said loudly, marking a line on his sheet. Soon 2 soldiers came over to help her up and escorted her out the door. Many watched this scene with their hearts pounding. This is serious. There wasn't even a second chance. Everyone felt a chill, but physical ability is minimally influenced by subjective thoughts, especially since this was 10 laps. There are really not many normal people who can run this far in one breath. If you can't run, then you just can't run. The second, third, and fourth eliminations followed one after another. At this moment, the girl who had been in the lead had already stopped. She had completed the entire course. Ji Luo arrived half a circle behind her. Soon Qinqing and others arrived one after another. At this moment, those who were physically exhausted were running with great difficulty. People kept collapsing. Before long, the main group arrived. The likes of Monkey and others were among them. Once they crossed the line, they all collapsed on the ground. Moments later, Hichong began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Everyone close to the finish line gave it their all. Several people crossed the line one after another. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the last moment, a little chubby boy leaped forward recklessly and landed heavily on the ground. His head hit the ground, hard blood covering his face. Those behind are disqualified. No, this isn't fair. We are just ordinary students. This is the first time running. Disqualified. Hichong said coldly again. All those behind showed despair. Damn, I refuse to accept this. I refuse to. This is unfair. Let's go. We will report this. The Yugui army is not decided by you. Hichong remained unyielding, summoning many from the Yugui army to gradually expel everyone from the camp. See, girls are not inferior to boys. Hong Ya's voice was filled with excitement. The first place is a girl, this is proof. Is this guy sick? Monkey frowned knowing how Hong Ya's family treated Qingqing. She clearly disliked her. Chong spoke again. You have 10 minutes to rest, then go to the underground training ground. Just this event eliminated 28 people, leaving 90 remaining. This is brutal, Monkey panted. I haven't heard of the Yugui army being this extreme before. This is comparable to the training intensity of the demon extermination team. The chubby boy with a bruised face also said somewhat in despair. Is this all they can handle? Chong, however, let out a cold laugh. Listen carefully. For the next 20 days you will have to increase by 1 lap each day with a time limit. Still 20 minutes. How is that possible? Someone exclaimed in horror. On the last day we have to run 30 laps in 20 minutes. How is that possible? This is almost the record for 100 meters. Every lap has to be run as if sprinting the 100 meters. Qingqing was also somewhat surprised. Can this be done? Time's up. Chong picked up the stopwatch again, reached the underground training ground within 2 minutes. Everyone was startled, hurriedly struggling to their feet and running towards the underground training ground. This time 3 more people were eliminated. There are 87 remaining. The underground training ground was large, even bigger than a standard basketball court. It was very dark, lit only by a few faint green lights. A cold air swept in, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. But Qingqing frowned slightly. It wasn't cold air, it was ominous energy. Wukong stood in the darkness, his glasses faintly reflecting light. Once everyone gathered, Wukong said loudly, "Have any of you ever seen a ghost?" In the crowd, a few people weakly raised their hands. Seeing someone raise their hand, Qingqing raised his hand too. The Yugui army, if you haven't even seen a ghost, that would truly be a joke. Look carefully. A gust of wind blew by, bringing with it a chilling aura. In that moment, everyone stiffened. Suddenly someone screamed, "Ghost! Ghost! It's a ghost!" In the air above the training ground, a massive figure appeared, somewhat resembling a toad, with a large mouth somewhat like a catfish. Its lower body was misty, and it was greedily sucking in air. Qingqing's ghost meter trembled slightly, the value stopping at 164. A first-level evil ghost. This is called Wind Devourer, Wukong said slowly, the form of a soul-eating ghost after advancing to an evil ghost. Feel what an evil ghost is like. As he spoke, the Wind Devourer slowly turned around. An indescribable pressure instantly filled the entire area. A shrill scream echoed. A person collapsed straight down. The Wind Devourer suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. It was as if a soul was being sucked away. Qingqing quickly circulated his qi to stabilize his spirit. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of falling echoed continuously. One after another, people collapsed on the ground. Hiss! A baboon suddenly appeared. It protected the first girl in front, looking up and roaring at the Wind Devourer. The girl seemed to say something to it, and the baboon disappeared again. Wukong raised a hand, and the Wind Devourer finally stopped. Among the many newcomers, only 4 remained standing. The girl ranked first, Ji Luo, Qingqing, and Chen Kuan. The first 3 stood firmly, while Chen Kuan wobbled slightly. Wukong nodded to the 4 in acknowledgement. Once everyone regained consciousness, Wukong's voice was calm. The Wind Devourer did not exert its full strength. If it had at such a close distance, all of you would have died. I will not disqualify anyone, but you are now adults. Think carefully. Among the things you will face in the future, there will be ghostly entities like the Wind Devourer. Even more terrifying. Please make your choice. Everyone fell silent. I'm sorry. A girl still terrified said, I withdraw. I also withdraw. I didn't realize the Yugui army was this dangerous. Many people kept raising their hands and quietly exited the training ground. After a while, the crowd finally calmed down. There were 72 remaining. Class is officially starting now. First, you need to determine your specialization. Yugui Master, mainly strengthening one's soul strength. The stronger the soul, the more and stronger ghost pets one can control. Body cultivation, mainly training vitality, can be considered as frontline fighters, tanks, assassins known as human-shaped projectiles. Spirit cultivation, primarily training spiritual energy, can be viewed as cultivators in novels or mages. Our squad does not have a teacher for this, so if you wish to become a spirit cultivator, you must apply to transfer to the demon extermination team. I have a suggestion: those with high aptitude should choose to be Yugui Masters. Once again, in the selection, most people stayed here. Only 6 chose body cultivation, led away by a muscular man. Class is officially starting now. The first lesson is the basic concept of Yugui Masters. Wukong pointed to the ghost meter in his hand, aimed at the Wind Devourer, and the value quickly fluctuated, stopping at 165. This 165, the unit is K, called ghost energy value, also known as soul power. It can basically be viewed as combat power. Wukong aimed the ghost meter at himself. The value fluctuated, stopping at 318. This is my soul power value, 318K. Remember, the owner's soul power value must be higher than the ghost pet's ghost energy value. Once the soul power value falls below the ghost pet's ghost energy value, the ghost pet will betray. Never think that the contract with the ghost pet is stable. This is determined by the ghost contracting technique and is not subject to human will. Considering the impact of injuries on soul power value in battle, you need to reserve about 50. At least leave enough for 70. For example, if your soul power value is 100, then it's best to contract with a ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 50k. The maximum cannot exceed 70. Chen listened, her heart slightly stirred. The Black Prison ghost contracting technique seems to not have this limitation. She needed to find an opportunity to ask the captain. Soul power strength brings many benefits. First, you can contract stronger ghost pets. Second, the greater the soul power gap, the higher the contract success rate. When the gap between soul power and ghost energy exceeds 10 times, it can almost forcibly contract any ghost pet. Third, you can contract more ghost pets. In the soul movement realm, you can contract 2 ghost pets. In the essence realm, you can contract 3 ghost pets. Lastly, let's discuss the ranks of ghostly beings. Originally, there were 5 levels categorized as A, B, C, D, and E. A few years ago, they unified them into 10 tiers from 1 to 10. Below tier 10 is termed the initial stage. In the initial stage, if a wandering soul gets injured, it will be utterly dispersed, while an evil spirit will fall into the realm of wandering souls. Above tier 10, levels are represented by 10s. For example, 12 corresponds to the first tier, while 20-something indicates the second tier. For wandering souls, 10s correspond to the respective tiers. 30-something corresponds to the third tier, while 40-something indicates the fourth tier. Evil spirits follow the same logic. Hundreds correspond to respective tiers, and reaching 1,000 means the 10th tier. In 99 of cases, one will be stuck here unless they find a spiritual catalyst to enhance their realm. The same applies to evil spirits, which are also classified from 1 to 10. Someone asked, teacher, wasn't it said that there are SSS and SSS ranks? Yes, these 3 ranks are collectively known as transcendental levels, representing existences that surpass common logic. And rank wandering soul can easily defeat lower-ranked evil spirits. They are extremely dangerous, so do not attempt to form a contract. To contract and rank ghost pet, one's soul power must reach several times their level, even exceeding 10 times. Everyone remembered this clearly. Now we will begin the soul movement course. Those who have reached the soul movement realm may leave. Upon reaching the soul movement realm, you can receive your Kunwa blade. At the same time, you may apply to participate in tonight's mission. Chen was startled. The Wu Ghost Temple has erupted with a minor ghost tide, and not a single person in the temple survived. Tonight, the captain will lead a team to eliminate them. Captain. Chen suddenly understood. In his last life, Han Yuan probably obtained the demon suppression tower during this mission. He currently lacked 8 ghosts, and wild ghosts were simply too scarce. He also dared not provoke places like the Princess Tomb. Following behind the captain to pick up the scraps was the best choice. Luo Gu, you don't need to waste time here. You have already reached the soul movement realm, far surpassing us. Chen Kun flattered. Ji Luo nodded him, "I'll leave first." Saying this, he stood up and left. The top-ranking girl also got up and left. Chen said to the monkey, "I'll withdraw first." He then also stood up and left. The first 2 departures seemed unsurprising to everyone, but when Chen stood up, it caught them off guard. Especially Hanya Chen Kuan and the monkey, who looked at Chen in disbelief. Once the 3 left, Hanya blankly said, "Teacher, could it be that Chen has also reached the soul movement realm?" Wukong nodded. He initially wanted to add that Chen had spent an entire afternoon. No, to be precise, it took only a few minutes to reach the soul movement realm. But he remained silent. In this cohort, having 3 S-level prodigies appear at once was already disheartening. If they faced any more setbacks, they might lose their motivation to learn. He had originally held the highest hopes for Chen, if not for Zhou Yangxiao. Inside Han Yuan's office, Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen arrived one after another. "Are you 3 signing up?" "Yes, gather at the playground at 6 tonight." As the 3 left the office, Han Yuan immediately smiled. "You see, this is charisma. In previous years, just getting 1A was a blessing. This year, 3 double S." He Chong rolled his eyes. Right. The next moment, He Chong was kicked out. Tired of back and forth, Chen called the hotel to ensure they took good care of Chen Man. He would remain at the base to practice diligently. The other tasks were manageable, but running 30 laps in the last 20 minutes posed a significant challenge. In the playground, timing himself to run with all his strength, by the 20-minute mark, he had completed 19 laps. They can't possibly set an impossible task. Is there any trick? For instance, can soul power enhance the physical body? The entire afternoon, Chen pondered this question while meditating in the dormitory. As 6 approached, the monkey's voice came from outside him, exhausted. "How can I reach the soul movement?" The entire afternoon, that cup of water showed no sign of movement. Some of them moved slightly, but we still have to work hard. We need to continue tonight, but right now, I just want to sleep. 2 voices discussed, drawing near. The monkey, a chubby boy, and a very cool young man. The cool young man checked the dormitory number and directly laid down on the bed. The monkey pointed at the chubby boy. "Chen, I request to share a dorm with you. This chubby boy and I get along quite well and wish to move in with us. By the way, his name is He Runsheng." "Hello, great deity." He Runsheng immediately extended both hands for a handshake. "Hello." Chen glanced at him. "Your family must be super wealthy, right?" The chubby boy was taken aback and shook his head. "No." "Brother, what's your name?" The monkey looked at the cool young man who was lying on the bed. "Gu Xing." "Gu. Is there really someone with that surname?" The monkey didn't press further and turned to complain to the chubby boy. Great deity, may I ask how you reached the soul movement? That bowl of water won't budge no matter what. Qinqing thought for a moment. I just did what Teacher Wu said. I exerted my effort, and it moved. He truly had no experience to share. Huh. Runqing was taken aback, sighing. The great deity truly is a great deity. By the way, Qinqing, how many times did you try? The monkey asked. Qinqing did not hide once. What the hell? Is that for real? No way, great deity. Once. Just once. Yeah. The monkey was stunned for a while, then suddenly laughed. Qinqing's cup of water did move, but it took him an entire afternoon. He was all over Hanya today, saying he would make you look bad. Oh, I am curious to see how they plan to make you look bad. What's wrong? Do you have a feud? The monkey recounted how Hanya treated Qinqing, and the chubby boy frowned. That's quite unreasonable. Qinqing saw that the time was about right and got up to head towards the playground. Stay safe. Take care, great deity. 5 armored military vehicles were already waiting on the playground. After waiting for a while, everyone had arrived. Including the 3 newcomers, there were a total of 30 people. Han Yuan said, we will still follow the old strategy. He Chong make 3 spots available for the newcomers on the vehicle and explain the strategy to them on the way. Departure. The crowd quickly entered the vehicles, and soon with a rumble, they departed from the base. The 3 sat in the back row with Zhou Yanxiao on the left, Qinqing in the middle, and Ji Luo on the right. It actually smells quite nice, Qinqing thought, slightly distancing himself. He Chong began explaining the strategy. Have you heard of the 3-3 strategy? When dealing with ghostly beings, we generally use the 3-3 strategy. 3 people form a small team arranged in a triangular formation. 3 small teams form a combat class also in a triangular shape. 3 combat classes make up a combat group, which is likewise triangular. A combat group consists of 27 people, not including the 3 of you. We are perfectly at 27. You all should observe how we fight today. A small fry that slip through can be practiced on appropriately. The vehicle soon stopped about a kilometer away from the Wu Ghost Temple. If we get too close, some of them won't dare to come out. Wait until they all show up before we proceed. Qinqing thought of something and asked Changge, where do ghosts hide during the day? No one knows. He Chong laughed. This is the world's greatest unsolved mystery. 5 armored military vehicles suddenly charged up the mountain, reaching the Wu Gui Temple in an instant. The group was already very familiar with the formation. As soon as they got out of the vehicles, they immediately split into several small teams of 3. Most held Kunwo blades, while those wielding the Kunlun crossbows took positions further back. One soldier was holding a sniper rifle, searching for a vantage point. Han Yuan stood in the middle and suddenly drew his Kunwo blade. A flash of red light erupted as the Kunwo blade ignited in flames. The flames enveloped half of Han Yuan's body. Charge! With this command, everyone rushed into the Wu Gui Temple, some through the door, others climbing over the wall, all at remarkable speed. Qinqing tightened his grip on the Kunwo blade and followed suit. At that moment, a figure appeared ahead of the group. Extremely thin, with an unnaturally pale face covered in festering sores, it walked slowly, while coughing violently. The sound suggested it might stop breathing at any moment. A soldier from the Ghost Control Army rushed forward, and the light on his Kunwo blade flashed. With a swift strike, the ghost was cleaved in half at the waist. Cough! Cough! The upper half of the ghost coughed violently, while struggling to crawl forward. A soldier stepped forward and severed its head. Bang! A loud sound erupted as Han Yuan leaped in from nowhere. The flaming Kunwo blade plunged into the ghost's corpse. In moments, the fire consumed the ghost's body completely. Han Yuan frowned. This is a deathly ghost. Withdraw from this mission and hurry back to disinfect and check yourself. The soldier was taken aback, then quickly nodded and ran out of the Wu Gui Temple. A bit further ahead, the first 3 soldiers became entangled with a female ghost holding a child. The female ghost muttered something under her breath. She had a massive wound on her belly where a child was sucking its thumb, gazing out calmly. The female ghost moved with incredible speed, each step like an arrow shot forth. The 3 had surrounded the female ghost. As soon as she attacked one of them, the other 2's Kunwo blades would swiftly strike. Whoosh! The female ghost moved again. Her claws lunged at the soldier's face. The soldier was startled and abruptly fell backward like a bridge of iron. The other 2 struck simultaneously, one slicing at her neck, the other stabbing at her belly. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp sounds rang out as both blades were caught. One blade was seized by the female ghost while the other was held by the fetus in her womb. The baby in her hands suddenly leaped toward the soldier on the ground, and her claws swept toward the 2 soldiers. Bang! A silver bullet exploded in front of the female ghost's chest. Her body flew out as if struck by a heavy truck. The 2 soldiers seized the opportunity, striking from the left and right, cleaving the ghost into 3 pieces. The infant from the ghost's belly fell out, letting out a piercing scream as it crawled back to the female ghost, holding onto her tightly and wailing. Gradually, her body began to dissolve. Is this the legendary birthing ghost? The soldier felt a chill. This is only a wandering soul level. This is outrageous. If it were to ascend to the evil ghost level, it could take down several people. The soldier on the ground had already stood up, touching the wound on his neck. This thing can't be poisonous, right? I've never heard of such a thing. Qinqing observed everything with a racing heart. He had witnessed this scene once more. He spat to the side when a voice came from nearby. You've got some guts. Huh. Chen Qing was taken aback. It's the first time seeing such a scene, yet you still have saliva in your mouth. Not bad. The two stood by a bell tower, able to see everything around them. Han Yuan did not rejoin the battle, but watched the fight around him. The average strength of the Ghost Control Army seemed to have a certain gap with the ghosts, but everyone cooperated excellently. Although there were injuries, they were not serious. The number of ghosts was rapidly decreasing. Chen Qing suddenly asked, Captain, the Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique shouldn't have to follow the rule that the contract ghost energy value is only half right. If the ghost energy value is similar to mine or slightly higher, can I still contract it? Han Yuan frowned and said, contracting ghosts with only half the energy value is not worth it. This is a principle everyone understands. But have you ever thought about why this rule became ironclad in the end? Chen Qing fell silent. Do you know what happened to the previous practitioners of the Black Prison Contract Ghost Technique? None of them were anything less than extraordinary. Their talents far exceeded your imagination. He continued, and without exception they all died. You may very well be the only person who knows this technique now. The ferocity of the ghosts far exceeds your imagination. When you confine yourself and the ghosts within the Black Prison, you are essentially forcing yourself into a dire predicament. Han Yuan was not a talkative person, but he spoke at length this time. Yet he also answered Chen Qing's question. The number of ghosts in the temple was rapidly decreasing. Bang! Suddenly a light tapping sound echoed, as if striking a bamboo tube. Everyone's movements froze. The scene before Chen Qing turned into black and white. His consciousness became hazy. Bang! The tapping sound rang out again. A strange voice elongated, the sky is dry, be cautious of fire. With this sound, flames suddenly erupted from the bodies of all those who had been frozen. Han Yuan froze as well. The flames that rose from his body quickly scorched him, emitting plumes of black smoke. Flames erupted from Chen Qing's body, but the demon suppression tower trembled slightly, instantly extinguishing them. The black and white scene shattered, instantly returning to the normal world. Chen Qing was able to move. Only, he didn't know what to do. He didn't even know where the enemy was. He suddenly shook Han Yuan beside him. Captain, wake up. Gritting his teeth, he stabbed the Kunwu blade into Han Yuan's arm. Han Yuan jolted awake, his Kunwu blade erupting in flames, and his body shot out like a cannonball. Bang! Another sound. Han Yuan, still in midair, froze, but his momentum did not decrease as he slammed heavily onto the ground. The strange voice elongated again, closed the doors and windows, guard against theft and robbery. In Chen Qing's eyes, a wooden window rapidly closed while his body felt locked by something, unable to move. The demon suppression tower trembled again, slightly. The window in front of him shattered. Chen Qing rushed towards Han Yuan without hesitation and stabbed out again. In this situation, only he could save the day. The Kunwu blade had the effect of breaking evil, and Han Yuan instantly awoke, shooting out like a cannonball. The ghost seemed to want to say something, but Han Yuan's body surged forward in an instant. One strike. Peace and safety. The voice abruptly cut off. Everyone regained their ability to move quickly, shedding their burning clothes, all hissing in pain. Chen Qing rushed over to see a ghost's corpse pinned to the ground by Han Yuan's Kunwu blade rapidly burning. He could vaguely discern it was dressed like an ancient farmer with a bamboo tube hanging at its waist. 6th level evil ghost, the bell ringer. Han Yuan frowned and took out a few portable hemostatic band-aids to cover his wounds, saying, I can't believe we encountered this thing. Chen Qing was stunned. This bell ringer. Wasn't it one of the spirits released after he took out the demon suppression tower? Could it be that the ghost tied in the Wu Gui temple was caused by him? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing reassured himself. After all, with the blood moon approaching, this place would also experience a ghost tide, and by that time the number of deaths would likely multiply by hundreds. At this moment, He Chong ran over his neck, already scorched to the point of shedding several layers of skin, but he nodded at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, you've done a great job this time. He Chong's expression turned serious. Boss, it seems there's still one evil ghost left. Another one. It seems to be possessing something. Han Yuan's expression showed excitement. Possessing? What is it possessing? Unclear. Let's go. As he walked, Han Yuan remarked. Chen Qing, you can also practice your skills now, but be careful. Aim for its weaknesses when you strike. Possession, not a verb, but a noun. This type of ghost is relatively common in the wandering soul stage. It's called a foolish ghost. It represents those who have become obsessed with something in life after death, such as alcoholics, gamblers, misers, and philanderers. At the evil ghost level, they generally attach themselves to an item they cannot let go of. For example, if He Chong from the team were to die and become an evil ghost, he might turn into a fishing rod. The obsessions and infatuations of humans are incredibly diverse, and so are the forms they take upon possession. For instance, an alcoholic might become a bottle of wine when they ascend to the level of possession, or perhaps a pervert ascending to possession might turn into black stockings. If a modern person were to become a foolish ghost, it would surely be quite a spectacle. A mobile phone, a keyboard, a camera, a figurine, a basketball, overalls, any of these would not be surprising. Chen Qing withdrew his thoughts and slowly walked towards the back half of the Wu Gui temple. A rapid-fire muttering voice echoed through the air. Qing strained to listen and finally understood. I heard that guy is a terrible gambler involved with the butcher's daughter and got caught by the butcher Zhang who killed him. Old Qing hasn't returned in 2 years, said he was caught for salt trafficking and supposedly got abused in prison. Listening further, it continued to drone on. Turning around a corner, Qing finally saw 2 female ghosts. Their mouths moved rapidly and their tongues were extremely long, drooping a full foot as they spoke with saliva splattering everywhere. Long-tongued ghosts. The 2 female ghosts clearly had different levels of cultivation. One spoke at an extremely fast pace, almost unintelligible unless listened to closely, while the other was slightly slower, mumbling her words. Checking his ghost gauge, one was 1st level and the other was 3rd level. Both were weak, but to be cautious, Qing targeted the 1st level ghost, immediately striking with his blade. Decapitation. As expected, the long-tongued ghost transformed into black mist and was quickly absorbed by the demon suppression tower. The 3rd level long-tongued ghost was momentarily stunned, shaking its head as its long tongue became sword-like, swiftly slashing towards Qing. Qing did not linger, swiftly escaping in search of the next ghost. There were plenty of ghosts here, and soon he found a starving ghost in the temple's dining hall. It was frantically devouring a bag of already rotting cabbage. Its body was extremely thin, but its stomach was large and round. Upon inspection, it was a 1st level wandering soul. He quickly beheaded it. The starving ghost turned into a swirl of black mist and was absorbed into the demon suppression tower. There were still faint sounds coming from the dining hall. Qing tiptoed forward, feeling delighted in his heart. 3 ghosts. They were in the dining hall's kitchen area, fighting over a piece of already rotting maggot-infested pork. Checking his ghost gauge, they were all 1st level wandering souls. Qing threw out the demon suppression tower, shouting big. A heavy thud resounded as the 3 ghosts were instantly crushed. He quickly recalled the demon suppression tower and searched in other areas. The next 2 ghosts he encountered were one 1st level and one 3rd level, so Qing turned around and left. As he reached the accommodation area, he slowed his pace. Strange sounds emerged. His heart stirred as he discerned the direction. Gripping the kunwu blade tightly, he slowly approached. What he saw next was a wildly flamboyant scene. Zhou Yanqiu's fateful ghost was this. Shocked me for an entire year. Qing immediately recognized that this baboon was Zhou Yanqiu's fateful ghost, looking left and right. He saw Zhou Yanqiu standing in a corner, her face flushed. She spotted Qing, too, raising a finger to gesture for silence. She quietly came over and pulled Qing outside. Qing didn't know how to start. Zhou Yanqiu, still blushing, said, "My fateful ghost is a lustful ghost, and only in this way can it ascend." A lustful ghost. The voice from within was too suggestive. Zhou Yanqiu's face remained red as she said, "That female ghost and my baboon belong to the same lineage. Only by assisting each other can we ascend. I must seize this opportunity." The evil ghost level of a lustful ghost is actually a baboon or monkey. Qing was somewhat stunned and subconsciously asked, "Then what is the wicked spirit level of a lustful ghost?" "I don't know." "That makes sense. Before the blood moon, most of the ghosts that could be seen were the common types. Today, seeing a night watchman ghost here is due to its suppression since ancient times." As they spoke, it seemed they had reached the peak of the mountain. The commotion. Even describing a tenth of it would lead to being sealed away. It was simply shocking. Good luck. Qing temporarily lost his ability to speak. He quickly fled. After thinking for a moment, he headed towards the former abbot's room. There was a decayed corpse, but it had not turned into a ghost. Qing could vaguely discern that it resembled the abbot, sighing as he turned to search other areas. At this moment, Qing sensed a wave of Yin energy. Looking around, he saw no ghosts. Yet each step felt heavier. It felt as if an air conditioner was blowing on his thigh, bringing an indescribable chill. Qing's heart skipped a beat. Looking down, he saw nothing at his feet, but his pant legs were gently swaying. Qing realized what it was. The hanging boot ghost, also known as a tailing bug. This thing moves too quickly. No matter how you look at it, it can hide in your blind spots. If you feel something breathing on your neck while walking at night, it's most likely this. Fortunately, this thing has limited power. At most, it causes a cold or fever, barely counted as a good ghost. At this moment, a chill was blowing on the back of his neck. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be hanging on his neck. Qing did not look back, but used the ghost gauge to check behind his neck. 7. A 1st level wandering soul. Qing understood, standing firm as he threw the demon suppression tower behind him. Big. Boom. The tower, nearly 3 to 4 meters tall, fell heavily behind Qing. Qing did not see the tailing bug, but he could feel a new ghost had been absorbed into the demon suppression tower. Just 2 more to go. Soon Qing found his target. Clattering. A thin figure appeared. It was clutching a large pile of dice. The dice kept falling, and it kept picking them up only for them to fall again. The ghost's face showed anxiety, yet it was persistently collecting the dice, seemingly unwilling to miss any. A foolish ghost. There are many types of foolish ghosts, and this one was clearly a gambling addict among them. 3 warriors suddenly charged and ready to strike. Qing hurriedly stopped them. "I'll handle this." The 3 warriors nodded, said no more, and moved on to other targets. This gambling ghost was still somewhat confused, likely in the first stage. Sure enough, the ghost gauge displayed 5k. One strike took down the gambling ghost. Only one more ghost remained for the demon suppression tower. Perhaps good things take time, but the next few ghosts encountered were not just 1 or 2 levels higher. With the ghost soldiers rapidly decreasing their numbers, finding another ghost became increasingly difficult. Qinxing felt a bit anxious and decided to move to the back of the Wuguwei Tower. The Wuguwei Tower had already been cleared as a priority, but in the corner of the wall there was a dry toilet. There might be a toilet ghost. Sure enough, a first-level toilet ghost was happily munching away. Qinxing disregarded his disgust and struck with his blade. The toilet ghost's body transformed into black mist and was absorbed into the tower. The demon suppression tower began to tremble. Initially, it was a slight tremor, but soon the intensity increased, and before long the tower, along with the necklace, was bouncing energetically on Qinxing's chest. It felt like a small fish just caught. Finally, the commotion from the demon suppression tower ceased, and Qinxing felt that he had acquired his 13th ghost. The Ghost King has arrived. Qinxing's heart pounded as he recalled the terrifying figure he had witnessed during the second blood moon of his previous life. He had gathered these 12 worthless specters solely to obtain this ghost sovereign, and cultivated the Black Prison spirit bonding art exclusively to subjugate it. Ordinarily, employing the Black Prison spirit bonding art would provoke fierce resistance from any spirit, inevitably escalating into a life-or-death struggle. But Qinxing was different. He was the sovereign of the demon sealing pagoda. Building upon this advantage, Qinxing devised a contingency. He could swim into the sea or climb to a cliff's edge. Thus, should he perish, the demon sealing pagoda would plummet beyond recovery, effectively sealing it away forever. In essence, the ghost sovereign faced only 2 choices: absolute submission or mutual annihilation. It should work. Qinxing harbored no certainty, but only by securing the ghost sovereign could he guarantee his survival through the blood moon. As he pondered in silence, the commotion within the Temple of Nameless Spirits gradually subsided. Besides the dread-inducing Night Watchman, the spirit-taming corps had also eliminated several formidable tenfold wandering souls, and one soldier sustained severe injuries. The battle was drawing to its close. At last, a portable radio crackled with the order to regroup. The team made their way toward the temple gate, where Qinxing encountered Zhou Yanqiao. With a gentle smile, Qinxing asked, "Was everything smooth?" Zhou Yanqiao flushed faintly and murmured an ambiguous, It was then that Qinxing realized she possessed a quietly enduring beauty. Her nose, eyes, and lips were all delicately proportioned, exquisitely balanced. You mustn't tell anyone about my fate-linked spirit." Leaning in, she locked eyes with him. Qinxing was not one to pry into others' affairs, yet he deliberately hesitated. "This. Consider it a debt I owe you." "Deal." Qinxing smiled, then lowered his voice. "How much did your baboon improve this time?" Zhou Yanqiao blushed again quite a bit. Seeing he was about to ask more, she frowned. "Can we stop talking about this?" Noting her genuine fluster, Qinxing dropped the subject. One armored military vehicle was missing, likely taken by the soldier who had slain the diseased corpse spirit. Han Yuan announced, "Though everyone suffered serious burns on this mission, it concluded successfully. Additional comrades will handle the follow-up cleanup." "Well done, everyone. With one vehicle gone, shall we squeeze in or wait for reinforcements?" "Squeeze. Just a few minutes. Let's get it over with." Han Yuan ushered 3 newcomers into his vehicle, only for 2 more to immediately pile in: Hichang and Zhang Mingyuan, a round-faced soldier nicknamed QQ Dan. "Damn it, QQ Dan, stop shoving me. This vehicle's only so big. I don't want to crush you either." After prolonged squeezing, they finally settled on Hichang, holding QQ Dan on his lap. The engine roared to life. "Qinxing, you'll be credited with top merit today," Han Yuan declared. "Not at all. Your brilliant command made it possible." Already learning flattery after just a few days, Han Yuan disapproved of Qinxing's tone. Qinxing chuckled. "Any reward?" "Yes." Han Yuan grinned. "But I plan to file a collective application for our combat squad, armor capable of resisting special attacks. Otherwise, if a spirit with such abilities appears, as today, we die without even knowing how." Qinxing nearly asked whether the possession spirit had been located, but held his tongue. "Ji Luo performed well too. Did you succeed in contracting that household spirit you've been taming?" "I did." At the mention, Ji Luo's face lit up with excitement. Han Yuan paused thoughtfully. "Would you sell the complete cultivation sequence for household spirits?" With his sharp intellect, he knew Ji Luo's elation over binding a mere first-rank spirit must mean his family possessed the full ascension pathway. Ji Luo fell silent, but offered no denial. After a long pause, he sighed. "Riley, my father likely won't approve." "Very well." Han Yuan pressed no further. A complete cultivation sequence was invaluable, each one forged in the southern spirit tide through countless lives sacrificed. "Captain, shouldn't spirit extermination fall under the spirit annihilation squad's jurisdiction?" "They're currently unavailable." Han Yuan's tone turned grave. "An ancient princess, her dynasty unknown, has awakened. She's proving difficult." Qinxing froze. He recognized her, the very spirit he himself had roused. Yet in truth, he had rendered a great service. Had she awakened during the blood moon, her power would have surged many-fold. inflicting far greater devastation. He pondered whether to reveal the locations of several known spirit strongholds he knew from the spirit tide. Lost in thought, he barely heard He Chong's outburst. He Chong, act normal. Suddenly QQ Dan shouted, what the hell is this rock-hard thing? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Knife, knife, knife. It's a damn knife. He Chong retorted, even if I went for men, I'd only choose someone like Captain, magnificent and heroic. You don't even count. Han Yuan barked, get out. A moment later, Han Yuan lowered the vanity mirror, stroked his jaw and neck, and nodded approvingly, though magnificent and heroic is indeed remarkably apt. Silence followed, 3 times over. For vehicles sped like lightning, swiftly entering the city proper. Chen Qing asked, Captain, may I disembark? Yes, Han Yuan replied. Are you unharmed? If injured, better head straight to base for treatment. I'm fine. Then go ahead. After stepping out, Chen Qing checked the time, 4:30 am. Rides were scarce at this hour. He opened a ride-hailing app, set his destination, and posted a fare of 1,000 yuan. Ding. Instantly, the request was claimed. Moments later, a car pulled up before him. Mr. Chen, good evening. The driver beamed. Are you headed to Shizhu Peak? Driving at this hour meant extra earnings, and 1,000 yuan fare was pure bliss. Yes. Shizhu Peak was a famed scenic site in Shiming City. Steep and precipitous, it overlooked the surging Shiming River below. They climbed aboard and sped off. The driver chatted enthusiastically, but Chen Qing's thoughts remained fixed on the ghost sovereign, offering little response. The driver soon focused solely on navigating. Shortly afterward, they arrived at the scenic area's entrance, where he personally dropped Chen Qing at the highest point accessible by vehicle. Some popular attractions operated 24 hours, but this one stood shuttered and still. Chen Qing switched on his flashlight, winding through narrow paths. His stamina now vastly surpassed that of ordinary people. He climbed without pause until reaching the steepest cliff face. He selected a precarious spot near the cliff's edge, a steep incline where one could barely stand upright, yet any corpse would inevitably tumble into the river below. The river wind howled. Calming himself, Chen Qing composed a message on August 15. The moon will turn crimson. The apocalypse begins. Spirits will multiply 100-fold, 1,000,000-fold. Malevolent grade spirits will roam unchecked. Take Xiao Man and Uncle Xia into my safe house. Stockpile provisions, absolutely essential. Above all, trust no one. My bank card lies beneath the large pine tree at Shizhu Peak, weighted down by 2 stones. The pin is 371896. He scheduled the message for time delivery and buried the card beneath the stones. If he failed to return alive, his monkey companion would receive the message at noon tomorrow. Taking several deep breaths, he steadied his racing pulse. With a single mental command, the ghost sovereign materialized before him inside the demon ceiling pagoda. Sleight of frame, it crouched on the ground back, turned to Chen Qing. Without pausing to observe, Chen Qing intoned each word with commanding force. Black prison spirit bonding art. Black prison contract ghost technique. A thing resembling tentacles and black mist rapidly enveloped the two. Chen Qing's heart raced. In a deep voice, he said, you also saw the environment we were just in at the edge of the cliff. A person can stand, but if I die, the corpse will fall off the cliff. Since you are locked in the tower, it is impossible for you to take the tower yourself. Either you kill me and my corpse along with the necklace might sink in the river for 10 or 100 years. You have no other choice. Either submit to me and become my contracted ghost pet, or we die together. Daring to enter here, I have already made all preparations. Now please tell me your answer. The Ghost King remained crouched. There was no response. The plot was taking a strange turn. Chen Qing frowned and shouted again, stand up. The Ghost King slowly stood up. Then, Chen Qing was stunned. The beard was wild, resembling Zhang Fei, with one eye watching and the other on alert. One foot wore 2 socks while the other foot had none. It tilted its head to scrutinize Chen Qing. Where are my socks? Chen Qing was dumbfounded. Although it had a circle of beard, wasn't this the crazy ghost he first collected? The Ghost King. This thing is the Ghost King. The dramatic scenes Chen Qing envisioned had tragic and heroic moments. Also the desolate outcome of his corpse on the river. But there was no eerie scene of being in the same room as a lunatic. For a moment he was dazed and didn't know what to do. After thinking for a moment, he took off his sock and gave it to him. The Ghost King chuckled, a drool flowing down, casually wiping it on his face as he sat down to put on the socks. If given a choice, Chen Qing truly wouldn't choose this thing. But unfortunately, he was now locked in the black prison. Taking advantage of the time it took to put on socks, with a thought, a black ring of spiritual energy emerged from Chen Qing's mind, slowly encircling the Ghost King's head, tightening more and more until it entered his skull. The Ghost King seemed to sense something clawing at his head, but the thing had already entered. After clawing twice with no reaction, he sat down and continued putting on the socks. Done. Is this the feeling of a contracted ghost pet? Unlike controlling with the demon suppression tower, he could feel the Ghost King's breath, clearly sensing everything about him. So ghosts need to breathe too. With a thought, Chen Qing retracted the black prison. It worked. This was too unexpected. He pointed the ghost meter at the Ghost King. 3, 4, 7, 9, 13, 18, 23, 35. It stopped at 35, then 36, 35, 39, 34. For some reason, its value remained unstable, constantly changing. It hovered around 38. 38, threefold wandering soul. It was completely unworthy of the title Ghost King, but he knew well that this was because he specifically contracted a weak new wandering soul. If he could replace all 12 ghosts with a higher-ranked one, the Ghost King could likely enter the transcendence level. Just imagining himself having its glass ghost pet made his heart flutter, but its mind wasn't too sharp. This was a big problem. He wondered if changing the ghost would solve it. With a thought, he summoned the crazy ghost. The two stood together, looking even closer than real brothers. The four freely moving eyeballs were like a 360-degree panoramic camera capable of seeing everything in every direction. Fortunately, the Ghost King had a beard like Zhang Fei's, so he wouldn't get confused. Chen Qing sighed. A famous saying from a celebrity named Chen floated in his mind: what is sin? At this time, the sky was getting brighter, and the crazy ghost was obviously a bit weak. Yet the Ghost King showed no reaction. His two eyes wandered around aimlessly. Chen Qing put away the crazy ghost, wanting to see the Ghost King's limits, waiting quietly. The sky grew brighter, and the first rays of sunlight struck the peak, slowly descending. If it were a wandering soul at this time, it would probably instantly turn to ashes. But the Ghost King still showed no reaction. The sunlight gradually descended, finally reaching above the two of them. At this moment, the Ghost King still showed no reaction. Checking with the ghost meter, the ghostly energy value remained around 38. The sunlight finally shone on the Ghost King's face. The imagined scene of roasting ghost flesh did not occur. The Ghost King showed no reaction. He even turned around facing the sun and yawned. Chen Qing was dumbfounded. Even after experiencing 3 waves of blood moon ghost tides, he had never heard of any ghost that wasn't afraid of the sun. This was a ghost. That thing up there is the sun. What went wrong? The Ghost King yawned, sitting on a stone, looking somewhat bored. Chen Qing then remembered the bank card under the stone, took it back, and deleted the scheduled message for the monkey. Checking the time, he recalled the Ghost King. He took a cab back to the hotel. Chen Man was not there. Not paying attention, he had breakfast and began circulating his energy. At noon, the hotel phone rang. The other party did not speak. Chen Qing saw a note pressed under the hotel phone. Mr. Chen Man is in our hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, please prepare 6 million and bring it to the Taiping Road waste brick factory. Chen Qing was stunned. A chill and anger surged in his heart. Chen Man was his only relative. The only one. Chen Qing thought about solving this matter through the ghost army, but Chen Man couldn't afford any mishap. Not daring to be careless, he went to the bank and withdrew 6 million. A lot. He packed it into 3 boxes, each weighing around 70 pounds. The security guard helped carry the boxes to the door just in time for a taxi, which he hailed and loaded everything in. Taiping Road waste brick factory. Got it. This was a very obscure location, at least Chen Qing had never heard of it. But the driver took many twists and turns, leading Chen Qing down narrow alleys. As long as you don't harm my brother, money is not a problem. Chen Qing suddenly spoke. The driver paused slightly, then smiled. Mr. Chen is a wise man. Then please wear this eye mask. Rest assured we seek wealth, not lives. Chen Qing complied and put it on. Perhaps it was because the location was remote, or perhaps it was intentional detours. The driver drove for a long time. Halfway, someone got in the car. A sharp object pressed against Chen Qing's neck, and he was tightly bound with ropes. Soon the car came to a stop. Chen Qing was pushed out stumbling, and after a moment he finally stopped. The eye mask was pulled down. The sudden light made Chen Qing squint, and after a moment he could see clearly. This was an abandoned factory with broken bricks and dried feces everywhere. In front of him stood 6 people. Now Chen Qing's memory was very strong. He could remember clearly even after seeing them just once. One was a hotel employee, another was a jewelry store employee, and one surprised Chen Qing. Li Ba, a resident from the same community, a social person, and one of those who killed Chen Qing in his past life. Chen Qing suddenly understood. He had been showing off. He had tossed money like tips at the hotel, totaling 300. At the jewelry store, he sold gold ducks for nearly 10 million. The community renovation cost nearly 10 million. No wonder he had been targeted. Where's my brother? Li Ba, wearing a big gold chain and watch, did not answer, instead saying, the price has gone up. You need to give another 10 million. But the boss wants 5 million, and us 5 brothers should get at least 2 million, right? Understood. Chen Qing was just confirming that all of them were present. With a thought, the demon suppression tower swayed slightly, and 13 ghosts abruptly appeared. The crazy ghost, 2 toilet ghosts, 2 food ghosts, 4 starving ghosts, a long-tongued ghost, and a tailing ghost. Bizarre shapes, extremely terrifying. Everyone was horrified. What is this? Ghosts, ghosts, ghosts. Everyone was in chaos. But what Chen Qing did not expect was that the Ghost King stood while the other ghosts knelt on the ground trembling. Except for that crazy ghost who seemed unable to sense the Ghost King's terror and still stood upright. Chen Qing did not anticipate that these ghosts would act like this, with a thought. Kill them. Only then did the ghosts struggle to rise and charge towards the crowd. But they were simply too weak, especially since it was still daytime. One by one their speed was exceedingly slow. The Ghost King charged ahead with turned out toes, awkward posture, shouting loudly, tear them apart. Tear them apart. The body of the first person suddenly ripped into 8 pieces. With a whoosh, his innards spilled all over the ground. The Ghost King rushed over, but did not expect this person to suddenly tear apart in front of him. He was momentarily stunned, then turned to another person, still shouting, "Burn them alive! Burn them alive!" Boom! The body of the person who was fleeing ahead was suddenly engulfed in raging flames, the temperature horrifying, reducing him to a charred state in an instant. Qin was taken aback. This was words manifesting as law. His hands moved faster. The portable tool knife cut through the rope. He threw the demon suppression tower. Big. A 6 or 7 meter iron tower suddenly appeared, smashing one person into a pulp. With the kunwa knife in hand, Qin struck. He plunged it directly into the brain of the taxi driver. He pulled it sideways, splitting the head in two, and charged forward again. Meanwhile, the other ghosts were already tearing at the jewelry store employee. He was so frightened that he could only scream, "Ah! Help! Help! I was wrong. Li Ba was already cornered. The long-tongued ghost's tongue slapped him, but it was like a child lightly slapping him. Li Ba was stunned. These ghosts, they're weak, right? Qin said coldly, walking up to Li Ba. Indeed, they are all wandering souls that shatter upon contact. A flash of knife light. Li Ba's left arm was severed at the root. Li Ba screamed, Don't kill me, we're neighbors." "So what? Li Ba?" Li Ba was taken aback. He never expected Qin to know him. But there was no time to think. Another knife. His right arm was severed at the root. Blood gushed out from the base of both arms. Li Ba's body convulsed, trembling. Don't. Ill by my life. I have money. Qin showed no reaction and raised the knife again. Jin Buhuan. I have news about Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan. Li Ba suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, as if grasping at a life-saving straw. Qin paused. His brows furrowed. How did he know about Jin Buhuan? Li Ba's lips had already turned white, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, but he still shouted, Jin Buhuan. Someone wants your Jin Buhuan. Qin's brow furrowed even tighter. Li Ba, seeing Qin's movement stop, said, "The hotel. Sun Lian wants to get you guys secretly installed surveillance in your room. It captured the Jin Buhuan. Then the news spread out. We were just hired thugs. Let me go. Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan." Suddenly a strange voice came. Jin Buhuan abruptly appeared before them. Still the same, small and thin, carrying a ridiculously large bag filled with gold ingots. Jin Buhuan said, leaping a few steps to stand before Li Ba, as if jumping into water, directly jumping into Li Ba's belly. Li Ba's body rapidly turned to gold, his eyes filled with terror. Gold, not exchanged. The terror forever froze in his eyes. Qin looked at this golden body, a true meaning of a golden body. Silently, moving, Qin man, everyone should die. But he couldn't find the person behind it, leaving him uneasy. This was Qin's first time killing someone across 2 lifetimes. Yet unexpectedly, there was not a hint of discomfort. It was terrifyingly calm. The newly born wandering spirit was simply too weak. If it hadn't appeared so suddenly and frightened this group, there might have been danger. Ordering the spirits to clean up the bodies, they all fell to the ground one by one. Even though the factory had a roof and sunlight couldn't reach them, it was still daytime. Except for the Ghost King, the others couldn't withstand it. Helplessly, he recalled the ghosts and used the demon suppression tower to collect all the bodies. Li Ba's corpse had already turned to gold. To Qin's surprise, Li Ba's phone had fallen to the ground. His hands had been severed by Qin before turning to gold, so they should be usable for unlocking. He tried the fingerprint unlock, and it indeed worked. First, he checked the contact list and snapped pictures of all the phone numbers he had contacted in the past week. Then he browsed through the text messages and WeChat. Li Ba was involved in the underworld, and his phone was particularly flashy. In a group called Chaos of Monsters, there were many pictures and videos. Almost all of them could be placed in the curiosities category of adult websites. In this group, humans could lay eggs. The capacity was infinitely vast. The old woman was dressed flamboyantly. As he scrolled up, he came across photos of Qin and Qin Man. It was evident they were taken with a long lens, likely captured from a car. They recorded where Qin went and what he did. Occasionally, there were 1 or 2 comments, damn, this kid is really fucking rich. He just spent over 20,000 at the camping store. There were also surveillance footage, especially during the conflict with his aunt's family, which was discussed the most. In just a few minutes today, he spent 20,000. Damn, if we don't rob him, it would be a disservice to ourselves. When are we making our move? In the next couple of days. Scrolling further down, that little bastard has already been tied up. Have you seen where he is? I've been following him. He went into the bank. He's about to come out, quick, get the car ready. Okay, he got into Old Wan's car, we're all set. We're going to make a fortune. We're all set. Li Ba replied, don't be careless, hold steady for the last hour. Tonight we celebrate, each person gets 3 lean horses. Just as he was looking, a WeChat message suddenly popped up, did you get it? Qin scrolled up, and a glimmer of killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Messages from 3 days ago had been deleted, but Li Ba had been continuously reporting progress. It seems this was the person behind the attempts to target Qin. It was clear this person was deliberately hiding with a nickname made up of letters and numbers and a blank avatar with no introduction whatsoever. But Li Ba had noted them as General Yu. The surname Yu isn't that common. Not rushing to reply, Chen Qing quickly skimmed through Li Ba's responses to others, pondering his habitual tone. He replied, "Both have been tied up, damn it." The other side immediately responded, "That's good, you all lay low for now, I'll call you in a bit." He wanted to inquire further, but feared tipping off the snake, so he had to let it go. 6 people disappearing together was too obvious. It would soon raise suspicion. He needed to quickly identify the mastermind behind this. He glanced at Li Ba's banking app, which showed over 11 million in deposits. He's really wealthy. Chen Qing thought to himself, glancing at the recent transactions, finding 2 transfers, each for 5 million. The remittance account was named Jinhua. Is it you, Jinhua? But seeing how cautious he was on WeChat, the likelihood of using his real name for the transfer was low. Chen Qing, are they trying to rob us of our money? Chen Man had suffered quite a bit with fingerprints still visible on her face. If it were an ordinary child, seeing ghosts and such a bloody scene would have caused a complete breakdown. But Chen Man was born without emotions, appearing very calm. So they all got killed. There were still 4 mobile phones at the scene, and he tried each one with the fingerprints from the severed limbs, 3 of which could be unlocked. However, there was no valuable information. They probably didn't know about the existence of General Yu. While pondering this, Li Ba's phone suddenly rang. Chen Qing pressed the recording button before answering. Neither side spoke. Just 2 seconds later, the other party hung up. He thought to himself that this was bad. When Chen Qing called back, it was shut off. This number probably would never be turned on again. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, feeling a wave of pressure. The secretive ghost of Jin Buhuan was not something ordinary people could know about. Moreover, being extravagant indicated they weren't short on money. Their identity would undoubtedly be complicated. Having safely stored the several mobile phones along with the corresponding fingers, Chen Qing then made his way back. He could no longer stay at the hotel. He figured that before the house was completed, he could only go to the base. He wondered if he could bring Chen Man along. He called He-chang to ask. He-chang was taken aback. Can a child stay in the dorm? Well, there's no precedent for that. Brother Chang, please help. Recently, someone has been targeting me and my brother, and I can't keep an eye on him every day. If it doesn't work, can I exchange the remaining chance to select antiques for it? He-chang was silent for a moment before saying, "I'll ask the captain." After a while, a strange number called in. As soon as Chen Qing answered, Han Yuan's cheerful laughter came through. "I said long ago that my charismatic personality can impress everyone, but they didn't believe me. See, now it's not just you, you've brought your family to seek refuge with me. In light of your great contribution, it's approved." Chen Qing was overjoyed. "Thank you, Captain." After hanging up, Chen Qing returned to the hotel. He wanted to see if there were any clues left behind. The room was too large, making it hard to search. He summoned the Ghost King to help him look. Of course, seeing the Ghost King's extraordinary looks, Chen Qing didn't hold out much hope. "Surveillance! Surveillance! Where are you?" the Ghost King shouted. Chen Qing's head throbbed, and just as he was about to stop it, a screw suddenly clanged down from the central air conditioning. Looking up, a slat was swaying precariously, about to fall. He pulled a chair over to stand on, disassembled the slat, and found a small camera. He glanced deeply at the Ghost King, fearing this fellow truly possessed the perverse ability to make things happen by speaking. He took out the storage card from the wireless Wi-Fi surveillance camera and checked it on the computer, scrolling to the very front. In the footage, a face looked somewhat nervous as it adjusted the position, reattached the slat, and quickly left the room. This person was known to Chen Qing, being the employee who had just died at his hands. "The clues here are also cut off," Chen Qing murmured. He suddenly looked at the Ghost King. A newly born wandering spirit is muddled, stabilizing around the 2nd level of wandering spirit. At this point, most can communicate and interact normally. However, awakening abilities is a matter of the evil ghost level. Yet today, this 3-level wandering spirit Ghost King awakened its abilities. Shouting disassemble into 8 pieces, the person was torn into 8 pieces out of thin air. Shouting burn him alive, the person was bizarrely burned by a sudden fire. Now when it shouted where are the cameras, the surveillance indeed appeared. Could it be that the ability awakened was something like words manifesting? This level of perversity was truly terrifying. Chen Qing frowned. Everything about the Ghost King defied common sense. As a ghost, it was unafraid of sunlight. Just a 3-level wandering spirit, yet it awakened abilities. You are. Chen Qing pondered, "What is your name?" The Ghost King looked at the bathroom with one eye and the ceiling with the other. It was utterly indifferent. Forget I said anything. Most things were from the hotel, and there wasn't much to tidy up. However, when he took out the portrait of Zhong Kuei, the Ghost King walked over. It snatched the portrait of Zhong Kuei and shook it open with a whoosh. Chen Qing's heart tightened, but curious about what it intended to do, he didn't stop it. The Ghost King looked at the portrait of Zhong Kuei, capturing ghosts, tilting its head as if it couldn't comprehend. "You're holding it upside down." Chen Qing sighed and flipped the portrait over. The Ghost King's eyes darted around before suddenly getting angry. It heavily threw the picture on the ground, screaming and furiously stomping on it, alternating feet and jumping. Chen Qing was startled and pushed the Ghost King away. "Are you crazy?" This was a means of self-preservation after the blood moon. If it broke, even a little, Chen Qing would be heartbroken. The Ghost King was still furious, pointing at the portrait and scolding. A torrent of complaints erupted. "What did this picture do to offend you? Chen Qing shouted, "Get away, get away." The Ghost King remained full of rage. Who made me look so ugly? Ah. Chen Qing's body stiffened, his mind already tumultuous. Pointing at Zhong Kuei in the painting, "You mean? Is this you?" The Ghost King did not respond to Chen Qing, still pointing and shouting at the portrait of Zhong Kuei. Chen Qing was genuinely shocked. But thinking about it, this made sense. The Ghost King was unafraid of sunlight, which was highly abnormal. The only ghosts Chen Qing knew of that were unafraid of sunlight seemed to be two types, one that possessed humans and another called a hairy zombie. Aside from these, other ghosts were particularly afraid of the Ghost King in a fear sense, not respect or submission. Perhaps only Zhong Kuei had such an influence. Finally, this bizarre ability of words manifesting was evidently not something an ordinary wandering spirit could possess. But why was he imprisoned in the demon suppression tower? As he pondered, Chen Qing felt a chill in his heart. In his past life, the Ghost King in Han Yuan's demon suppression tower was definitely not Zhong Kuei. Isn't this the same demon suppression tower? Chen Qing shook his head, dismissing that thought. After moving things to the base, he took Chen Man to report to the captain's office. "We must at least make an acquaintance. Is this your brother? Has he been hurt?" Han Yuan paused slightly upon seeing Chen Man, his expression turning serious in the next moment. Chen Man was a natural in the blood chi realm, which Chen Qing only learned when both brothers perished together. Can Han Yuan see it? "Chen Qing, your brother." Han Yuan frowned. This shouldn't be. Saying this, he picked up the phone in the office, but then put it down. "I'll take him myself." "What's wrong?" "The concentration of blood chi is quite extraordinary. He is a natural prodigy in cultivating blood chi." Chen Qing was naturally aware of this. However, Chen Qing did not want Chen Man to learn inferior techniques. If he were to cultivate, it would be the Vajra demon suppression art. With two powerful artifacts by his side, keeping Chen Man safe in the early stages was not an issue. "Chen Qing, why not let your brother become my disciple?" Han Yuan said confidently. "I won't boast, but in terms of blood chi, I can be considered a small master in Shiming City." Chen Qing hesitated. Han Yuan was powerful, having once been associated with the demon suppression tower, making him one of the top few in Shiming City. But Chen Qing did not think he could offer better techniques. Chen Man needed someone to guide him, and Chen Qing lacked experience in this area. After some thought, Chen Qing nodded firmly. "Thank you, Captain." He then turned to Chen Man. "Xiao Man, come and pay your respects to your master." Chen Man had a blank expression. "I've already learned a lot. I don't want to learn more now. This is martial training. From now on, we won't study anymore." "All right then." Chen Man immediately knelt down and bowed 3 times. "Master, your disciple." Chen Man pays respects. Where on earth did he learn this? Chen Qing was speechless. Han Yuan, however, laughed heartily. Good. He turned to Chen Qing with a wink. "Sometimes you really need to learn my charisma as a captain." Helping Chen Man up, Han Yuan took him to the martial arts hall. Just like the spirit master, the body cultivators also had their own training area, but the number of people was comparatively small. With the 6 new recruits accepted this year, there were only a total of 12. Captain! Everyone training stopped. Among them was a muscular man, the one who had taken away the 6 recruits, who chose body cultivation. "You all continue your training." Han Yuan said. "Jiba, come here." The bald man Lin Tao earned this nickname due to his exaggerated muscles. "Boss, can you give me some face? All my students are here." "Got a Jiba." Han Yuan pointed at Chen Man. "Give him a blood chi test." Jiba was somewhat surprised looking at Chen Man, and suddenly his eyes widened. "What the hell? Not bad, right?" Han Yuan said proudly. "He is my newly accepted disciple." The 4 of them entered a room similar to when Chen Qing had the talent test last time. However, the testing equipment was designed for adult bodies, making Chen Man appear quite small while seated. But at least it could be measured. Chen Man sat expressionlessly, his face serious. Buzz, a gentle vibration occurred. Han Yuan suddenly shouted 3S. Chen Qing looked over and saw a bunch of complex values. The last line read SSS. Tian Yuan sect has welcomed the most talented disciple. Han Yuan laughed heartily. Tian Yuan sect. Jiba frowned. "What is Tian Yuan sect?" "Just established. I am the founding master and Chen Man is the chief disciple. So it's a 2-man show." "All right, Chen Qing, you can go back now." Han Yuan was very happy. From now on, Chen Man will live and eat with me. Jiba frowned and said, "Boss, the demon extermination team needs blood chi prodigies the most. What will they do?" 18. Only those who are 18 can join the team. Chen Man is my disciple. Understand? He is not from the military. One day as a master, a lifetime as a father. Who dares to take my son? Jiba could only nod. An SS-level talent is extraordinary, not to mention the Spirit Master Army. Even the Demon Extermination Team might not encounter one in a year. This is already the top-tier talent, a true numerical anomaly. Chen Qing knew Chen Man's talent was frightening, but he never expected it to be SSS. He roughly explained to Han Yuan that Chen Man was naturally missing a soul and could not feel emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Han Yuan's expression turned serious, sighing. "I noticed just now, perhaps this is the price of his monstrous talent." He continued, "Chen Qing, rest assured, I Han Yuan guarantee that before Chen Man reaches adulthood, he will become the strongest master in Shiming. 10 years is too long to wait." Chun Qing sighed inwardly and earnestly thanked him. Then I thanked the Taoist ancestor of Tian Yuan. Han Yuan was taken aback, laughing heartily. Yes, 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 that title sounds good. Han Yuan was utterly enamored with Chun Man. Chun Qing thought for a moment and finally had an idea, asking, Captain, can I apply to participate in the princess tomb? Han Yuan frowned, but did not ask further. He stepped outside to make a call, and when he returned he nodded, sure, just show your ID when you arrive. I won't ask what you plan to do, but don't overexert yourself. Understood. Thank you, Captain. He had two reasons for going to the princess tomb. First, to replace the ghost pets. Now that he had contracted with Zhong Kuei, he needed to replace those fragile ghost pets that were in their initial stage. These ghosts were too weak and had little use other than to scare people. Second, to awaken the Vajra demon suppression art. Chun Man needed a good technique. Although Han Yuan was strong, he likely did not have it on hand. If he entrusted the awakening of this technique to Han Yuan, he could teach Chun Man better. When he returned to the dormitory, the three roommates were probably studying soul movement and had not yet returned. Chun Qing sat in meditation, circulating his energy. Lonely Star remained aloof, silently lying on the bed without a word. The monkey and the fatty continuously complained about how difficult soul movement was. Within a week, we must master soul movement, and within 2 weeks, we must have our own ghost pets. I really don't know how this can be achieved. I really have no hope left. Me too, I probably will be eliminated after a week. The two sighed. After a moment, the three of them had dinner together, and Chun Qing left the base. He took a taxi to the outskirts of the city and arrived at the princess tomb as night fell. There were guards by the roadside. Chun Qing showed his Spirit Master Army Soldier ID and passed by. The buzzing sound was continuous like the wind blowing through the treetops, but upon listening closely, it was mixed with faint whispers. It sounded like a woman was softly speaking from a long distance. When he leaned in to listen, the voice would disappear only to occasionally resound by his ear. Checking the ghost meter, the ghost energy concentration was still lacking. Hold on. You must hold on. At this moment, a demon extermination team member was carrying an injured soldier running frantically. The heavily injured soldier was covered in blood with a gaping wound on his side, long since unconscious. However, as the two passed by Chun Qing, the soldier who was already unconscious suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glowing red as he grinned at Chun Qing. In the moment when the two parted ways, Chun Qing unexpectedly caught a glimpse of the woman's appearance. Sigh. Chun Qing wanted to say something, but the man carrying the wounded soldier was clearly anxious, showing no signs of stopping, and quickly ran away. A chill gradually rose in Chun Qing's heart. Although he did not see the eerie presence in the tomb that day, it had used the words of others to say, "Come back, little brother." The way that heavily injured soldier looked at him. Chun Qing stopped in his tracks. But thinking that the main force of the ghost extermination team was over at the tomb, he should be safe for the moment, and continued onward. Soon Chun Qing saw the first ghost. It was a starving ghost, a second-level wandering spirit. The increase in danger was minimal, so he simply bypassed it. As he approached the prince's tomb, the density of ghosts intensified. The frequency of encountering ghosts increased at a visible rate. Chun Qing set his sights on wandering spirits from the 4th to the 6th level. Any higher, and he might not be able to handle it. Of course, if he could encounter a drowned ghost or a child ghost, he would be more lenient with the conditions. After all, Chun Qing had mastered the complete sequence for these two types of ghosts to ascend into malevolence. The necklace trembled lightly. Chun Qing immediately tightened his grip on the kunwu blade, faintly seeing a figure ahead. But it moved quickly and vanished in an instant. Who are you? What are you doing here? Suddenly a voice came through, startling Chun Qing. He quickly turned around and saw a girl who seemed to be around his age. She had an injury on her shoulder wrapped in bandages and looked very weak. Yet her features were exquisite, her figure straight, and every detail of her face seemed to be meticulously crafted by a master. Especially her large eyes, which seemed filled with stars, clear and breathtaking. Chun Qing was momentarily distracted but quickly regained his composure, saying, "Oh, I'm from the Ghost Army, here to apply for a mission." The girl looked at Chun Qing with suspicion, nodded slightly, and asked, "Have you seen my teammates? One is injured, and the other is carrying him. I just saw them, they went that way." Chun Qing pointed in the direction the two soldiers had rushed off to. "That's good." The girl nodded but suddenly swayed and fell straight down. Chun Qing hurriedly stepped forward and caught her. The girl was extremely weak, but her consciousness was still there as she struggled, saying, "You, let go of me." "Oh, okay," Chun Qing said, feeling a bit flustered as he helped her to the side of the road, leaning her against a tree, and then released his grip. The girl was breathing heavily. Chun Qing glanced at her and asked, "Are you okay? What do you think?" The girl replied, shooting him a glare. Chun Qing furrowed his brow. "That princess is too powerful. She scattered us all. Many brothers and sisters were severely injured, and a lot of them died." Chun Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this princess was so formidable. "How many of you came? Did you call for reinforcements?" Chun Qing hurriedly asked. The girl pale leaned against the tree and only shook her head slightly. Chun Qing stood up. He still had things to do. "Will you stay with me for a while? I'm a bit scared." The girl immediately became anxious. Chun Qing felt a bit troubled. If he left, it would be fine if the girl didn't encounter any ghostly creatures, but if she did, it would surely be the end for her. Looking at the ghostly readings, the ghost energy here was insufficient to awaken the golden Vajra demon suppression technique. However, he still took out the book, rolled it up, and placed it into a long pouch meant for his dagger, securing it to his belt. I need to go to the princess's tomb. How about I take you with me? The girl hesitated, but finally said softly, then I'll trouble you. Chun-Ching then put one arm around her shoulder, while the other hand was unsure of where to place itself. It's okay, the girl said softly, thank you for helping me. Chun-Ching nodded and held her waist. Slowly he helped her move toward the prince's tomb, but the girl's brows gradually furrowed. It's dangerous over there, why are you going there? Just a little matter. Chun-Ching didn't answer, glancing occasionally at the ghost readings and the golden Vajra demon suppression technique. After a moment the girl caught on, saying, are you trying to awaken this book using ghost energy? Chun-Ching was slightly taken aback and nodded yes. Oh. The girl's body seemed to grow weaker and the weight that Chun-Ching was supporting gradually increased. Can you carry me? Chun-Ching crouched down and smiled, I have a blade on my back. I'm afraid it will poke you, just a moment. After saying that, he took out the kunwa blade facing the girl and smiled, what's your name? Gong Huagu. Gong Huagu looked at Chun-Ching and smiled, little brother, where are you going? At that moment Chun-Ching faced Gong Huagu and slowly retreated. Although he wore a smile, he was exceptionally vigilant. Gong Huaga's smile faded. Coldly staring at Chun-Ching, she said, since you've seen through it, then die. Her fingernails suddenly elongated. In an instant they had grown to a foot long. She lunged forward. Chun-Ching swung the kunwu blade down heavily, slicing across the gap between her hands. He struck true. Chun-Ching unleashed all his strength with that blow, confident that even steel could be cleaved in two. However, it didn't injure her in the slightest. Chun-Ching stumbled back 2 steps, but Gong Huagu closely followed, managing to grab the blade with her bare hands. Zhongkue. Gong Huagu twisted to the side, a tremendous force surged, and the kunwa blade was knocked from his grasp. Her claws lunged straight for Chun-Ching's head and chest. Clang. A withered arm suddenly shot out from the necklace on his chest, blocking one of Gong Huaga's hands. But the other hand still pierced into Chun-Ching's chest. Gong Huaga's legs forcefully kicked Chun-Ching's chest. She leapt back and stood firmly, staring intently at the emaciated figure emerging from the necklace, her face filled with vigilance. I can't believe I would encounter a skinwalker here. A skinwalker. This was an evil ghost-level skinwalker. Chun-Ching had 5 gaping wounds on his chest, blood gushing forth. He felt all his strength rapidly draining from the wounds in his chest. But he lightly tugged at his military uniform to cover the injuries. Standing firmly as if he hadn't been harmed at all, he coldly gazed at the skinwalker. Zhongkue suddenly collapsed to the ground. Gong Huagu couldn't see clearly, but every hair on her body stood on end. The emaciated figure was emanating a chilling aura. In the next moment, Gong Huagu seemed to remember something. She let out a scream, and her body shot away like an arrow, fleeing at a terrifying speed. Skinwalker. A skinwalker. Zhongkue shouted excitedly, taking large strides to chase after her, but the speed difference was too great. It seemed impossible for him to catch up. Don't go. Chun-Ching was in a daze, wanting to stop him from chasing after the skinwalker to protect himself, but Zhongkue had already run far away. He pressed the rescue button on the ghost readings, quickly pulling out bandages from the demon suppression tower, folding them 10 layers thick to cover the wound and secure them. Chun-Ching's vision began to darken. Using the last of his soul energy, he summoned 2 ghosts to guard him, but he had no more strength left and collapsed onto the ground. In a daze, Chun-Ching seemed to hear the captain speaking. He struggled to open his eyes and saw 3 figures. The figures were somewhat blurred, hard to discern, but soon Chun-Ching's hair stood on end. Gong Huagu. The painted skin. It's still here. Chun-Ching wanted to shout, but there was a tracheal tube in his mouth. As he moved slightly, he realized he was covered in tubes. There was also a blood bag nearby. Looking around, he found nothing useful. With a thought, a dagger appeared in his hand. With all his strength, he sliced through all the tubes and stabbed at Gong Huagu. By the time Gong Huagu sensed that it was too late, he could only barely dodge to the side. Stop! Han Yuan also lunged at Chun-Ching. But Chun-Ching was groggy and had very little strength left. This stab only left a cut on Gong Huaga's arm. Blood quickly oozed from Gong Huagu as he frowned coldly, staring at Chun-Ching. Chun-Ching pointed at Gong Huagu, a ghost. Han Yuan, being exceptionally clever, immediately understood. That painted skin transformed into Captain Gong's appearance. Captain Gong, you stay in the team. Send the order. Captain Gong Huagu is at the Ghost Extermination Squad's base and will not leave for the next few days. Anyone who sees a second Gong Huagu is to kill without mercy. Chun-Ching had probably been sedated. His mind was hazy, but he still understood. Everything went black and he fainted again. Doctor! Han Yuan hurriedly called for a doctor, and various tubes were inserted again. He then picked up Chun-Ching's dagger, deep in thought. He has collected all his belongings. Where did he get this dagger? Mine. Han Yuan shook his head. Gong Huaga's expression was icy. Captain Han, since the painted skin has taken my form, I cannot appear anymore. He'll leave this matter to you. When Chun-Ching awoke again, his hands and feet were bound with restraints. His consciousness was still somewhat hazy. The tracheal tube in his mouth had been removed, but his throat still hurt. Especially his mouth, which felt very dry. A small figure stood by the bed expressionless. Chen Man. He stared directly at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, will you die? Chen Qing had long been accustomed to Chen Man's unembellished tone. He shook his head wanting to answer no, but his voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. Chen Shan is gone, Chen Quan is gone, I only have you left. Please don't die, okay? Chen Man looked earnestly at Chen Qing, his expression unchanged, but this child who never cried or laughed was already in tears. I will practice martial arts diligently to protect you, please don't die. I won't die. Chen Qing made an effort, finally producing a hoarse sound. A sharp pain in his chest, yet warmth filled his heart. This little chubby boy was becoming more and more reliable. Lost in thought, Gong Huagu walked in. Chen Qing's heart trembled. Rest assured, I am human. Gong Huagu said calmly, what happened? Chen Qing looked at this flawless face and still felt oppressed. Water. The doctor said you can't drink water yet. Gong Huagu took out a cotton swab, dipped it in glucose, and painted a circle on Chen Qing's lips. That painted skin. Chen Qing's voice was very small, but Gong Huagu could hear it clearly. He immediately recounted the encounters with the painted skin and the events that followed. He only concealed the existence of Zhong Kuei. As he spoke, he glanced at the bandage on Gong Huagu's hand. I'm sorry. It's a small matter. Gong Huagu frowned. So the painted skin itself is also not weak. No wonder so many people were lost. This ability is indeed troublesome. Rest well. If you can circulate qi, it will help you recover faster. Gong Huagu said and left. A moment later, the doctor came to replenish Chen Qing's medication and untied the restraints. Chen Qing only felt a bit overwhelmed. The painted skin is at the level of a malevolent ghost. Although Zhong Kuei possesses various mysterious abilities, he is ultimately only a wandering soul at the 3rd level, and the outcome is uncertain. However, worrying now is useless. Chen Qing silently lay on the bed and began to circulate his qi. One loop after another, his body felt much lighter. During the time he lay in bed, Han Yuan came again and took Chen Man away. The pursuit of the painted skin had escalated to nearly the same level as the extermination of the prince's tomb. Though the painted skin isn't considered powerful, its strange abilities are hard to guard against. Moreover, if it transforms into a human, especially a high-ranking one, it would be dangerous. The people capturing the painted skin update a secret code daily, temporarily effective in preventing the painted skin from transforming into the humans around them. Chen Qing lay for a full 3 days before applying for discharge. Although his chest was still bandaged, it had basically healed. He retrieved his belongings all intact, especially the Vajra exorcism technique, which had indeed awakened. He immediately took a taxi to the outskirts of the city. Zhong Kuei, I must find you. But finding a mentally disturbed person in the wilderness is no easy task. Fortunately, they had once made a pact, their souls were unified, creating a faint connection. Chen Qing closed his eyes to sense it, the connection was very weak. He could only discern a general direction, but there was no other choice. Chen Qing silently walked westward, stopping every 10 minutes to sense the direction. After repeating this, it was suddenly noon. He took out the warm, Mei-Kai Ko row from the tower and finished a whole bowl of rice. He set off again. After another hour, Chen Qing's sense grew stronger. At this point, he stopped to adjust his direction every 2 minutes, and after another 10 minutes, he finally saw that figure. Zhong Kuei. Chen Qing exclaimed with joy. Finally, I found you. Zhong Kuei was taken aback and looked over. Haha, you're here. What should we do? What should we do? As soon as Zhong Kuei saw Chen Qing, he instantly rejoiced, muttering to himself. Is there a way? Do you have a way? Chen Qing was already accustomed to this madman's bizarre words and didn't mind. He carefully observed him. He must have walked quite a distance in these 3 days. His slippers had already been lost, and the 2 pairs of socks on his left foot were worn out, with the sock cuffs hanging around his ankle like wristbands. There were plenty of clothes in the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing took out new socks and shoes. He originally intended to guide him on the proper way to dress, but soon gave up. Putting on sports shoes was a high difficulty task for him. Thus Zhong Kuei returned to his old self. What should we do? What should we do? Zhong Kuei anxiously paced back and forth, frowning deeply. What should we do? Look, Zhong Kuei pulled Chen Qing to a small stream. There was a cylindrical concrete tube with a diameter of 1 meter acting as a small bridge over the stream. Zhong Kuei jumped into the stream, first parting the lush aquatic plants. Gazing into the concrete tube, he frowned. What to do? Chen Qing felt strange and jumped down as well. When he looked inside the concrete tube, his hair stood on end. The stream flowed through the concrete tube. In the center lay a complete piece of human skin, white as plaster, resting on top of a stone. The human skin gently swayed with the current, long black hair flowing smoothly in the water. Chen Qing felt a chill and looked at Zhong Kuei. Is this the painted skin? Yes. The painted skin, it's the painted skin. Hiss. Oh, I can't find the corpse oil. Hiss, what to do? It can't see the sun. What to do, hiss. He uttered things in a way Chen Qing could not comprehend, but they were chilling enough. Help. Suddenly a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz came from the water. Help me. Great Spirit, save me. Chen Qing's scalp nearly exploded. The voice came from the piece of human skin in the water. Great Immortal, save me. Chen Qing took out the Kunwa blade, and as he channeled his soul power, the blood patterns on the blade emerged. bending down in front of the human skin. The eyes and mouth of the human skin still had holes, but they were empty inside. It was truly just a piece of skin. The mouth was opening and closing. Great immortal, save me. Great immortal, save me. The great deity Zhong Kuei wants to refine me into clothing. You must save me. Save you? On what grounds? Chunqing sneered. 3 days ago you wanted to kill me, and now you want me to save you. Great immortal, I can transform. Do you? Want a young lady? A brothel courtesan, a noble girl from the highest nobility to the lowest elderly, and children, I can transform into any of them. If you wear me as clothing, I can make you take on any form indistinguishable from gods and demons. The painted skin desperately promoted itself. Outside, Zhong Kuei was getting more and more impatient. Corpse oil, corpse oil, corpse oil. Where's the corpse oil? Chunqing furrowed his brows and asked. Zhong Kuei wants to refine you into clothing. What kind of clothing? What use is it? The painted skin fell silent. Think slowly. Chunqing was about to leave. He'll say it. Cloud robe. He wants to refine me into a cloud robe. The voice of the painted skin had a hint of a sob. A cloud robe. What use is it? It cannot be discerned by the ghosts. It cannot be invaded by evils. In other words, it would no longer be disturbed by ghostly entities, and those entities would treat it as one of their own. Chunqing fell silent. Refine. It must be refined. If there were such a piece of clothing during the blood moon, it would be priceless. Seemingly seeing through Chunqing's thoughts, the painted skin urged, great immortal, great immortal. A servant can serve you for life. It might be possible, but I would feel more at ease refining it into a lifeless garment. With an idea in mind, he exited the cement tube. Seeing Zhong Kuei still anxiously pacing, Chunqing asked, Zhong Kuei, what do you need the cloud robe for? A cloud robe. To go home. How can I go home without wearing a cloud robe? Go home. Now Chunqing was displeased. You are my ghost pet. I still need you during the blood moon. Great immortal, great immortal. The painted skin called out anxiously again, please spare my life. I know many ghostly spiritual guides. I swear by the king of hell that I will serve you wholeheartedly. Chunqing was shaken. The cloud robe sounded enticing, but first Zhong Kuei was unreliable. He couldn't even put on shoes, so this high-difficulty task seemed precarious. Secondly, if it were truly refined, what would happen if Zhong Kuei ran away? Just like this time, he crawled out of the demon suppression tower without any orders from me. What if he disappeared without a trace? Thinking of this, Chunqing took out the demon suppression tower. The blood patterns on the kunwu blade emerged, and with one strike. But there was no reaction. The painted skin was light and thin, seemingly easy to tear apart, yet it couldn't even be cut through by the kunwu blade. Chunqing was somewhat surprised. If my body weren't resilient, I wouldn't be able to refine it into a cloud robe. The tone of the painted skin shifted from pleading to indifferent. Is that so? Chunqing also sneered, glancing outside. I wonder what will happen if I expose it to the sun. The painted skin froze immediately, pleading again, great immortal. Great immortal. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chunqing weighed the demon suppression tower. The things I kill can be stored in the demon suppression tower. But now the question is, how do I kill you? No, no, no. The painted skin immediately resisted. Great immortal, please take me as your ghost pet. I promise to obey. Chunqing shook his head. The black prison contract ghost art is too dangerous. Wagering everything on Zhong Kuei is something I have no choice but to do. Moreover, if I die, Zhong Kuei in the demon suppression tower would naturally cease to exist. But the painted skin, I dare not take that risk. Do you have any concerns? The painted skin asked softly. Chunqing directly explained the black prison contract ghost art, and the painted skin helplessly said, great immortal, how could I dare harm you? If I harmed you, I would still have to come out of the black prison, and Zhong Kuei would be right outside, easily able to crush me with a finger. Chunqing thought about it, and agreed, yet still felt it was unsafe. Moreover, great immortal, while you are in the black prison, you should be able to summon the great deity, Zhong Kuei, to come in. With him here, I wouldn't dare harm you even if I had 1,000 lives. Chunqing was taken aback. He then stepped back outside, and with one thought summoned Zhong Kuei. Subsequently, he cast the black prison contract ghost art on a stone. Both the stone and Chunqing entered the black prison. Zhong Kuei. With one thought, Zhong Kuei truly appeared before him. Chunqing was overjoyed. Then this would be easy. With the ghost king Zhong Kuei protecting him, he could contract any ghost he wanted. Unconvinced, Zhong Kuei attacked. Overjoyed, he retracted. Zhong Kuei again crouched down and entered the cement tube. I am about to cast the black prison contract ghost art. Do not try anything funny. I wouldn't dare. Black prison contract ghost art. In the next moment, black mist enveloped the two. The painted skin moved its body slightly, knelt on the ground. I leave everything to the great immortal. The attitude was good. Chunqing was very satisfied and unleashed the black prison contract ghost art. A ring of black formed from spiritual energy emerged from Chunqing's head and slowly drifted towards the painted skin. Chunqing saw fear in the hollow eyes of the painted skin, yet it knelt firmly, watching as the black ring was placed upon its head. The ring tightened more and more until it finally embedded itself into the painted skin's head. The painted skin's body tensed, and the next moment it knelt down again. I have seen the master. With one thought, Qing lifted the black prison contract ghost art. Currently, with his soul in motion, he could only contract 2 ghosts, one Zhong Kuei and 1 painted skin, which was simply extraordinary. He moved the stone that was pressed against her head, and only then did the painted skin sit up. Qing looked at the inconspicuous stone and asked, "Did Zhong Kuei do something to this stone?" The immobilizing divine ability from the 72 transformations, the painted skin's tones still carried fear. The great deity, Zhong Kuei's means are beyond measure. How could a small ghost like me withstand it? Right beyond measure. Zhong Kuei's voice emerged, and another head popped out from the necklace, grinning. "You little ghost has low power, but your sight is extraordinary. Go back." With one thought, Qing summoned Zhong Kuei back. The painted skin watched, feeling both fear and joy in her heart. This person has low power, but being able to become Zhong Kuei's master, he possesses extraordinary opportunities. Being collected as a ghost pet by him is probably a fortuitous encounter that one might not achieve in 1,000 years. Now tell me, what abilities do you have? My greatest ability is false shape, also known as transformation, but it can only change the outer appearance. If you want to merge the inside and outside, you have to possess someone. For example, if I possess a person, I become a real person. Unless someone has fire eyes or heavenly eyes, no one can recognize me. I seem to have heard of the false shape you mentioned. Qing nodded. It is a divine ability from the 72 transformations. The painted skin learned it when it took shape. Of course, the false shape of a servant isn't considered a divine ability. At its peak, it can deceive heaven and earth, indistinguishable from gods and demons. Qing nodded and asked again, "If you possess a ghost, the ghost won't recognize you. Is that the meaning?" "Yes." The painted skin nodded again. "Moreover, all my cultivation is within this skin. I can be considered half indestructible." "Half? How could a truly indestructible servant compare to me? But ordinary cultivators and ghosts indeed cannot do anything to me." Qing's heart leaped with joy, asking, "Can I wear you during the day?" "On cloudy days it is possible, but I still can't do it directly under the sun." "That is enough." Having stored the painted skin in the demon suppression tower, Qing returned to the base. He was quite satisfied with the second ghost pet. It was a 5th-level evil spirit, the legendary and enigmatic painted skin, possessing vast knowledge that greatly benefited Qing. Furthermore, the painted skin mentioned that Zhong Kuei possessed 72 transformations, which was something Qing valued greatly. The 72 transformations do not refer to 72 types of changes, but rather 72 divine abilities. The miraculous transformations used by Sun Wukong are merely the false forms among the 72 divine abilities. Regardless of the type of ghost, mastering even one divine ability would be extraordinary. According to the painted skin's estimation, it was possible for Zhong Kuei to master half of them. However, it was unclear what had happened, as Zhong Kuei was locked in the demon suppression tower, still in a confused and muddled state, perhaps waiting for enlightenment to use his abilities again. With these thoughts in mind, Qing arrived at Han Yuan's office, only to find it empty. Soon he spotted Han Yuan and Chun Man at the small training ground. Han Yuan was holding a target, while Chun Man wore 2 small boxing gloves, making a loud thud with each hit. Upon seeing Qing, Han Yuan sighed, "Brother, come and talk some sense into your little brother." "What happened?" Qing asked. "Since you came back, aside from eating and sleeping, he hasn't taken a moment to rest, and is about to go mad." Qing was taken aback, recalling Chun Man's words, "I want to train hard to protect you," and felt a warmth in his heart. "I'm not afraid of pain or fatigue," Chun Man stated earnestly, his expression unchanged. Qing squatted down to pat Chun Man's head, saying, "Little man, you need to stay healthy to become even stronger, you know. Take a break and train a little, okay?" After much persuasion, Chun Man finally agreed to train a lot and rest a little. Han Yuan, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, revealed his muscular physique. His exaggerated build and muscles ranked second among the people Qing knew. First, that would be Qin Quan. How about it? Isn't this body of mine impressive? If you change that to something more awesome, I might agree. The two sat aside, watching Chun Man practice with the sandbag. Han Yuan nodded, saying, "He can be a bit annoying, but this kid has an incredibly frightening talent. He might be the most gifted person I've ever seen." Qing nodded and took out the Vajra suppression demon's technique, saying, "Boss, this is for you. You and little man should practice it well." At this point, the Vajra suppression demon's technique had already awakened. Although it looked damaged, it had no issues blocking bullets. Moreover, the techniques recorded within had undergone some slight changes. Both the images and the text could come to life after a prolonged gaze. "What is this?" Han Yuan casually took it and flipped through its pages. His expression grew serious as he furrowed his brows, beginning to closely examine the first page, followed by the second page. His expression became extremely solemn, and his flipping slowed down. On the third page, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through. Qing was pushed aside. It seemed as if an invisible fire ignited on Han Yuan, warping the air around him. This intangible fire was interspersed with strands of blood pulsating like red threads. On the fourth page, Han Yuan's muscles bulged, as if resisting some powerful force. Sweat beads began to form on him, and moments later those beads were tinged with blood. The blood gradually spread, soaking his clothes and turning them red, creating a rather unsettling sight. Is he going mad? Qinqing worried, but knew he couldn't interrupt at this moment, and silently stepped aside. On the 5th page, Han Yuan slowly stood up and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A visible wave of air rippled outward and simultaneously a pillar on the stage exploded. Qinqing was startled and quickly took Qin Man outside. I want to learn that technique too, Qin Man immediately declared, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the skill. It's meant for both of you to learn. Qinqing patted Qin Man's head. Bang! 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 The commotion inside intensified, causing the entire wall to tremble. The training ground varied in size, with the larger one being as big as a basketball court, and the smaller ones being 4 situated to the left and right. At that moment, everyone in the training ground sensed something was amiss and looked towards the small training area. What's going on? Is that the captain? The noise is too terrifying. What is he doing? The muscular crowd became suspicious and was about to go inside to check when Qinqing stopped them, saying, "We can't disturb him right now." Bang! 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 The vibrations grew stronger, causing the ground of the entire training area to subtly tremble. Small pebbles fell from the walls and bounced slightly upon hitting the ground. Muscle Bas' expression changed. "Let's go, everyone outside." Everyone rushed out. Suddenly, one wall and the ceiling of the training ground collapsed with a series of loud bangs. A golden, wrathful Vajra shot up into the sky. With 6 hands waving in a circle, 3 Buddha seals were formed. After a while, it gradually became transparent. Everyone was stunned. Is this the Buddha? What is this? This is terrifying. The commotion gradually subsided. Qinqing quickly stepped through the fallen wall and saw Han Yuan slowly retracting, his gestures covered in blood, but the golden hue of his skin could not be hidden by the blood droplets. Indeed, his skin had turned golden. As he withdrew his power, the gold quickly faded. Han Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. Upon seeing the collapsed training ground, he was momentarily stunned before expressing great joy. "Qinqing, do you know what level this technique is? Given the commotion, it can't be less than 3S, right? If it weren't capped at 3S, ID rated 5S. Han Yuan looked at the blood droplets all over his body and praised, "This is simply tailor-made for the two of us. Wow, it's incredibly powerful. By the way, Qinqing, aside from Qin Man and me, can others practice this technique?" Qinqing pondered. If it were the people from his neighborhood, he would definitely not agree. But this was the Ghost Control Army. After all, they were the ones relying on survival in the apocalypse, and since he planned to survive during the apocalypse, these people could be considered half-allies. He nodded and said, "It's possible." Han Yuan looked at Qinqing solemnly, saying, "Thank you." At that moment, Muscle Ba and a group of physical cultivators entered, all asking what this was. "This technique is not for you guys except for Muscle Ba. You could kill yourself with just 2 punches. Can I learn it?" Muscle Ba was instantly overjoyed. "Slow down, I'll take a few days to break it down. You should be able to master 16 punches. 16 punches. Yes, this technique has 18 punches, which are terrifying, but the requirements for vitality are also quite stringent. You should be able to practice the first 16 punches." Having said that, Han Yuan brought Qinqing to his office and asked Qinqing, "The value of this technique is immense, but unfortunately it caps at SSS. Do you have anything you want? If our team doesn't have it, we can ask for it from above. They will definitely provide it. Just keep it in mind for now. The Drowning Ghost and the Child Ghost advancement require many resources, so there's no need to rush. Qin Man should be able to practice the first punch now, but don't rush it. I'll let him train for a week and build up his vitality first." Qinqing smiled and said, "You're his master, you call the shots." Suddenly, while chatting, Qinqing froze. He noticed a tower made of iron on Han Yuan's desk about the size of a mineral water bottle. It looked almost identical to his demon suppression tower. "Captain, what is that?" Han Yuan turned around and said, "Oh, this is the second evil spirit we cleaned at the Wugui temple that day. It has possessed this small iron tower." Qinqing suddenly understood why there was no Ghost King in his demon suppressing tower. It wasn't even the same demon suppressing tower. The Ghost King that erupted during the Blood Moon still existed. And he had just contracted the second ghost pet, meaning he could no longer contract a third one. Qinqing's expression became extremely serious. Han Yuan was somewhat surprised, looking at the demon-suppressing tower deep in thought, but did not interject. "Captain." Qinqing's tone turned very solemn. "Is it convenient to talk here?" Han Yuan's eyes sharpened. "Follow me." Soon the two arrived at a place as heavily fortified as the treasure vault. It looked like a dormitory, yet resembled a prison. "This is where evil people are detained. Only the monitoring room can see it. I have turned off the power to the monitoring room and all here. If I am not mistaken, that small tower should be housing a Ghost King." Han Yuan frowned. "Ghost King?" "Indeed. I have read a book that recorded a prophecy stating the tower awakens by absorbing ghostly energy capable of containing 12 ghosts. The Ghost King is cunning and terrifying. During the Blood Moon, it kills rampantly, leaving 1,000 miles of white bones and 10,000 miles of blood." As Qinqing spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Han Yuan. He had always suspected that the government might already know about the impending Blood Moon, which was why they had made arrangements like community defense. Sure enough, Han Yuan's eyes flickered slightly when Qinqing mentioned the Blood Moon. Qinqing understood in his heart. The government had probably learned about the Blood Moon through some means. Even if they hadn't experienced it personally like he had, they knew that disaster was imminent. Han Yuan silently took note. He naturally wouldn't doubt anything. Nodding, he said, "Understood. I will take this tower to the Princess' tomb tonight to stir up some excitement. If the tower awakens, I will find a way to deal with that ghost king." Returning to the dormitory, only the chubby He Runching and the monkey were there. Chen Qing asked, "Where's Gushing? His soul has moved." The chubby one looked mournful, holding the monkey and weeping. "Ah, it's just the two of us left at the bottom. How frustrating." The monkey pushed him a couple of times, but couldn't budge him, saying, "Put in more effort, at least the water in that bowl moved today." Chen Qing had been in bed for 3 days while everyone else was making progress. Suddenly the phone rang. The chubby one continued to mourn. "The treatment for the great deity is indeed different. They even have a mobile phone, able to leave the base at any time. I envy them. Hello, mister. Chen, the pig feed you ordered will be completed tonight." "Oh." Chen Qing thought for a moment and went outside. "Order another 1,000 tons. All right. They didn't require a deposit." After some thought, Chen Qing felt he still needed to order a batch of live pigs and live chickens. Some ghostly creatures required fresh blood and flesh to advance. Although he currently had no such ghosts, what if he had them in the future? He couldn't just go around killing people, right? He casually searched online, and based on the current price of live pigs, 1 million could buy about 500 pigs weighing 200 pounds each. Not quite enough. While thinking, he dialed the bank's loan manager. "Pig loan. This." The loan manager hesitated. "I plan to open a pig farm. The pig feed has been bought and now I need to order a batch of live pigs and piglets." The loan manager clearly did not believe him. "I am now part of the ghost army. Some purchases are inconvenient for the military to interfere." The loan manager was still somewhat skeptical, thought for a moment, and said, "Mr. Chen, could I invite you and someone from the ghost army? Any able to speak to dinner tonight?" Chen Qing, helpless, found Han Yuan, who had just taken a shower, and relayed this matter. Han Yuan said, "Is it really that troublesome? Just start a video call." Chen Qing opened the video call, and the loan manager picked up. "Is this the loan manager? Han Yuan, do you know me?" Yes. The loan manager even stood up in the video. "Oh, it's like this, Chen Qing, my brother. He has been responsible for the procurement recently." Oh, no problem. The loan manager nodded eagerly. This matter was thus resolved. A credit line of 10 million was approved directly. As for which pig farm to choose, the bank would say which one to go with. They had to give some benefits. At night, Han Yuan's military vehicle drove out of the base. It was presumably heading towards the Princess' tomb. Chen Qing silently sat in meditation, practicing the 7th cycle of the zodiac. There were a total of 12 cycles in the zodiac. Once all were opened, he would be able to connect to the grand cycle of enlightenment in his mind, achieving the spirit essence realm. At 10 o'clock, the monkey, the chubby one, and Gushing returned together. The training intensity was too high. After chatting for a few minutes, the whole dormitory was filled with snoring. He ran another cycle. Suddenly, the necklace moved. Chen Qing was instantly awakened, and in the next moment, he sensed a tremendous pulling force coming from the necklace. "What is this?" It felt like a summoning. Chen Qing wanted to refuse, but it seemed he could not. In a panic, he thought, "Illusory skin." The illusory skin instantly emerged, wrapping around Chen Qing in an instant. It transformed into the appearance of another young man. In that moment, the pulling force of the demon-suppressing tower became irresistible, and Chen Qing vanished from sight. This was seemingly at the peak of a mountain. The surroundings were empty, and clouds and mist rolled slowly. At the peak, there was a massive round table with 12 seats arranged in a row. The people sitting at the table varied in appearance. Some were slender and clearly resembled women, while others had snake bodies and deer heads, looking extremely strange. More of them had their faces shrouded in mist, making them hard to see through. Chen Qing was now seated in one of the chairs, feeling anxious. He did not understand what was happening. The seat next to him was empty, and as he was observing, a figure suddenly appeared in that chair. "Han Yuan!" Chen Qing almost exclaimed. The moment Han Yuan appeared, he looked warily at the others. "All right, the 12 earthly branches tower has gathered again. It is worthy of celebration." An old man spoke, his voice hoarse. "As usual, everyone can chat and trade freely." A woman with her face covered in black gauze asked, "The blood moon, when exactly will it arrive? Can someone provide an accurate time? I will pay a high price for it. But the Tang currency can be in gold, silver, spirit stones, ghost pearls, anything." The crowd fell silent. The figure with a snake body and deer head hissed, the sound grating like a saw. "Do you think my ghost clan would reveal such a secret? Do not be arrogant. Don't think that only your ghost clan has experts." The woman in black gauze became furious. Chen Qing's heart raced as he suddenly realized something. This woman was probably a top figure among humans. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing quietly asked, "How can we trade?" His voice was clear, but it was clearly not his own. The woman was delighted. "Friend, please follow me." Chen Qing, curious, still stood up and followed her. The snake-bodied deer-head monster hissed, "We don't know when the blood moon will arrive. Do you trust a kid?" The woman in black gauze paused slightly, but perhaps out of a killing the dead horse to try the live horse attitude, she accompanied Chen Qing to a side area. It was not far from the round table, but the voices of the others inexplicably disappeared. The black gauze was not thick, but it covered the woman tightly. Somehow Chen Qing could feel her staring at him. Friend, are you sure you know the exact time of the blood moon's arrival? I know. The woman remained silent. Finally she asked, how much do you want? Chen Qing didn't know how to price it. Such news should be worth in the billions. But, how much exactly? 1 billion, I guess, Chen Qing said casually, and then add the equivalent in gold, silver, spirit stones, and ghost pearls. Looking at the woman's respectful demeanor, Chen Qing knew that his price should be lower. It was the kind of price that was very, very low. The woman moved her thoughts and handed over 4 bags. Chen Qing was a bit confused, but to avoid showing hesitation, he calmly accepted and said, August 15. The woman's body stiffened. This year. Otherwise, Chen Qing wondered, but still nodded firmly yes. For half a month, followed by half a month of sunlight on and on. The woman was slightly taken aback. She had her own channels, and Chen Qing's words must have confirmed some news. She asked tremulously, on and on. The two returned to their seats. Chen Qing originally wanted to put the 4 small bags into the demon suppression tower, but unfortunately the tower was ineffective. Or rather, everyone was likely inside the demon suppression tower. At that moment, he could only hold the 4 bags and return to his seat. This action, however, caused some misunderstandings among the crowd. The creature with the snake body and deer head looked at Chen Qing pondering. This young man is so confident. He must be extraordinary. Perhaps he is deliberately targeting my ghost clan, even showing off. At that moment, just as fate would have it, Zhong Kuei attempted to emerge again. Chen Qing's heart raced, and he quickly retracted him with a thought. Chen Qing was swift as Zhong Kuei didn't even manage to stick out a finger. However, the expressions of the crowd all changed. In an instant, they sensed at least dozens of auras of divine abilities emanating from this young man. The veiled woman was the first to be overjoyed. Grateful that she hadn't doubted, Chen Qing relieved that this was an ally of great power. She mused, I wonder where this senior has secluded himself. If only we could invite him out, we would surely pass through this crisis safely. But then she thought if he was unwilling to come out of seclusion, he must have paid a terrible price to obtain the exact news of the blood moon's arrival. For a moment she was lost in thought. Others were also stirred. He possesses so many auras of divine abilities. I wonder which great power he belongs to. Such a chaotic aura of divine abilities. Daring to cultivate so many divine abilities, I wonder what sort of background this senior has. The elderly man who had spoken earlier chuckled with a hoarse voice. I originally thought it was some fortunate little guy. I didn't expect it to be a hidden old senior. My apologies. Another person said, I wonder where the senior's cave is. May I pay a visit? Chen Qing naturally did not know who they were talking about, and quietly sat down to avoid revealing anything. Everyone remained cautious. After a round of probing, without getting answers, they did not pursue it further. Among them a short figure, childlike in appearance, sighed. He doesn't even regard the old mouse as worthy. I wonder what background this senior has. I need a beauty monument, and am willing to pay a high price for it, another said. The short figure who was just sighing immediately exclaimed with joy, I have it. Then the two went aside to trade. A person cloaked in mist said, I need a Dao corpse level ghost servant. I wonder which fellow Daoist is willing to part with one. The snake-bodied, deer-head creature sneered. Who gave you the courage to buy ghost servants in front of me? The misty figure chuckled. I am buying this ghost servant to kill and obtain pills. I wonder what Brother Zhu can do to me. Good, good, good. The snake-bodied, deer-head creature sneered, but don't let me catch you. The woman in black gauze thought for a moment and said, I have one, but I also need it. At what price can you offer? Then the two left the round table area to negotiate. Meanwhile, Chen Qing was deep in thought. Dao corpse. What is that? From the person's tone, it seemed to be a rank. Could it be that the rank above evil spirits is called Dao corpse? Han Yuan remained silent, observing, without saying a word. I want to inquire about someone. They should be in the realm of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mansion. Someone spoke up. Chen Qing's body trembled. This voice. So familiar. This person was shrouded in mist, but this figure was extremely burly, at least 2 meters tall. Could it be Chen Quan? The burly figure slowly said, his name is Huang Yi. Huang Yi. This is my mother's name. Chen Qing's last shred of doubt vanished. This person is indeed my elder brother Chen Quan. Although I haven't heard of it, I am quite familiar with this area of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mansion. I wonder what price brother can offer. This figure curled up on the chair like a cat or a leopard. The two were also speaking and moved aside. After a moment, it seemed they had reached an agreement and returned to their seats. Chen Qing was shocked. Elder brother is looking for mother. Didn't it say that mother ran off with a wild man before? Could there be another hidden truth? Could elder brother's and father's disappearance be related to this? Chen Qing's thoughts raced. The leading elder then smiled and said, the time is almost up. Everyone please return. Looking forward to seeing you again in half a month. Phew. The world before him shifted. Chen Qing returned to his bed, holding those 4 bags. He recalled the absurdity of the earlier events. Thinking of Chen Quan, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He never imagined that the next meeting with Chen Quan would be in such a place. He is searching for mother. Has she gone missing? Or was she abducted? Hearing that place name, it doesn't sound like the human realm. Could it be in the underworld? He pulled out his phone to check. Indeed, there was no such place. After thinking for a moment, he asked Hua Pai, What do you know about the Yellow Spring Ghost Mansion? The Ghost Mansion is indeed an underworld name, but the underworld is vast and divided into countless ghost mansions. I have not heard of the Yellow Spring Ghost Mansion. You can go back now. Qin felt a bit awkward. Somehow when Hua Pai possessed him, she attached directly to his skin. She had a certain hole that could just accommodate his member. It felt a bit eerie. Hua Pai chuckled lightly and was retracted into the Demon Suppression Tower by Qin. Based on today's observations, there should be a total of 12 towers in the Demon Suppression Tower. I don't know what method can connect them together. Han Yuan also appeared at the gathering, obviously having activated his tower as well. In this case, he would surely take seriously what he said about the prophecy and think of a way to deal with the Ghost King inside the tower. As for the fact that one must suppress 12 ghosts for the Ghost King to appear, it surely did not require Qin's reminder. He was probably already killed a few today in the prince's tomb. With this in mind, he took out the cloth bag to take a look. It was pitch black inside. He reached in to feel and immediately paused slightly. Looking at the palm-sized cloth bag, he realized he could fit his entire arm inside. When he took it out, he already had a handful of slightly colorful transparent beads. These beads were about the size of glass marbles, but contained vast amounts of spiritual energy. So fragrant. Give me one. Give me one. I'm so hungry. Zhong Kuei's voice emerged again, and a hand reached out to snatch. This feeling was indeed strange. An adult's hand. The root buried in the necklace was as fine as a hair. Anyway, there were plenty of beads, so Qin casually gave him a few. With thoughts on his mind, he couldn't meditate or sleep in the second half of the night. After about an hour, a voice came from the door. Qin, are you asleep? Qin arrived outside the door, and Han Yuan whispered, let's go. Entering the office, Han Yuan's expression was serious. Qin, that prophecy was indeed correct. Qin pretended to be unaware. Tonight I participated in the prince's tomb operation and the tower awakened. Upon awakening, I was pulled to a very distant place. It felt somewhat like an online conference filled with terrifying old monsters. Especially the young man beside me, those old monsters treated him with great respect and awe. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low to sense what makes this young man different. Qin. It was then that Qin realized that the senior they had been referring to was actually him. This young man possesses terrifying strength. It seems he has calculated the time of the impending disaster. So the most important thing now is to find him. Let's see, do you recognize him? Saying this, Han Yuan took out an A4 paper with a printed image. It bore a striking resemblance to the appearance he had transformed into today. Fortunately, there's the transformation. Qin was relieved and studied the image for a moment before shaking his head. I shouldn't know him, he looks unfamiliar. Han Yuan was not surprised and asked, the reason I sought you out was to inquire if there are any other prophecies regarding this tower. Especially concerning the blood moon, is there anything else mentioned? Nothing more. Qin shook his head. Han Yuan nodded solemnly, saying, however, since the prophecy has proven to be partially correct, it deserves serious attention. I will go find the commander tonight to make some arrangements. Partially correct? Yes. Well, not exactly. Han Yuan nodded. Doesn't the prophecy state that it can contain 12 ghosts? But my tower can only contain 6 ghosts. At this, Qin was stunned. Logically, each of the 12 towers should be able to suppress 12 ghosts. Does this mean that the number each tower can contain is different? There should be a total of 12 towers. I estimate that each tower can contain a different number of ghosts. Han Yuan provided the same judgment as Qin. Waving his hand, he said, in any case, you have achieved great merit again this time. I must take my leave. Moments later, Han Yuan drove his military vehicle out of the base with his tower. Could it be that my tower is the Tower King? Naturally, Qin speculated that the numbers of ghosts each of the 12 towers could suppress ranged from 1 to 12. Watching the departing military vehicle, Qin sighed. If he were in Han Yuan's position, having obtained such a divine artifact, he would definitely not dare to make it public. Through 2 lifetimes, one can see a person clearly, and Han Yuan is undoubtedly someone worth trusting. If he were to be open and share information with him, he should be able to obtain a lot of information about the demon-suppressing towers. However, after experiencing the blood moon, Qin was hesitant. Human nature only exists when the social structure has not collapsed. Ghost orb. Give me a ghost orb. The abrupt voice of Zhong Kuei startled Qin. For bags, 1 containing 100 million, 1 containing gold and silver worth 100 million, 1 containing spirit stones worth 100 million, and 1 containing a ghost orb worth 100 million. Qin took out the last bag, reached in, and pulled out a ghost orb, a segment of a finger bone. Having experienced the blood moon, Qin naturally knew that although the ghost orb was called an orb, its shapes varied. However, he had only seen a few, nowhere near this many. Randomly flipping through these ghost orbs included blood, orbs gelatinous ones, bones, fruits, and orbs. Zhong Kuei grabbed the finger bone and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching away. He rummaged through the first bag, which contained 10 bank cards. Exiting the base, Qin disguised himself as a migrant worker in a hidden corner. He casually found an ATM, inserted the card. There was no password interface. The withdrawal transfer page appeared directly. 10 million. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to transfer it to his account and tucked the card away. suddenly having 100 million, yet feeling surprisingly calm. Thinking about it, he realized he needed to spend this money quickly. Even buying toilet paper would do. Around 100 million, no matter what he bought, it would count as a large transaction. He had no connections and lacked experience in this area. He couldn't just pick an online store and fill in the quantity with hundreds of thousands, right? How should he spend it? Should he find Manager Yang at the safe house? That was also an option. This thought lingered for an entire night. In the morning, Chen Qing's phone rang. It was Mrs. Wu. Chen Qing was taken aback. Could it be that she regretted wanting the Zhong Kuei painting back? He answered the call. Hello, Li Qing, it's Mrs. Wu. Hello, Mrs. Wu. It's like this, I still have a few antique items in my possession. I wonder if your foreign friend is still interested. Chen Qing was momentarily stunned and immediately overjoyed. Just when I was worried about how to spend the money. Let me ask. Please hold on, Mrs. Wu. After thinking for a moment, he asked the transformation. Transformation, can you appraise antiques? I cannot appraise, but I can determine the era. The transformation added, I can judge through spiritual energy. Appraisal means to state the origin, background, usage, etc. of the antique. Determining the era is merely a simple judgment of the dynasty. But for Chen Qing, that was already sufficient. At that moment, Chen Qing returned the call. Mr. Ruan is currently in Ximing City. He has some matters to attend to and will leave tomorrow. Mrs. Wu, you'd better prepare more items. Chen Qing added in a low voice. If he finalizes a deal this time, the cash flow will be ample. Oh, Mrs. Wu's voice revealed delight. Great, then we will meet tonight. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qing casually booked a room and spent the entire day intensively studying antique knowledge with the transformation. In the evening, the transformation transformed into a slim, capable middle-aged man. Chen Qing followed behind, carrying a briefcase. Soon the two arrived at the agreed location. The store was named Guyun Xiang. The decor was very antiquated. Wu Xiam and Mrs. Wu and Chen Qing were already familiar with each other, and there was an elder in a tang suit with silver hair, clearly someone knowledgeable in this field. There was also a very amiable fat man. The transformation shook hands with everyone, then directly asked, where are the items? Everyone was taken aback. Chen Qing smiled, saying, Mr. Ruan is pressed for time and may leave tonight. If possible, could everyone bring out the good items now? Upon hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated. Mrs. Wu took out a painting. The old man under the crane, said to be from Tang Bohu, from the Qing dynasty, not interested. The transformation shook its head. Next item, please. At this, the four looked at each other in shock. Determining that it was from the Qing dynasty was not a big deal, but being so certain after just one glance was something none of them could achieve. At that moment, the atmosphere grew more serious. The silver-haired elder took out a jade ring, saying, this item is a Southsong dynasty jade ring with a peony pattern. From the Yuan dynasty, the transformation interrupted. How much? The silver-haired elder replied, 2 million. That's too expensive. The transformation shook its head. Next item. Everyone began to feel the situation was tricky. They had never encountered someone like this. The transformation appeared somewhat dissatisfied, placing a bank card on the table. Everyone, we better not waste time. I'll go have a meal and return in 45 minutes. I hope you will have everything prepared by then. Saying this, it left. Chen Qing turned back, his face full of apologies. I'm sorry, everyone, Mr. Ruan just has this personality. By the way, he particularly likes ghost culture and prefers antiques that are not precious but have some age to them. Wu Xiaoman nodded, understood. When they returned, the four men had already prepared numerous items. The portly middle-aged man produced an ancient jade disc tinged deep crimson. This is blood-infused antique jade. Pride from a princess's mouth. Its overwhelming energy has made it unsellable thus far. Huapi examined it closely from all angles, then nodded. How much? Market rate is 50,000. Agreed. I'll take it. Huapi placed the jade directly beside the table. The portly man paused, then chuckled. Mr. Ruan truly possesses extraordinary magnanimity. The four men presented their wares one by one. After witnessing Huapi's earlier displays of expertise, none dared overestimate their own knowledge. Each price quoted was fair and reasonable. Next, the portly man produced a silver-wrapped femur shaped like a club. The silver-haired elder smiled faintly. So you've brought this out at last. The portly man grinned. It's human bone. Surely, sir, you recognize its nature. 100,000. The portly man blinked in surprise, hesitating. This artifact summons spirits. You lack the spiritual fortitude to suppress it. He nodded slowly, raising a thumb in admiration. Truly, sir, you are a master connoisseur. Very well, 100,000. These 9 Sarira beads originated from a temple. I dare not boast before an expert. I cannot precisely date them, said the silver-haired elder with a smile. He seemed determined to test Huapi once more. Huapi frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then replied, they likely hail from the Dali Duan clan. I yield completely, sighed the elder, visibly awestruck. How much? Sarira prices fluctuate wildly. Let's settle on 500,000. Agreed. Huapi nodded and set the beads beside himself. All four men's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then the portly man carried forward a long wooden case. Upon opening it, a pungent odor of rust and something distinctly metallic wafted forth. A Warring States bronze artifact, 12 million. Surely, Mr. Juan recognizes this is no arbitrary valuation. A sharp intake of breath echoed among the three men. This was by far the highest bid yet. Had it remained buried, it would endure unchanged for another millennium. But now that it's corroding within half a year, only green patina will remain. The portly man's expression shifted subtly. As Huapi stated, bronze corrosion was akin to terminal disease for such artifacts. Once initiated, it would consume the entire piece within 2 or 3 years. Yet he had meticulously cleaned every trace. How had this man detected it? 100,000. The portly man furrowed his brow. If you know it's already corroded, why offer 100,000? That is none of your concern. The portly man's frown deepened, then gradually eased, his mind clearly wavering. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth. 50,000 more. Agreed. Half an hour later, all items brought by the four men had been appraised. Huapi acquired 19 pieces totaling under 6 million. The portly man rose immediately. Mr. Juan, I have several additional artifacts at home, rather large, inconvenient to transport. Might I trouble you to visit? Certainly. Huapi turned to Qin. Li Qin, gather these up. Yes, sir. Qin asked the two elders, shall we process payment now? No rush, no rush. We'll review further first. The portly man hastily waved off. The silver-haired elder, however, simply extended his phone. Please transfer to this account. Fraud was rampant in this trade. Huapi handed Qin a bank card. You handle the transfer. Immediately, Qin accompanied the elder downstairs to an ATM and completed the transaction. Once the funds appeared confirmed, the elder finally relaxed. Young Master Li, please proceed to the Qin residence and await me. I shall prepare promptly and earnestly invite you both to inspect my collection shortly. Of course, elder. Qin readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, the three arrived at the portly man's residence, a traditional-style villa with an expansive courtyard situated on the city's periphery. Their host led them into the garage and opened a concealed door. Instantly, a musty, damp odor surged forth. Upon flipping the switch, two life-sized, crimson-hued horses emerged from the gloom. One stood motionless, the other reared upright on its forelegs as if mid-neigh. Most astonishingly, both bore magnificent wings. Qin's heart leapt with exhilaration. If both steeds could awaken, he would command not one, but 2 celestial flying mounts. These are funerary artifacts, imbued with potent, sinister energy. Even those of considerable cultivation shun them, hence this estate has remained uninhabited. They are unquestionably ancient, 10 million apiece, declared the portly man. Huapi shook his head. Too steep. Let's examine others. Then at least name a counteroffer, pleaded the portly man helplessly. Very well, 2 million for both. 200,000 per mount. The portly man pondered briefly, then affirmed deal. They proceeded onward and encountered 2 stone sculptures seated like dogs. One resembled neither lion nor hound, the other fused a human head with a lion's body. Tomb guardian beasts, like the winged horses, saturated with energy, hence unsold to date. 200,000. Both together, 100,000. Deal. Though outwardly affable, the portly man was almost certainly a grave-robbing syndicate leader. The entire warehouse's contents were undoubtedly illicit. After acquiring several more items, he guided them before a vast storage chamber. Shelves groaned under countless antiquities, many still crusted with unremoved earth. Roughly estimated, this single chamber held several thousand artifacts. Most arresting of all were 20 suits of armor and matching spears aligned along the western wall. Both armor and spears were severely corroded. Though the spear shafts were forged from refined steel, thick layers of rust encased them. So brittle, they seemed ready to snap at a touch. The armor fared slightly better, though its original lacing had long since disintegrated. The visible cords were modern replacements. Qin's pulse quickened. Huapi too grasped the significance. These 20 sets, armor, spears, and steeds, must have accompanying mounts. Indeed, the portly man ushered them into another chamber, where 20 terracotta warhorses stood. Yet their craftsmanship paled beside the winged steeds. One lacked its head entirely, another stood missing a foreleg. What is your price for these 20 complete sets, armor, spears, and steeds? The portly man's face lit up with sudden hope. These relics had plagued him for months. Finding buyers had proven impossible, and merely storing them here induced daily anxiety. At last, salvation. Last year, Dingjiao auction house sold identical armor for 8.36 million. Irrelevant, Huapi interrupted. He shook his head. These artifacts cannot see daylight, and besides myself, no one dares acquire them. The portly man fell silent. After a long pause, he declared 50 million, total, 5 million. Mr. Juan, this bid borders on insult. The portly man frowned sternly. This figure isn't arbitrary. It reflects genuine respect for your sincere intent to purchase. Huapi paused, then suddenly said, Mr. Qin, why not retire? I'll acquire the entire warehouse. The portly man blinked, stunned. What? Everything in this warehouse, every artifact and block. 20 million. The plump middle-aged man slightly paused and shook his head, saying, Mr. Juan is joking. I am serious, Huan Pai said, enunciating each word carefully. The plump middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. 40 million. A fixed price. Huan Pai frowned and thought for a long while before saying, adding the previous items, a total of 30 million. This is my final offer. The plump middle-aged man was conflicted. The value of these items far exceeded this price, but they were not meant to be shown in public. Each one was a hot potato. After a long while, the plump middle-aged man made up his mind. All right, but it has to be a cash transaction. Huan Pai handed him 3 bank cards. These are anonymous cards considered as cash transactions. The plump middle-aged man slightly paused and showed the key in his hand. Let's go trade. Once the transaction is successful, it will be yours. Boss Chin, there aren't any cameras here, right? No. Using that thing is courting death. Soon the transaction was completed. The 3 returned to the entrance where the plump middle-aged man handed the key to Huan Pai with a smile. Mr. Juan, why not by this manner as well? Not much, just 10 million. Not needed. Huan Pai shook his head. If it were 10 days ago, he might have accepted, but now it was too late to upgrade this place to a safe house. All right, the key is yours. They'll come back in a month, and I will change the locks. How you got it I won't ask, nor do I know. Chin had a thought. Huan Pai immediately understood. Mr. Chin, may I ask, where is this tomb? The plump middle-aged man frowned. It's already empty. Consider it a favor owed to you. The plump middle-aged man was silent for a moment, then wrote down an address. Subsequently, he got into the driver's car and left. The driver asked, Big brother, how about? Don't have any crooked thoughts, as he said I should retire now. Did the people watching the manor withdraw? Hey. Withdraw? The less you know, the safer it is. Chin and Huan Pai returned to the warehouse. Master, how did I perform this time? In the warehouse, Huan Pai transformed into a beautiful young girl. Very good. Chin looked at everything here and began to collect items using the demon-suppressing tower. The items here could almost open a small museum. Even if only half were awakened, it could still dominate a region. After gathering everything, a call from the silver-haired elder came in. The 3 arrived at his home, which was also a manor, but much smaller than Boss Chin's. The silver-haired elder mostly collected calligraphy and paintings, not lacking in great works, and they all had proper origins. However, the asking price was too high and they could not come to an agreement. The silver-haired elder took out a decree. This is a decree from the Song dynasty conferring this Li Baoyi as a martial champion. Chin felt nothing, but Huan Pai asked how much. The decree from Huizong is valued at 100 million. This one, though a bit less, requires 20 million. Such decrees have a significant number in circulation and aren't worth that much. Do you have other decrees? The martial champions. I have 2 more. The silver-haired elder took out 2 more items. However, one was in poor condition and the other was from too recent a dynasty. The decrees aren't worth 1 million for all 3 together, 3 million. The silver-haired elder thought for a moment and agreed. With that warehouse full of items, the subsequent items were basically not worth his attention. You might like this last item, Mr. Reborn. The silver-haired elder led the 2 to a corner of the manor. There was a doghouse built there, but there was no dog inside. Instead, it housed a black panther with goat horns. A tomb-guarding beast. This thing has a heavy aura of evil. I dare not keep it at home. I can't bear to throw it away, so feel free to offer a price. 50000. Deal. Immediately the 2 paid, and Chin carried the tomb-guarding beast away. This scene also startled the silver-haired elder quite a bit. This tomb-guarding beast is not small. Outside, after placing all the items into the demon-suppressing tower, Chin asked, is the decree useful? Yes. Huan Pai smiled broadly. What are the functions of these 3 decrees? Chin thought for a moment, confer. As soon as he spoke, he immediately understood. His face was filled with shock. Exactly. If all 3 can awaken, it means the master will have 3 martial champions under him. However, Chin had never heard of what level a martial champion was. The spirit realm has martial men, while the evil spirit realm has martial champions. This is one of the higher tiers in the record of 100 ghosts. Evil spirits. Directly conferring evil spirits. Chin was somewhat stunned. Does the Emperor's decree have such great power? It's just that the human race's luck has declined and the Emperor has also fallen. If it were the ancient Emperor still around, with just a word, he could directly confer an evil spirit level. Chin was a bit dazed. How powerful must these emperors have been? Huan Pai, what other powerful beings do you know from the record of 100 ghosts? It's not that I don't want to save some existences, just hearing about them will shorten your lifespan. As long as they are above the evil spirit level, they have some connection with formless. This doesn't mean they are invisible, but that if you hear or see them, you are not worthy to remember them. Therefore, you might see such high-level beings for just a moment, but in the next instant you will already forget them. The good ones are just hard to remember. If they are more malevolent, just hearing their names will bring down divine punishment. Existences of that level are naturally those who go against the heavens. Chin was lost in thought. Huan Pai solemnly warned, excessive exploration of darkness is a very dangerous thing. Even just passively listening is extremely dangerous. The strange beings in the darkness will use all means to pull you in. Understood. Chin nodded solemnly, taking it to heart. Calculating it up, this whole buying spree totaled 38 million. Not to mention acquiring a small museum. Even if just awakening a horse, it would be a huge profit. Especially with the 3 tomb-guarding beasts that were practically free. Tomb-guarding beasts naturally have a strong deterrent effect on ghostly beings. Just awakening one to keep at home would ensure safety, even without the Zhong Kuei painting. How delightful. The more Qingqing looked at Huan Pai, the more he liked her. Speak, what rewards do you want? Huan Pai was excited upon hearing this. Could the master grant me a ghost orb? She might have felt she was asking for too much, so she weakly added, an evil spirit level is fine. What kind of ghost orb do you want? Huan Pai was full of anticipation. Is there an orb for the blooming flower lady? Blooming flower means holding a parasol. Qingqing quickly found a palm-sized small umbrella. Is this it? This is it. Huan Pai was overjoyed. Then she said, I might need to enter seclusion for a few days. Master, please wait for me for a few days. Saying this, Huan Pai disappeared. Qingqing was taken aback and summoned Huan Pai again. Huan Pai asked curiously, what's wrong? The time flow in the demon-suppressing tower is 15000 times faster inside. Isn't it almost equivalent to time standing still? How can you cultivate? There's a second level. Huan Pai looked puzzled. Doesn't master know? I didn't know. Why has no one told me? Huan Pai explained, the great god Zhong Kuei has always lived on the second level. I was originally unable to go up, but after the peak gathering last time, I can go up now. Inside time is the same as in reality. Is there really a second layer? After the awakening of the demon suppression tower, Qingqing did not delve deeper, but now it seems that there are many secrets hidden within. Can you hear me, Huapi? Yes, master. Zhong Kuei, Zhong Kuei, Zhong Kuei. After calling several times, Zhong Kuei did not respond. Master, the great Zhong Kuei has entered the third layer. Third layer? Where is it? I don't know, only the great Zhong Kuei can enter. Huapi patiently explained, the demon suppression tower is one with its master. As the master grows stronger, it can also evolve. The current tower might be seen as a small infant, and anything beyond the third layer is likely still in a chaotic form. Will Zhong Kuei be in danger? The great Zhong Kuei already possesses divinity and has numerous abilities. Even if he is a bit confused, there is likely nothing in this world that can harm him. Who are you talking about? Suddenly a mysterious voice echoed. Great One. What Great One? Inside the second layer of the demon suppression tower, it does not resemble the imagined structure of a tower. Instead, it was a vast ethereal space filled with swirling mist. Huapi sat cross-legged, a look of fear on his face. Zhong Kuei's large face was nearly pressed against Huapi's, his bristly beard poking into Huapi's face. Huapi did not dare to resist, and softly said, I have met the Great One. Although Huapi was a level 5 evil spirit, he felt as weak as a chick in front of Zhong Kuei, who was a level 3 wandering soul. One of Zhong Kuei's eyes was on the ground, the other on Huapi, when he suddenly reached out saying, Ghost Pearl, Ghost Pearl, Ghost Pearl, I want to eat ghost pearls. His hand extended from the demon suppression tower, as if it had grown from Qingqing's chest. Qingqing was taken aback and said, you can have it, but don't scare Huapi, as she needs to cultivate. Good. Qingqing then stuffed a ghost pearl resembling a leaf into Zhong Kuei's hand. Zhong Kuei seemed displeased with the ghost pearl, pouting as he chewed and walked into the mist. Originally, Qingqing intended to go to the prince's tomb and exchange all 12 wandering souls for stronger ones. But now that Huapi was in seclusion, this matter would have to wait a few more days. Without Huapi, he didn't feel it much, but with her not wearing her suddenly left him feeling uncertain. He returned to the base and began to circulate his qi. In the following days, he trained fiercely during the day to enhance his physical abilities and walked his qi cycle at night. The physical tests had to increase by 1 lap each day, and now he was completing 17 laps within 20 minutes, causing several casualties under such pressure. Consequently, everyone's improvement was rapid. In the last 2 days of the 7-day period, the monkey and the fat guy reached the soul movement realm one after the other. At this point, Qingqing had already completed 11 cycles of qi, just a step away from the essence refinement realm. It's truly not easy. He Runsheng was nearly in tears. In just 7 days, He Runsheng had lost almost 20 pounds, making it no longer accurate to call him a fat guy. Don't relax yet, think about how to get through tonight's challenge. The monkey frowned. To learn the ghost contract technique in 1 night, I have to contract my first ghost pet tomorrow night. I'm really freaking out. Why the rush? Yeah, our training intensity has already surpassed previous year's demon slaying teams, but I heard this year's training was inhumane as well. The Lone Star remained silent, quietly circulating his qi. Nighttime was for the major class. Everyone had to be present. Wukong was pleased. Your growth speed has astonished me. Based on my 10 years of teaching experience, the soul movement realm can take as short as a week or as long as a month. And all 41 of you who stayed here today have reached the soul movement realm in just 1 week. Congratulations. Are we really that amazing? Why does that make me a genius too? You wish. I reached the soul movement realm a day before you. Everyone suddenly became excited. During this week, they had been pushed hard. The feeling of being recognized for the first time was simply moving. But a more severe challenge is coming. Within the next 24 hours, you must learn the ghost contract technique. Tomorrow night, we will go to the prince's tomb, and each of you must have your own ghost pet. If this had been a week ago, there would surely have been chaos. But this time, although everyone felt it was absurd, they all fell silent. Each of them was contemplating how to get through this challenge. Qingqing had already learned the ghost contract technique as well as the more advanced hell ghost contract technique. Thus, it did not affect him. This shouldn't be the case. Hongya stood up, not to mention how difficult it is to learn the ghost contract technique in one day. Finding a suitable ghost pet within a day after mastering it is simply ridiculous. With one voice of dissent, several others quickly chimed in. Especially for girls. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Girls are inherently weaker than boys, and selecting a ghost pet is of utmost importance. If you choose wrong, you could ruin your life. What do you think should be done? Girls should have no less than 5 days to select a ghost pet. No, a week. That's not my decision. Wukong shook his head. Class is starting. Chun-Ching didn't need to participate in the next class. Wappy's seclusion time was almost up and should be able to come out tomorrow. Phones were not allowed during class. Back in the dormitory, there were 2 missed calls. Mr. Chin, the 3rd batch of pig feed has already gone into production, and we have brought the samples. They are at the entrance of the 5th base of the Ghost Army. Do you need to take a look? Oh, I'll be there right away. The 2nd call. Hey, Mr. Chin, the rice, soybeans, and potatoes have all been prepared. When will you come to collect them? In a couple of days. Holding nearly 70 million in his hands, Chun-Ching was quite troubled these days. Daily necessities and hardware products had cost nearly 6 million. He had spent 50 million on the most stable types of grain. In the apocalypse, having food and guns means you won't panic. Arriving at the base entrance, a business vehicle was parked nearby. 3 men in suits were already waiting there. One of them was Boss Zhu from the feed factory. From the communications over the past few days, Chun-Ching understood that they wanted to connect with the Ghost Army. It seemed that during that video call with Manager Jean, Chun-Ching's identity as a purchaser for the Ghost Army had leaked out. In any case, they were now respectful towards Chun-Ching. Chun-Ching took a bag of pig feed samples, opened it, and immediately frowned. There was a strange, fishy smell. Frowning, he tasted it. The texture was rough, very powdery, and it left a mouthful of crumbs. Seeing Chun-Ching's expression, Boss Zhu immediately explained, Mr. Chin, the taste is indeed a bit lacking. This is the improved version of the 3rd batch, which has added starch. Chun-Ching tasted it again. There was some improvement, but not much. Soaking it in warm water or cooking it will make it much better. The nutritional content can be guaranteed, right? Absolutely. Definitely. Strictly regulated. Chun-Ching nodded. Then there's no problem. Let's proceed with the production of this improved version as soon as possible. Even though this was making him frown in the apocalypse, this was considered a delicacy. As for how to receive the food supplies, Chun-Ching has already thought of a solution. After some persuasion, he managed to get a bunch of seals from Yichang. He arrived at the Binjiang district warehouse area. This warehouse area is connected to the railway and has a dock located 2 kilometers from the highway exit. It is primarily a grain storage area. Upon entering, he saw nearly 100 barrel-shaped metallic silos, standing tall, each about 7 to 8 stories high. Manager Tian enthusiastically introduced, we have a total of 229 standard grain silos, all constructed according to ASTM D3299 standards. The smallest holds 35 tons, and the largest are these before us. They stand 30 meters tall with a diameter of 15 meters and a capacity of 2,445 tons. Chun-Ching spent 20 to 30 million on the food supplies, which could originally buy around 1,0 tons, but with a clever idea, he exchanged it for aged rice and beans. They are all about 6 years old, but guaranteed to be intact. Suddenly, the amount increased from 1,000 tons to 2,500 tons. Manager Tian took Chun-Ching into the grain silo, where a relatively simple computer monitored the temperature and humidity inside. Inside, it resembled a nearly full grain warehouse with a cross-shaped walkway that could be raised or lowered. Lowering the walkway by 2 meters, Manager Tian bent down to grab a handful of rice. The biggest issue is the heat generated by the stacked grains. If left unattended, so much grain piled together can spoil within a week, but we have 30 years of experience in temperature control. Although this rice is 6 years old, Mr. Chin can rest assured the quality is slightly lacking, but there is absolutely no problem. Are there surveillance cameras? Yes, each grain silo has 3. Chun-Ching ordered 5,000 tons of potatoes, 4,000 tons of rice, 4,000 tons of soybeans, and 6,000 tons of wheat. Except for the potatoes stored in a regular warehouse, the rest are kept in barrel silos. It sounds like a lot, but it's only 8 barrels. Chun-Ching directly signed for them and took the keys. He also placed seals on the outside of the 8-barrel warehouse. Manager Tian naturally did not mind. Finding an excuse to bid farewell to Manager Tian, he returned to the warehouse, turned off the surveillance, and adjusted every camera to look at the sky before he began to collect the grain. In about 10 minutes, the first rice silo was completely emptied. Then came the second, third, up to the 8th. After everything was collected, he sealed the entrance. The potatoes were stored in a regular cold storage. The potatoes, being a few years old, were somewhat shriveled, but it was not a big deal. The only problem was that the camera positions were quite high, and it took a bit of effort to turn them all around. After sealing everything, it was finally done. Time had already passed into the afternoon. As he exited the park, Manager Tian warmly saw him off. Mr. Chen, I must ask, is there a reason for your recent large-scale grain procurement? He referred to you. Chun-Ching remained unfazed. Are other departments also collecting grain? Yes, several waves of people from the government and military have come. The grain prices have risen by 6 points in the past few days. As a mere purchaser, how would I know such news? Chen Qing chuckled, but inwardly he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the government has taken action. The woman in a black veil he saw at the last summit must be quite formidable. Upon returning to the base, a small group had already gathered in the playground. 10 military vehicles were poised for action. 4 were 5-seaters, 6 were 13-seaters, and there was even a medical vehicle. Soon after, Han Yuan appeared with Chen Man. Han Yuan looked battered and bruised, quite a mess. Today I'm going to show you some real sights, so don't get scared. Let's go. Chen Qing hurriedly followed. Captain, why did you bring Xiao Man along? Him. Oh right, he has reached the Blood Qi realm. What? Chen Qing was stunned. Han Yuan scratched his head. I originally planned to suppress him, but this guy just broke through while practicing. I really couldn't hold him back. Chen Qing felt a headache coming on. Another brainiac. No, a 6-year-old in the Blood Qi realm. Are you kidding me? Oh right. This expression is just right. Han Yuan laughed heartily. I had the same expression back then. The commander had the same expression. That old man insisted on competing with me for a disciple, and we even had a fight. You're lying, it wasn't a fight. It was Grandpa Zhu beating you up, Chen Man corrected seriously. You little brat. Han Yuan scolded, that guy is not human, understand? Not human. Considering you still followed your teacher and didn't betray, they'll spare you this time. Han Yuan said, waving at Chen Qing. Come to my vehicle, let's talk slowly. As the vehicle started, Han Yuan recounted the events of the past few days. He spoke of the matter regarding the demon suppression tower, which the commander took very seriously, and invited several top-tier individuals to assist. Han Yuan, Gong Huagu, and 4 super strong individuals went to the princess tomb, casually exterminating 6 ghosts, successfully summoning the so-called Ghost King. Subsequently, with the 4 super strong individuals leading the way, they forcibly made a blood pact with the ghost head, a dangerous technique comparable to the Black Prison Contract ghost technique. When the 2 captains and 4 super strong individuals returned, an unexpected incident occurred. Chen Man broke through to the Blood Qi realm. This was a serious matter, igniting a competition that could be likened to the sword discussion at Mount Hua. This drove Han Yuan to roll up his sleeves and have a tussle with the commander, ultimately securing custody rights. Of course, the claim made by Chen Man that Han Yuan was simply beaten up is somewhat more reliable. So you got beaten up by the commander? Han Yuan emphasized, I wasn't beaten up, I lost in a fight. Chen Man was about to retort, but Han Yuan shouted, shut up. Chen Man fell silent. Chen Qing looked at this guy not in shock, but in utter amazement. Talents like Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing himself were nothing in the presence of a 6-year-old in the Blood Qi realm. Because of Chen Man, and because of this tower, our 5th team might become quite lively. Han Yuan sighed. Gong Huagu will definitely come to our team now. That makes sense. After all, the Ghost King in the Demon Suppression Tower is now considered her ghost pet. But if more old folks come, I'll be in deep trouble. Chen Qing frowned, suddenly realizing a question. Wait, Captain, you, Captain Gong, and 4 top-tier individuals went to the princess tomb. Why didn't you just take it down while you were at it? Is the princess tomb that formidable? Formidable, my foot. Now it's basically a novice village for the ghost summoning army. In other words, the princess tomb is deliberately left for practice. Chen Qing felt both absurd and strangely reasonable. A moment later, the 10 vehicles arrived about a kilometer from the princess tomb. At a command, everyone got out of the vehicles and quickly formed 2 lines. Just from the neatness of the formation, one could see the results of 7 days of training. The evil spirits and above here have been nearly cleared out. You will spend a long time here. Everyone shivered. Having already encountered the vicious ghost-level wind devourer, they were psychologically prepared, but at this moment, knowing that taking another step would lead them to a ghost, made many retreat. Zhou Yangxiao stepped in first, followed by Ji Luo, Chen Kuan, and others. Perhaps due to some kind of boundary, once they stepped in they would no longer see anyone. Ghost realm. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Another new term. Or could this be what was referred to as the ghost realm in his past life? Chen Qing looked at Han Yuan with some concern. Captain, you wouldn't let Chen Man go in there too, would you? Don't worry, he'll be right there with you. Han Yuan waved his hand. You go catch your own ghost. Chen Qing was speechless. No matter how talented he was, Chen Man was still under 7 years old, even though he was with them. But, here, put this on. Han Yuan took out a pair of gloves that were somewhat peculiar, covered in wood grain, as if carved from wood. He squatted down to help Chen Man wear them. After Chen Man put on the gloves, Han Yuan took out a wooden helmet. After much effort to put it on, there was also a wooden chest guard. You're so annoying. Chen Man said expressionlessly, but with an unsatisfied tone. You thickhead brat, I'm just trying to protect you. I'm strong enough, I don't need your protection. You're strong, my foot. I could defeat you with a single finger. In 2 years I could knock you down. Not even in 10 years. Watching the 2 bicker, Chen Qing felt a sense of relief. Chen Qing, let's form a team. The monkey approached. Damn it, it's my first time in the ghost realm, and I'm feeling a bit scared. Take me with you, please. He Runsheng also chimed in. Gu Xing said nothing and directly entered the ghost realm. Chen Qing didn't mind the others, but he definitely had to take care of the monkey. Chen Qing nodded and stepped into the ghost realm. Here it seemed to have been manipulated by some means. With a single step it felt like entering another spacetime. It was chilly and dim with a stench of blood hanging in the air. Fatty, what's your soul power now? 41. And you? 58. The monkey mumbled, we definitely don't want beginner-level wandering spirits. We can only contract spirits from 1st to 3rd level, or just into the 4th level. The monkey shook his head. There's not much choice. Don't you have more? He Runching was on the verge of tears looking at Qin. Great deity, what about you? I don't know. Qin replied honestly. The great deity must be worried about our slack performance. So considerate. Almost everyone had traded their chance of choosing an artifact for a ghost contract. They all wore their contracts and moved forward slowly. Soon the three of them spotted the first ghost. In a stagnant pool, it was slurping on the mud. It was a toilet ghost. After measuring it showed 14. A first-level wandering spirit. The monkey contracting this would definitely be a waste. With his 58 soul power, a third-level ghost around 30 would be best. I don't want it either. He Runching shook his head. If possible, I'd rather have a third or fourth-level ghost. But there were simply too few choices. Naturally, Qin wouldn't choose either. Currently, he had two main pets. One was Zhong Kuei, and the other was a painted skin, which was an extraordinary creature at this level. As for Zhong Kuei, although it was only a third-level wandering spirit considering its suppression over the painted skin, one couldn't just look at surface data. This time, he only wanted to replace as many beginner-level wandering spirits in the demon suppression tower as possible. In the ghost realm, the density of ghosts was quite high, and they quickly encountered a second one. However, all three of them were stunned. This ghost looked like an ancient person wearing a helmet, chest armor, back armor, and skirt armor. It had a knife strapped to its waist and was striding forward with great momentum. Qin and the others were hiding behind a collapsed low wall, and the monkey pulled back his head. An ancient ghost. I haven't learned about this. Everyone had studied ghostology, but most were about modern ghosts such as eating ghosts, toilet ghosts, and sickly dead ghosts. Ancient ghosts weren't covered. Battle ghost. The three of them casually came up with a name, and the ghost measuring device showed 61. A sixth-level wandering spirit. The monkey's soul power was 58, and according to the recommended 50, he should ideally contract a ghost around 29. He couldn't exceed 70, which meant 41. He Runching had even less with 41, and was recommended to contract a ghost of 20, with a maximum of 28. Clearly they had exceeded. No way, can't take it, let's go. However, Qin stopped. The monkey was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Qin, can you contract this? Qin naturally couldn't reveal the existence of the demon suppression tower, so he vaguely said, I just might be able to. Great deity, you're almost at 100. He Runching was shocked. This is too amazing. Qin nodded, drew out the Kunwa blade, and with a surge of spiritual energy, a blood shadow appeared on the blade. Buzz, a light sound. Qin had already climbed over the low wall, and the blade slashed directly at the battle ghost. Sizzle. It was as if he had cut through old leather, and a large gash appeared on the back of the ghost's neck. The blade continued downward, but the back was protected by armor, only creating a spark. Ghostly blue blood slowly seeped out, dripping onto the ground. The ghost soldier reacted quickly, swinging its knife back at Qin. Qin raised his blade to block. Clang. Sparks flew. Until now, all the ghosts Qin had faced except for the painted skin were all beginner-level wandering spirits. They shattered upon contact. This was his first time fighting a ghost like this. Clang. Clang, clang, clang. In terms of strength, they were evenly matched, but in terms of swordsmanship, Qin was far from the ghost soldier's opponent. After just a few exchanges, he had already been slashed once. Fortunately, he was wearing the painted skin, which was least affected by this type of ghost. Qin felt the urge to hone his combat skills, staring intently at the ghost soldier's blade, trying hard to learn. Swish. A blade of light came straight down towards Qin's face. Qin suddenly sidestepped to avoid it. Even though his face was protected by the painted skin, he was still drenched in cold sweat. The monkey and he Runching both felt tense watching. The monkey had already jumped out, charging into the battle. Don't come over. Monkey. Qin immediately shouted to stop him. While the painted skin protected him, he was invincible, but the monkey could actually die. Damn it. I can't just watch you get killed. Its blade can't hurt me. Qin shouted loudly, back off. The monkey was doubtful, carefully observing the spot where Qin had just been struck by the ghost soldier. His clothing was torn, but it seemed his body was truly unharmed. He then retreated a bit, but still kept an eye on the two, ready to assist at any moment. Clang, 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 clang. Clang, clang. The sound of their blades clashing echoed, sending sparks flying in the air. Qin had already been hit by around 10 strikes, and finally, sizzle. One strike. A throat slash. If this strike landed on a person, blood would spurt out 2 to 3 meters. Although the ghost soldier's wound also bled quite a bit, it was by no means excessive. Clang, 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 clang. One strike after another. Qin seemed to grasp a bit of a pattern ere it became increasingly difficult for the ghost soldier to land a hit on him. I've understood. I've become stronger. Qin was greatly delighted. At a certain moment, he struck out, and the ghost's head flew off. The monkey clapped and shouted, damn. Awesome. He Runching was stunned for a while before erupting in cheers. So cool. At that moment, Qin suddenly stopped. He could sense that within the demon suppression tower, the soldier ghost could not find its position. Its form was dissipating. With a thought from Qin, a toilet ghost shattered, transforming into pure ghostly energy. The soldier ghost naturally filled this vacancy. In that instant, when the soldier ghost took its place, Qin felt that Zhong Kuei had become significantly stronger. However, with the monkey and he Runching present, he couldn't summon it for a closer look. Awesome little Qingzi, the monkey exclaimed, patting Qing on the shoulder. So strong. The Great One is invincible. He Runching also praised, his eyes scanning Qing cautiously. He asked, Great One, did you wear some kind of protective armor? The painted skin had mentioned that when she possessed a human, she couldn't be seen except for eye techniques like the heavenly eye and the fire eye. Just now Qing had been slashed multiple times, yet remained unscathed, which both of them naturally noticed. I received a piece earlier. Qing did not intend to elaborate further. Let's go, we must find you both suitable ghost pets today. Both nodded seriously. If they couldn't find suitable ghost pets with Qing around, they would have even less hope in the future. This place used to have intensive agriculture with numerous fish ponds, but after no one maintained them, most of the dikes between the ponds slowly deteriorated, merging into a cluster resembling candied hawthorns, while some gradually dried up, turning into dead water ponds and mud ponds. Along the way, they saw toilet ghosts happily eating in these dead water ponds, but their natural aversion to feces made the three completely ignore them. Qing vaguely remembered that the toilet ghost was classified as feeding filth when it was at the level of an evil ghost, and its combat power was quite impressive. Moreover, if one wasn't disgusted, this creature was actually quite good for leveling up. The three walked along the continuous fish ponds where waves occasionally surged from the depths, uncertain whether they were fish or ghosts. Help! Suddenly a scream echoed from afar. In this dim, desolate night, it sent chills down everyone's spine. It sounds like Yangshui. The monkey looked puzzled. Qing suddenly recalled this name. This person was also a student from the same school, having tested talents alongside him. Help! The cry for help came again, this time much closer, and both the monkey and he Runching heard it clearly. It's definitely Yangshui. Hurry, let's go check it out. The cry for help echoed a few more times. During that period, it seemed the person had been injured and let out a painful scream. Soon the three saw Yangshui. Yangshui had a deep gash on his head, blood gushing out and soaking his entire body. His arm was broken and he appeared to have multiple injuries. In front of him, Gushing was fiercely battling a ghost. This ghost appeared ordinary, yet its movements were swift, wielding a black stick that struck Gushing with overwhelming force. Master, this is a warrior. If the master accepts it, it can be conferred the title of martial champion with a holy decree. Painted Skin suddenly spoke up. Qing nodded. No wonder it was so strong. Upon measuring the ghost's energy, it turned out to be only 38. 3 layers of wandering souls, yet it could incapacitate Gushing without any resistance. One must know that Gushing had arrived at soul movement even earlier than the monkey, with a soul power of at least 70, yet he was being beaten into a miserable state by this ghost, which had only half of his energy. Bang! 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 The black stick of the warrior managed to bypass the Kunwu blade, accurately striking Gushing. Gushing remained silent as usual. He merely let out a muffled grunt, but did not retreat. Monkey, let's go. You stay back a bit. The monkey was startled, but still nodded and followed. Clang! A stick struck Qing's Kunwu blade, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Bang! A stick hit Qing's wrist, sending a jolt through his entire arm, almost making him lose grip on the Kunwu blade. Stronger than the soldier ghost. Qing thought to himself, relying on Painted Skin's protection, he hacked repeatedly, forcing the warrior back several steps. Gushing, fatty, take Yangshui away. At that moment, Yangshui was already breathing heavily, his complexion pale. Gushing staggered, clearly injured. If Qing and the others hadn't arrived, both of them would have likely perished at the hands of the warrior. Bang! 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 The warrior nearly struck Qing with every blow. Even with Painted Skin's protection, he was still sent reeling. Just moments ago, he had learned a bit from the soldier ghost, but facing the warrior was completely insufficient. Though he desperately dodged and blocked, 9 out of 10 strikes landed on him. Bang! Up! The monkey screamed, collapsing to the ground. A large gash appeared on his brow, bone blood immediately splattering across his face. Don't worry, you'll go up again. Qing urged, launching another attack. The warrior's stick techniques were extremely exquisite, the stick tip almost constantly hovering near Qing's face. If he avoided it, it would follow up with a strike to his chest or waist. Bang! 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 One blow after another, Qing felt as if he might vomit blood. It wasn't just his body, even his spirit was suffering. He couldn't comprehend how a ghost with an energy value of 38 could force him into such a state. If it weren't for Painted Skin's protection, he might have already lost 3 lives. Whoosh! The stick tip lunged again toward his eye, and Qing's body jerked back violently. Then the Kunwu blade slashed horizontally, encompassing a vast area. The warrior leaped up suddenly, and Qing instinctively thrust upward. The warrior's body was in midair, the long stick blocking the Kunwu blade. Qing gritted his teeth and smashed his left fist toward the long stick. Bang! The long stick veered aside, and the Kunwu blade pierced straight into the warrior's chest. Sizzle! Qing was slightly taken aback. He quickly stepped forward, kicked the long stick away, and wrapped his hands around the warrior's neck, locking his legs around the warrior's arms, shouting, "Hurry up!" The monkey was stunned, holding the Kunwu blade ready to behead. Qing shouted angrily, "Contract! Contract!" The monkey was slightly taken aback, then suddenly realized stepping in front of the warrior and beginning to invoke the ghost contract technique. Once, it did not succeed. Chunqing shouted, "Don't stop, continue." Thus the second time, the third time, the fourth time. Soon it reached the 10th time, and each contract was rejected by the warrior. The monkey's complexion grew pale, gradually showing signs of fatigue. 11th time, 12th time. Finally, the monkey's body stiffened slightly, his face revealing immense joy. It worked. Huh. It worked. Hearing this, Chunqing released the warrior. The warrior silently walked behind the monkey. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The monkey assessed the warrior. With this guy I can walk sideways in the base. Chunqing, lacking emotional intelligence, couldn't let go of grudges and was haunted by both small and big matters. The monkey was his brother, and in his past life he had died for him, so he would surely protect him. And the warrior was a perfect fit. As long as the blood moon arrived, he would use the holy decree to confer this warrior the title of martial champion. The monkey's battle power would ascend to a whole new level. The two exchanged joyful glances, both forming a big shape collapsing to the ground. The warrior went to retrieve his long stick, when suddenly with a heavy thud his body was kicked back. The two were startled. Looking back, they saw a burly man charging over. He was stout, agile, and wielding a long stick. It was yet another warrior. Chunqing's gaze swept over the warrior. Eightfold wandering souls. A heavy blow came down, powerful and terrifying. Chunqing raised his hand to block. Clang. A heavy sound echoed. Chunqing's arms went numb, and the kunwan knife slipped from his grasp. The long staff was incredibly agile, redirecting its force in midair and striking solidly on Chunqing's shoulder. Bang! It felt as if a vehicle had run over him, causing Chunqing to kneel on the ground. Chunqing. The monkey was startled, drawing his knife and jumping up, using all his strength to slash at the warrior. The warrior seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, sweeping a leg effortlessly. Bang! In the next moment, the monkey's body shot out like an arrow, crashing heavily to the ground before bouncing several times into a muddy pond. Mud splattered everywhere. The monkey tasted blood in his mouth, spitting out a mouthful, but struggled to get up and quickly crawled toward the shore. At that moment, a smaller warrior attacked the larger one. The two staffs clashed, but after just a few exchanges, the smaller warrior was already at a disadvantage. The larger warrior completely overpowered the smaller one, even in martial skills. There was no choice but to unleash his trump card. Chunqing shouted, "Zhong Kuei." In the next moment, a thin figure dressed in a hospital gown appeared. With one eye looking up and the other at the warrior, the large warrior's body suddenly shook and slowly turned its head. Bang! The smaller warrior's staff struck heavily on the larger warrior's head, but its body also froze. In the larger warrior's eyes, two free-moving eyeballs finally appeared. Warrior! Both shouted at the same time. The larger warrior's mind shattered, and it ran wildly into the distance, faster than the last time it fled from the painted skin. Zhong Kuei chased after it with wide strides, bouncing high with every step. It was as if his body had no weight, reminiscent of the moon's gravity seen on television. In the next moment, Chunqing saw it clearly. On Zhong Kuei's right foot was a golden slipper, the very one transformed by Jin Buhuan. Chunqing was momentarily stunned. This golden slipper had superpowers. Last time, Zhong Kuei's speed couldn't keep up with the painted skin, but this time, wearing the golden slipper, his speed had risen 2 levels, and he quickly chased into the mist. Chunqing felt anxious, but the monkey was more important. Looking back, he saw the monkey covered in mud and blood, struggling to crawl out of the pond. "I am not dead, you hurry and chase." Upon hearing this, Chunqing dashed into the mist. In a moment, he spotted Zhong Kuei and the warrior. Zhong Kuei was riding on the warrior's neck, grabbing its hair and grinning foolishly. With his not-so-harmonious eyeballs, he looked utterly foolish. With Zhong Kuei riding on him, the warrior's body froze, vibrating as if it had been put through a 5-speed transmission, trembling uncontrollably. "Let you run." Slap. A slap that seemed light at first caused the warrior to stumble, as if hit by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhong Kuei was thrown off in the process. Zhong Kuei was furious. Master! Master! Hurry, tell the great Zhong Kuei to stop." Without time for further questioning, Chunqing stood in front of Zhong Kuei. "Stop. Get out of the way. I'm going to peel this guy's skin off." As soon as the words fell, the warrior's skin split open, as if an invisible hand was peeling it away, while the warrior let out a tragic scream, kneeling on the ground and not daring to move. "Zhong Kuei, come back." Chunqing hurriedly recalled Zhong Kuei. However, the warrior continued to scream, its skin peeling away, soon becoming a pale corpse devoid of skin. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground dead. The scene was too eerie. Chunqing shuddered. As the warrior died, its body transformed into a black mist and entered the demon suppression tower. With a single thought, a starving ghost shattered into ghostly chi, taking the warrior's place. As this warrior entered the demon suppression tower, Chunqing felt Zhong Kuei grow even stronger. With a thought, Zhong Kuei appeared before him. The ghostly gauge scanned. 99, 98, 102, 96. The values fluctuated around 99. After exchanging for 2 ghosts, he had already reached the peak of 10-fold wandering souls. If he exchanged a few more, would he ascend to the level of an evil ghost or reach the class of wandering souls? That would be the legendary transcendence level. Chen Qing was filled with shock. He now understood that Zhong Kuei's values were not rising randomly, but were about 50 of the total ghost chi value of 12 ghosts. Currently, there were 12 ghosts in the demon suppression tower, with the highest being the warrior at 88, followed by the soldier ghost at 61, plus 10 newly born wandering souls totaling around 198. That was exactly double Zhong Kuei's value. Too exciting. Chen Qing was filled with anticipation when he suddenly remembered the painted skin and asked, "Just now, why did you say to tell Zhong Kuei to stop?" The painted skin sighed. "Master, this is just a wandering soul. How can it withstand several slaps from the great Zhong Kuei? Did you not notice?" After taking that slap from Zhong Kuei, the warrior's ghost chi value dropped by 7 or 8 points. Really? Chen Qing was stunned, summoning the warrior and measuring with the ghostly gauge. Sure enough, it was only 81 now. "You dead, Zhong Kuei. If it weren't for that slap, just now you would either have advanced to the level of an evil ghost or become an class wandering soul." The painted skin added, "Master, I have observed that the stronger the great Zhong Kuei becomes, the more divine powers he finds, and the stronger those powers are. He must continue to improve." Chen Qing nodded. Now, even without Zhong Kuei and the painted skin, with the warrior at the 9-fold wandering souls level and the soldier ghost at the 6-fold wandering souls level, he could already walk horizontally in this ghost domain. Alright, just to be safe, let's add in should. After all, it was only 2 hours, and he encountered such a monstrous warrior. Who knows if there are others? Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. With several thoughts, Zhong Kuei either didn't understand or was unwilling to listen, his eyes spinning around, stuck in place. With a thought, he forcibly recalled Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei quickly popped out again. "Fine, I won't argue with him." He quickly returned to the monkey's side. The monkey was weakly leaning against a wall. Seeing Chen Qing return safely, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhong Kuei, whose eyes were hazy beside Chen Qing. This Ghost King. The appearance of the Ghost King was not discernible. However, the ghostly form was quite evident. The monkey was somewhat speechless, but remembering how this not-so-smart Ghost King had caused the monstrous warrior to flee upon his appearance, calling him a Ghost King was indeed fitting. One can't judge a book by its cover. The monkey sighed. "You haven't attended class much, so you don't know the pressure Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo put on us, but today I realized that the deepest hidden big boss is you." Chen Qing helped him up, not arguing. "The warrior is very monstrous. I don't know if he can challenge Zhou Yangqiao's evil ghost level upward." He helped the monkey to the ambulance, where several others were already lying down, with Yang Xingshui likely the most severely injured. The nurse expertly assisted the monkey, immediately hooking him up to N4 while taking out surgical instruments likely to stitch up the monkey's wounds. Chen Qing turned and walked toward the ghost domain. The monkey was stunned. "You still want to go?" "Yes." Chen Qing nodded. Tonight, he must get Zhong Kuei to reach 100. He was very eager to know whether Zhong Kuei would advance to the level of an evil ghost or reach the class wandering souls. Looking at Zhong Kuei, the warrior, and the soldier ghost beside him, Chen Qing felt quite confident. As they walked, Zhong Kuei exclaimed, "Ghost Pearl. Where's the Ghost Pearl? I want to eat the Ghost Pearl." Since learning that Zhong Kuei could freely access all floors of the demon suppression tower, Chen Qing took out the bag containing the Ghost Pearls. However, he hadn't brought it today. "I didn't bring it. Ghost Pearl. Ghost Pearl. Ghost Pearl. Ghost Pearl. Ghost Pearl. Ghost Pearl." Chen Qing was irritated by the noise. "It's on the first floor of the demon suppression tower. Go find it yourself." Zhong Kuei suddenly jumped into the demon suppression tower in Chen Qing's chest. The painted skin was already accustomed to it, while the warrior beside him trembled in fear. A single word could strip his skin off and lead to his death. What a terrifying existence. La la la, the laughter of a child suddenly echoed. The voice was sweet and innocent, making it quite pleasant to hear. But in this domain of ghosts, it was incredibly eerie. A child ghost. Such ghosts were common, and Chen Qing was not unfamiliar with them, drawing his sword and slowly approaching. However, upon reaching the source of the sound, there was only a pool of blood. Clearly, the source of the sound was right before his eyes. "La la la la, mommy loves me." The voice continued. Chen Qing felt a warm sensation throughout his body, as though he were truly lying in his mother's embrace. Was it an illusion? He quickly moved around, dispelling the warmth that was coming from all directions. In a daze, it seemed someone was gently lifting his chin and smiling at him warmly. Giggle mommy warmth flooded his entire being like sunlight streaming through a window or warm water drenching him. La la la, the bodies of the soldier ghost and the warrior froze. The voice continued. Chen Qing saw vivid toys, red and green. A little train was clattering along the tracks with a soft, big white rabbit resting behind him. A gentle voice was reciting a bedtime story. Chen Qing suddenly bit his tongue. The sharp pain. Everything before his eyes returned to normal. Mommy loves me. The gloomy ghost domain was imbued with warmth, covered by a thick quilt. An irresistible sense of comfort washed over him. Chen Qing pushed himself to rush in one direction, and he finally saw a child wearing a belly band. The child was around 3 years old, barefoot and bare-bottomed, with chubby little hands holding a severed adult's hand. Blood was smeared all over the belly band and the corners of his mouth. He gently fiddled with the fingers of the severed hand, grinning and calling mommy mommy. Chen Qing did not hesitate. The Kunwu sword burst forth with blood. He swung the sword directly at the child ghost. The child ghost stood there dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend evasion. Puff! Ghost blood splattered everywhere. The Kunwu sword sliced down from the top of the head to the chin. Mom! Mom! The child ghost softly called, the severed hand dropping to the ground. Chen Qing drew his sword and struck again. The child ghost's head flew off, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into the demon suppression tower. With a single thought, a starving ghost shattered into ghostly energy, clearing a path for the child ghost. Chen Qing sighed in relief. Child ghosts were extremely peculiar, and at the same time, they were often very pitiful. In fact, a significant portion of them died at the hands of their parents. They longed for their mother's love, a love that would overflow and affect those around them. Adults were fine, but young children could hardly resist and would drown in this love, happily passing away. Fortunately, their physical bodies were fragile, so as long as one could find their location, they could be easily slain. Calling it out, he measured with the ghost tablet. 92. Chen Qing was taken aback. He didn't expect it to be a 9-layer wandering soul. The child ghost seemed unaware, sporting a rosy smile on its pale face, murmuring, "Love mommy mommy." With this, Zhong Kuei should be able to break through right. With anticipation in his heart, with a single thought, Zhong Kuei appeared before him. Ghost Pearl. I still haven't found the Ghost Pearl. Zhong Kuei complained, diving back into the demon suppression tower. Calling it out again, he measured with the ghost tablet. 100, 102, 103, 102. Unexpectedly, no breakthrough. Logically, it should have directly reached around 145. Chen Qing mumbled, was it really that difficult to break through to S rank? He looked at the child ghost, a smile on his face. Tonight's greatest gain might be the warrior, but the one that truly resonated with Chen Qing was in fact the child ghost. Because he knew the complete sequence for the child ghost's advancement to the evil spirit level. Child ghost knight, crier, chubby doll. Not suitable as a main combat pet, but as an auxiliary ghost pet, its abilities were incredibly terrifying. Just like before, even if it impacted the opponent for just a moment, the result would be extremely terrifying. With a thought, he summoned all 12 ghost pets within the demon suppression tower. Mad ghost, child ghost, soldier, ghost warrior, toilet, ghost long tongue, ghost gambler, ghost stalker, 2 eating ghosts, and 2 starving ghosts. Like a combination, he analyzed in his mind which ghosts would yield surprising effects when paired together. At that moment, a voice came from the distant mist, hurry up, hurry up. I can't stay here. That thing is too bizarre. It probably requires the captain to resolve this. With a thought, Chen Qing dismissed all the ghost pets, leaving only 1 starving ghost and 1 eating ghost. Moments later, the 2 people spotted Chen Qing. They subconsciously glanced at the ghost tablet, slightly stunned. Chen Qing, Zhou Yangqiao, and Ji Luo. These 3 were experts in their eyes. Why were they accompanied by 2 newborn trash? What did you encounter? Chen Qing asked. I don't know. A newcomer replied, still shaken, but it was terrifying. Many people were controlled. Don't say any more. Let's go. Chen Qing, you should come with us. Chen Qing shook his head. You go ahead first. The 2 nodded and quickly departed. Chen Qing wanted to continue, but he was also afraid of the terrifying existence mentioned by the 2. He released a few newborn trash to scout ahead. Soon Chen Qing saw the next ghost. A hanging ghost. Dressed in white, hanging from a dead willow tree, the rope tied to a branch as thick as a chopstick, the body swayed back and forth with the gentle breeze. In the next moment, his vision blurred. Chen Qing seemed to be floating in midair, something tightening around his neck, making it hard to breathe. He glanced to the side. Wasn't this the old willow tree where the hanging ghost was? His heart sank. Looking down, he saw the warrior, the soldier ghost. And himself. The Chen Qing on the ground grinned with blood-red lips, smiling at himself. Chen Qing wanted to speak, but the white silk around his neck choked him, preventing any sound from escaping. Chen Qing shouted inwardly, Hua Pai. Hua Pai froze for a moment, suddenly realizing what had happened. The person wrapped in her skin had been swapped. However, the action of the hanged ghost was clearly a self-destructive move. Hua Pai confirmed once again that the one wrapped was not Chen Qing and tightened her grip fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. The hanged ghost was crushed into pieces. Inside Hua Pai, the hanged ghost exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. She then sprang up, her sharp claws cutting through the white silk, releasing Chen Qing. The hanged ghost within Hua Pai transformed into a pool of black mist, completely merging into the demon-suppressing tower without a trace. Only then did Hua Pai revert to her pale plaster-like appearance, drilling into Chen Qing's chest and covering his entire body once more. Chen Qing still felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for Hua Pai, even with the martial man and the soldier ghost, he would have likely perished here. This hanged ghost could silently swap places. Its abilities were extremely strange. At this moment, Chen Qing genuinely felt a sense of dread. Although the evil ghost level had been cleared just in half a night, he had encountered so many bizarre ghostly beings. The child ghost, the hanged ghost, the soldier ghost, the martial man. Each one was incredibly tricky. At this moment, the black mist transformed from the hanged ghost was floating around in the demon-suppressing tower. With a thought, the starving ghost exploded into ghostly energy, clearing a space for the hanged ghost. Summoning the hanged ghost, it appeared in white clothing with the white silk around its neck tied to a small tree branch in midair. Chun-Ching pondered. It seems the hanged ghost's white silk must have a support point. The ghostly meter measured. 72. Sevenfold wandering souls. Zhong Kuei should have broken through by now, right? With a thought, Zhong Kuei immediately appeared. The ghostly meter pointed at him. 100. 102. 100. The value was still fluctuating, failing to break through 100. Chun-Ching was speechless. But this also indirectly proved the rarity of strength. Retracting his thoughts, he led the hanged ghost, the soldier ghost, and the martial man towards the pond. The hanged ghost's body still floated in the air, but the two white silks around its neck swayed like octopus tentacles drifting towards the trees by the pond. It indeed needed a support to stabilize itself in the air, but as long as there was a support, even a twig could hold it up. This time, Chun-Ching's target was the drowned ghost. Like the child ghost, Chun-Ching knew the complete sequence of the drowned ghost, so he naturally prioritized his choice. The wandering soul level drowned ghost, the evil ghost level water monkey, the malevolent spirit level kappa. The drowned ghost was very weak on land, but once it reached the evil ghost level, it could almost be invincible in the water. The Jiangpan community was adjacent to the river, so there must be one. After all, it was in the ghost domain, and there were quite a few ghosts. Soon he spotted one. It was roughly humanoid, but its hands were larger with webbing between its fingers, scales, and fur on its back, looking very strange. Chun-Ching was quite familiar with the drowned ghost, as it almost resembled a human when first born. As its strength increased, its form would increasingly resemble a blend of an otter and a water lizard. This one only had half its head above the water, watching Chun-Ching warily. Seeing its human-like forehead and hair, this one definitely did not have high strength. Indeed, when measured by the ghostly meter, it was only 45. Chun-Ching immediately moved forward again. Next, he encountered the second and third ones, all with low strength. At this moment, not far away in the deep pond, the water surface suddenly erupted with several muffled waves. He vaguely spotted a huge tail. What sent chills down Chun-Ching's spine was that the tail was wrapped around a person's neck. In a daze for a moment, he didn't see clearly, but he remembered this person as one of the newcomers from the ghost army. The corpse had been soaked in the water for a while, and was already somewhat bloated to it, had likely been dead for several hours. Regardless of the ghost, anyone wanting to advance must have a spiritual guide. A spiritual guide could be several spirit stones, several ghost beads, or some specific condition. For the drowned ghost, the spiritual guide for advancement was a conditional guide to drown 9 people. He wondered how many it had already completed. Chun-Ching contemplated how to deal with it. He quickly formulated a strategy. With a thought, Hua Pai fell off Chun-Ching. She then transformed into an ordinary youth, nonchalantly approaching the water's edge. She appeared quite relaxed as she washed by the water's edge. Chun-Ching couldn't see the drowned ghost, but knew it would definitely see this scene. However, the drowned ghost was naturally cautious, and it was uncertain whether it would take the bait. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The drowned ghost did not appear. Time passed slowly, half an hour went by, and the drowned ghost remained completely still. Hua Pai simply pretended to doze off. Suddenly, a black dot in the water suddenly expanded. Splash! A large burst of water erupted. It was as if a giant crocodile leaped out of the water. The long tail instantly wrapped around Hua Pai, attempting to drag her into the water. Even though Hua Pai had been on guard, she did not expect it to come so quickly. Without time to think, her nails immediately elongated and dug into the ground. The drowned ghost dragged Hua Pai forward about a meter, and her nails gouged 10 1-meter-long grooves in the ground. Seeing the situation was not right, the drowned ghost immediately released Hua Pai and tried to escape. But, in the next moment, a figure dressed in white suddenly appeared in the water. The drowned ghost was already tightly bound by white silk around its neck, choking in midair. The martial man stepped forward and struck down heavily. Bang! The drowned ghost's forehead, covered in fine scales, instantly cracked and caved in a large chunk. The martial man struck down heavily once more. Bang! The drowned ghost perished. It transformed into a wisp of mist and entered the demon-suppressing tower, making space for a hunger ghost. The hanged ghost swapped to the water, crawled onto the shore with a face full of grievance, motionless, unsure if it was in a daze or angry. In the next moment, with a thought, the drowned ghost appeared before him. From the outside, this drowned ghost had almost lost all human form. It resembled a combination of an otter and a small lizard, its face dark, vaguely showing some human features, but more closely resembling an orangutan. Its tail was twice the length of its body, with ridges and angles resembling a crocodile's tail. At this moment, the drowned ghost was still in a daze. After all, just a second ago it was in the water, and the next moment it was in the air, killed by 2 black sticks. Anyone would be left in a daze. The ghostly meter measured. Indeed, it is in the state of promotion. Chun-Ching asked, "How many people have you drowned?" The drowned ghost was still in a daze. "How many people have you drowned?" Chun-Ching asked again. The drowned ghost uttered a series of incoherent sounds, extending 8 fingers. Most ghosts increase in intelligence as their power grows, but the drowned ghost is different. It gradually loses its ability to speak until it becomes an evil spirit level kappa. Wow! Does that mean I've picked up a true evil ghost? Chen Qing nodded and recalled the drowned ghost. He summoned Zhong Kuei again. So hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, so hot. Zhong Kuei rolled around in a frenzy as soon as he appeared. His skin was red and pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Is this a breakthrough? Chen Qing, sensing something, had an idea and recalled all his ghost pets with a thought. Zhong Kuei possessed the bizarre ability of words command the law. If he shouted, "You all go die." Except for himself, the owner, all the ghost pets he painstakingly collected would likely be wiped out. After a while, Zhong Kuei finally calmed down. Then, as if nothing had happened, covered in dirt, he got up and stretched out his hand. Ghost Pearl. I want to eat the Ghost Pearl. Corpse King's Claw. I want the Corpse King's Claw. I know you have it. Hurry up. Only if you behave will I give you some to eat. I will behave. Very obedient. Be obedient. Good, we won't eat. As Chen Qing spoke, the ghost meter pointed at Zhong Kuei. 114, 147, 189, 211. The values fluctuated wildly before finally stopping around 212. The ghost meter displayed a line of red warning text: S-Class Wandering Soul. Extremely dangerous. Previously, after several attempts to break through, I finally surged to 212. S-Class. Seeing the words extremely dangerous, Chen Qing was filled with joy. Calculating the ghost energy values: drowned ghost 100, child ghost 92, martial man 82. They were almost at the 9th level, but due to a push from Zhong Kuei, I lost a level, and last time it was 81, which seems to fluctuate slightly. Hanged ghost 72, soldier ghost 61. Adding in 7 useless ones, the total is almost twice that of Zhong Kuei. If all 12 reach 100, could Zhong Kuei reach SS? SSS? I can hardly imagine. Ghost Pearl. Give me the Ghost Pearl. Zhong Kuei shouted again. His strength had increased significantly, yet his appearance and features remained carefree and nonchalant. Chen Qing looked at his golden slipper, pondering. This golden slipper was in the presidential suite, transformed from Jin Buhuan. It actually awakened. Take it off, let me see. Zhong Kuei immediately took 2 steps back. Mine. I know it's yours, just take it off first. Mine. Zhong Kuei emphasized again. Chen Qing's teeth were itching with anger. Suddenly he thought of Li Ba's golden body. With a thought, Li Ba's golden corpse appeared before him. In the same posture as when it was placed inside. However, both arms were severed at the roots. As the ghost energy soaked in the golden corpse surprisingly moved. It seemed to want to stand up, but without arms it rolled and struggled on the ground before slowly getting up. Its eyes were vacant. It stood motionless. This. Chen Qing was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Jin Buhuan's transformation allowed the gold to awaken? Then wouldn't the golden duck I sold be a huge loss? Golden body. Wow. Such a large golden body. Zhong Kuei's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward, touching it left and right. Golden body. What's the use? Wow. Golden body. Zhong Kuei was utterly unable to communicate. Master, you actually have a golden body. The voice of the painted skin revealed a sense of shock. What exactly is the use? The golden body to some extent signifies cultivation level. Regardless of immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas, those who possess a golden body are terrifying beings. For example, the Buddha, Jade Emperor, Great Sage. With each name mentioned, Chen Qing felt his eyelids twitch. Master, let's put it away for now. This is too dangerous. Chen Qing promptly stored it away. The painted skin continued. The golden body is one of the strongest manifestations, such as the Tinzhong golden body, 8 treasure golden body, Sarira golden body, etc. However, this particular golden body I cannot discern, as I have only heard of it, but never seen one. Perhaps the great Zhong Kuei knows. Zhong Kuei, visibly impatient, interjected, Yuanpei golden body. Yuanpei golden body. Return it to me. Saying this, he chased the golden body into the demon suppression tower. Yuanpei golden body. This means the master can refine it into his body. The so-called invincible golden body refers to this, with both offensive and defensive power being extremely formidable. But I wonder who was able to sever the 2 arms of this golden body. Their cultivation level must be astounding. Chen Qing felt a deep-seated hatred. Had I known this would happen, I would never have cut off Li Ba's 2 arms, even if it meant my death. Without arms, no matter how strong this golden body is, what uses it to me? Iron head skill. Diamond leg. Just as I was feeling irritated, a rustling sound came from nearby. A starving ghost crawled over with shining eyes. Then a clattering of bones followed as a skeleton staggered over. Subsequently, continuous splashes were heard from the pond as one drowned ghost after another crawled out. Oh no. Master, hurry. The golden body has an unparalleled attraction to the ghost tribe. Chen Qing immediately understood. He turned and fled. However, just a few steps out, a birthing ghost appeared before him. A large mass of something bloodily dropped from its belly, which was torn open, revealing a fetus that was moving around inside. Chen Qing dared not delay. He dashed around the birthing ghost. Clang, clang. But Chen Qing's body froze. The Kunwa blade fell to the ground, and his hands involuntarily rose up, jumping stiffly. Clang. The martial man and soldier ghost also became stiff, their hands raised, performing a zombie-like jump. Not good. It's the corpse driver. The voice of the painted skin was anxious. Normally one could tangle with it slowly, but now more and more ghosts were rushing over. The painted skin being boneless was naturally useless against it. Her body seemed to flow like liquid. Her ears rolled inward, blocking Qinqing's hearing. Clang. That sound was almost inaudible. Unable to control Qinqing anymore, he looked around. The mist was too dense to see where the corpse driver was. Huh. Suddenly flashes of fire and blood erupted intermittently from within the mist, as if something was fighting. In the next moment, a small figure broke through the mist and threw a punch. It struck the birthing ghost's back. The birthing ghost's body melted away like snow burned by fire. Qinqing was stunned. Chun Man, brimming with combat spirit, relentlessly pounded the birthing ghost, her tiny fists unleashing astonishing destructive power, each punch exploding like cannonballs. The birthing ghost instantly bore numerous concave scorch marks. Each move was methodical, forcing the birthing ghost to retreat repeatedly. Enraged, the birthing ghost's belly bulged suddenly, and the fetus shot out like an arrow heading straight for Chun Man's face. Qinqing was startled and dashed forward a few steps. But Chun Man kicked the birthing ghost back, while her other hand had already grabbed the fetus by the neck. The fetus struggled wildly, scratching everywhere. Chun Man heavily slammed it onto the ground and stomped down. Crack! The entire face of the fetus caved in, emitting a muffled cry as it searched for the birthing ghost. The birthing ghost went mad, charging recklessly at Chun Man. Qinqing finally arrived, and with one slash, the birthing ghost's head flew into the sky, turning into a cloud of black mist that drilled into the demon suppression tower. How did it escape again? Don't be impulsive, Han Yuan scolded as he chased after them. Clang! The ringing sound echoed again. This time, Qinqing finally saw the corpse driver. In the mist, a figure donned in a tall, flat-topped hat held a talisman in one hand and a bell in the other, swaying with each step. Behind him, numerous ghosts and humans followed, awkwardly jumping in rhythm. Han Yuan seemed not to block his ears, but with his immense vitality, he forcefully persevered and charged with his blade towards the corpse driver. Qinqing also rushed over at the same time. Both blades struck down simultaneously towards the corpse driver. The corpse driver quickly retreated, shaking the bell in his hand as the ghosts behind him jumped forward to attack the two. Chun Man had already fallen into the encirclement of the ghosts. Fortunately, the martial man and soldier ghost had regained their mobility, rushing into the fray, each smashing a ghost away. Qinqing kept a firm grip on the corpse driver, not allowing him the chance to shake the bell. Meanwhile, Han Yuan's Kunwu blade burst into flames, swiftly clearing out the ghosts one by one. At this moment, Qinqing's ears buzzed with a strange sound as rhythmic, eerie chants filled the air. Even with his ears blocked, a clear phrase still penetrated Qinqing's hearing: Phoenix, carriage, living beings evade. All the ghosts stopped, hastily kneeling on the ground. In the mist, 2 rows of palace maids slowly walked in, scattering flowers. The maids had no features, their faces utterly flat. The scattered petals floated a foot high, forming a suspended bridge. Phoenix, carriage, living beings evade. With the sound, a procession of ceremonial officials holding evasion signs appeared. These officials also had no features, their faces smooth. Following them were 4 golden horses, slowly crossing the petal bridge. The golden horses pulled a magnificent carriage piled high with gold, silver, jewels, agate, and jade impossible to count. Run, Qinqing. Take Chun Man and run. Boom. With a loud bang, Han Yuan's body was enveloped in a fierce golden phantom towering 6 or 7 zhang high. At the same time, the flames igniting on the Kunwu blade shifted, mixed with a hint of gold. Han Yuan casually slashed, and the Kunwu blade carved a deep gash into the ground, igniting fierce flames within, illuminating the dark sky. Behind me is my great Tang. Spirits are forbidden to pass. But the palace maids did not stop, the ceremonial officials did not stop, the procession did not stop, and the 2 forces collided with a thunderous impact. The procession faced no hindrance, and the golden phantom exploded in midair. Han Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward. Phoenix, carriage, living beings evade. Suddenly the sky tore open a massive gap, and a towering rusted sword plunged straight down. It blocked the path of the army. The faceless palace maid was the first to crash into it. Then her body dissolved, disappearing. After about 10 palace maids dissolved, the procession gradually came to a halt. Who gave you the audacity to run out of the grave? A figure descended from above. Looking up, a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe sat atop the sword handle, lazily observing the procession below. The person holding the sword hilt was clad in a blood-red battle robe, exuding a remarkable aura, yet around his waist was an apron, and in his hand was a spatula, as if he had just been cooking. An unsettling feeling arose. Qinqing, run! Han Yuan shouted to Qinqing, but Qinqing's ears were blocked by a painted skin, rendering him unable to hear anything. Han Yuan rushed over, grabbing Qinqing with one hand and pulling Chun Man with the other, quickly leaving the area. Finally, Qinqing reacted, tapping his ears, and the painted skin retreated immediately. What just happened? Was that a princess in that convoy? That sword and that person, who are they? Countless questions filled Qinqing's mind, and he desperately sought answers. We need to leave now, Han Yuan, pale-faced, urged quickly. If a fight breaks out, we could lose our lives. Soon the 2 exited the ghost realm. Outside there were already many newcomers, but all wore grim expressions. People had died, and not just a few. They might not have anticipated such a scene, or perhaps they had, but never expected it to be this tragic. When faces that had been laughing just hours ago lay cold, here silence enveloped them. Joining the ghost warriors would lead to deaths. They suddenly recalled the words of Wukong on their first day in the squad. The monkey had bandages wrapped around his head, yet blood still seeped through, staining a patch. His voice was low. Yang Xingshui is dead. Chen Qing looked up in confusion. What? 5 have died and 6 are still inside. We don't know if they can make it out. Indeed, with so many ghosts, it was bound to result in fatalities. Chen Qing silently acknowledged. Several ghost warriors had already come to bag the 5 newcomers in body bags. Han Yuan silently approached the body bags and waved his hand to the warriors. The warriors halted their actions, and Han Yuan quietly gazed, speaking softly. Li Aihuang joined the ghost warriors for 7 days. 19 years old. Moving to the next body bag, Dai should join the ghost warriors for 7 days. 18 years old. Yang Xingshui joined the ghost warriors for 7 days. 19 years old. Huang Jing joined the ghost warriors for 7 days. 19 years old. Zhang Tiantian joined the ghost warriors for 7 days. 18 years old. Gu Xing sat in the ambulance, his eyes vacant, lost in thought. Seeing Han Yuan approach, Gu Xing's vacant gaze finally stirred. Captain, I didn't protect him well. I'm sorry. The usually taciturn boy leaned against the wall, burying his face in his arms, crying softly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've never been able to protect anyone. Han Yuan quietly sat beside him. When I was in the blood chi realm, my fiancé died before my eyes. Gu Xing was taken aback, shocked, and lifted his head to see a pair of eyes that should not carry such sorrow. Though they had only known each other for a short time, the captain had always been someone formidable. My father and mother have both died. Han Yuan's tone was a bit forlorn. Later I worked hard to cultivate, and no one I wish to protect has died before me since. As Han Yuan spoke, he left the ambulance. Subsequently 4 more returned, while 2 may forever remain in the ghost realm. On the way back, everyone in the vehicles was silent. In their first mission, 6 had died. Only 35 remained. At this rate, if we go on for 7 more missions, we will all be dead. The silence in the vehicle was finally broken by someone. Hongya clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I can't comprehend such missions. I will never accept such consequences. Lives are at stake. Lives are at stake. No matter how harshly you train me, I can accept it, but now people are dead. Even Zhang Tiantian has died. Oh, she was a girl. Originally, everyone was silent, but upon hearing this, someone suddenly frowned. Hongyo, are you sick? Have you gone mad from punching, you filthy whore? Zhang Tiantian is a girl, so her life matters, but what about the other 5 boys? Who are you calling a whore? I'm talking about you. I've put up with you while you punch. In a situation like this, you dare to act like a filthy whore. Fine. Bring it on. Let's duel. Smack. Hongya received a solid slap across the face. How dare you hit me? Aren't you the one who wanted to duel, you whore? Come on. Don't think that just because you're a woman I won't hit you. Stop it. Enough. The vehicle immediately descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in Han Yuan's vehicle, Chen Qing remained silent. While he wouldn't say he was used to life and death, he was indeed becoming somewhat numb to such scenes. Yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of silence. That sword today belonged to one of the 8 pillar nations, the Remnant Sword. The ghost squad carrying it is the evil spirit-level princess. Originally, the princess had been sealed at the bottom of the tomb, and the surrounding area had been cleared, but in recent days the ghostly energy has surged and many ghostly beings have appeared around Shiming City, with a trend of further increase. Not only the ghost warriors, but also the ghost extermination squad have suffered heavy losses. Chen Qing listened silently. The blood moon was drawing ever closer. In a few days, the entire Shiming City would become another ghost realm, and it would last longer, with the number and strength of ghostly beings increasing by several magnitudes, while 99 of those facing this were ordinary people. With such thoughts, a sense of urgency welled up within him. On the vehicle, Han Yuan made and received dozens of phone calls. It was evident that the situations everywhere were dire. The ghost warriors and the ghost extermination squad were like a house teetering in a storm. They might cling to hope. But Chen Qing knew that the storm would grow stronger and stronger, and the blood moon would be the final thunderbolt that would collapse the house. Chen Qing suddenly thought about what he would do if he were the decision maker. After much contemplation, there was almost only one choice: to withdraw forces and abandon a large portion of the population. However, for those who would be abandoned, why should it be so? In this world, one could only take care of their own family. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Qing's consciousness sank into the second layer of the demon suppression tower. With a thought, he summoned the painted skin. Chen Qing asked, that golden body, does it hold great significance for your ghost clan? Indeed. The painted skin nodded earnestly. Surely the master has already noticed today's ghost realm riot was likely caused by this golden body. If we could fully assimilate this golden body, even wandering spirits could reach the level of evil spirits. Chen Qing nodded and asked, if we place this golden body here, will it be useful for your cultivation? Naturally, for us ordinary ghost clans, this is an unparalleled opportunity. Chen Qing nodded, and with a thought, the armless golden body appeared before him. He then released all 12 ghosts. As the ghosts appeared, they all went wild. The drowned ghost child, ghost warrior, ghost hanged ghost, and soldier ghost immediately pounced on the golden body. The other 7 newborn ghosts had excited expressions, but were easily swatted away by the first 5. Chen frowned and shouted, "Back off." He was the master of the demon suppression tower. Within this internal world, he was nearly akin to a deity. The ghosts dared not act recklessly, retreating some distance away, their eyes fixed longingly on the golden body. Chen looked at the painted skin. "You arrange the seating? Anyone who dares to misbehave will be killed immediately." The painted skin nodded seriously. "This servant understands." The morning running task was quite easy. It was only then that I learned that this morning 8 newcomers had chosen to withdraw. Thus, only 27 remained. A not-so-grand memorial service was held for the 6 who fell yesterday, posthumously honoring them as martyrs. After attending the service, Chen returned to the dormitory and lay down, entering the 2nd level of the demon suppression tower. Various ghosts sat around the golden body, each in different postures, their expressions mesmerized. "Martial artist." Chen called out to the martial artist. The martial artist stood up, somewhat bewildered. "Teach me martial arts." "Oh." The martial artist understood Chen intention, but being in the wandering soul phase, his intelligence was not very high. Though the martial artist possessed top-tier staff and fist techniques, teaching Chen was somewhat of a luxury. Chen helpless, let the painting skin possess him, saying, "Come, let's fight." Fight. This was what the martial artist loved and excelled at. Immediately the two began a fierce exchange of strikes. However, so far Chen had only encountered the martial artist a handful of times. The martial artist's staff strikes landed solidly on Chen body 8 times out of 10. Time flew by, and the day passed swiftly. In the evening, the first exam arrived. Everyone sat upright. The monkey whispered, "Chen this time it's a ghost pet competition. It's related to future allocations. After graduating here, we've heard that we will be assigned to various community defense circles in Shiming City as guardians. Guardians should be chosen in order of their scores. The better your score, the better community defense you can select. If you can rank first, you can directly choose our own neighborhood. It's also easier to take care of family. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Even with all efforts to conceal it, clever-minded individuals can see that the situation is not peaceful. Fortunately, prices remain relatively stable, and the supply chain is also stable. The overall situation is still under control." Chen nodded, indicating he understood. On the other side, Chen Kuan looked at Chen sneering. "Luo Gu, I've already found out that 2 newcomers saw Chen ghost pet last night. Both are newly born ghost pets. This fool doesn't know what he's thinking. In any case, he has already cut off his own future." Jiluo also sneered. "He had no grievances with me, and I was too lazy to deal with him. The mistake lies in his entanglement with Xiao Shi. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to entangle with Xiao Shi is forcing me to cripple him." Upon hearing this, Chen Kun's eyes were filled with delight. His scheme had worked. Jiluo had a crush on Chen Shi. Jiluo came from a prominent family. From childhood to adulthood, he had been confined in an ivory tower, diligently studying and cultivating. Upon leaving the ivory tower, he encountered a woman of Chun Zai's caliber, easily grasping him. A smile from Chen Shi and a simple good night had him floating in the clouds. In these past few days, Chen Kuan had intentionally and unintentionally revealed that Chen was pursuing Chen Shi and had been persistently bothering her, even causing a scene at the police station. This made Jiluo furious. He had hit his future brother-in-law, causing his future wife to almost be detained for 3 years, forcing his future mother-in-law to be slapped several times. He could not spare Chen for any of these incidents. Jiluo had studied military strategy and knew that knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, so he had been secretly inquiring about Chen background. Initially, he had some apprehension towards Chen, but after learning about his 2 low-tier wandering soul ghost pets last night, he dropped all his defenses. Today he had to cripple him. Wukong arrived. His tone was heavy. "Please observe a moment of silence for the 6 students who sacrificed themselves yesterday." 5 minutes later. "I believe everyone has noticed that the number of ghosts is increasing and they are becoming more frequent. Although we do not wish for it, some of you will continue to depart." Wukong sighed. "Once again, I will explain the rules. Your final scores will be based on your usual performance, participation, and completion of tasks, as well as your exam scores. Today's competition will adopt an elimination system, with the highest scoring students being prioritized for the draw. Now let's begin the draw." Zhou Yangqiao, Jiluo, Chen and Chen Kuan all had a bye in the first round. The first group to compete was Hongya against He Runxing. Fearing elimination, He Runxing took the risk of entering the ghost realm again last night and contracted a 3-ear wandering soul sick ghost. Hongya had a 2-ear wandering soul toilet ghost and a 3-ear wandering soul long-tongue ghost. The outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. Surprisingly, He Runxing performed remarkably well, commanding his pathetic sick ghost, and even managed to slap Hongya in the face. But that was all. He Runxing quickly lost. Hongya, furious, charged at him. "Are you shameless? Do you understand gentlemanly demeanor? With such a huge power gap, you refuse to concede and even slap me to disgust me. Get down. How dare you?" "He Runxing, I will not rest until you're dead," Hongya shouted angrily. He Runxing, feeling disgraced. However, when the results were announced, everyone was stunned. Wukong calmly stated, "It's a tie." "Why?" The slight anger Hongya had just managed to suppress was instantly reignited. "Calling you teacher was giving you face, was it? Why? Just because you are both male? Are you going to cover for this disgraceful man?" Others also felt the result was unexpected, but seeing Hongya's attitude, they all fell silent. Wukong had a peaceful demeanor, but after being bombarded by Hongya, he frowned. "If this were a real battle, you would both perish together." Hongya touched the reddened mark on her face, suddenly recalling something. "I suggest you go to the medical room at the base." Hongya was furious, pointing at Hirunsheng and cursing, "Pa! Shameless man, you are truly despicable. Only you would choose such a lowly sick ghost. Perfect match." Wukong frowned. "If you don't go now, your face might not be saved." Hongya was extremely angry, but really did not dare to delay any longer and quickly ran out of the training ground. The subsequent battles did not have any surprises. Next up was the monkey. His opponent was named Wu Ming. His soul power was around 70, slightly higher than the monkey's. Wu Ming had 2 ghost pets, a 5-tier wandering soul starving ghost and a 4-tier wandering soul lightning ghost. The lightning ghost was quite rare, entirely charred black, with pale flesh peeking through its burnt exterior, occasionally flashing small arcs of electricity. Monkey, you should concede. This lightning ghost, though only tier 4, has combat power that matches any 5-tier and even 6-tier. I was fortunate to have obtained it. The monkey remained silent and summoned the martial artist. Many immediately used the ghost gauge to detect. 38. A 3-tier wandering soul. Wu Ming frowned, looking at the monkey with a hostile gaze. "Monkey, you have no chance of winning. The lightning ghost is terrifying when unleashed, but it needs to accumulate lightning power. I don't want to waste it on you. My opponents are Zhou Yanxiao Jalaw and Qin Xing. You? Don't push me." Seeing that the monkey showed no sign of backing down, Wu Ming was furious. "Good. Then let it be as you wish." With that, the lightning ghost charged out, crackling with arcs. The martial artist lightly flicked his staff, striking straight at the lightning ghost's face. With a cracking sound, the lightning ghost's charred face shattered. The martial artist casually kicked the lightning ghost, sending it flying like an arrow towards Wu Ming. Wu Ming was taken aback. The starving ghost immediately protected him, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. The martial artist's staff came crashing down. The starving ghost reached out to block, but the staff slightly deflected, creating 2 dull sounds that struck the starving ghost's eyes. The starving ghost cried out in agony and fell to the ground, while the martial artist's staff was already aimed at Wu Ming's face. Wu Ming was drenched in cold sweat, his face pale. If that staff advanced an inch further, his eyeball would be pierced. I concede," Wu Ming stammered. Remembering the big talk he had made 10 seconds ago, his face turned from blue to red, wishing he could burrow into a hole. The martial artist withdrew his staff. Qin Xing pondered. A ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 38 had utterly crushed 2 ghost pets, one of which was a higher level than him, while the other was a rare lightning ghost. Such a record immediately caused an uproar in the entire training ground. What kind of ghost is this? This is terrifyingly strong. Is it a bit abnormal? Is my ghost gauge broken? You tell me this ghost pet is only drank. Does anyone know what kind of ghost this is? This is simply a data monster. It's a one-hit kill, a real one-hit kill. Wukong was also somewhat stunned. Aside from places like the Princess Tomb, the ghosts in other areas were basically common ghosts. This was the first time he had seen such a ghost. What kind of ghost is this? Martial artist. I want one too. With this one I would be invincible. One. The crowd erupted in chatter. However, the monkey waved his hand. I advise everyone not to have designs on this kind of ghost. I only obtained this ghost with the help of a master. Without that master, I probably wouldn't have survived that many times. Everyone paused for a moment, realizing that made sense. It was so powerful that if they forced it, they might not even know how they died. The strength was far beyond the norm. Wukong waved his hand. Next group. Soon the first round was completely over. 8 groups produced 9 to advance to the next round. Along with Qin Xing and the 5 who had buys, 2 more had buys this round, Qin Xing and Zhou Yanxiao. This time, everyone was taken aback. Their expected ranking had always been Zhou Yanxiao, Jilua, Qin Xing, and Qin Kuan. But how did Qin Xing end up in first? Jilua frowned. It's a question whether Qin Xing can even rank third. How is he now in front of Luo Gu? Wukong shook his head. The scores are from Hichong, and the captain has seen them. If there are any objections, you can discuss them with the captain. Qin Xing suddenly smiled. Qin Kuan, how about a match between us? The loser has to call the winner, Dad. Qin Kuan was taken aback. His expression turned very ugly. Qin Xing, who had contracted 2 low-tier wandering souls, was definitely not his opponent. However, last time he had been beaten by Qin Xing, leaving him with psychological shadows. He hated Qin Xing, but he feared him even more. He didn't know why, but the previously meek Qin Xing seemed to have turned into someone powerful and ruthless overnight. But in this situation, if he backed down, where would he put his face? Jilua whispered. He has 2 low-tier wandering souls. You can just beat him. The only threat is his close combat. But with that thing, even if 10 Qin Xing's close, and they will definitely not be your match. Qin Kun's expression gradually turned cold, sneering. Fine. Then I will go and cripple him. With that, Qin Kuan stood up, Wu teacher, does this count as a challenge? It counts. Good Qinqing, don't regret it. Chen Kuan went to the center of the arena, waved his hand, summoning his 2 ghost pets. One ghost with a ghost energy value of 55 was a 5-tier wandering soul. Then something resembling tiger skin appeared, sticking to Chen Kun's back. The tiger head covered Chen Kun's head, and the 4-legged skin covered him entirely. What is this? Can this ghost protect the body? Master, be careful. This is a Chong. Chong. Qinqing suddenly understood. Is it the one that helps the tiger? Exactly. It can greatly enhance strength and defense. How does it compare to you? Master, you underestimate me. I have a half-divine ability, which is incomparable to this low-tier ghost. One divine ability is false form. Half a divine ability is indestructible. Although it's only half, so far Qinqing hadn't encountered anyone who could break it. With the Chong possessing him, Chen Kun's aura changed dramatically. He was extremely confident and arrogant. He grinned. Qinqing, let me show you how to write death today. Qinqing remained calm, sending a thought as the martial artist and the hanging ghost appeared behind him. The hanging ghost's 2 white silks dangled from the lights at the top of the training ground, its white robes gently swaying, resembling a floating water mother. The martial artist rested his staff on his shoulder, both hands on the staff, his expression calm. Both Jalaw and Chen Kun's expressions changed. The hanging ghost and the martial artist. How? Are they not low-tier wandering soul trash ghosts? Another martial artist. It seems even stronger than the monkeys. What the hell, this martial artist is 83, an A-tier wandering soul. Normally the hanging ghost's appearance was more eerie, but having seen the monkey's martial artist, everyone's attention was focused on this martial artist. He Runxing murmured, the great deity truly deserves to be a great deity. Chen Kuan felt a twinge of fear, but at this point he could not turn back. He shouted angrily, so what? Come on. The birthing ghost had sharp attacks, plus with the fetus inside it could count as 1 against 2, while the Chong could attack and defend, putting him in an invincible position. Chen Kuan kept bolstering his courage, watching as the martial artist no longer seemed afraid. The hanging ghost's white silk elongated, lowering itself in front of the martial artist. The martial artist moved. He swung the staff, but struck the hanging ghost. Whoosh! A heavy blow. Bang! Crack! The sound of the staff striking flesh as well as the sound of bones shattering. Everyone was stunned. Why was this martial artist hitting his own teammate? Has he gone mad? Ah! The person who was hit screamed, stumbling, struggling, rolling away. Everyone was even more confused, listening to the sound. Chen Kuan. The next moment someone exclaimed. They swapped positions. Chen Kuan and the hanging ghost swapped places. The white silk from the hanging ghost like tentacles reached out to different objects, slowly returning to the martial artist. The martial artist's staff was raised high again towards the hanging ghost. As a party involved, Chen Kuan had yet to realize what was happening. The staff, carrying a wind-breaking sound, heavily smashed down. Whoosh! Crack! Everyone felt a bit dazed. The ability of the hanging ghost is so strange. How does it manage to swap positions with the opponent? Isn't the hanging ghost just an ordinary ghost? It seems quite useful now. I suddenly feel that the hanging ghost pairs perfectly with any ghost. As they spoke, they imagined themselves facing Qinqing. A chill ran down their spines. If it were them against Qinqing, they would also be unable to escape the heavy blow striking down on their shoulders. With the first strike, Chen Kuan was still screaming in agony. By the second and third strikes, he had lost the strength to cry out. His entire body trembled, unsure if it was convulsing or something else. One of his legs hung loosely and swayed like nunchaku. Watching Chen Kun's miserable state, the crowd looked at Qinqing with mixed feelings. Strong, truly strong, but isn't this a bit too cruel? We are all newcomers from the same batch. Is it necessary to be so heavy-handed? Qinqing paid no attention to their gazes. How does this compare to the knife Chen Kuan plunged into his own chest? The love and hatred at this stage are simply like a joke. Wukong looked deeply at Qinqing and said, Qinqing wins. Did everyone gain something from watching Qinqing's battle? Wukong asked. Supportive ghost pets are very important. The ability of the hanging ghost may not be very strong, but when paired with a martial artist, it achieves a result greater than the sum of its parts. Big brother, I beg you to look at the ghost table. Hanging ghost 72. 72. Sevenfold wandering soul. Yes. And the martial artist has a ghost energy value of 83. Absolutely an 8-fold wandering soul. Huh. Wukong nodded and said, on one hand, Qinqing has worked very hard, which has resulted in high soul power, but everyone must pay attention to the synergy between ghost types. If a high-level expert has a low-level ghost pet, you shouldn't be relieved, but rather be alert. In the next match, Hongyu faces Ho Tianyi. Has Hongyu arrived? The monkey rubbed his fists together, sneering. I've been wanting to deal with this guy for a long time. If the opportunity has come. Hongyu. Before long, Hongyu appeared with a thick layer of oil-like substance smeared on her left cheek. She looked at He Runxing with disdain, her pride radiating. I will remember this slap today. You will repay it with your life. I will become your nightmare. Are you going to fight or not? Stop whining already. The monkey was growing impatient. Hanya, having prepared a bunch of sentences in the medical room, was unable to finish speaking and turned to glare at the monkey with resentment. Fine, fine, she sneered. Do you think just because I'm a girl you will definitely win against me? Haven't you heard of how can one form an army like a woman only to be enraged? Damn it, are you going to fight or not? The monkey scolded. You have no skills, but your mouth is quite strong. You'll definitely die 100% and turn into a tongue ghost. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. The crowd burst into laughter. To be honest, Hanya is quite a nice person at heart. She has one of the weakest talents, but she is now considered average among newcomers, slightly above average. But unfortunately, due to her sharp tongue, very few people like her. Fine, fine. It's hard to persuade a stubborn ghost. Bring it on. Saying this, she summoned her 2 ghost pets. 2 threefold wandering souls, 1 toilet ghost, and 1 long-tongue ghost. On the monkey's side, there was also a threefold wandering soul, the martial artist. Hanya had just gone to the medical room and had not seen the martial artist in action. After checking with the ghost table, he sneered. With threefold wandering souls, do you think you can take on 2? Monkey, who do you look down on? The martial artist moved. The toilet ghost and long-tongue ghost also moved. Both charged towards the martial artist. Time seemed to slow down. In the instant when the 3 collided, the martial artist lightly flicked the long pole. The tip of the pole bypassed the long tongue of the long-tongue ghost like a sword and struck at its throat. At the same time, with a slight sinking of his shoulder, the toilet ghost's claws swiped empty, brushing past above the martial artist. The martial artist's shoulder suddenly lifted, crashing into the toilet ghost. Bang! Bang! Both ghosts flew in different directions. The martial artist quickly closed and instantly appearing before Hanya. 1 strike. Bang! Hanya stumbled, her right cheek swelling rapidly. All of this happened within just a few seconds. It was too fast. In the eyes of the crowd, the 3 ghost pets charged together. At the moment of contact, 2 ghosts flew out, and with a blur, the martial artist struck Hanya. It was too fast. Everything was too fast. Up. Hanya covered her face, somewhat incredulous. You cheated. She spat out a mouthful of blood, among which was even a tooth. Seeing the tooth, you couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, I will fight you. Woo-woo. The martial artist struck down heavily, blocking her path. The monkey was unconcerned. I suggest you go to the medical room and take a look. If you don't, you won't be able to preserve your right cheek either. Almost the same words as Wukong. Wukong mentioned the left cheek, while the monkey mentioned the right cheek. Hong Ya's face flushed, her finger pointing at the monkey, trembling. You just wait. After saying this, she quickly left the training ground. Ho Tianyi wins. The subsequent matches became much more intense. He Runching did not cause another upset and was eliminated. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd round. To their surprise, the monkey drew Qinqing. Qinqing smiled. I concede, I forfeit. Everyone was taken aback. Damn, what does this mean? The monkey was furious. Do you think I want you to let me win? I don't want to be a guardian officer. Qinqing said softly. I'm not lying to you, I really don't want to. The monkey pondered. Qinqing truly did not want to take on the role of guardian officer. The blood moon was too terrifying. Qinqing only wanted to protect himself and did not want to protect anyone else. In this life, with the advantage of foresight, Qinqing had a significant upper hand. His strength had yet to fully rise, but the power he possessed was already considerable. However, how could Qinqing possibly protect those in Jiangpan community? Other than the monkey's family and blind Uncle Xia, he did not care about anyone else's life or death. In fact, some grudges he still needed to settle himself. This competition seemed very serious, and everyone took it quite seriously. Yet Qinqing had already shattered Chun Kun's shoulder bone and knee, which could be considered a small revenge in advance. This match held little meaning for him. It feels like playing house. Qinqing shook his head, patting the monkey on the back. Good luck, buddy. After saying this, he left the training ground. Qinqing wondered whether he should visit the princess ghost domain again. He planned to collect a few more ghost pets and take out some old items to see if he could awaken them again. Awakening a few items in advance would give him a bit more confidence, right? Just as he was thinking, his phone suddenly rang. It was General Qin, the fat man who sold him a warehouse. Could there be good things? Qinqing answered the call. Hello, Mr. Li, it's like this. Someone wants to buy that batch of goods you have. The price is negotiable. The price is negotiable. Qinqing scoffed. Negotiate? Is it necessary? Even if you want to repurchase at 100 times the price, I wouldn't agree. Mr. Ruan is no longer in the city. Mr. Li, please show some face. Mr. Yu is very wealthy. The price is guaranteed to satisfy you. Qinqing did not listen to the rest of the words. His eyes narrowed slightly, erupting with an unprecedented killing intent. Mr. Yu, is it you who sent Li Ba to deal with Chun Man and me? The surname Yu is not very common. Therefore, the chance of encountering the real person is not small. Qinqing immediately pretended to ponder and murmured, May I ask which Yu is this? Hey, how many Yus are there in Ximing City? President Qin chuckled. Anyway, I've only heard of this Yu. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Qinqing contemplated for a moment. President Qin, Mr. Ruan is not short of money. Brotherly Qin, you don't know this Yu is extremely generous, Mr. Ruan could probably turn a 7- or 8-fold profit just by flipping it around. Why not take advantage of it? Then, let me ask Mr. Ruan, After hanging up President Qin's side, the driver who had followed President Qin for decades said, "Boss, we've checked the nearby surveillance, and we didn't see how they moved the goods out." Sigh. President Qin sighed deeply. This Mr. Reborn is probably a character with extensive connections. Such a large batch of goods was taken without anyone noticing. The driver's eyes were filled with killing intent. If we can arrange a meeting tonight, should we? President Qin frowned. Are you crazy? The driver's voice was urgent. After all, the price is going to multiply 10 times. 500 million. Brother, that's the glory and wealth for all our brothers for the rest of their lives. But you need to be alive to spend it. If it were you, do you have a way to handle such a large batch of goods in just a few days? President Qin sighed deeply. Even if this batch of goods were to stay for another 5 days, I could sell it to this you. Alas, perhaps it truly is not in my fate to be wealthy. The meeting time was set for the evening. During the day, there are many restrictions on ghostly matters, and only at night does Chen Qing feel a bit more at ease. Chen Qing felt somewhat fortunate that since he started working with Wu Xiaomin, he had been using the alias Li Qing. Otherwise, this you might still have some reservations. Of course, he couldn't meet in his original form either. He would disguise himself as Mr. Reborn using a painted skin to attend the banquet. As dusk approached, the competition came to an end. Zhou Yanxiao met Ji Luo in the finals, and as expected, Zhou Yanxiao secured the first place with his evil spirit-level baboon. The monkey managed to secure third place with a triple-spirited martial artist. To Chen Qing, surprise, a newcomer approached him. Greetings, great one. You might not remember me. I am Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng had an ordinary appearance, average grades, and was mediocre in every aspect. I was wondering if you could help me contract a martial artist. I am willing to offer 2 million as a service fee. Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing that this was a hidden rich second generation in the class. Sorry, I don't have that capability. Chen Qing shook his head, wondering if the monkey had revealed something. The monkey said there was a master helping him. After thinking it over, you are the only one with that ability. Zhou Zheng spoke earnestly. Please, great one, if it's a matter of money, we can negotiate. Sorry, I truly lack this capability. Chen Qing was not short on money. Moreover, the martial artist, according to the introduction from the painted skin, was among the top ranks in the book of 100 ghosts. If he were to sell, the price could not possibly be just this. After all, money would soon become waste paper. Zhou Zheng, feeling helpless, had no choice but to leave. Chen Qing fell into a meditative state again, and after a long while let out a breath. On the 12th day of the celestial cycle, it was successful. Finally, the great Zhou heaven in his mind was connected, reaching the realm of the essence soul. He had long memorized the acupoint map. The first one was the Jiao Sun acupoint located above the right ear. There was no need for precision, or just knowing the approximate location was enough. Acupoints and meridians are like service stations and expressways, or like a pond in a river where the capacity would greatly increase. The spiritual energy flowed slowly. The first time was always tight and blocked, it just needed to be opened up. Finally, the spiritual energy traveling through the meridian above the ear opened up, flooding into the Jiao Sun acupoint. Next is the skull breath acupoint. Time passed slowly and the sky darkened. Chen Qing went out to hail a taxi and arrived at the agreed location. President Qin was already waiting, beaming. Mr. Reborn, welcome. He then asked, where's brother Li Qing? Didn't he come? He has an urgent matter at home. Chen Qing asked, what about President Yu? He should be on his way. President Qin sighed. It's also Mr. Reborn's good luck. I don't have that fortune. What do you mean? President Yu offered 10 times the price to buy all of Mr. Reborn's goods from this warehouse. Just before it was sold for 40 million, and now someone is offering 400 million. I think President Qin is feeling desperate. However, he was still someone who had weathered storms, simply laughing it off with self-deprecation. After a few casual exchanges, when the time came, President Yu finally arrived. With thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was a tall man about 1.8 meters with a blood-red birthmark on his left cheek, adding a touch of ferocity. After some small talk, they immediately got into the topic. I am very interested in the batch of goods Mr. Reborn is holding. The price is not a problem. I wonder how much President Yu intends to offer. 10 times. President Yu directly offered an unbelievable price. How can business be discussed like this? With a mind to test, 400 million is already a significant amount. I want to see your assets first. President Yu grinned, took out a bag from his pocket, and pulled out a large stack of unmarked cards. These unmarked cards I believe Mr. Reborn is quite familiar with. Each card has an application threshold of 10 million. Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. It was not because of the stack of unmarked cards, but because of the bag. This was the bag that the black-veiled woman had given him at peak value, which had spatial attributes with a capacity of about 1 cubic meter. Definitely not something an ordinary person could obtain. All right, follow me. Chen Qing nodded. President Yu was overjoyed. He directly took out a card and threw it to President Qin. Thank you, President Qin. Consider this as a referral fee. President Qin accepted it, feeling a mix of emotions. They did not take President Yu's car, but walked a short distance, and then hailed a taxi, both heading to the north of the city. This area had almost no residents left, and the roads that had not been maintained for a long time were mostly cracked. Mr. Reborn is very cautious in his dealings, President Yu praised. It's better to be careful with shady business. As they walked, Chen Qing laughed. President Yu, have you heard of unreplaceable gold? The ever-chatty President Yu's expression suddenly changed the moment those 3 words left his mouth. He said eagerly where. Qin took out the demon-suppressing tower and tossed it over catch. Big, big, big. The next moment, the demon-suppressing tower directly transformed into a 3-story high structure and crashed down. Buzz, bang, 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 crash. The road collapsed and cracked. However, the demon-suppressing tower did not fall to the ground, but stopped about a meter above. Qin was slightly taken aback only to see a monster covered in black fur beneath the demon-suppressing tower, holding it up with both hands. President Yu was covered in blood lying on the ground, and with a wave of his hand a skeleton appeared before him. The skeleton's face still had remnants of flesh, but mostly it shimmered golden it wore a cape made of interlinked bone fragments. As soon as the skeleton appeared, it immediately rolled out from under the demon-suppressing tower with President Yu. It's actually a ghost tamer. Qin's heart sank as soldiers, martial artists, child ghosts, and hanging ghosts all appeared beside him. Master, that skeleton is a bone spirit. That black-furred monster is a hair corpse. Both are evil spirit level. Big, big, big. Qin listened while enlarging the demon-suppressing tower again. At this moment, the weight of the demon-suppressing tower was practically unmeasurable. It heavily pressed down on the ground, shattering the thick road beneath it. The hanging ghost's white silk lightly draped over a nearby tree. The next moment, the soldier ghost and martial artist swung their weapons heavily towards the hanging ghost. Bang, bang. A staff struck heavily on President Yu's head. A sword came down directly. President Yu desperately turned his head, but still an ear was severed, taking a whole piece of skin with it. President Yu was horrified. The bone spirit raised its right hand, and the index finger suddenly elongated, forming a several-meter-long bone whip. With a gentle movement of its finger, it swung in a circle like a white snake, striking fiercely. Whoosh, crack. The soldier ghost did not evade this whip. The bone whip exploded at the soldier ghost's shoulder, shattering one of its arms. The arm flew off along with the hand. At the same time, the soldier ghost's side was also blown open with a large hole. Qin was alarmed. Zhong Kuei. He wanted to summon Zhong Kuei, but for some unknown reason Zhong Kuei was not within his summoning range. At this moment, the bone spirit's middle finger, ring finger, pinky, and thumb all suddenly elongated, turning into 5 bone whips over 10 meters long, flexibly attacking at high speed. Retreat. Meanwhile, the bone spirit's left hand also elongated. 10 bone whips sealed all escape routes, fiercely constricting towards everyone. Mama Love, the child ghost, spoke, and the 10 bone whips abruptly froze. But it was only for a moment. One end of the bone whip pierced into the child ghost's cheeks. In an instant, it crushed the child ghost's entire jaw. The 10 bone whips raised their heads again, lunging towards everyone like snakes. The hanging ghost moved again. He swapped places with the bone spirit. The bone spirit appeared 30 meters away from everyone in an instant. The bone spirit was slightly taken aback as the 10 bone whips simultaneously pierced into the hanging ghost's body. At this moment, President Yu, who was severely injured and on the brink of death, waved his hand, and a delicate fair-skinned girl appeared before him. The girl pinched her middle and thumb fingers in the air as if holding a needle. Be careful! The painted skin exclaimed, controlling Qin to twist desperately to the right. Whoosh! There was a faint sound. Qin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right chest. It seemed as if a needle had pierced him. The fair girl pulled in the air, and the flesh in Qin's right chest seemed to be entirely pulled, causing him to turn pale from the pain. The martial artist and the soldier ghost, now with only one arm, rushed towards the fair girl without hesitation. Qin shouted, Zhong Kuei! Zhong Kuei! In Qin's panic, he finally sensed Zhong Kuei. The next moment, Zhong Kuei appeared. Slap, 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 slap. The 10 bone whips struck him from all angles. Ouch, 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 ouch. Zhong Kuei covered his head with both hands, wailing continuously, not needing to say anything. He was furious. Who dares to hit me? However, most of these 10 bone whips had already shattered, like rotting wood striking against a rock. The bone spirit was stunned. The next moment, the bone spirit turned and fled, as if seeing a natural enemy. Dare you run? Zhong Kuei was furious and swiftly chased after him in golden slippers. With the help of the golden slippers, his speed was as fast as lightning, catching up to the bone spirit in just a few steps. Bang! Bang! At the base of the demon-suppressing tower, the hair corpse was frantically slamming against it. With each strike, the entire earth trembled. If the hair corpse had a bit of intelligence, it would have dug sideways and escaped. However, the master had already fainted, and the hair corpse, with its simple mind, kept trying to break through upwards, seemingly trying to penetrate the demon-suppressing tower. Moments later, Zhong Kuei returned. He threw a skeleton that was barely held together on the ground. Angered, its originally free eyes darted around. You dare to run? You dare to run? They'll break this bone of yours for firewood. Qin's kunwa knife's blood pattern erupted again, and he struck down. Clang! Sparks flew. He had only managed to carve out a deep imprint. Master, crush it with the demon-suppressing tower. With Zhong Kuei here, there was naturally no need to fear the hair corpse. Qin nodded with a thought. The demon-suppressing tower shrank and flew back into his hand, then was thrown out again, now transformed to the size of 3 stories. Boom! It landed heavily, crushing the bone spirit into bone fragments. The hare corpse was like a nail driven into the ground, but in struggling it had already dug out a rather large space. Seeing the demon-suppressing tower being sent flying by itself, it screeched and tried to come out to kill. Suddenly, it stopped. The hare corpse was terrified, hugging its head and squatting down, trembling all over. Seeing you makes me angry. Zhong Kuei grabbed the hare corpse by the hair. Like pulling a chick, he dragged it out and suddenly threw it to the ground, striking it several times across the face. Slap. Let you not turn to bones. Not turn to bones. Let's see if you can turn. Slap. Slap. Even though he had gone mad, Zhong Kuei's malice towards the ghost clan was completely unabashed. The hare corpse was impervious to blades and bullets, but wherever Zhong Kuei's palm struck the hare would be blown away, revealing the dark flesh beneath. Master, hurry. If Zhong Kuei gives it a few more slaps, it'll be beaten back to the wandering spirit level. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing thrust his kunwa knife into the hare corpse's bare flesh. At the same time, he twisted it fiercely. The hare corpse's body stiffened, slowly falling to the ground, and upon touching the ground it transformed into a black mist, merging into the demon-suppressing tower. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Chen Qing felt a pang of unease. What would happen if there were no Zhong Kuei? Although he had the skin of a painted body to protect him, the needle of the embroidered girl could pierce through the air and into his body. Truly strange. Mao Jiang by Gu Jing and the embroidered girl, each of them was an uncommon type of ghost, especially Mao Jiang and the embroidered girl forming a perfect complement. The embroidered girl restricted movement, and with the strength of Mao Jiang, who could withstand its punches and blows. Moreover, knowing that Jinbu Huan's extravagance could rival even the richest, and the target was ancient artifacts, this person was certainly not simple. After trying, this person could not be taken into the demon suppression tower. Chen Qing had no choice but to use very rudimentary medical skills to simply treat his injuries. Only then did he take out the disinfectant alcohol. This might hurt a bit. At the moment the alcohol was poured on Mr. Yu, finally awakened in pain. His face contorted, beads of sweat the size of mung beans covered his forehead. Mr. Yu sensed that the three ghost pets had lost all connection, presumably dead. Before Chen Qing could ask, he stared directly at Chen Qing. Who are you? Me. Chen Qing said with interest. Chen Qing. You are Chen Qing. Mr. Yu's pupils trembled violently. Suddenly recalling something, he laughed loudly. Ha ha. 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 When his laughter subsided, Chen Qing calmly said, now tell me, who are you? Me. Mr. Yu sneered. Kid, you have the skin of a painted body to protect you, yet you set this trap to kill me, pretending not to know who I am. Ha. Ha. Suddenly Mr. Yu's voice came to an abrupt halt. The painted skin controlled a hand, inserting it into his mouth. After casually feeling around, he grasped a tooth and pulled it out along with blood and flesh. The tooth seemed hollow, faintly revealing a green hue. It's from the Taiping Dao. Taiping Dao. It believes in the equality of all things, advocates for the coexistence of humans and ghosts, and aims to establish an absolutely balanced world ruled by them. Yet many ghosts elevate their status by killing. How can they coexist? This is undoubtedly a cult. Any cult that grows strong will have a glorious and grand doctrine similar to acting on behalf of heaven. Taiping Dao is no exception. Seeing the tooth being pulled out, Mr. Yu finally panicked. Master, those from Taiping Dao have very tough mouths. I'm afraid he won't easily speak. The painted skin suddenly thought of something and laughed as it said a few words. Chen Qing immediately realized and said to Zhong Kuei, wow. Zhong Kuei, this person actually dared to deceive you. He dares not speak the truth. Zhong Kuei was instantly furious. He reached out to strike, but Chen Qing quickly stopped him, saying, I bet you will hurt him. Zhong Kuei hesitated, then suddenly broke into a grin. I want. Saying this, he gently struck. More accurately, he should have touched Mr. Yu's face. Zhong Kuei was extremely proud. He's fine now and won't lie. Master, this is straight talk, one of the 72 divine arts. Now this guy will say anything when asked. Is it that effective? Chen Qing chuckled and asked, what is the most disgusting thing you've done? It's me who committed incest with my aunt. He blurted it out, and the next moment his face changed dramatically. Damn, dying 10 times isn't enough. Chen Qing sneered and asked, how do you know about Jinbu Huan? There are many of my informants in Ximing City. I had them pay attention to the news about Jinbu Huan. One of them, Zheng Yin, who knows about the Araya Hotel, found out you had Jinbu Huan. It's not an unexpected answer. What do you need Jinbu Huan for? Jinbu Huan is nearly the rarest ghost in the world. It can transform all things into spiritual treasures, and my cultivation requires a massive amount of spiritual treasures. Spiritual treasures. Are they ancient artifacts? Yes. Chen Qing nodded and asked again, what have you cultivated? Why do you need a massive amount of spiritual treasures? The Dao lineage of Duobao Daoren. The more treasures there are, the stronger the body becomes. Chen Qing remained silent, but Zhong Kuei beside him hurriedly said, Duobao. Duobao Daoren. Oh, give it to me. He reached out to snatch it, not even knowing what he was grabbing. Chen Qing gathered his thoughts and pulled him into the demon suppression tower. He struggled to appear. Chen Qing pulled him back again. Since Zhong Kuei valued it so much, it must be something extraordinary. Master, there are many types of cultivation methods, skills, inheritances, but those that dare to call themselves Dao lineage are the top-level inheritances usually passed down directly from immortals. Chen Qing nodded. He asked, where is Duo Bao Doran's Dao lineage? In my Chinquan bag. So this bag is called a Chinquan bag. Chen Qing thought, following Mr. Yu's instructions. He took out a long jade piece. It was as long as chopsticks, half a finger thick and 2 fingers wide. Dao lineage jade gui. Mine. Zhong Kuei went a bit crazy again. How could someone as powerful as you still need this kind of thing? Zhong Kuei was stunned and nodded vigorously. Yes. Yes. Right. Chen Qing noted down the 4 characters Dao lineage jade gui and asked, is Duo Bao Doran's Dao lineage related to Jin Bu Huan? The evil spirit level of Jin Bu Huan is called Duo Bao Tongzi, and it is said to be the ghost that Duo Bao Doran refined for his cultivation. Do you have the spirit guide of Duo Bao Tongzi? Yes, it's written in the Dao lineage jade gui. No wonder this guy wanted to snatch Jin Bu Huan. However, Jin Bu Huan cannot be said to be his own right now. Chen Qing had already asked all the questions he was concerned about, thought for a moment, and asked again, are you from the Taiping Dao? Exactly. What are your schemes? To assist the ghost race and establish a ghost market. As expected. A cult. How much money do you have? 1 billion. Where did you get so much money? A month ago, I took control of the chairman of the Guile group and plundered all his wealth. What do you want to buy so many antiques for? To cultivate the Duo Bao Dao lineage. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly thought of the most precious question. What other ghost species spirit guides do you know? The embroidered girl. By Gu Jing. Chen Qing was overjoyed. In this world, the promotion sequence of different ghost species was truly priceless. The embroidered girl is at the wandering soul level, and the evil ghost level is Hua Yao Xian Yang, which requires sewing a human skin wedding dress. So sinister. By Gu Jing is at the evil ghost level, and the evil spirit level is Long Gu Gu, so, which requires finding at least 2 dragon ribs, using them as the main bone and slowly growing. The Dao Corpse level is called by Gu Pasa. I don't know about the spirit guide. When the 4 characters by Gu Pasa entered his ears, Chen Qing felt a buzzing in his head. It felt like a heavy hammer had struck. Chen Qing felt a chill in his heart. He understood that this was formless. He had heard things at his level that he shouldn't have. Dragon Bone. Bodhisattva. Is this something I should know? He secretly cursed. He didn't have much interrogation skills. If he handed it over to the captain and the others, they would definitely extract a lot of information. But he already knew the secrets of Jin Bu Huan, Zhong Kuei, the demon suppression tower, and so on. Naturally, he couldn't let him live any longer. After thinking for a moment, he asked, what is your biggest secret? I committed incest with my aunt. You. The second biggest secret. I committed incest with my aunt-in-law. What a damned scum. They'll have you flayed alive. What is the third biggest secret? The entrance from the ghost realm to Ximing City. Hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. The information that can currently be disclosed, skeleton by Gu Jing Long Gu Gu, so, by Gu Pasa. The interrogation lasted for a long time. Chen Qing inquired thoroughly about the schemes of the Taiping sect, especially regarding the exit point leading from the ghost realm to Ximing City. However, Yu Bei was severely injured and was gradually losing his strength. After a few more minutes of questioning, he was already gasping for breath. A life cannot be wasted. Chen Qing immediately summoned the drowning ghost. This fellow had long since reached a ghost energy level of 100, and its advancement spirit guide was drown 9 people, having completed 8, leaving only 1 more. Drown him. The drowning ghost was elated. Its long tail coiled around Yu Bei and swiftly rushed into a nearby small creek. The water was only knee-deep, but it was more than enough to drown a person. Yu Bei struggled a couple of times before becoming still. The drowning ghost trembled all over. Its body twisted and convulsed in the water. Its physique began to change, its limbs elongating, and both its hands and feet growing larger. At last, all human features disappeared, and it now resembled a gibbon. Coarse hair sprouted all over its body, rapidly lengthening until it gained hands. After a while, the advancement was finally complete. The ghost at the soul level, the drowning ghost, had advanced to the evil ghost level, now known as the water monkey. Its black fur seemed to have some sort of concealing effect in the water. Despite being right in front, it almost blended into the water, making it hard to discern its figure. The water monkey moved through the water with incredible speed, its long tail sliding effortlessly as it leaped about 10 meters. The ghost energy reading was 118. A first-level evil ghost. Chen Qing was greatly satisfied. The commotion from the previous battle was considerable, and fearing it might attract powerful entities from the city, he quickly recalled his many ghost pets and hastily returned to the base. This time the harvest was immense. The advancement sequences of the Bone Spirit and Jin Bu Huan. The financial gain was also a whopping 600 million. This money needed to be quickly exchanged for supplies. However, there was nothing he lacked now, so he could only purchase some bulk goods. Lying on his bed, Chen Qing entered the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower. He began to examine the 3 new ghost pets. The hairy zombie and the back of the head, as well as the nape, had been beaten bald by Zhong Kuei, but the injuries were not too severe. The ghost energy reading showed 332. A third-level evil ghost. The bone spirit was the most heavily injured. It seemed Zhong Kuei had a strong opinion against this ghost type and had beaten it to pieces. At this moment, the skull and ribcage were severely damaged, feeling like they might shatter at any moment. The reading showed 107, first level evil ghost. Chen Qing felt a sharp pain. Originally, the bone spirit should have been the strongest among the 3 ghosts, but now it was at risk of falling back to the soul level. The embroiderer was the least injured. The reading was 98, a 9th level soul. She was already on the verge of advancement, but her spirit guide was sewing human skin wedding clothes, which was somewhat anti-human. Moreover, her embroidery needle as an auxiliary skill was very useful. The evil ghost level state flower-waisted bride was still uncertain about its abilities. It might lose the embroidery needle ability after advancing, again, not worth the cost. Advancement was not an immediate consideration. The current ghost pets 3 at the evil ghost level: hairy zombie, 332, 3rd level evil ghost. Water monkey 118, 1st level evil ghost. Bone spirit 107, 1st level evil ghost. 9 at the soul level: embroider, 98, 9th level soul. Child ghost 90, 9th level soul. Martial man 84, 8th level soul. Hanging ghost 69, 6th level soul. Soldier ghost 43, 4th level soul. Plus 4 useless ghosts that hadn't been replaced: crazy ghost, toilet ghost, eating air ghost, and gambling ghost. Surprisingly, since placing the golden body in the 2nd level, these ghosts had all rapidly improved. Both the gambling ghost and the crazy ghost had actually risen to the 1st level. Of course, they were still fragile garbage. In the battle against Yubei, the ghost energy values of the various ghosts had all decreased to varying degrees. Especially the soldier ghost, which suffered the most, dropping from level 5 to level 4. The total ghost energy value of the 12 ghosts had reached 998. That Zhong Kuei. Chen Qing felt a bit excited. Zhong Kuei. He immediately summoned, but over these days Zhong Kuei seemed to be exploring the still ethereal higher levels of the demon suppression tower. Although there was still a sense of connection, he was unable to forcibly summon him. Zhong Kuei. Chen Qing summoned again. Zhong Kuei finally appeared. The moment the ghosts saw Zhong Kuei appear, they all trembled in fear. Even the strongest hairy zombie squatted on the ground, holding its head and not daring to look up. Chen Qing measured the ghost energy. 502. S-level soul. Double S. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Zhong Kuei, how do you feel? Zhong Kuei looked at the sky with one eye and at the ground with the other, uttering a word that perfectly matched his temperament. Huh. You've surpassed the level. 2S. I'm asking how you feel. Chen Qing repeated loudly, word by word. Zhong Kuei covered his ears. Why so loud? Master Great Zhong Kuei has gone mad, not deaf. But Chen Qing asked left and right. He still couldn't figure it out. He could only give up. He was also somewhat shocked. Zhong Kuei had already reached over 500 in ghost energy, yet still lingered at the soul level. Meanwhile, the hairy zombie, slightly lower than him, had already become a 3rd level evil ghost. Calculating, Zhong Kuei had currently used 4 types of divine abilities: fixation, break, law, speak frankly. These 3 were all part of the 72 divine abilities. And that words become law was, according to Hua Pai, even more terrifying. Hua Pai possessed a semi-divine ability, false form, and half of indestructible. As for the hairy zombie, it could be counted as possessing 0. 7 divine abilities, 0. 3 of indestructible, and 0. 4 of great strength. Though both were half-baked, these 2 were extremely useful divine abilities worthy of gradual cultivation. Especially great strength, as there was hardly anyone at the same level who could withstand a single strike from the hairy zombie. He sorted through the power in his hands, mentally simulating how they could cooperate and fight. While others racked their brains to derive between 2 or 3 ghost types, he had too many ghost pets. Randomly pairing 2 would yield exceptionally powerful results. For instance, hanging ghost hairy zombie. Definitely one hit, one kill. Or hanging ghost martial man, embroiderer bone spirit. And so on. If they all attacked at once, it would be even more perverse. Thinking of this, he took out the Duobao Daotong Jade Gu. A treasure that Yubei valued so highly must not be simple. Spiritual energy poured into it. A stream of thought rushed into Chen Qing's mind. Duobao Dao, very Dao. Seizing the heavens and earth, strong in ordinary roots. Heavy as light roots, fast and slow follow. Without leaving the house, one knows the world. A one word goes forth and the law follows. This cultivation method had an extremely ancient history. It was obscure and difficult to understand. Yet for some reason Chen Qing could comprehend it. Then he felt that this tone was too arrogant. It couldn't simply be described as Chinibyu. According to the Jade Gust description, if achieved, the heavens and earth would serve you, attending to you with saddle and horse. The cultivation method was also extremely simple. Collect treasures and refine them into the body. As long as there were enough treasures, one could become an invincible existence. A gesture could split the heavens and crack the earth. Chen Qing fell into deep thought. He had a warehouse full of spiritual treasures. It seemed to be prepared for him. Compared to being a ghost master, Chen Qing actually misses the feeling of being a warrior more. Moreover, ghost masters are physically too frail, and if they are attacked up close, it is almost tantamount to death. The Daobao sect refines spiritual treasures into their bodies to enhance their physical strength. Chen Qing pondered. Before long, he had made a decision. Practice. A powerful body is of utmost importance. Although he had protective skin, bizarre ghosts like the flower girl can attack from a distance, making it hard to defend. Just 2 needles, and he nearly lost his combat capability. If it were Chun Man, he could probably withstand a dozen or 20 needles. At this moment, Chen Qing began to look into how to cultivate. However, it requires the essence realm. This is not a problem. Chen Qing was already on the verge of breaking through the last cycle, the Great Zhou Tian. After exiting the demon suppression tower, his soul power slowly flowed into his head. From the corner of the sun to the skull breath to the complete bones. The soul power trudged through the dried-up meridians. Time slowly passed, and by morning Chen Qing had expanded to the 14th Tianju acupoint. The Great Zhou Tian has 27 acupoints, and he had finally passed the halfway mark. Chen Qing opened his eyes. The monkey and he Runsheng were just getting up to wash up. After washing his face, he took a moment to rest. He called Boss Zhu at the feed factory. What a... For 100 million. Yes, 4,000 yuan per ton to be completed within 10 days. You can subcontract it to other manufacturers. Oh. Boss Zhu was clearly still a bit dazed. After a while he asked, what about the advance payment? Is 50 enough? Yes. Boss Zhu nodded vigorously. Nowadays those with keen senses are trading money for goods, but mostly for rice flour and cooking oil. No one could imagine a situation where they might have to eat pig feed. Regardless of supervision, Chen Qing would not engage in online transactions. Soon Boss Zhu arrived at the base's entrance with an accountant and an assistant. Chen Qing took out 20 unregistered cards and said, 1 million per card. A total of 200 million. Oh. The 3 of them were a bit stunned. Chen Qing then turned and left. There was no contract or receipt involved. The 3 of them were somewhat shocked. You trust us this much? Otherwise, do you dare to swallow the ghost army's money? Let's transfer the money to the factory's account first. It just feels unreliable. He called Manager Tian as expected. All the grain is gone. All the warehouses have been emptied. He made another call. Manager Yang, are you almost done? All configurations for the safe house must be of the highest standard. Weapons must be sufficient. Budget. No budget limit. Is 50 million enough? Water sprayed out from the other end of the phone. After a while, Manager Yang asked Mr. Chen, did you hear some rumors? Recently, orders for safe houses have started to explode again. I heard, which is why I'm adding more installations. Chen Qing nodded. I have a bit of paranoia. I prefer to believe it's true. Understood. However, even with the upper layer added, it shouldn't cost that much. We'll just load it up. By the way, can we still order canned food? Not available anymore. As anticipated. After hanging up, he finished his morning exercise and returned to his dorm to begin breaking through the brain hollow acupoint. Time slowly passed, and by night the soul power finally reached the last major acupoint, the Tontian acupoint. Soul power surged forward and pulled back at times, and sometimes it was painstakingly slow finally. Buzz. Chen Qing felt his brain swell. Almost simultaneously, a transparent sensation swept down from above. Chen Qing felt an unprecedented clarity. His senses sharpened, and his spirit felt refreshed. The soul power circulated throughout his body rapidly, 10 times faster than in the soul motion realm. The sound of flowing water in the pipes, the rustling of falling leaves, the sensation of a speck of dust landing on him. The world became so close and so noisy. He opened his eyes, noticing the dandruff on the monkey's ears and the mosquito droppings in the corner of the window. Everything was so vivid. His thinking speed had also accelerated significantly. He could count to 100 in his mind in just a few seconds. Is this the essence realm? Chen Qing murmured. Holy crap. What happened to your eyes? The monkey nearly jumped up. At this moment, Chen Qing's eyes were filled with spiritual energy, shimmering with blue and white light. Oh my god, you reached the essence realm. He Runsheng's mouth was getting tangled. The monkey also reacted. You reached the essence realm. What a... No, Chen Qing, did you consume something powerful? How did you reach the essence realm so quickly? This is a bit abnormal. The two were buzzing with excitement while Chen Qing remained calm, smiling. This matter stays between us. Don't mention it to anyone else. Whether it's a competition ranking or a realm upgrade, it can add points. Chen Qing did not intend to be a defensive officer or a guardian. Entering the safe house before the blood moon arrives and surviving until the end is the right path. He admires heroes who can step forward and stand before everyone in special times, but everything he has experienced makes it impossible for him to become a hero again. Ji Luo's soul power increases super fast, and it seems his family has a complete sequence of house ghosts. As long as he has enough soul power, he can have an evil ghost level pet anytime. Master, you need to be careful. He seems to want to deal with you. All right, Chen Qing nodded. Regardless of the source of malicious intent, he would treat it with utmost caution. Just an evil ghost level. Should not be too concerning, right? Guxing's injury hasn't healed, yet he's still in the medical room. Usually the monkey and he Runsheng would be sleeping, but after Chen Qing's stimulation today, they couldn't sleep at all. They meditated until midnight before they couldn't resist falling asleep. At this moment, Chen Qing was already prepared, adjusting his body to its optimal state, and began to cultivate. The first layer of the Daobao sect is called Spirit Pool. A spiritual vortex must be formed in the spiritual sea. A heavyweight spiritual treasure should be placed at the center of the spiritual vortex. However, what spiritual treasure to use is a dilemma for Qinqing. The Demon Suppression Tower. The painting of Zhong Kuei. There are also good things in the warehouse of spiritual treasures like that bronze sword and the flying horse. But they haven't awakened yet, so he doesn't know what they will be like after awakening. Thinking about these is too early, let's focus on cultivation first. Qinqing silently thought just about to cultivate when he heard the voice of the protective skin, Master. The third layer has opened, did you break through? Qinqing was taken aback. Seeing that the monkey and he Runsheng were both asleep, with a single thought he drilled into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Except for Zhong Kuei, no ghost pet can cross layers. Qinqing felt it, indeed, he sensed that another layer had been opened. However, besides the first layer, which felt like an enlarged Demon Suppression Tower, the second layer resembled a small world. There was no staircase or similar connections between the first and second layers. The Demon Suppression Tower is mysterious. Qinqing wasn't sure about the time flow rate of the third layer and dared not enter recklessly. Otherwise, he might stay inside for 2 minutes, and the blood moon would have already descended. Stepping outside, he opened his phone stopwatch and threw it into the third layer. He then began timing, taking the phone out exactly 1 minute later. The next moment, Qinqing was stunned. The time displayed on the phone showed 10 minutes. A time flow rate of 1 to 10. This means that while he cultivates for 10 days inside, only 1 day passes outside. And this rule also applies to ghost pets. While others' ghost pets cultivate for 1 day, his ghost pets have already cultivated for 10 days. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. After confirming there was no danger, the toilet ghost was thrown into the third layer along with all the ghost pets and the armless golden body. Huapai took on the role of manager, directing the ghosts to begin their exploration. Wow, master, it's so big, so big. The space in the third layer was more than 100 times larger than that of the second layer. No one would have expected this to be one layer of a tower. However, it was rather desolate here. The gray sky, the gray earth, and in the distance there were hills, but they were bald without a single hair. Moments later, Huapai's voice trembled as she said, Master, please come and take a look. Qinqing entered the third layer and approached Huapai, where he witnessed a shocking sight, a giant desiccated corpse sitting cross-legged and towering at 10 meters tall. For chains thicker than a person were attached to this person's hip bones, with the other ends buried underground. The desiccated corpse must have been sitting in this posture for thousands of years, yet it emanated a terrifying and heart-stopping aura. Master, this is divine power, Huapai stuttered. This corpse must have reached the formless level in life. Upon hearing this, Qinqing closed his eyes. In the next moment, his brows furrowed. The desiccated corpse he had just seen was now completely absent from his memory. It was as if the corpse had never existed. When he opened his eyes again, the corpse remained quietly seated. But when he closed his eyes, he couldn't recall even the slightest detail. He only vaguely remembered that there was such a desiccated corpse. Let's go, Qinqing said, suppressing his curiosity. He firmly remembered Huapai's warning. Overexploring the darkness is an extremely dangerous thing. The Demon Suppression Tower. What kind of master crafted this? The demons trapped here might not just be Zhong Kuei. Why did Zhong Kuei go mad? For every mystery unraveled, more enigmas followed. Let's cultivate. Let F4 explore, Huapai commanded, sending out the crazy ghost toilet ghost, food-eating ghost, and gambling ghost. With the blood moon approaching, time was precious. The time flow rate here was 10 times faster, so it was essential to cultivate here. First, he needed to establish the spirit pool. Qinqing followed the guidance of the technique and began to construct the first spiritual vein. It was challenging. He needed to unblock the clogged acupoints. Now he had to create numerous acupoints from scratch. No wonder the minimum requirement was the Essence Soul realm. After reaching the Essence Soul stage, one's spiritual sense was dozens of times stronger, allowing for significantly better control over soul power. If he were to establish the spirit pool using the control ability of the soul movement realm, it might take him a year just to create one acupoint. There are countless meridians in the human body, but most are so small they are almost invisible. Qinqing's task was to widen these nearly invisible meridians and to establish one acupoint after another upon them. At that moment, he focused on condensing the soul power, twisting dozens of spirals together, and began to impact a meridian in his mind that was as fine as a hair. For the first time, it was too narrow. Countless times, he brushed past it, unable to exert any force. Reluctantly, he condensed the soul power to the thickness of a hair, slowly pushing forward. An entire morning passed, and he had only moved a centimeter. In the afternoon, he advanced another centimeter. Each acupoint required 1 inch. In ancient times, 1 inch was approximately 277 centimeters. By the 12th hour, Qinqing began to artificially create the first acupoint. By the 17th hour, the first acupoint was completed. What surprised Qinqing the most was that because soul power continuously flowed through the tiny meridian, its diameter had actually increased from 1 hair's thickness to that of 2 hairs. This saved him from having to expand it further. After resting for an hour, he continued to push forward. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he split off a portion of soul power to expand from the other side simultaneously. However, it was quite difficult. With his current soul power, splitting it into 10 portions was sufficient, but it was too hard to control. It was akin to holding a hair in each hand and trying to thread them through rings the size of a hair 1 meter away. He thought that splitting it into 2 would yield better results, but after 10 hours the total was less than half of what he had accomplished before. At 13, Qin raised Chen Man, his temperament being the most resilient. He forced himself to focus on both ends, preferring to be slow than to make mistakes. Days passed, and by the 4th day the speed from both ends had already matched the previous control of just one side. At this point Qin's speed truly doubled compared to before. Moreover, he had managed to split off 2 more portions, 4 strands of soul power, all advancing simultaneously. On the 5th, 6th, 7th days, until the 12th day, the speed of the 4 strands of soul power reached normal levels equivalent to expanding the acupoints at 4 times the speed. At this time, walking through the major acupoints felt like driving on a 24-lane highway. Soul power hitting precisely where he directed it. Qin gritted his teeth and split off 4 more strands of soul power. 8 strands. At this point, even with Qin's temperament, he felt an immense strain. If he focused on one end, the other would either stop or slowly veer off course. He had no choice but to retreat and adjust. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Qin felt utterly exhausted and briefly returned to the real world. Just for a moment, a monkey emerged from the toilet and exclaimed, "What the hell? Where have you been these past 2 days? Your phone was off. What happened?" Qin was taken aback. "The captain is looking for you." "Oh." Qin nodded and went to the captain's office. Han Yuan, with sharp eyes, shook his head and said, "Don't overdo your cultivation. It can really lead to going off the deep end. I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Firstly, Chen Man is already in bone tempering, and all the resources for cultivation are top-notch, you can rest assured. The second matter, I want you to serve as the defense officer for Jiangpan community." Qin frowned. Han Yuan's expression grew serious. "Qin, our human race has experts who calculated the blood moon. It can be seen as a strengthening device for the ghost race. It's likely that when the blood moon arrives, the number and strength of the ghost race will increase several times." "Several times? You are being overly optimistic." Qin shook his head internally. Just this estimation alone was enough for him to refuse the position of defense officer. It was simple. Regardless of whether it was due to objective constraints or excessive optimism, the defense forces would be deployed at several times the usual strength. However, for the blood moon, at least 100 times more was needed. However, humanity could absolutely not muster that level of power. This was a deadlock. Qin himself deduced that he could only give up on most people, but who would wish to be the one left behind? Moreover, Qin wouldn't save the ungrateful bunch in Jiangpan community. This time, he really wanted to see how they would fare without his desperate protection during the blood moon. Thus, Qin merely smiled and said, "Captain, my abilities are limited. There's nothing I can do about this. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Qin, this is the mission of our ghost control army." Han Yuan was a pure-hearted person. He could open his heart and lay everything bare for the organization. But Qin knew he could not do that. The pure-hearted Qin was probably long gone and decayed. In this life, being able to avoid actively killing people was already the greatest mercy. The 2 parted ways unhappily. The captain, who had always been friendly, was genuinely angry this time. In his eyes, Qin was too selfish. Qin had his reasons, but he couldn't express them. Returning to his dormitory, he sat there in a daze for a while. In the chaos of ghosts and monsters, heroes and angels also descended. In the endless wails of ghosts, both the ugliness and brilliance of humanity were infinitely magnified. There's a saying, no cold winter lasts forever and no spring fails to come. Yet that winter, which seemed devoid of spring, had ground all humanity into dust. In my past life, I was a hero, but that was only in my past life. Qin's gaze was calm when suddenly a powerful pulling force emanated from the demon suppression tower on his chest. The second 12 earthly branches summit has begun. Qin hurriedly approached the corner, donned the disguise, transformed into the same youth as before, and slipped into the demon suppression tower. Before him, the endless lofty peak appeared once more. This peak stood like a stone pillar, silently towering, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, serene and sacred. At the top of the peak, 11 people successively appeared in their seats. "Dear friends, after a short separation, I trust you are all well." The elder at the forefront chuckled. Qin glanced to his right. A sudden jolt in his heart. Chen Quan was missing. The creature with the head of a deer and the body of a serpent hissed, "Friends, does anyone have the promotion sequence for the actor? I am willing to pay a hefty price for it." No one answered. After a while, the short figure resembling a child said, "There is no spiritual guide, but I have heard the name after the promotion. Do you wish to buy it?" "Just a name." The deer-head serpent creature pondered. Sometimes a name could reveal a thing or two. For example, the martial artist is known as the martial scholar after promotion, and the zombie becomes the hairy zombie. However, after a long contemplation, the deer-head serpent creature shook its head. "Just a name then." The deer-head serpent creature looked at the person shrouded in mist, its voice cold as ice. "Last time you were looking for a ghost servant at the Dao corpse level. Did you find it?" The person in the mist laughed. "I have already killed it and obtained its essence." Ironically, it was from your Zhuxi clan. Even more ironically, it mentioned your mountain as it was dying. Brother Zhu, we are truly fated. The Zhuxi froze momentarily. You are truly asking for death. As it spoke, blue-green flames erupted around its body, and the temperature in the room dropped instantly. Surely Brother Zhu has guessed the identity of this little Zhu snake. Ha. The figure in the mist showed no fear, laughing heartily. In the northern sea, where ghostly mists linger, I have heard of the Rakshasa ghost market several times. I wonder if any friends can enlighten me. A woman slowly inquired, sitting with a complexion as pale as paper, dressed in blood-red garments with a blood tree atop her head, its main branch dividing into two, then 4-8. To an extreme order. Especially on this small blood tree, many blood droplets condensed, each seemingly ready to fall at any moment. Qing's heart stirred slightly. How come he had no impression of her? Upon closing his eyes, he indeed remembered there was a person there, but he could not recall her appearance. An existence of the formless level. Understanding dawned in his heart. Suddenly realizing there were clearly 11 people seated, but he had no impression of several others, likely all being formless level existences. Perhaps during the last gathering they had said something, but he couldn't remember a thing. In a daze, he noticed a massive figure seated at one of the spots too large to belong here. However, as he turned his head, all memories vanished. A dragon. Qing was horrified. Yet in an instant, all thoughts faded away. He couldn't even remember that he had thought of a dragon. I too have this question. What does your ghost clan intend to do? Invading our human realm rampantly, and sealing off regions of the human world. The woman in black gauze spoke coldly. Zhuxi merely smiled. The woman in black gauze looked towards Qing for help, but internally, she sighed quietly. The past few days for Qing. To be precise, he had been practicing day and night in the tower for 20 days. His spirit was already exhausted. Even Han Yuan could tell. Even wearing a disguise, how could he evade the gazes of these powerful beings? The woman in black gauze felt both grateful and worried. She understood that this senior must have used a prophetic method, paying a heavy price to end up in such a dire state. It was highly likely that it was the reverse knowledge of the future from the 36 heavenly generals. This technique was difficult, and among cultivators in the world there were only a handful. Moreover, it involved stealing heavenly secrets with a terrifying price for each use. A powerful human had merely used it once, vaguely aware of the ghost clan's invasion, and ended up severely injured and unconscious ever since. Yet this senior had accurately foreseen August 15th. The cost was unimaginable. Though Qing's spirit was quite depleted, he noticed the woman in black gauze glancing at him several times. After some thought, he decided to inform her about the entrance to the ghost realm. He immediately stood up and said, "Follow me." He then gestured to Han Yuan, "You come along too." Han Yuan was taken aback, but quickly followed. The three had barely taken a few steps when it felt as though they had crossed a space and abruptly disappeared. The elder at the forefront squinted his eyes slightly and smiled. "Dear friends, do you recognize this senior?" The woman in the blood dress said, "With dozens of divine abilities at their disposal, this level of cultivation is among the best in the world, and with such a variety of divine powers, their courage is extremely terrifying, but I have never heard of them. Perhaps they have practiced the flying body trace technique." The flying body trace technique is one of the 36 heavenly general techniques, enabling one to exist outside the world, conceal themselves from the heavens, and wander among mountains and rivers. I sense the aura of turning stone into gold, and words become law from him. I wonder if I am mistaken. It should not be wrong. A massive figure spoke, his voice rumbling, with several heavenly general techniques at hand, and dozens of divine abilities, among which are several that are inherently incompatible. This senior's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. The figure in the mist joked, "Zhu, he seems to have used the reverse knowledge of the future technique, understanding your ghost clan's arrangements. Knowing your temperament, won't you kill him?" Zhu merely sneered. The figure in the mist grew more pleased. "Thus you also see that you dare not provoke a senior like this, right?" Ha ha. The short figure, resembling a child, looked around, his height barely level with the table, and his cultivation was too low, merely at the corpse level, incapable of participating in discussions among these great figures. On the other side, upon seeing Qing, the woman in black gauze deeply bowed. "Senior has suffered for our human race." "What?" Qing was puzzled. "Suffered? What kind of suffering?" Han Yuan remained silent. During the last 2 meetings of the 12 earthly branches, he had not spoken a word. Qing slowly said, "The entrance to the ghost realm is possibly at the Immortal Valley in Shiming City." Just these words caused the woman in black gauze and Han Yuan to freeze. The Taiping Dao should have many people in Shiming City. The arrangements for the ghost realm there involve their participation. Taiping Dao? Again with the Taiping Dao. The woman in black gauze exclaimed angrily. Suddenly realizing something, she once again bowed deeply to Qing. "Thank you, senior." Even Han Yuan, who had been silent, followed suit and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior." The woman wanted to ask what the price for this information was. But how could such a high-level being lack for anything? Ghost pearls, spirit stones, gold and silver. If he were lacking these, she would laugh herself to death. Qing felt a bit troubled. Why was this woman not understanding? It seemed she regarded herself as some senior expert. Seniors naturally had to maintain their prestige. Information is not free, do I have to ask? Qing could only speak vaguely. Oh. The woman suddenly realized. Gritting her teeth, she flipped her hand and produced 10 complete Jinkuan bags. Qinqing took them thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have dragon bones?" The woman was startled, glancing warily at the massive figure at the round table. She involuntarily whispered, "If the senior needs it, I will do my utmost to find it. At the next meeting, I will surely bring it for you." The three returned to the round table. Several people turned to look, sizing up Qinqing, who was meditating. After a while, the elder at the forefront said, "In the 12 earthly branches tower, everyone hides their depths, but this old man has one matter to discuss with the master of the time tower. May I speak privately?" Everyone fell silent. The elder sighed, "Well, the time is almost up. Please return, everyone. Looking forward to meeting again in half a month." The Tower of Time. Qinqing was somewhat stunned. He already knew that the demon suppression tower was not identical everywhere. For instance, Han Yuan's tower suppressed a ghost king, while his own tower held Zhong Kuei. Moreover, Han Yuan's tower could only contain 6 ghosts. It seemed that each tower had different capabilities. Could the Tower of Time, mentioned by the old man, refer to his own? The first layer was 15000 times slower than the real world. The second layer was the same as the real world. The third layer was 10 times faster. His demon suppression tower was very likely the Tower of Time, also known as the Time Tower. What about the others? Were there space towers, fire towers, water towers, and so on? He pondered and returned to his dormitory. The monkey and he Runsheng were likely in class, but unexpectedly Guxing was there. Guxing was in a daze, and upon noticing someone enter, he turned around with a blank expression. Seeing it was Qinqing, he suddenly rushed over, kneeling on the ground and banging his head. "Qinqing, illusion. Qinqing, I never want to see anyone die in front of me again. I want to become stronger. Can you help me find a ghost pet?" When Guxing raised his head, his face was covered with tears. Qinqing had seen such scenes far too many times. He wasn't moved, but he never expected Guxing to kneel and plead with him. Coincidentally, Qinqing was now at the spirit soul realm and could contract a third ghost pet. Even the last few low-quality ones in the demon suppression tower could be replaced. It was worth a shot. He nodded, saying, "Wait for me to call." Just as he was about to say phone, he remembered that using a mobile phone at the base was an exception. So he changed his words, "At 7 in the evening, wait for me at the entrance of Jiangpan Community." Qinqing wasn't wrong. He indeed needed to return to Jiangpan Community tonight. There was something very important. In his previous life, it was on this day that Chun Quan delivered the paper armor and paper knife. 2 pieces of paper armor and 2 paper knives. With these 4 items, Qinqing and Chun Man could survive until the 3rd blood moon. A single Y had been bottled up for many years. They surely had many reasons. But Qinqing still wanted to ask why. After thinking for a moment, he found the monkey. "At 7 tonight, wait for me at the entrance of Jiangpan Community. We are going to the Princess Ghost Domain." The monkey was startled, then overjoyed. All right, Brother Qing. He could contract 2 ghost pets and still had 1 slot available. Relying solely on one martial artist, he was already ranked among the top 3 newcomers. Though it was partly due to Qinqing's leniency, the monkey was confident that his own strength was among the top 5. The top 3 must be Qinqing, Zhou Yanqiao, and Ji Luo. Even though Zhou Yanqiao had a ghost pet of the evil ghost level, he was certain that Qinqing was stronger. 4th could be Chen Kuan or possibly himself. Only by competing would he know. It was still early. Qinqing returned to the dormitory. Everyone had gone to class, so he focused his mind and returned to the 3rd layer. He took out 10 bags and examined them one by one. Ghost orbs and spirit stones made up the majority, numbering over 1,000. There were also some spirit herbs, but he couldn't discern their effects. Upon opening, the mingling of ghost energy and spiritual energy was astonishing. All the ghost pets looked over, but of course they dared not do anything. After measuring with the ghost scale, he found that the strength of the ghost pets had increased. Qinqing focused his mind and summoned Zhong Kuei. All the ghost pets immediately knelt down, trembling. "Zhong Kuei, there's an extremely powerful ghost," he said. "I bet you can't subdue it." Zhong Kuei was furious. "A ghost? No ghost can ever be more powerful than this great master. Then would you dare to bet? Bet 5 ghost orbs." Zhong Kuei was overjoyed. "Let's bet. Let's make a deal." Qinqing made a deal with him. He mischievously smiled and said, "I'll call you using the faintest voice. You won't even hear it." Nonsense. Even the faintest voice can be heard by this great master. Zhong Kuei said this while already being somewhat wary. He probably would be on high alert for Qinqing's summons for the next few days. Perfect. Qinqing was just afraid that Zhong Kuei wouldn't hear him. Back in the real world, he said in an extremely soft voice, "Zhong Kuei." In the next second, Zhong Kuei's voice immediately appeared. "What's up? What's up? What's up?" Qinqing feigned shock. "I spoke so softly, yet you can still hear me." "Humph. Even if your voice is 10 times fainter, this great master can still hear it." After recalling Zhong Kuei, Qinqing muttered deliberately, "My goodness, this is too impressive. Ooh, I might lose this bet." In a certain void and chaotic place within the demon suppression tower, Zhong Kuei was overjoyed. Returning to the 3rd layer, Qinqing resumed cultivating the multi-treasure Dao lineage. With 8 portions of soul power advancing simultaneously, Qinqing was already controlling with all his might, yet he always found himself neglecting one side or the other. Time passed slowly. Soon it was afternoon. Qing had already been cultivating in the tower for 3 days. Master, you can absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, Huapi said. The method of absorption wasn't difficult, but just half a minute later Qing's eyes widened. He felt refreshed and invigorated. Why didn't you say this before? I thought everyone knew this. Qing shook his head. He left the base and arrived at Jiangpan Community. After Qing's budget significantly increased, there were many things to install, so the work was changed to 24-hour construction. Fortunately, the most time-consuming tasks had already been completed. The installation and configuration changes would only take 2 or 3 days. Though he had already notified the manager, Yang still specifically waited for Qing. Manager Yang, there's no need to be so polite. Not at all, Mr. Chun. Other companies would have someone watching the construction 24 hours a day. You arriving now shows the greatest trust in our company. Let me show you around. Not only Qing's home, but the entire building had been reinforced. The exterior was clean and tidy, and the hallways were completely renewed. After the renovations, the weight is very heavy, so we reinforced the load-bearing capacity of the lower floors. They initially disagreed, but when they said the renovations would be free for everyone, they agreed. Manager Yang whispered surveillance cameras were installed in the voice-controlled lights of each building. What are they surveilling for? Qing thought little of it, but since they were the professionals, he didn't argue. Reaching the 5th floor, Manager Yang pointed to room 503. This has already been purchased. Consider it your fire protection layer. Qing exclaimed, wow. Then let's reinforce this place too. Does it take long? The layout here is common. There are ready-made modules. 2 days is enough. On the 6th floor, it was no longer recognizable as his old rundown place. The entire wall had been replaced with frosted metal material. The door was incredibly thick. Knocking twice the sound was exceptionally muffled. The door has 2 layers, and inside it can be completely sealed using mechanical structures. Even if explosives are used, the first to collapse would be this building. Upon entering, Qing was even more satisfied. Firearms were everywhere. As per your instructions, we purchased 7 million worth of firearms and ammunition with a dedicated armory. The sofa is made of ironwood, normal use for 100 years without deformation, and the sofa covers use the latest self-cleaning fabric for normal use lasting 20 years with 20 spare sets. He introduced everything one by one. Qing simply said awesome. The house, originally 128 square meters and empty, was now filled to the brim, yet organized without feeling crowded. Arriving at the gym, the 21 square meter space had various fitness equipment neatly arranged. Each piece of equipment had been designed for efficiency, how any one could be disassembled and reassembled into another type. What caught Qing's attention the most were the 3 robots of varying heights standing nearby. When online, they have intermediate AI and can hardly be stumped by any questions. When offline, they have basic AI and can hold daily conversations without issue. The outer covering is made of a soft, skin-like material with 50 preset personalities. Qing. He looked them up and down. Their skin was soft, joints moved freely, and they spoke clearly and fluently. Overall, they were quite realistic, to the point that calling them human would not be an exaggeration. He couldn't help but sigh. Today's technology was indeed advanced. Then there was the entertainment room. The entire room was customized and storage was naturally no problem. For maintenance convenience, the handle, mouse, and keyboard are all the most common models, and they are all modular in design. Manager Yang opened a box. Inside are the replacement parts. With an intensity of 10 hours a day, it can last for 100 years. As for storage capacity, Mr. Chen mentioned an upgrade, last time reaching 150 PB. To be honest, despite our efforts, we only managed to install 61 PB. The contents are watched continuously for 24 hours, and it would take 4.0 years to finish them all. We have nearly gathered all the games available on the market, even localizing web games. Hardware is of utmost importance. We have the most durable version on the market, and we have equipped 10 sets of backup parts for each item. In short, everything is prepared with a standard of lasting for 100 years. Then they went to the electrical room. The diesel engine structure is not difficult, so in addition to 5 complete machines, there are also 20 backup machines. You can also replace it with a wood-burning engine kit. Anything that can burn, including household waste, can be used to generate electricity. Of course, the efficiency will be somewhat lower. In addition, there are various power generation devices, including solar panels covering the rooftop, wind power generation, and even a hand crank generator. The storage room is on the rooftop. Qing looked and immediately felt at ease. The rooftop space is about 600 square meters, extending even to the rooftops of neighboring houses. Surely there have been disturbances in between, but everything has been smoothed over. The largest area is occupied by the family farm, covering 300 square meters. The seed room is here. Using our recommended crops, it can produce about 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter per week. We recommend potatoes as the staple food, such as Qing Shu 9 EU with temperature and humidity properly controlled. The yield can reach 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizer in the soil is specifically configured by us, combined with organic fertilizer, which is essentially human waste, typically can be cycled around 300 times. Even with high-intensity planting, it can last for 50 years. Vegetables, fruits, and staple foods are planted together with a combined yield reaching 110 kilograms per day. After calculating, Qing was somewhat dazed. Manager Yang, did you calculate incorrectly? 110 kilograms every day. This is for low-intensity planting. If high-intensity planting is applied, it can double the yield. Then why do I need to buy so much food? Arriving at the storage room, Qin was instantly filled with a sense of security. The 110 square meter storage room is divided into 4 areas filled with canned goods. In terms of ideal limits, there are 400 cubic meters. Just eating cans one would consume half and throw away the other half. Qin Man and I could live 2 lifetimes. The entire rooftop is covered with solar panels, and the power generated in 8 hours is enough for normal use for a month. Awesome. Having money is truly delightful. The safe house is still under construction, not yet complete, but it has already satisfied Qin immensely. Bidding farewell to Manager Yang, Qin opened the door and waited quietly. Today Qin would come. He left behind a paper knife and paper armor. Staring at the doorway, his thoughts were restless, unable to settle. It felt as though that remarkably burly man could enter at any moment. Time seemed to have never passed so slowly. The scorching sun gradually turned gentle, while neighbors either chatted loudly or moved peacefully in and out of the community. In this life, Qin had been busy for so many things and had never sat down to waste time like this. It seemed that this afternoon time had become thick and sticky. But finally it slowly reached 6 o'clock. The figure he had been staring at the entrance of the community did not appear. In the next moment, Qin's body tensed up. He drew out the Kunwu sword. Inside the room, an unimaginable wave of spiritual energy appeared. He rushed over a few steps to take a look. In the living room, a tear in space had opened. A pitch-black rift. Surging spiritual energy poured out. 2 large hands, one above and one below, grasped at the edges of the rift, struggling to widen it. It was Qin's hands. The black rift slowly widened to the width of a palm, and Qin immediately saw Qin's weathered face. Elder brother. Qin was stunned, his usually unperturbed face fixed on Qin. He shouted, but his voice was blocked by something and could not be transmitted across. The rift squirmed, trying to repair itself. Qin silently roared, straining to tear it wider. Both of his huge hands were already covered in blood. Beside him, a hand threw a folded cardboard into the rift. Qin looked somewhat anxious and quickly withdrew his hand. He just quietly watched Qin. In those eyes, a multitude of emotions filled them. The rift rapidly repaired and disappeared along with Qin's gaze. Was this a spatial rift? Qin dared not act rashly. He just focused on remembering everything he saw. Only after the rift disappeared did Qin, somewhat dazed, pick up the cardboard. Carefully unfolding it, it was indeed the familiar paper armor and paper sword. Inside the paper armor, there was also a pile of powder which, judging by its shape, should be a piece of paper. Or rather, a letter. Father and elder brother are both in great difficulty. Qin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Sending this paper armor and paper sword, Qin must have paid an unimaginable price. They had never forgotten us. 2 pieces of paper armor and 2 paper swords as thin as normal paper seemed as if they could be torn in half with a gentle pull. But steeped in ghostly energy, they are first-rate weapons and armor. After being in a daze for a while, the phone rang. Qin, we are all at the entrance of the community. Have you arrived? Wait for me for 4 minutes. Qin told Manager Yang that construction could continue and arrived at the entrance of the community. The monkey Lone Star and he Runxing. The entire dormitory had come. Great God, please take me with you. He Runxing had come with the monkey. From now on, I will be the most loyal lackey of the great God, serving unconditionally. Absolutely won't hesitate to follow. Qin nodded. He Runxing drove over, saving them from taking a taxi. When they arrived at the Princess Ghost Realm, it was just getting dark. Have you all thought about what ghost pets you want? The warrior's attack power is completely sufficient. Oh, I lack a support-type ghost pet. If I'm lucky, I hope to get a hanging ghost. The last hanging ghost and the warrior's perfect cooperation have been on my mind for a long time. The monkey said, and most importantly, warriors are hard to find, but hanging ghosts are not too rare. If I'm lucky, I also want a warrior. He Runxing scratched his head, lacking confidence. Other types are fine too. Preferably at a higher level. Listen to Qin. Lone Star said. Qin nodded. He had advanced to the Essence Soul realm and could contract one more. But he did not lack ghost pets, holding a mindset of quality over quantity. The 4 entered the ghost realm, and with just 1 step, the lush green earth turned into a dim dark brown. In the thick fog, 2 toilet ghosts were eating something. Upon seeing people come, they immediately fled into the mist. A few people slowly moved forward. Compared to a few days ago, the concentration of ghostly energy had increased. I wonder what the outcome of the battle between that expert and the princess was. Qin pondered. Be careful. A long tongue suddenly shot out from a withered bush nearby, and Qin dodged to the side as the long tongue struck down, seeking death. With a thought, the martial figure appeared before him. With a gentle flick of the staff, the long tongue was deflected to the side. The martial figure successfully struck, spinning around, and with a whoosh, the staff heavily struck the long-tongued ghost. The long-tongued ghost crashed to the ground with the staff pressed against its neck. No matter how much the long-tongued ghost struggled, it remained as steady as a mountain. Guxing and he Runxing both looked on with great envy. Among the newcomers, the monkey's strength was only average, but with this martial figure, he was now firmly ranked in the top 5. Is anyone interested in the long-tongued ghost? After measuring, the ghostly energy was at 50, a level 5 wandering soul, quite suitable. But both Gu Xing and He Runqing shook their heads. As the ghostly energy increased, the density of the ghostly beings rose significantly. Strange sounds occasionally emanated from the thick fog, resembling wolf howls and cries. In just a moment, everyone spotted the next ghost. It was 2 starving ghosts. They were fighting over a large bird that was nearly rotting. This bird must have flown freely in the sky when alive, yet now it has become the meal of these starving ghosts. He Runqing sighed, his eyes slowly reddening. There are more and more ghosts. Will there come a day when they break through the ghost domain and reach the city? Will we end up like this bird? He Runqing wiped his tears. Qing wondered. Surprisingly, the monkey also wore a worried expression, sighing. Perhaps our mission as the Ghost Control Army is to perish at the hands of ghosts. Sigh. Saying this, his eyes also reddened. If I had known it would turn out this way, I might as well have gone with them. After all, I can't protect anyone. Gu Xing gritted his teeth, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. Not good. It was the Night Crier. Qing suddenly realized. The Night Crier is a high-level ghost that can amplify a person's negative emotions by dozens or hundreds of times. Once one succumbs to uncontrollable sobbing, there is basically no way to save them. They can cry themselves to death. Adults are somewhat better off, but infants are almost impossible to save. The most troublesome aspect is that no one has ever found the Night Crier. Run! With a thought, the martial figure appeared before him, grabbing 2 people and swiftly fleeing. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, Qing finally let them go. What? What happened, great deity? He Runqing asked, confusion filling his tear-filled eyes. There was likely a ghost nearby that could affect emotions, and if we don't leave soon, we might run into trouble. All 3 still had red eyes. They were now in a state of uncertainty. They were sure they hadn't been mentally controlled. They could remember their thoughts perfectly. But the sorrow came out of nowhere, and they were indeed being affected. Such a strange ghost. He Runqing cursed. Damn it, it's just a dead bird, yet there's so much fuss over it. Gu Xing and the monkey felt a bit awkward. Qing, however, was not surprised. He felt increasingly wary. They had unexpectedly encountered a high-level evil ghost. According to Han Yuan, the evil ghosts in the prince's tomb should have long been dealt with. Yet after the last suspicious presence of an evil spirit appeared, they now encountered another high-level evil ghost, suggesting something had gone awry. After some thought, he spoke truthfully. If I'm not mistaken, the ghost we just encountered was a high-level evil ghost. If we continue, we might be in danger. The 3 were stunned. The monkey squinted his eyes. Let's just deal with it. Gu Xing did not hesitate. Continue. He Runqing hesitated, but after a long while he also said, let's do it. The core area of the prince's tomb is too dangerous, and they could only look for opportunities around the perimeter. As long as they didn't encounter the princess, Qing was confident in his ability to protect himself with 3 high-level evil ghost pets. However, he had no confidence in keeping all 3 of them safe without exposing his strength. The monkey could definitely be trusted, but the other 2 were just ordinary roommates. Bang! Suddenly, a light knocking sound came from the depths of the fog. The bell ringer. Qing's expression changed. Run! Perhaps due to the distance, the bell ringer's voice did not affect the 4 of them. After a while, having moved far enough away, He Runqing asked, Great deity, what was that just now? The bell ringer, an evil ghost. That type of ghost was the one encountered last time during the cleansing of the No-Ghost Temple. The expressions of the 3 changed drastically upon hearing this. Although they hadn't participated, they had heard many stories of how terrifying this evil ghost was. Having encountered 2 high-level evil ghosts in a row, Qing sensed something was amiss. We can't go any further. He made a quick decision. The 3 were somewhat disappointed, but they naturally could not continue mindlessly forward. They fell silent as they turned back. However, as they walked, Qing's brow furrowed. Why have we been walking for so long? The monkey looked around and pointed at a low wall. It seems like we've been past here already. Looking at the ghost tracker, the directional function had long malfunctioned. Gu Xing picked up a stone and placed it on the wall before the 4 resumed their journey. Moments later, they encountered this low wall again. On the low wall, the stone Gu Xing placed had not changed at all. A ghost. Is it playing tricks? The evil ghost of the homebody, disordered courtyard. Qing's brow furrowed even more. Another high-level evil ghost. Homebody. Speaking of which, isn't Ji Luo's ghost a homebody? The monkey frowned. Qing shook his head. He naturally understood what the monkey meant. However, with Ji Luo's current soul power, he couldn't possibly control a high-level evil ghost pet. He had only heard of disordered courtyard. How could they encounter so many troublesome things in one night? Where's He Runqing? Gu Xing suddenly asked. The 3 were startled, suddenly feeling a chill down their spines. Right? Where was He Runqing? How could he have disappeared without a sound? Whoosh! Suddenly a blade swung down. Qing had been on guard and instinctively blocked with his knife. Be careful! Be careful! Blades kept coming from different directions. It turned out to be a team of soldier ghosts. Qing quickly summoned the martial figure. The monkey also summoned his martial figure. With 3 people and 2 ghosts, they managed to block the onslaught of blades. Only then did they see clearly. there were 5 soldier ghosts. Soldier ghosts were no match for the martial figures, but 5 of them together with their offensive and defensive strategies, perfectly coordinated, pressed the 3 and 2 ghosts back repeatedly. Qing's mind raced. Although there was thick fog here, it couldn't possibly be this dense. It was only at the moment of attack that he realized there were 5 soldier ghosts. Perhaps there were some means of concealment or invisibility at play. Clang, clang, clang. Qing had undergone training with the martial figure and could still cope, but Gu Xing and the monkey were in dire straits. Whoosh! A flash of a blade and Gu Xing's left arm was struck. Gu Xing. The monkey quickly deflected a soldier ghost in front of him and swung his knife to block the strike aimed at Gu Xing. But at the same time another blade struck. Abruptly this soldier ghost vanished from its spot. In its place was a ghost in white robes hanging by the neck. Before Qing, 2 white silks were tightly constricting a soldier ghost that was struggling madly. The martial figure naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. With one blow, it struck heavily on the soldier ghost's head. Clang! The helmet shook violently. The soldier ghost's body stiffened and Qing's kunwa knife slashed horizontally. The soldier ghost's head flew high. With one death, the coordination among the soldier ghosts weakened by half. Qing and the great martial figure isolated 3 soldier ghosts, and under the attacks of Gu Xing the monkey and the small martial figure, the head of the second soldier ghost was also chopped off. Then came the third. Qing asked, Gu Xing, do you want a soldier ghost? Yes. Gu Xing did not hesitate. Not everyone could touch the martial figure's soldier ghosts were already an excellent choice. Do you want both? Just one. The monkey was struggling. The soldier ghosts were not as powerful as martial figures, but they were indeed a good option. After a while he gave up. With a martial figure present, they lacked offense, but needed support. He measured the ghostly energy and left one with a reading of 61. The great martial figure and the small martial figure firmly held it down. Gu Xing stepped forward a few paces and began to cast the ghost contract technique. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 8th attempt, the contract was finally successful. Meanwhile, Qing silently switched the toilet ghost, gambling ghost, and spirit-eating ghost for 3 soldier ghosts, one being a 6-layer wandering soul, another a 5-layer, and the last a 4-layer wandering soul. The ghostly energy values of these 3 soldier ghosts were only 46, 55, and 61, quite weak, but they could raise the ghostly energy value of Zhong Kuei by about 80. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Qing, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Qing, am not good with words, but thank you. Come with me. Qing nodded. The monkey and Gu Xing immediately followed. The 3 arrived at the water's edge. This area used to engage in integrated agriculture with many ponds. After neglecting maintenance, either the embankments between the ponds were damaged, merging into one, or they turned into stagnant water, gradually drying up. There were splashes of water around the pond. In the dim night, it was difficult to spot even upon close inspection. Following the water trail, Qing twisted and turned. In just a minute, the scene opened up before him. He Runxing looked at Qing and the others in astonishment. You, a knife. He Runxing's left leg was severed at the knee. Gu Xing and the monkey's pupils constricted sharply. He Runxing screamed in horror, looking at his severed leg in disbelief. You. Why, oi? He Runxing's face turned pale. You dare. You. Blood dripped from the tip of the kunwu knife, creating ripples in the pond. Qing. Don't. I'll talk. He Runxing panicked. He never expected Qing to strike so heavily without a word. Even after nearly 10 days of brutal training, his understanding was still at the student level. The brutal reality of severing limbs was something he had never imagined. In his mind, merely bruising each other was already a significant grievance, but now he suddenly realized that Qing might actually kill. Ji Luo. It's Ji Luo. He told me to report everything to you. As long as I obey, he would give me a homebody ghost. Once my soul power was sufficient, he would help me promote the homebody ghost to disordered courtyard. Qing stepped forward with the knife, inching closer. On the narrow embankment, He Runxing's face was filled with terror. Disregarding the pain, he frantically crawled backward. Uncle G. Help! Still so inexperienced, yet so ruthless. Suddenly a voice said ominously. A middle-aged man stepped out from the space ahead, seemingly hidden behind a painting. He was robust with dark skin. He coldly looked at Qing. How did you see through disordered courtyard? How did he see through it? Sorry, I just have many ghost pets. Is it excessive to throw one into the pond? The water monkey had been following the 4 from a distance, and then quietly followed the straying, He Runxing, marking the path he took. Qing followed the markings and exited disordered courtyard. Disordered courtyard was actually manipulated by someone, like dividing a region into several puzzle pieces and constantly reassembling them. Of course, the piece he was in did not move, which is what is referred to as the array eye. Qing did not have the habit of sharing his heart with enemies, smiling calmly, because you left the biggest flaw. Qing pointed to the sky above the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man instinctively looked up. Whoosh! A shadow shot out of the water like an arrow. With a swoosh, it plunged into the other side of the pond, and the middle-aged man had vanished. Gu Xing and the monkey were both taken aback. Be careful! In the pond, the middle-aged man was entangled by the water monkey's long tail pressed firmly to the bottom. The water monkey's limbs were not idle either, attacking with its claws, stabbing at the middle-aged man's neck and chest. A large amount of blood spurted out even under the dim sky. It was vaguely visible. Bubbles kept rising. The middle-aged man was thrashing violently at the bottom of the water. Gradually, the movements became smaller and smaller, until finally he completely died at the bottom of the pond. Runshing felt a chill all over. In his eyes, Uncle Ji was a master on par with Han Yuan. Yet he was so easily trapped by Chen Qing in this pond. You. Chen Qing. We are classmates. We are peers. I was just momentarily confused. You. The monkey and Gu Xing watched this scene, filled with dread. Yes. That disordered courtyard is right here. Here. Monkey Gu Xing, keep an eye on him. Chen Qing took a few steps forward, and the scene before him changed again. Ahead, a white weasel was fleeing at high speed. However, the owner's death brought terrible weakness. It was not running fast. Is this disordered courtyard? With a thought, the fur zombie and the hanging ghost appeared before him. The fur zombie's large hand had already lifted high toward the hanging ghost. The next second, the hanging ghost, which was being strangled by white silk, abruptly vanished, revealing a frantically struggling white weasel. The fur zombie's large hand came crashing down. Bang! It was like smashing a watermelon. The brain matter of the white weasel splattered everywhere, controlling the four-layer wandering soul soldier ghost to explode, creating space for disordered courtyard. Chen Qing slowly returned to the three. Runsheng's face was pale, already on the verge of shock from blood loss. Chen Qing, how do you plan to deal with him? Gu Xing asked, but he actually already had an answer in his heart. Chen Qing smiled, putting an arm around the two, stepping out of the pond's range. Let's not talk about such unpleasant topics. Simultaneously with a thought, the embroidering girl appeared by the pond, walking toward Runsheng with a light laugh. Chen Qing gave her an instruction: sew a human skin wedding dress. Both the monkey and Gu Xing fell silent. Recalling the events surrounding Chen Qing tonight, a sense of dread filled his heart. A powerful being capable of controlling wanting. To think he perished so frivolously. He merely followed the direction indicated by Chen Qing, glanced at the sky, and then he was dead. Chen Qing, can you not kill him? Gu Xing's face turned slightly pale. Chen Qing smiled, his expression unchanged, still the quiet and gentle youth he always was. Gu Xing, have you ever considered what would have happened if I hadn't killed that person named Ji tonight? What would have happened? Gu Xing fell silent. He wanted to argue against the terrifying suspicion in his heart, but silence was all he could muster. Chen Qing, I've admired you since childhood. From today onward, I admire you even more. The monkey cursed. Damn it, from now on, whatever you say, we'll do it. We have nothing more to discuss. Chen Qing smiled as he looked at Gu Xing. Gu Xing trembled slightly. I won't tell anyone. Ha ha ha. Chen Qing laughed. Don't make it sound like I'm going to kill to silence witnesses. Let's just go about our business. Gu Xing looked at Chen Qing, still the gentle youth. He could hardly imagine that just moments ago he had killed two people. The ghost pet that just emerged from the water, is it also yours? Chen Qing knew what he wanted to ask, and nodded. I've been in the Jingpa realm for a while now. For a while. Now, Gu Xing murmured. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanxiao, and Ji Luo were recognized as geniuses among the newcomers. But he suddenly realized that the person before him seemed to be the ultimate beast hidden among them. You all continue chatting, I'll be right back. Looking at Chen Qing's departing figure, Gu Xing stiffly smiled. Did you say that ghosts and soldier ghosts work better together? I'd also quite like a hanging ghost. But it seems like you need some luck to encounter such a ghost. The usually silent Gu Xing kept searching for words. Perhaps he didn't even realize that he didn't want his mind to stop. He didn't want to nor dared to think about the fate of Runsheng by the pond. The embroidered girl smiled as she displayed a blood-soaked skin, which vaguely resembled a vest. Chen Qing nodded, a thought summoning wanting. A white weasel appeared. The ghost meter read 401. Fourfold evil ghost. Currently, he had 5 evil ghosts under his command, 2 fourfold evil ghosts Huapi 527 and Wanting 401. 1 threefold evil ghost Maojiang 336. 2 one-fold evil ghosts Beiyujing 147 and Shuihuzi 123. 4 nine-fold wandering spirits Xiuhua Girl 100, Shower Ghost 97, Wufu 92, and Hanging Ghost 81. 7-fold and 6-fold wandering spirits Bingwei 71 and Bingwei 61. 1 5-fold wandering spirit Bingwei 55. 1 newly born wandering spirit Fengwei 9. Beiyujing, which was originally similar to Huapi, was rendered powerless by Zhongkue. Now it still had no combat capability. In the battle with Youbei, the hanging ghost and Wufu were severely injured, but they had mostly recovered now. The Xiuhua girl, having just donned a warm human skin wedding dress, was on the verge of advancement, but she likely still needed some time. Overall, aside from Beiyujing and the hanging ghost, all had gained a bit. Only Fengwei showed a uniquely weak presence. Zhongkuei's ghost energy value was half of the total of the 12 ghosts in the demon suppression tower, meaning it reached around 780. An extraordinarily absurd S-level wandering spirit. Knowing that Zhong Kuei was currently focused on waiting for his summoning, Chen Qing naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity out of curiosity about his ghost energy value. Regaining his focus, he looked at Luan Ting. Can you understand me? Luan Ting nodded. Can you speak? Luan Ting shook his head. Chen Qing frowned. He had no patience for indirect questioning. This kind of task was better left to Huapi. He then put away the ghost pets and returned to the monkey and Guxing, saying, let's go. The numerous ghosts they had encountered today were likely the doing of Luan Ting, and the danger should be minimal now. Chen Qing contemplated the suitable ghost type for the monkey. In truth, he hoped to encounter a chuang. Ideally a tiger chuang, one that assists tigers. Like the Chigu chuang is a broad category. Chigu includes various types like wine ghosts, gambling ghosts, and stingy ghosts. Chuang also has numerous forms. The most common are tiger chuang and bei, partners in crime. Generally after possession, both the possessed and the chuang would greatly increase in power. In this way, the monkey would have the ability to protect itself in the apocalypse. Moreover, the Xiuhua girl would be a perfect match, though far too rare to expect. Calculating everything, the optimal choice still remained the hanging ghost. The three of them held knives and proceeded slowly. Soon they heard a series of chanting sounds. Upon closer inspection, it was a Buddhist scripture. A monk ghost. Cautiously approaching, they encountered a severely decayed monk. With hands clasped, one hand was reduced to mere bones. His cheeks had rotted away, revealing his tongue within. As he chanted, everyone felt dizzy. But that was all. It's just a one-fold wandering spirit. Oh, let's go. The three continued forward. Time passed slowly. Although they encountered many ghosts, none were quite suitable. They did come across a five-fold wandering spirit hanging ghost, but with two of them being too low in level and Chen Qing already having one, they let it go. The three sat by a tree eating compressed biscuits. Having encountered a hanging ghost once proves they aren't too hard to find, and we can definitely find more. The monkey seemed to be either motivating himself or comforting himself. Just as they were talking, Chen Qing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he lunged forward as a blade of light grazed his back, sliding down to his butt. With Huapi protecting him, he was naturally unharmed. Yet it left him drenched in cold sweat. The hanging ghost and Wufu immediately appeared, with the hanging ghost about to unleash its skills, then suddenly paused. It disappeared. No, we can't let this thing escape. Chen Qing's eyes turned cold. Luan Ting. In the next moment, the white weasel appeared. Shower ghost. A plump child wearing a belly band and bare-bottomed also appeared. In a childish voice, he said, Mama love. The monkey and Guxing's expressions immediately became somewhat dazed as they recalled their mother's embrace, the warm sunlight. Luan Ting was controlling the nearby space, rapidly restructuring and cycling. Within a radius of 100 meters, one could only enter, not exit. What an absurd ability. Chen Qing stared blankly. The position they stood in was naturally the eye of the formation. From here, the surrounding space seemed to have been sliced into cube-sized chunks. Chen Qing saw it. A pure black figure emerged from the shadow of a tree, trying to jump into the shadow of another tree, but abruptly crashed into a wall. Hanging ghost. The white silk of the hanging ghost gently draped over a tree. Its figure vanished, but within the silk, a completely black silhouette was struggling frantically. Chen Qing frowned. What's this thing? Where are its eyes? Its nose? It looked as if it was coated in a reflective material so dark that nothing could be discerned. He put away Luan Ting and the shower ghost. The monkey and Guxing woke up. The two immediately saw the black ghost hanging. What is this? It might be an assassin. I've only heard of them, but never seen one. Guxing's eyes suddenly brightened. Great deity, can you give it to me? It probably won't match with your Bingui. It's fine. It's definitely fine. I just want this. Chen Qing pondered. The monkey looked at the fervent Guxing. Hey Guxing, if this thing were to be sold, how much do you think it would fetch? Guxing froze, suddenly realizing that his words were quite inappropriate. After a moment of silence, he looked at Chen Qing. Great deity, I'll write you an IOU for 10 million. I don't need money. Guxing fell silent again, then solemnly said, Great deity, I will follow you from now on. As long as I can manage it, I won't refuse. Chen Qing looked at him and smiled. You said it. After testing the ghost energy value, it was 57, a five-fold wandering spirit, just right. At that moment, the hanging ghost controlled it to prevent it from moving wildly, and Guxing repeatedly made the contract. Just as his soul power was about to deplete, he finally succeeded in the contract. Indeed, it's an assassin. Assassins seemed to suit the personality of Guxing quite well. Neither of them asked why they had just fallen into an illusion. Perhaps it was related to Chen Qing, but that doesn't make sense. Chen Qing's hanging ghost and warrior are well known, but tonight they discovered he also has a drowning ghost. That makes 3 already. There couldn't possibly be a 4th one, right? That wouldn't make sense. As for the ghost in the water, it's not a swimming soul-level drowning ghost, but an evil ghost-level water monkey, something neither of them would have thought of. They both thought highly of Chen Qing, but in reality Chen Qing was far beyond their expectations. Do you think you can defeat Chen Kuan? The monkey asked. Guxing pondered for a moment and nodded earnestly. I have an 80% chance of winning. If it's a life-and-death battle, I will definitely kill him. I envy you. The monkey considered, and then looked at Qin. Qin, can you defeat Zhou Yanqiao and Ji Luo? Of course I can win. Qin smiled. All the newcomers combined wouldn't be enough to compete with me. The monkey was stunned. What the hell? You're overestimating yourself. Yet Gu Xing's pupils slightly constricted. He didn't think Qin was bragging, but it was just too outrageous. Ignoring them, Qin signaled for the two to be quiet. They immediately stopped gripping their kunwa knives tightly. Not far away, a monster appeared. No words could describe this thing. It could only be called a monster. Enormous. Standing over 4 meters tall, nearly spherical in shape. This thing was stitched together from countless severed limbs and broken bodies. Most of it consisted of human organs, hands and feet. It also had deer heads, horse hooves, and so on. Its 5 legs supported it as it moved slowly while dozens of hands on its body constantly grabbed and released. What the hell? The monkey shivered all over. Meanwhile, as the three stared in shock, a large dog was running around this thing. The big dog had 2 heads, one of which was biting a large piece of rotten flesh, while the other head was frantically tearing and grabbing, dragging a trail of black, sticky saliva. Then came the second, third, fourth. Retreat, Qin whispered. The 3 moved cautiously, slowly retreating to the shade of the trees. The 3 did not act rashly, instinctively hiding behind the trees where the dense bushes seemed unlikely to expose them. Who? Heh. Tongue. 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 The low growls of the pack of dogs, their mutual biting, and the footsteps of that massive monster. With every step the ground trembled slightly. The monkey suddenly gently tapped Qin. Qin poked his head out, and through the bushes his eyes widened. In the dog pack, there was a tall figure over 2 meters high. Not just tall, but fat, with a massive belly almost resting on his knees. He had 3 hands, with one small hand on his neck holding a bundle of iron chains, and his left hand secured 4 massive chains to the 2 giant dogs. In his right hand, he wielded a butcher's knife that was a foot long. This ghost exuded a dreadful stench of blood detectable even from dozens of meters away. That's a butcher. Qin was immediately shocked. A butcher. A super powerful ghost type. Its strength was nearly unmatched among the swimming soul level. The ghost's level. 55. 5-fold swimming soul, perfect for the monkey's contract. This is it. Qin was overjoyed. With such a strong ghost type, he no longer needed it, since he already had an evil ghost level Maodang. But for the monkey, this was an excellent choice. He had already made up his mind, but did not act hastily. Because in his impression, butchers did not have dogs. Where did these dogs and that huge monster come from? The enormous monster stopped moving. The dogs and the butcher also halted. It seemed to be waiting for someone. After a while, a 3-headed dog appeared about the size of a horse. The 2 heads on the sides were biting and barking at each other. The middle head seemed dead, eyes closed. Surprisingly, a person, or a ghost, was riding on the 3-headed dog. This person was incredibly thin with bright eyes and white hair. Master, that's a coroner. Huapi immediately became excited. Coroner, master. Coroner. The coroner, an ancient forensic expert who examined injuries, traces, and dissected corpses. Did he create all these ghostly creatures? It seems so. The coroner's abilities are strange. They might be comparable to mine. I hope the master can take him in. Huapi spoke very seriously. Qin had no objections to taking in the coroner. Only one question: the other party seemed very strong. Master, the coroner is evil ghost level, while his swimming soul level is called a doctor. Hearing this, Qin could no longer sit still. A healer. Their team was currently lacking a healer. This one must be captured. As Qin silently contemplated, something suddenly dripped onto his shoulder. Reflexively looking up, he saw a human face. It was a monster with a human head and lizard body. It was stuck to the tree, watching the 3 with saliva dripping. Bang! The warrior swung his long staff. It pierced through the creature's body, pinning it to the tree. The monster cried out like a human. Attack! Qin shouted. The 2 were startled. Turning their heads to see the monster on the tree, they knew their location was exposed and sprang into action. The monkey's warrior, Gu Xing's assassin and soldier ghost. The embroidered girl appeared first. Then came the Maodang. Chaos, along with 3 soldier ghosts. Both the monkey and Gu Xing were stunned. Hanging ghost warrior, drowning ghost Maodang, white weasel, and 3 soldier ghosts. Qin has 8 ghost pets. But at this moment, there was no time to think carefully as the melee erupted. Be careful of the butcher. The embroidered girl made a gesture as if sewing with invisible needles, her fair hands slightly piercing. A 2-headed dog jumped up with its tail between its legs, but its body was pierced by something seemingly pinned in midair. The Maodang stepped forward, delivering a heavy palm strike. Bang! The 2-headed dog's head exploded. It collapsed to the ground. The coroner looked over, and a pair of slender long knives appeared in his hands, cutting through the air. The soldier ghost, rushing forward, had its legs sliced into pieces, losing balance, and crashing to the ground along with several smooth-cut pieces. The sight sent chills down the spines of the 3. At this moment, the butcher suddenly threw an iron chain. As soon as the chain was thrown, it vanished eerily. Almost simultaneously, an iron chain appeared on one of Qin's soldier ghosts, tightening instantly, and causing the soldier ghost's body to creak. Hoo ha 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 ha. The butcher laughed wildly, making a pulling gesture with his huge hands, and the struggling soldier ghost was instantly dragged over, plowing a chaotic path on the ground. Heh. Huh. The barking of dogs erupted as two soldier ghosts and two warriors barely held their ground. The coroner raised his small knife again. But suddenly a shadow leaped out, stabbing directly at the coroner's face. The coroner, caught off guard, was stabbed in the mouth, exposing his jaw and revealing his yellow teeth. The coroner was alarmed. Along with the three-headed dog, he stepped back a few paces. The shadow jumped into the darkness, disappearing. Chen was overjoyed. As long as he could hold off the most troublesome coroner, the other ghosts could handle the rest. At this moment, the Maodang stepped forward, grabbing the soldier ghost being dragged away. The butcher's wild laughter abruptly stopped. The butcher was an invincible presence at the same level of power. The Maodang was also one of the top existences at the same level. However, the Maodang was an evil ghost level. The butcher's body was dragged heavily forward, taking a step. With a bang, dust flew everywhere. The Maodang tried to grab the invisible chain, but could not catch it. This chain in the void seemed to have no substance. The Maodang could only grab the soldier ghost bound by the iron chain, pulling it back. The butcher's body was once again pulled forward, staggering as it nearly fell. Meanwhile, the great warrior swung his staff, each strike perfectly hitting the vital points of the two-headed dogs. For instance, the waist, the neck, and the, if it were an ordinary dog, such strikes would leave it gravely injured if not dead. But these two-headed dogs seemed to have significantly dulled senses, falling back with a whimper only to rejoin the battle. The warriors' martial skills were terrifying, especially when the large and small warriors teamed up their dual staffs, slicing through the air, nearly impossible for anything to slip through. The small warrior lifted one of the two-headed dogs, sending it flying toward the great warrior, who met it with a heavy blow. Whoosh, bang. The two-headed dog's head shattered. Only one skin remained intact. Chen kept a vigilant eye on the giant stitched monster, but it moved slowly and seemed harmless. The coroner was already entangled by the assassin, who had no intention of killing him. However, as soon as the coroner raised his small knife, the assassin would suddenly reappear. At this moment, the Maodang had reached the butcher. The butcher let out a wild laugh. Ha. Ha 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 ha. The massive butcher's knife came crashing down, directly striking the Maodang's head. Clang. Sparks flew. Several coarse hairs were severed, dropping to the ground like iron wires. The butcher's knife was deflected. The Maodang swayed slightly, but quickly steadied itself, raising its hand high. Don't kill it, Chen hurriedly said. Perhaps in terms of strength, the butcher could barely compete with the Maodang, but with the butcher's defense, he absolutely wouldn't survive the Maodang's strike. The butcher was meant for the monkey. The embroidered girl made her move, invisible needles piercing into the butcher's body. Meanwhile, the Maodang had tightly latched onto the butcher, but the butcher still had a hand on his neck. That hand heavily struck the Maodang's face, seemingly poking into its eye. How formidable was the Maodang's defense? Even the eyeball was incredibly hard, but it was certainly painful. At that moment, the Maodang roared in anger, biting down on that hand, twisting its head to tear it off and throw it aside. The coroner finally sensed something was wrong. Clenching his legs, the three-headed dog beneath him howled and tried to escape. At that moment, the hanging ghost appeared. In the next moment, the hanging ghost suddenly vanished, leaving only a white silk which was wrapped around the astonished coroner. Before he could struggle, the warrior's long staff, the two soldiers' knives, along with Chen kunwen knife, all plunged into the coroner's body. The coroner was momentarily dazed, then struggled violently with the cut wounds, healing rapidly, as if a zipper was closing. The coroner's hands drooped stiffly at his sides, but as he flipped the small knife in his hand, one side of the white silk suddenly snapped. If they couldn't even hold down a coroner who was bound, then Chen wouldn't need to bother. With a cold laugh, the kunwen knife flashed with cold light. The coroner's head flew off. The head landed heavily on the ground, still moving its mouth, eyes flashing wildly. Still not willing to die, eh? Chen laughed. The kunwen knife swung wildly, sending bones and flesh flying everywhere. The coroner finally died. Help me. At this moment, the hanging ghost sat on the three-headed dog, quickly fleeing. Without a mournful cry, it sped away, looking remarkably graceful. Chen was taken aback. This guy could actually talk. The assassin, who had been hiding in the shadow of the three-headed dog, suddenly leaped up, pouncing on the hanging ghost. The two rolled over several times before coming to a stop. All the other two-headed dogs fled in panic, even the one with a shattered head. But their movements were very uncoordinated, like they had polio. Ooh, huh, let go, let go. The entire scene fell silent, leaving only the butcher locked down by the Maodang shouting and the enormous stitched monster still stomping around. At this moment, the stitched monster was pacing in place, slowly turning around. Monkey or butcher, come and claim him. The monkey finally understood that Chen had caught the butcher for him, momentarily stunned before bursting into joy. The butcher was incredibly powerful, with unparalleled strength. What was rare was that his control was also terrifying. Have you ever heard of a chain in the void? On the other side, the assassin with long hair covering his face returned with the sickly, hanging ghost to the group. The hanging ghost seemed unable to walk. Upon its return, a piece of white silk pulled it back, and another piece was broken. The hanging ghost held the broken white silk, feeling somewhat awkward. It seemed strange to be hanging on one side, as it was used to being suspended by two pieces. Although they couldn't see his face, Qin could sense he was sulking. Not wasting any words, he summoned him back. The monkey had already begun the ghost contract ritual. Once, twice, 3 times. Ha 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 ha. Not doing it. Not doing it. The butcher laughed wildly. Soon the contract attempts reached 23 times, and the monkey's face turned pale, nearly collapsing. His soul power was completely drained. Meanwhile, the butcher was also rolling his eyes, clearly on the verge of collapse. Qin pulled out a spirit stone, and after the monkey absorbed it, he was instantly revitalized. After a dozen more attempts, the butcher finally yielded. Qin sighed in relief. This mission was a great success. With a thought, the coroner appeared. Qin pointed at the butcher. Fix his hand. The coroner was still somewhat dazed, but after a while finally understood the situation. Without saying much, he walked over to pick up the butcher's third hand, placing it against the butcher's neck, and his hands moved swiftly, causing the flesh to merge together and heal rapidly. The butcher moved around, feeling agile. Ha 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 ha. Qin was also delighted. The team had been lacking a doctor, and they finally had one. The ghost level indicated the coroner. 665. Wow, a 6-fold evil ghost. Gu Xing gazed at all of this, his heart filled only with shock. Everything had surpassed his understanding. Tonight Qin had summoned 7, or was it 8 ghosts? Even those at the pinnacle of humanity couldn't achieve this. At this moment he finally understood that Qin's words, "No group of newcomers can defeat me," were not a joke. Indeed, they would not be Qin's match even if united. It was no longer on the same level. Wuzwa, what is that big monster for? Master, that is the collection of corpses gathered by the little one used to create a Cerberus. This is impressive. Transporting materials while allowing them to move on their own. What is the middle head of your 3-headed dog used for? In response, Master, I have always wanted to grant that middle head some minor abilities, but I have yet to succeed. Qin was somewhat astonished. He felt that if he continued like this, he might well be able to summon a massive wave of ghosts. Can you summon those 2-headed dogs? Cerberus. It should be possible. Wuzwa raised 2 small knives resembling chopsticks, and they scraped against each other. Soon 4 Cerberus and 1 3-headed dog appeared before them. Qin nodded and stored them all away, including the Cerberus and the 3-headed dog. This was all done within the realm of the chaotic court. Wuzwa should keep a low profile. Qin appeared in a flash, saying, Gu Xing, I do not wish for others to know my matters. Qin smiled, still wearing that gentle expression. But Gu Xing felt a chill in his heart. He solemnly declared, Qin, I will follow you. All right, then I appoint you as my golden knife, Prince No, my knife-wielding bodyguard. Qin laughed. As for the monkey, Qin said nothing. There was no need to. In this life, only 5 people would not disappoint him: Qin Man, Uncle Xia, the monkey Qin Shan, and Qin Quan. The monkey was somewhat excited. Qin, shall we find a few ghosts to practice with? Qin nodded. He reminded, without me, do not come out. The strengths of warriors and butchers are considerable, but some ghosts are quite tricky. I am not too afraid of the physical level now, but I still cannot deal with the magical level. That is the idea, Qin replied. Hurry and cultivate your soul power. As long as your soul power is sufficient, warriors can be promoted to the evil ghost level at any time. Wow. Qinggu. No Qingshu. Qingyi. The monkey was overjoyed. With the strength of a warrior, promotion would undoubtedly be incredibly difficult, and if promotion succeeded, it was simply unimaginable. At that time, no, with just a warrior and a butcher, even against Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo, he would have confidence. The various ghost promotions had all sorts of strange spiritual guides. The evil ghost level of a warrior is called a martial champion, and the spiritual guide is the emperor's decree. Any oral decree, handwritten edict, or royal command would suffice. Qin held 3 edicts for promoting martial champions. The 3rd level of the demon suppression tower allows ghost pets to grow quickly, but if the monkey's soul power is low, the ghost pets will backlash. They could only take it slow. The 3 of them continued on, and soon encountered several skeletons. Contrary to the expected pale appearance, their bones were yellow, and there was quite a bit of rotten flesh hanging from them. The monkey summoned the butcher first. The small hand around the butcher's neck threw out chains, and in the next moment the chains appeared on the skeleton. The skeleton was bound, making crackling sounds as it continuously shed small fragments of bone. Ha ha ha. The butcher laughed loudly, his fat tongue licking his lips, continuously pulling back with both hands. The skeleton was swiftly dragged back, and with a single blow the butcher cleaved down from its crown to its pelvis. Wow, wow, wow. A man like a mad dog. The monkey was overjoyed. The warrior was already quite abnormal, but the strength of this butcher was even higher than that of the warrior. And Gu Xing was also experimenting with the assassin's attack methods. As long as there is shadow, the assassin can become invisible. Although the attack power is still somewhat low, if utilized properly, it could yield unexpected results. Moments later, 5 skeletons became nothing more than sticks. Gu Xing felt somewhat dazed. Before tonight, facing 5 skeletons would have certainly resulted in dire consequences. But within just a few hours, he could easily kill these skeletons. All of this was due to Qin. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. A familiar, eerie voice suddenly rang out. Qin was both surprised and delighted. With a thought, the chaotic cord appeared, and the space in front of him rapidly restructured, isolating Gu Xing from the monkey's line of sight. Jin Buhuan was still carrying a large bag filled to the brim with gold ingots. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan hopped and jumped towards a bone stick. Chen Qing no longer hesitated. Zhong Kuei, the long-waiting Zhong Kuei, immediately appeared. His eyes. No, his left eye immediately turned towards Jin Buhuan. Hey, Jin Buhuan. Huh. No wonder you little rascal don't believe this great immortal. You are indeed quite tricky. But who am I? How could I be stumped by this old man? Hey. Zhong Kuei formed a sword shape with his index and middle fingers pointing at Jin Buhuan. But Jin Buhuan's body merely paused slightly, continuing to hop towards the bone stick. Zhong Kuei frowned. This guy had an expression as if he was mastering everything, but this time, he revealed such a look. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan was still advancing. Got it. Zhong Kuei clapped his hands together. Jin Buhuan kept moving forward, but the ground beneath it kept rolling like a treadmill. It looked as though Jin Buhuan wasn't moving at all. Huh. Let me show you this great immortal's methods. Quickly contracted. Chen Qing hesitated. The cost of the black prison contracting ghost technique was terrifying. If it failed, it meant death. What if it refuses? What am I afraid of? This great immortal will follow you in, right? How could I have forgotten this? Without further hesitation, he cast the black prison contracting ghost technique. A pitch-black space instantly enveloped him and Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan continued hopping with its target fixated on that bone stick. A black circular ring appeared above Chen Qing's head, slowly enveloping Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan did not evade, and the ring smoothly entered its head. It worked. Chen Qing was overjoyed. With a thought, Jin Buhuan swiftly entered Chen Qing's head. It really worked. A bet is a bet if out with the money, out with the money, out with the money. Zhong Kuei laughed. Chen Qing was quite satisfied taking out 10 ghost orbs for Zhong Kuei, but his face still showed reluctance. I concede. I didn't expect you to be this powerful. Zhong Kuei was extremely pleased, turning his back and laughing until his body shook. The ghost meter pointed at Jin Buhuan. 788. Sevenfold evil ghost. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Thinking of something, he pointed the ghost meter at Zhong Kuei. 1,000. 999. 1,000. 999. The values fluctuated continuously, but they stabilized around 1,000. Below the ghost meter were 3 striking letters: SS level wandering soul. Extremely dangerous. Clearly Zhong Kuei fully deserves this evaluation. 1,000. Logically, he should already be at the level of an evil spirit, yet this fellow is still a wandering soul. Chen Qing found this utterly ridiculous. While secretly feeling pleased, he also felt a bit of a headache. Chen Qing was unaware of the spiritual essence required for the coroner's advancement, nor did he even know the name of his evil spirit, but he felt that with some effort it might be achievable. But what about Zhong Kuei? Can this fellow advance? It's impossible for him to remain at the wandering soul level for a lifetime, right? Currently, he has 7 evil spirits under his command: 7-fold evil spirit Jin Buan, 788. 6-fold evil spirit Corner, 665. 5-fold evil spirit Painted Skin, 527. 4-fold evil spirit Chaotic Court, 401. 3-fold evil spirit Hair Zombie, 336. 1-fold evil spirit Bone Demon, 147. Water Monkey, 123. There are 7 wandering souls: SS level wandering soul Zhong Kuei. 10-fold wandering soul Embroidered Girl, 100. 9-fold wandering soul Child Ghost, 97. Warrior, 92. 8-fold wandering soul Hanged Ghost, 81. 7-fold wandering soul Soldier Ghost, 71. 6-fold wandering soul Soldier Ghost, 61. 1-fold wandering soul Mad Ghost, 11. The Mad Ghost, Chen Qing thought about it, did not dare to change, because this was the first ghost pet in the Demon Suppression Tower. After Zhong Kuei appeared, he was also mad. His appearance was nothing short of a copy-paste. Thus Chen Qing had a conjecture: could Zhong Kuei be formed based on the first ghost pet of the Demon Suppression Tower? If that's the case, what would happen if he replaced the Mad Ghost, and Zhong Kuei followed suit? Therefore Chen Qing would rather waste a spot than dare to remove the Mad Ghost. After all, having one more doesn't make a difference, and having one less is also inconsequential. Moreover, it is also progressing right. The ghost energy value rose from 9 to 11. In proportion, it's even a rise across the entire tower. Painted Skin. At your service. Jin Buhuan's skill. What was it called again? One of the 36 celestial powers, the ability to turn stone into gold. Does it mean that if directed at a living being it can form a golden body again? Painted Skin froze for a moment. This servant does not know. But it might be possible. Then, what if the target of turning stone into gold is that big meatball from today? What would happen? Painted Skin opened her mouth. That big meatball is practically a house. If that could become a golden body, it's simply unimaginable. Just sitting next to it, one's cultivation could rise rapidly. Let's go back and try. With an idea in mind, he looked outside where the Lone Star and the monkey were anxiously pacing around. They naturally heard the strange Jin Buan. fearing that Qin might encounter some danger. They wanted to rescue him. However, due to the complexities of the chaotic court domain and the continuous changes within it, they couldn't find their way out. "I'm fine, I'll be out shortly," Qin called out. The two were taken aback and finally felt relieved. Qin took out 2 flying horses and 3 tomb-guarding beasts. 2 blood-red flying horses with wings. 3 tomb-guarding beasts, one resembling a lion and a dog, one with a human head and a lion's body, and one with goat horns and a black panther. Here the concentration of ghost energy should be enough for these to awaken, albeit taking a bit longer. "Qin, are you okay?" The monkey shouted again. "I'm fine, luck is good, stumbled upon some good stuff, have to stay for a couple of hours." After asking the coroner to keep an eye on this, Qin approached the two. He casually sat cross-legged. The monkey immediately asked, "What kind of good luck?" After thinking it shouldn't be a secret that artifacts can awaken now, I discovered that it seems that artifacts infused with ghost energy can awaken. If you have artifacts at home or can obtain some, you might want to give it a try. The monkey pondered. "By the way, monkey, how's the safe house you're building?" "I've been locked in the base for training, it should be done soon." Qin nodded. He had originally prepared to bring the monkey's family down to the floor below. After all, Manager Yang had purchased the house on the 5th floor, and combined with the rooftop layer, it has become a 3-story safe house. The total area is close to 900 square meters. "Lone Star, what about you? What was your original name?" "I don't want to mention that name." Lone Star shook his head. Normal people might think of the phrase heavenly calamity. Lone Star, seeing that he didn't want to mention it, the two didn't press further. They then talked about many childhood stories. "I remember when we were fishing, did your dad hit you that time?" Qin laughed and said, I said I saw something huge in the water, and you didn't believe me. Looking back now, it might have been a drowned ghost. You smiling like that gives me chills. By the way, Lu Yanhong, remember her? That damn woman really is something. A few days ago, I heard she stole materials from my family's safe house and was caught red-handed by my mom, yet she still scratched my mom. And Hongya, that punch was deafening. Someone in our high school had renal failure, and that idiot's mother came to me asking me to donate a kidney. I asked her why she didn't donate herself, and she said she's a girl weak. Boys are not affected. If it weren't said on WeChat, I would have slapped her in reality. These past few days, my nerves have been too tense. I've experienced unprecedented high-intensity training, faced terrifying events I've never encountered before, and even experienced death. It seems that only today can I truly let go of everything, just like before, chatting, talking about family matters, and joking about others. By the way, Qin, you've reached the spirit soul realm. Have you chosen a blood contract partner yet? Qin shook his head, still hesitating. A blood contract partner is one with whom a life and death bond is formed with a ghost pet. Everything about the ghost pet will affect the owner, and moreover, the blood contract can share the same skills as the ghost pet. Zhong Kuei is powerful beyond measure, but the downside is his skills are too numerous, and Qin is unsure which skill he might draw. As for Jin Buhin, it is a very good choice. Currently, it seems that Jin Buhin has only 2 skills. One is the celestial power of turning stone into gold, one of the 36 celestial powers, and some kind of spatial traversal skill, which resembles the divine movement from the 72 divine powers, and also resembles the star shifting from the celestial powers. Both are excellent choices. If it is the latter, that would be even better. This is something even Zhong Kuei's fixation celestial power cannot hold. With so many ghost pets, Qin did not lack combat power. He leaned more towards self-protection. Lone Star, you probably want to form a blood contract with this assassin, right? Lone Star nodded. The assassin's skills are very fitting for me. The three talked for quite a while, then Qin stood up. Returning to the formation, the 2 flying horses shook their heads and snorted. Clearly resembling porcelain, yet they could move and run very strange. Looking at the 3 tomb-guarding beasts, they were now all standing up. The creature resembling a lion and a dog slowly licked its right front leg. The one with a human head and a lion's body stared straight at Qin a bit eerie. The black panther with sheep horns stretched its front legs, yawning. In his heart, he clicked his tongue in wonder. With a thought, he summoned them all back. Let's go. All done. MHM. Exiting the ghost domain, the 3 saw He Runsheng's car, all slightly taken aback. I said we got lost in the chaotic court, and He Runsheng went missing. After a while, the chaotic court suddenly disappeared. Qin said calmly. I should proactively greet the captain, said the monkey. That works too. They walked back to Shiming City, where Lone Star bid farewell to the 2. They took a taxi and arrived at the riverside community. The monkey now had a bit of blind trust in Qin and did not ask following him to the monkey's home. With a thought, Qin summoned the lion-like tomb-guarding beast. Clearly a stone lion, yet it was moving. The monkey was taken aback. What is this thing? Tomb-guarding beast, take it home to ward off evil. Holy crap, holy crap. The monkey observed for a moment, clicking his tongue in amazement. So absurd, it's like opening the door to absurdity. It's absurd all the way home. What about you? I have more. Then I will accept it, adoptive father. Qin thought for a moment and added, August 14, it's best to take a leave to go home. The monkey's face changed slightly. This is 10 million, by what you can now. Qin handed over a card. Hey, is this a bit absurd for you? The monkey frowned, feeling that Qin casually giving him 10 million was somewhat unbelievable. Although Qin was already very absurd now, but this is 10 million. It's not like Jihu, where if you can carry 2,000 cash in your pocket, you have already surpassed 9/10 of the people. Money is useless if not spent, but becomes waste paper. The monkey solemnly accepted it, asking, "What other instructions do you have, adoptive father?" "Treat it like it's the apocalypse, for instance, no water, no electricity, no rice, no oil. Spend it as soon as possible. Come find me when you run out of money. I have plenty of such waste paper." "Okay." The monkey led the tomb-guarding beast upstairs. Qin went to a corner of the community. It was 3 a.m. He originally just wanted to take a distant look and leave, but he saw Uncle Xia sitting there. His hollow eyes were gazing blankly at the sky. "Who?" Uncle Xia frowned. "Qin. You can even tell it's me." Qin laughed. "How have you been these days, Uncle Xia?" Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Xia heavily patted the pile of instant noodles and snacks Qin had given him. "Life hasn't been this cozy for a while." Uncle Xia chuckled. "Why did you come looking for this blind man at such a late hour?" "Got a mission, just passing by the community, casually wandering around." Qin thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Xia, on August 14, we are having mooncakes and watching programs at home. You should come too." Uncle Xia readily replied, "That works. By the way, the people in the community have had quite a bit of complaints about you lately. You should be careful." This was unexpected for Qin. "What?" "They say you've been doing shady business, that your family has illegally occupied the rooftop, and that your family's construction has disturbed their rest. Especially in your building, they say it has affected the structure. Either pay them off or buy their homes. The price is the same as the one below your home." Qin scoffed. In the end, it was just jealousy. Manager Yang's purchase of the house below him should be much higher than the market price. Otherwise, these clowns wouldn't be so jubilant. They can complain all they want. The government is busy enough. Just a glance at them would mean I lose. The two chatted about family matters for a bit before Qin got up to leave. He had made this appointment early to prevent Uncle Xia from going out on the 14th. Just then the monkey came down, and the two returned to the base together. He Runsheng had walked with the three of them. In the middle of the night, he asked the three many questions. Then, there should be no further developments. Qin returned to the demon suppression tower. Looking at the enormous meatball circling around, he stroked his chin and made a decision. Jin Buhin. The next moment, Jin Buhin appeared before him, still in the small form of just half a meter tall, carrying a bag with a diameter of at least 1 meter filled to the brim with gold ingots. Every time he saw Jin Buhin, it was accompanied by the sound of Jin Buhin, but this time it did not make a sound. Qin pointed at the huge meatball. "Go turn it into a golden body." Jin Buhin shouted, hopping towards the big meatball. Jin Buhin. It jumped into the big meatball, as if diving. From the point of entry, it began to stiffen and turned to gold, slowly spreading to other areas. However, the speed slowed down. When it had spread to about 60%, the gold transformation stopped. The already bizarre body of the meatball became even more bizarre. Its entire body was stitched together from various severed limbs, and now half of it had turned to gold. The lower half of the meatball had not been gold formed yet. If it were an ordinary being, it would have definitely died. But it could still hold on. Only the gold was too heavy. It could no longer support its upper body. Its 5 legs were wobbling, and it might collapse at any moment. Qin did not pay it any mind. Jin Buhin. He called out twice, but Jin Buhin did not appear. He could feel that Jin Buhin still existed, but was now extremely weak. At this moment, Qin resumed cultivating the Daobao lineage. His thoughts split into 8 strands, slowly expanding forward. A blink lasted a whole day. When he called for Jin Buhin again, it finally appeared before him. Looking very weak, especially the big bag behind it, which was completely empty, not a single gold ingot. Qin understood that every time he turned stone into gold, it could only happen when the bag was full of gold ingots. Time passed slowly. He cultivated for a full 5 days, and Jin Buhan's bag was filled again. He began the second transformation. Jin Buhin bounced and jumped into the body of the big meatball. The enormous body finally turned completely into gold and crashed down with a thunderous roar, dust flying everywhere. Even though its body was still stitched together with dozens of severed limbs, the big golden fat was pleasing to the eye in every way. This big golden fat has turned into a golden body after awakening. Ooh, I wonder how much the strength of the ghost pet will surge. As soon as the golden fat man appeared on the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower, all the ghosts went wild. There are many types of golden bodies, such as the Tinjong golden body, the 8 treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. Those who possess these avatars are all formidable entities like the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Qin's 2 golden bodies are called the Yuan Pei golden body. Compared to those powerful golden bodies, they are like an iron embryo. One could say they are full of infinite possibilities, but in reality, they are just rough drafts. If one's strength is formidable, one can refine them into the body. The so-called unbeatable golden body refers to this. Wow, what a massive Yuan Pei golden body. Zhong Kuei came uninvited, lying on the Yuan Pei golden body and continuously stroking it. With a soul-stirring expression and his suave eyes, can you guess what happened next? It was truly authentic. All the ghost pets at the wandering spirit level trembled and lay flat on the ground as soon as Zhong Kuei appeared. The evil spirit level was a bit better. The coroner, the skin painter, and the chaotic court all bowed respectfully. However, among the evil spirits, the newly promoted water monkey had its long tail wrapped around its head, curled up into a ball. The hairy zombie, having been beaten by Zhong Kuei, had its half-immortal hair forcibly plucked off, and at this moment it squatted on the ground, hugging its head and shivering. As for the bone demon, it goes without saying. Originally, its ghostly aura should have been about 500 to 600, but after being beaten nearly to pieces, it only recovered to 187, with just the upper half of its skeleton lying there motionless. Skin painter, with these two golden bodies, how much faster can your training speed be? Replying to the master, it could probably be about 3 times faster. The golden fat man can be more than twice as fast, while the armless golden body can be about 60 to 70% faster. This is quite impressive. A 3-fold increase in training efficiency combined with a 10-fold flow of time. A full 30 times. A day here is equivalent to a month outside. The ghostly aura of the many ghosts increased significantly, but Zhong Kuei remained stuck at 1,000. The total ghostly aura value of the 12 ghosts in the demon suppression tower was close to 2,300, so logically Zhong Kuei should be around 1,150. But he was already stuck at 1,000 and couldn't move an inch above SSS level. It should be empty, right? With that thought, Qinqing stepped back. Just after one night, the ghostly aura in the princess ghost realm increased significantly. Qinqing summoned a flying horse with a thought. It was a blood-red porcelain horse taller than Qinqing. The night eyes on the horse's knees were made into auspicious clouds, and its body was adorned with plum blossoms outlined in golden threads, with the mane, saddle, and reins all in gold. Qinqing had never ridden a horse, carefully mounted it. Suddenly, the flying horse snorted loudly. Qinqing tightened his grip on the reins and silently thought, rise. The flying horse took a few steps and soared into the air. Oh! Qinqing couldn't help but shout. The thick fog here was so dense that he felt wave after wave of mist crashing against his face. At this moment, a ray of light flashed through the dense fog. What an enormous figure it was. It felt as big as a football field. Surrounded by dazzling golden light, it illuminated the entire princess ghost realm through the thick fog. Qinqing was alarmed. He hurriedly guided the horse down. This thing made him feel a sense of suffocation. Yet he was puzzled. Despite the thick fog, he could vaguely see that this shape was distinct, unlike any living being. The outline he glimpsed reminded him of whether it could be a spaceship or something like a UFO. Master, the servant has heard of a fierce object called the Great Sun Paper Sparrow. In the past, it may be this. Paper Sparrow. Is that also a ghost? Master, you know about paper men, right? Qinqing suddenly realized. He thought of something. This Great Sun Paper Sparrow, is it not at the level of an evil spirit? Such fierce power must indeed be an evil spirit. Let's go, I'm scared. Qinqing urged the horse to take off, but this time, he didn't dare to fly high quickly, leaving close to the ground. The same speed feels different in the sky and on the ground. Everything beside him rapidly receded, and all the scenery blurred into indistinct shadows. Qinqing's face was contorting, rippling with waves. In just a moment, he arrived outside Shiming City. He didn't dare to be too ostentatious. There must be big shots in the city. He quickly hailed a high-priced taxi and returned to the base shortly after. Hiding in the 3rd level of the demon suppression tower to cultivate, he received a call from Boss Zhu in the morning. The pig feed is all ready and can be delivered. Qinqing paid for the shipping and had them rent a warehouse to store it. Qinqing, you have no idea how outrageous the prices are now. The monkey had taken the money the day before and directly had his parents start shopping, but now the prices had doubled, and the price increase for medicines was even more astonishing. The government is working hard to maintain the prices. However, many items, even if marked at the usual price, often transact at several times that amount. Regardless of what it is, as long as the shortage reaches 10, the price will increase. Many people are purchasing bulk goods, which naturally affects the prices of everything downstream. Even if it rises 10-fold, I'll still buy. Money will soon become worthless. Remember, with this 10 million I gave you, you can even buy a loaf of bread now. The monkey was stunned. Zheng nodded, seriously understood. Qinqing still had a pile of 10 million cards, but after trying a few times, bulk transactions were already impossible. And going to supermarkets to stock up is also not very meaningful. Not to mention that the items available for purchase are definitely not many, and even if one manages to buy a little, they might be targeted. Even in calm times, there are conspiracy theorists who are constantly fabricating narratives about the end of the world. Although it has been very successful in hiding, matters like community defense and resource storage have long raised suspicions among many. Panic is spreading. Qinqing, today is the last exam. Once it's over, the results will determine arrangements for each community's small war zone. What do you think? Me? I'll hide at home. Qinqing laughed. Otherwise, why would I spend so much money building a safe house? Got it. The monkey nodded. Then I'll also withdraw. Oh, I originally wanted to bump into Ji Luo, damn it. Coincidentally, Manager Yang called Mr. Chen. The safe house is completed. When will you come to sign for it? In a bit. I guess you wouldn't like the signing ceremony, so I didn't prepare anything. Qinqing laughed. Manager Yang understands me. Everything was in order. It was time to bring Chun Man back. Passing by the training ground, many newcomers were fighting fiercely over a few performance points. Qinqing ignored them and found Han Yuan. Chun Man was there too, which relieved Qinqing. Chun Man possessed an exceptionally high blood talent, as Han Yuan said many eminent figures were desperately coveting him. Captain, isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival? I invited several relatives, so I need to take a few days off. Han Yuan looked calmly at Chen Qing, remaining silent. He knew that Chen Qing knew. Chen Qing knew that Han Yuan knew that he knew. Chen Qing, you are very capable, and this is when you can truly showcase your abilities. Chen Qing chuckled, Captain, being content with what one is may not be suitable here, but that is just who I am. I have no great ambitions. Han Yuan sighed, Chun Man is even more wasteful. Let's talk about it when he grows up. For now, I am his only guardian, and he has to listen to me. Right, little man? Right? Chun Man always wore a serious expression. Han Yuan looked even more melancholic. Fine, do as you wish. Han Yuan shook his head. This afternoon, I will teach him the last 5 punches. All right, thanks, Captain. Just as he was speaking, Gong Huagu entered. For some reason, Chen Qing felt that Gong Huagu and Han Yuan might have a story together, mainly because the two were deeply bound by the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower belongs to Han Yuan, but as a body cultivator, Han Yuan cannot contract the Ghost King inside the tower. Hence, the Ghost King became Gong Huagu's ghost pet. Captain Gong, good morning. Good morning. They nodded at each other. In the evening, Chen Qing waved goodbye to Gu Xing. Take care, brother. Gu Xing hesitated, nodding seriously. Take care. Arriving at Han Yuan's office, he found it empty. He went to the training ground where Han Yuan was with Chun Man. Both of them were covered in blood. This was the sweat that seeped out while they practiced. If Chen Qing hadn't seen them beforehand, he would have been scared half to death. Then take care, Captain. MHM. Han Yuan nodded. Take care. Little man, tell your master that we're going home. Chun Man knelt down. He knelt on the ground and heavily bowed 3 times. He was quite stubborn. Each of those bows hit the ground like a hammer. Chen Qing smiled and did not stop him. Han Yuan nodded, helping Chun Man up. You must practice well at home, understand? Understood. They then bid farewell to Han Yuan and returned to Jiangpan community. Why are there so many houses being built? Chun Man asked. Community defense. Several other families are also building safe houses. Of course, their levels cannot be compared to Chen Qing's. Many safe house renovations are merely a door. When they reached downstairs, Chun Man scratched his head. Is this our building? Yes. Due to load-bearing reasons, under the guise of renovation, the entire structure was reinforced. Not to mention that it no longer looks like an old community, it now even has a hint of luxurious decoration. Upon going upstairs, Manager Yang was waiting at the entrance. Canned goods, medicines, etc. were signed off one by one. Chen Qing admired it. Considering the current prices on the edge of madness, the medicines in the pharmacy alone could probably equate to the entire safe house. If tomorrow might be even higher. Yet this guy delivered as promised, quite impressive. In front of Chen Qing, he destroyed the renovation keys and recorded fingerprints, retina scans, and so forth. Wishing Mr. Chen's safety. Upon arriving home, Chen Man began to wow. Of course, he still had a blank expression when he wowed. Little man, we will be living here for a long time, MHM. After a while, Chun Man began to wow again. So many guns. The kind that can kill. MHM. Originally, these were meant for defense, but they never anticipated that the two brothers would gain power so quickly. These things might all be wasted. Even if 10 big men came, they wouldn't be enough for Chun Man to fight. After thinking for a moment, Chen Qing said, Little man, let's go out and play. Chun Man immediately nodded. As long as he was with Chen Qing, he was willing to do anything. The sunset's afterglow spread, warming everything to the utmost. In the community, some middle-aged women were walking their dogs while children were playing wildly. The men were more inclined to discuss the current situation, speculating whether a war was imminent. Just at that moment, Ho Gang and his wife parked their small car, downstairs the SUV stuffed with food. Huang Jian scoffed. Only someone with a brain full of knots would buy things now. Let me tell you, today, I went to the supermarket. A sausage costs 6 yuan. A pack of instant noodles is 12 yuan. Chen Qing looked at him calmly, a murderous intent surging in his heart. He was the husband of Lu Yanhong, who had killed Chen Qing in his past life. They had a connection. Hey Chen Qing, your family even set up a safe house. Who are you trying to defend against? Not against ghosts, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone present laughed. Chen Qing smiled and walked up to him. Oh, come on, don't be angry, just a child. Bang. Chen Qing punched him squarely on the nose. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. Huang Jian had already fallen to the ground, covering his nose with both hands and crying out in agony, blood gushing out from beneath. Chen Qing initially wanted to toy with him slowly in the blood moon, but suddenly realized that he might not even get the chance to do it himself. Anyway, the situation was chaotic and no one would pay him any mind if he called the police. He just wanted to throw a couple of punches to vent. Everyone was stunned, pointing at Chen Qing and cursing. Huang Can appeared out of nowhere, and Chen Qing smiled. Xiao Man beat him up. Huang Can, being older than Chen Man, loved to bully her. But Chen Man was not one to hold back. A solid punch landed squarely on Huang Can's nose. Bang! Huang Can's nose caved in, and his body flew backward motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. They could hardly believe it was a child who had done this. That was a fatal blow. Lu Yanhong screamed as she appeared, not checking on her son first, but lunging at Chen Man instead. Chen Man threw another punch. It landed right above the thigh. Snap! The sound of bones breaking. Lu Yanhong screamed as she fell to the ground. Her hands trembled violently, her mouth opening wide like a fish unable to make a sound. Well done, you little brat. Chun-Ching chuckled. He rubbed Chen Man's head and slowly walked towards the exit of the community. He appeared calm, but police cars occasionally passed by, sirens blaring. At the entrance of the community, he unexpectedly saw the three familiar homeless children. Chun-Ching waved. The three immediately gathered around. The oldest child was all excited. Who are we beating up this time? Chun-Ching shook his head. Come on, open your pockets. The three children were taken aback, but opened their pockets. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Chun-Ching kept tossing money into their pockets. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The three children turned red with disbelief. The yearning for money in these children is something ordinary people cannot fathom. Be careful, don't get robbed. Have fun, Chun-Ching silently thought, because you can only live until tomorrow. These people without shelter would be the first to die. There was no way these three children could survive, unless a miracle happened. However, Chun-Ching soon sighed. He originally wanted to experience the last vestiges of human warmth, but things had already become chaotic. Unable to buy anything good, he took Chen Man back to the community. Huang Jin's family was not around, as they said they couldn't get through to the ambulance and had been taken to the hospital by a few people. He couldn't be bothered. Reaching a corner of the community, Uncle Xia was munching on a biscuit. He caught the crumbs falling from his mouth with one hand and sent them into his mouth. Uncle Xia, let's go celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at my house. Chun-Ching, when did you get back? Uncle Xia's face lit up with a smile upon hearing the voice, but he puzzled. Isn't it tomorrow? You remembered wrong. Really? Uncle Xia seemed a bit confused, but still followed Chun-Ching. Indeed, the time hadn't come, but Chun-Ching was afraid of an unexpected incident, so he simply decided to bring Uncle Xia home today. Arriving home, Uncle Xia laughed. I was planning to wash up properly tomorrow morning in this newly renovated house. But as soon as I sit down, half of it would be lost. Uncle Xia, why don't you take a shower first? Sure. Uncle Xia was straightforward. He helped him to the bathroom, and after familiarizing him with everything, Chun-Ching then stepped out. He called Ho Gang. Uncle Ho, has the monkey returned? Just arrived. This kid insists he wants to stay in the ghost military no matter how I persuade him. Chun-Ching, please help me talk to him. No problem, but Uncle Ho, today is Xiao Man's birthday. Come over to celebrate together. Oh, okay. Soon Ho Gang, Li Chi, and the monkey all arrived. Wow, this is so impressive. The monkey's eyes widened. There's even an arcade room. Let me give it a try. This safe house. It must have cost over 10 million, right? Li Chi looked around shocked. Chun-Ching, where are my clothes? In the bathroom, Uncle Xia shouted. Chun-Ching arrived at the bathroom door. The set is all dirty, let's change into this one. Uncle Xia frowned but nodded. All right. You think I would dirty your new sofa, right? Yes, yes, yes. On the table was a lavish feast from the hotel. Chun-Ching said nothing, quietly approached the door, locked all the layers of locks tightly. Uncle Aunt, you can stay at my place for the next 3 days. There's another floor below, enough for everyone. Ho Gang's expression grew serious. Is it coming? It should be tomorrow, but I'm afraid of unexpected events. Ho Gang's face turned grave, and he nodded. Uncle Xia gradually sensed something was off. Chun-Ching, is something wrong? The apocalypse is coming, we are all going to hunker down. Uncle Xia slapped his thigh. No wonder. Even the bag of instant noodles and biscuits you gave me was stolen, damn it. He then asked, what does it mean to bring me to your house? What does it mean? We'll live together from now on. Uncle Xia frowned again. I need to practice, and Xiao Man needs someone to take care of her. Some lessons on being human and tutoring homework can only come from you. Tears slowly welled up in Uncle Xia's eyes. Everyone has feelings. How could he not understand Chun-Ching's intentions? After cultivating for several lifetimes, I finally met you two children. Come on, Uncle Xia, let's eat. Monkey, stop playing. Let's eat first. Chun-Ching, I don't like fish. Then don't eat it. Is there KFC? Of course there is. Chun-Ching, I heard Xiao Man is very good at fighting now. How many can she beat? The six of them laughed and chatted happily. After a while they were full. Chun-Ching gave Uncle Xia a blind-friendly phone. The screen was black with voice prompts when touched at 3 times the normal speed. To a regular person it sounded like gibberish, but blind people have acute hearing, so the speed was just right. After chatting for a while longer, Li Chi went downstairs to rest. Ho Gang and Uncle Xia watched TV while chatting. Chen Man, Chun-Ching, and the monkey went to the entertainment room, trying various games. Time passed quickly. When the 3 adults had fallen asleep, Chen Man drooled as she lay on the soft and large sofa in the entertainment room. Chun-Ching got up. I'm going out for a bit. Should I accompany you? No need. By now it was 1 o'clock. The entire Shiming city had fallen silent. Chun-Ching arrived at the rooftop, opened the door, mounted his flying horse, and quickly disappeared. Moments later he reached the warehouse area. Everything was in place except for the pig feed. It was likely because everything was rising in price that he regretted it. Unbeknownst to him, a ghostly atmosphere had already settled in this area. Upon finding the warehouse, Chun-Ching was stunned. At the half-open entrance stood 2 people, half of their bodies gnawed away. Upon closer inspection, one of them could still be recognized as Boss Zhu. And the sounds of munching and rustling echoed from inside the warehouse. An array of figures appeared: corner warrior, zombie, hanging ghost, and embroidering girl. The warrior pushed open the 5-meter-high warehouse door, revealing a horde of starving ghosts within. These creatures were pouncing on the pig feed, some eating until their bellies were nearly bursting, still devouring voraciously. At a rough glance, there were at least 30 of them. Kill them. The coroner waved his hands gently, and the 2 starving ghosts rushing forward suddenly split apart, their bodies falling to the ground, one head rolling to Qin Shing's side. There were many of them, but their levels were not high enough, far from being a challenge. Moments later, all the starving ghosts were slain. Qin Shing stored all the pig feed from the warehouse into the demon suppression tower. He continued searching for the other pig feeds according to the addresses, collecting them one by one. With Qin Shing's soul power increasing, the range of the demon suppression tower also expanded significantly. If it were before, it would have taken several hours. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a warehouse filled with hundreds of thousands of umbrellas. Although he couldn't think of any use for them, he collected them all. Feeling like he had discovered treasure, Qin Shing went from warehouse to warehouse collecting everything. One warehouse contained firefighting equipment with a substantial amount of diesel and gasoline, along with hairdryers, chainsaws, and fire-extinguishing lime bombs. He didn't even glance and collected everything. Another warehouse was filled with unassembled bicycles covered in a thick layer of dust, but he still collected them all. There were also pre-packaged clothes for foreign trade, piles of toys, hardware, and more. During this time, he occasionally encountered a few corpses. Riding his flying horse, he swept through the entire warehouse area, and 3 hours had already passed. Even though most warehouses were empty, the strange items in Qin Shing's demon suppression tower had reached an overwhelming amount. However, at this moment, Qin Shing felt an unshakable sense of unease in his heart. This feeling grew deeper. There were still warehouse areas in the west of the city, and he initially planned to continue raiding, but without hesitation, he directly flew back home. He opened the ventilation ducts of the family farm on the rooftop, arranging a small portion of artifacts from the warehouse here. The space was limited, and he couldn't fit so much. The monkey was awake, waiting for Qin Shing. Qin Shing simply decided not to sleep and played games with the monkey. The two cooperated to clear 4 or 5 levels. Gradually, the two sensed something was wrong. It was already 6 in the morning, but the sky showed no sign of brightening. A chilling wind began to rise, and occasionally a few whispers drifted into their ears. In August, there was an inexplicable chill in the air. By 7 in the morning, the sky remained dark. The moon hung high, streaked with blood. It resembled a bloodshot eyeball hanging in the sky. Qin Shing looked up and murmured, "The blood moon has finally arrived." It was already 8 in the morning, yet the sky remained dark. What is wrong with this ghostly weather? Is it an eclipse? I haven't heard anything about it. Many people gathered in the neighborhood, some still wearing their pajamas. Gradually, more and more people gathered. Isn't this a sign of bad luck? At that moment, a woman rushed out of her house, screaming and seemingly lost. Oh, a ghost. Everyone was startled. Someone approached, trying to reassure them, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, we have so many people here." What the hell is that? A hungry ghost appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. Everyone took a step back together. Oh my, it really is a ghost. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over, wielding a knife. He split the hungry ghost in half. The crowd turned to see 3 young men, all dressed in the uniforms of the ghost hunting army. At the same time, a military truck arrived and unloaded a large supply. It was about 1 cubic meter, labeled Jiangpan Community. The military truck then drove off to the next location. Someone suddenly shouted, "Isn't that Chen Kun? That is Hong Jian's daughter named Hongya." Ji Luo stepped out and announced loudly, "I am Ji Luo, and from today onwards, I will be the defense officer of Jiangpan Community, responsible for its defense tasks. These 2 beside me are familiar to you all. She is Hongya, and he is Chen Kun." Among the crowd, Chen Shi smiled sweetly at Ji Luo. Ji Luo felt quite relaxed. As the second-best newcomer, he could have chosen a better place, but he came here. One reason was Chen Shi, and the other was for Qin Shing. "This is our deployment order. We will select 20 people from the community to form a defense team against the ghostly beings." Ghosts? Haven't there always been ghosts? Why is the disturbance this large? This is different. So far, 447 people have been killed. What? For 400? You must be joking. While the crowd was in an uproar, someone suddenly trembled and raised their phone. It's true. Nanquan, no. One of there have been deaths. Many people are dead. I don't care anymore, I'm going back. Instantly, the crowd dispersed by half. "This. Officer Ji, we should set up a group, it would be more convenient." Ji Luo nodded. He had learned a lot about leading a team, but today he found it so challenging. This was different from what he had anticipated. His phone vibrated slightly, and Qin Shing found himself added to a group, Jiangpan Community Defense Group. The group leader was Ji Luo, and the group announcement read, "Due to the outbreak of ghostly beings, the death toll in Shiming City has reached 600. Everyone must unite to overcome this crisis." Announcement establishing a community defense team is the order of the government and the ghost hunting army in line with the current situation. A total of 20 people are needed, with each receiving a daily subsidy of 1000 yuan. Seeing such a high subsidy, the group immediately became excited. I practiced martial arts before, and I have a solid foundation. I can even do backflips now. I will sign up too. I work out daily 5 kilometers. My physical fitness is definitely not a problem. Muscle man. JPG. Soon a bunch of others signed up as well. Someone immediately asked Officer, shouldn't there be women who can do the job too? Exactly. Why can only men join the defense team? Humans have used guns for nearly 200 years, right? Women can also go to battle. Then the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Ji Luo tried to speak several times, but he was drowned out by the rapidly increasing messages. Ji Luo was enraged and muted the chat. The entire city has halted work and production. If you want to earn some money during this time, gather at the community center. The formal members of the defense team receive a daily subsidy of 100 yuan, while reserve members receive 200 yuan daily. Now we need a few people first. We need to seal off the entrance to the community. The group was muted, but soon someone came out to curse you, say to seal it just like that. Why? Based on those unknown dead photos. I need to earn money to support my family. We can't seal it. If we do, it will be inconvenient to go out. Although it seems a bit strange right now, it should return to normal soon. It would be such a hassle. Are you all crazy? Look at the documents in the group. He is a proper defense officer, and now he has the final say. Exactly. There really have been deaths in the neighboring community. Just this simple act of sealing off the community had already caused a huge uproar. Ji Luo gritted his teeth, and suddenly a burning ghost appeared before him. It was charred all over, occasionally flaring up with flames. Damn, a ghost, a ghost. Both sides of the argument were terrified and retreated in unison. Ji Luo sneered, I am performing my duties. Whoever dares to obstruct me will not be treated kindly. This ghost indeed subdued the crowd. But someone suddenly sneered, a ghost master, huh? Don't think I don't understand. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. This person seemed confident that Ji Luo wouldn't dare to harm him, and he approached the entrance, slamming his hand down on the ground. Come on. Stack bricks on me. Ji Luo's expression darkened. The scene he had imagined where everyone would rally to his call did not occur. He was here to help these foolish beings. Yet they were actually obstructing him. Lock him in the warehouse. $5,000. But no one moved. This. Officer Ji, you keep talking about money, but we haven't really seen any. Ji Luo was furious. At that moment, Shen Kuan appeared, pulling out a bundle of money from a thick box. One person immediately became overjoyed, snatched it, and said, who wants to help? Let's capture this traitor together. Immediately someone responded, and two people walked over together. The man on the ground was furious. Help. The government is beating people. Help. They are killing people. This man was somewhat thin and was no match for the other two, but his voice was quite loud and half the neighborhood could hear him. Thus, accompanied by screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig, this man was finally locked inside the garage. This garage was built for community defense to store building materials, and the wartime supplies just delivered were also temporarily serving as a prison. Bang! The roll-up door slammed shut, trapping the man inside. Ji Luo's face was ashen. He knew this beginning was terribly bad, his expression dark, as he said, let's start working now. Bang! Bang! Suddenly the roll-up door of the warehouse was violently hit. How many bricks and hammers were inside? The man was merely locked up. He was not tied. Help! The gang is illegally detaining me. Help! Bang! Bang! How loud was the sound of banging on the roll-up door? Anyone who has heard it surely knows. Ji Luo's expression was nearly dripping with water. He wished he could kill him, yet for a moment he didn't know what to do, frozen in place. Chen Qing could only laugh. Ji Luo's attempt to establish authority had truly backfired. It would be a miracle if his subsequent tasks went smoothly. He glanced at the ancient artifacts on the rooftop. Most had already awakened and been collected. Returning to the second floor, he dressed Xiao Man in the paper armor and handed another piece to the monkey. What is this? It can defend against ghosts and is impervious to blades and bullets. Impervious to blades and bullets. The monkey was taken aback, and after grabbing a fork and scraping it, he found it truly unharmed. He then took the Kunwu sword and struck down several times, still finding no harm. This paper armor, which appeared easily torn, was indeed impervious to blades and bullets. Wear it close to your body and never take it off no matter the time. Not even when bathing. With two tomb-guarding beasts and a Zhong Kuei, painting at home the bloody lessons from his last life, meant there could be no carelessness. Both nodded in agreement. They didn't reveal the Zhong Kuei painting in front of everyone, instead hanging it in the medical room and slowly infusing it with spiritual energy. Suddenly the Zhong Kuei in the painting came to life. The painting seemed to transform into a television. The Zhong Kuei wielded his long sword and gradually stepped out of the painting. Then he grew larger and larger, soon towering over the room. Stop! Stop! As his body enveloped the 3 floors, Chen Qing immediately commanded it to cease growing. Having completed this, he finally felt a sense of relief. Li Qi quickly prepared some food. After everyone ate, some chatted while others watched TV. Li Qi glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Look, they are arguing again." Chen Qing looked over and saw that everyone had created another group and were embroiled in a heated argument. In this not particularly large community, the speed at which new messages appeared nearly rivaled the barrage of comments during a million-view live stream. It was hard to keep up. There's something off about Ji Luo. Does anyone have a channel to investigate his background? Don't worry, my son is his deputy. He is a solid commander of the Ghost Army and one of the most outstanding geniuses in the past 10 sessions. Someone also sent a voice message. About this, we need to solve the problem. This issue should be viewed from 2 aspects. There are definitely advantages and disadvantages, so we need to view it dialectically. Qin cut him off halfway, finding the rambling tedious. At this moment, they still had the mood to scroll through their phones, but that wouldn't last long. Qin shook his head and looked at the monkey. Shall we play Civilization 8? Sure. This game was the most time-consuming, but right now time was in abundance. By 11 a.m. the sky was still dark. The blood moon was already very red, covered with veins that looked eerie, and the group's doubts were gradually dissipating. Negative news spreads the fastest to friends and colleagues, shared among each other, and bloody photos were sent to their phones. Panic was spreading. At some point it seemed that every corner of the city was filled with whispers. The streets had long emptied, with shadows occasionally darting past. Suddenly in the community someone let out a piercing scream. Ji Luo, who was busy and overwhelmed, swiftly drew his kunwu sword and rushed toward the sound. Room 202 on the 4th floor. The door was open, and inside a family of 4 lay sprawled on the floor in disarray. None of them had a single wound, their eyes wide open, unable to close. A screaming woman was curled up in a corner, her skirt soaked, having lost control. What happened? The woman pointed at the corpses. Overwhelmed by fear, she couldn't finish a sentence. Ji Luo asked several times, growing impatient and about to take action. The woman finally stammered, "The light. The child. The light. The child." He patiently tried to calm her down again. The woman swallowed her non-existent saliva. A child went in, and then. That's how it was. The area had long been surrounded by people. The news quickly spread in the group. Everyone was in a panic. Whether it was the dead in the north or south of the city, they felt distant, but this was in the community. Even that person was discussing strategies in the group just half an hour ago. How could he be dead? How could he die? Help! Help! Namo Amitba Namo Guanin. In the group, is this the work of ghosts? Will hiding at home lead to deaths? Where is Officer G? Isn't he here to protect us? How could there still be deaths? While the group was still sending messages, suddenly someone screamed again. Ji Luo furrowed his brow and looked around, trying to locate the source of the sound. But the sound quickly stopped. Moments later, the second family was found dead together. What on earth is this? What is it? I am about to pass out. I can't breathe. Do you have medicine? Help! Ji Luo gritted his teeth and said to Chen Kuan and Hongya, "We will guard 3 places and figure out what this thing is." The 3 summoned their ghost pets. Many people spontaneously gathered in the center of the community. It was clear that staying home did not guarantee safety. It was better to stay together. Regardless of its usefulness, at least it provided some comfort. Suddenly someone in the crowd looked terrified, his voice distorted. What is that? At this moment, everyone was on edge, startled, looking in the direction he pointed. He was pointing at his own house. But there was nothing there. There's nothing there. Oldo, can you stop joking at a time like this? However, Oldo's face was pale, and his voice trembled as he cried, "A child is knocking on my door. Can't you see? My wife is still at home." He cried, wanting to run back home, but hesitated. Officer G. My house has a dirty thing." A scream emanated from Oldo's home. Chen Kuan rushed ahead. The door was closed, and it was locked from the inside. After a few forceful kicks, he saw a woman staring blankly, dead inside. Ji Luo and Hongya soon arrived, with Ji Luo looking grim. "Did you see what it was?" "The woman didn't call for me, but I didn't see anything." Ji Luo's expression darkened as he approached Old. "Oh, tell me what you just saw." I saw my wife." He could see the conclusion in Ji Luo's expression. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, pounding his chest and crying, devastated. Wife, how can I live without you?" Ji Luo, already overwhelmed, was on the brink of explosion, pulling him up by the collar. "Tell me, what did you see?" PFF. In the crowd, a person's shoulders suddenly burst forth, with a line of blood splattering the nearby crowd. What? Blood. The already terrified crowd immediately recoiled. The person in the crowd wore a stiff smile, his eyes wide, staring at everyone. His severed arm fell to the ground, blood spraying from his shoulder. Yet he seemed completely oblivious. In the next moment, his other hand also snapped off. As a spray of blood fell to the ground, the man continued to smile. At that moment, his neck suddenly twisted 1.5 times with a crack. Everything inside should have snapped, only a layer of skin remained, drooping limply behind him. Several people screamed simultaneously. But the bizarre occurrences did not stop. In fact, all of this was just the beginning. August 14th, peak summer. Yet everyone suddenly felt a bone-chilling wind blow through. Snow began to fall from the sky, one flake then another. What is that? The crowd felt as if they had been electrocuted, their bodies tensed up. A woman suddenly covered her ears and closed her eyes, screaming incessantly. The bolder ones looked toward the direction she pointed. Building 5, a corner of the rooftop. A small boy dressed entirely in white sat there, swinging his legs leisurely. It was too far to see clearly, but the boy seemed to be looking this way. Yet his body shattered into flakes of snow and vanished. Ji Luo felt a wave of helplessness rise in his heart. What was this ghost? Ji Luo. Building 2, you better come take a look. Ji Luo had already lost his bearings and arrived at Building 2, Room 102. A woman remained in a trance-like state, moaning absent-mindedly. A lustful ghost. Perhaps. Hong Ya's face turned slightly red. I've tried calling her, but she won't wake up, even slapped her twice, and she's still like this. Off. Suddenly another scream rang out. Damn it. Ji Luo was furious. He rushed out and saw a woman covered in blood stumbling out of the building. Behind her was a paper figure. The paper figure moved stiffly but quickly, holding a paper knife that waved languidly as it ran. Ghost of the house. Ji Luo shouted, summoning the ghost of the house beside him. The ghost of the house reached out toward the paper figure, and suddenly a flower pot shifted. The paper figure tripped over the flower pot, stumbling. In the next moment, the burning ghost appeared, ready to incinerate the paper figure. But the paper figure had already run away at high speed, seemingly carried away by a gust of wind floating past the 6th floor, swallowed by the increasingly fierce wind and snow. Officer G. North corner. A group of ghosts. Ghosts? What kind of ghosts? Ji Luo instinctively asked, but then realized how could ordinary folks distinguish the types of ghosts. Sure enough, the person anxiously replied, I don't know, but they climbed in from over there and are eating garbage. The three of them sighed in relief. Eating garbage means either hungry ghosts or toilet ghosts, which are easy to deal with. Ji Luo had been holding in a bellyful of anger. He drew his kunwu sword, glaring at Chen Kuan and Hongya. You two guard the other places. I'm going to slay this group. When he arrived at the designated spot, it was indeed toilet ghosts. Coincidentally, these toilet ghosts were munching on the bag of food Chen Qing had given Uncle Xia. Surging spiritual energy erupted. The blood patterns on the kunwu sword suddenly appeared. Ji Luo dashed into the group of toilet ghosts and began a frenzied slaughter. Limbs flew into the air and heads dropped at his feet. He couldn't even count how many had died. At least 5 toilet ghosts had fallen under his sword. The remaining toilet ghosts scattered and fled. Ji Luo was furious, skewering 3 heads like candy on a stick, then picked up another and headed back. He wanted to show those people that he was capable of dealing with ghosts. However, the person who brought him here had his eyes wide open in terror, pointing at Ji Luo's back. Ji Luo's hair stood on end. He swung the kunwu sword back. The 3 heads strung on the sword were flung away, but the kunwu sword struck nothing. You hold on to your head. Ji Luo was alarmed. He swung back with a knife, grazing the hair as he cut. But still there was nothing. He suddenly understood. This was a shadow. No matter who it attached to, no one would see it. If you look east, it appears in the west. If you look down, it will appear on your head. In short, it would always be in your visual blind spot. Thinking of something, he immediately took out his phone, pressed the selfie button, and used the sword as a mirror, one in front, one behind his head. Sure enough, he immediately saw a strange creature in the reflection of the kunwu sword. It looked somewhat like a koala. However, the moment he spotted it, the creature vanished. Is it still there? It's gone. The person shook his head, looking at Ji Luo with newfound respect. Officer Ji is amazing. He just killed so many ghosts in one go. Ji Luo nodded, feeling a sense of pride swell in his heart. It's on fire. It's on fire. A scream rang out again. Ji Luo already had a burning ghost with him and immediately deduced that the house on fire was the work of the burning ghost. Run! Put out the fire. Bang! Bang! Meanwhile, the sound of heavy thuds echoed from afar. Like distant thunder. Thunder. Ji Luo squinted slightly. It wasn't thunder. It was a confrontation between powerful experts. In such a situation, the combatants were almost certainly human experts fighting against formidable ghosts. The wind and snow grew fiercer. Ji Luo suddenly froze. In the sky, an enormous figure that was suffocatingly massive slowly flew by. Even though the snow was thick, this massive figure could still be seen. It shimmered with golden light, its edges neat and angular, not resembling a living being. Whoosh! This thing sped past, sending a flurry of snow flying everywhere. Clang clang. Sounds echoed down the street. 2 faceless palace made scattered flower petals to form a bridge as a resplendent golden carriage slowly made its way to the center of the city. A faceless palace maid held up a sign, her voice piercing as she cried out, "The Phoenix Chariot is here, living beings stand clear. The Phoenix Chariot is here, living beings stand clear." The blood in the sky had turned dirty at some point, some black and some stained with blood. But these wind and snow still could not obscure the scarlet full moon in the sky. Ha ha ha. A shadow as immense as a mountain suddenly appeared in the world. That creature had the head of a deer and the body of a snake. It was the candle snake that Chen Qing had seen during the gathering of the 12 earthly branches. The laughter of the candle snake reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Lovely bipedal sheep, welcome to the city of Rakshasa. Hearing the term two-legged sheep, a chill surged through Chen Qing's heart. This further solidified his decision to stay at home. In just a few short hours, the once bustling neighborhood fell into complete silence. The intermittent cries coming from a house added an extra layer of desolation. Ji Luo was still overwhelmed with work. He genuinely wanted to do something, having learned much about leadership and management. Yet he suddenly realized that the military tactics he had studied were of no use. People were dying ceaselessly. Various unheard of ghosts appeared in the neighborhood. The rising cries of anguish and wailing left him distraught and wanting to pull his hair out. At Qing's home, Li Qi was scrolling through WeChat, her complexion pale, her eyelids twitching. Uncle Xia remained silent. Though his sight was impaired, he could still hear. Friends from the past, familiar faces were disappearing at a terrifying speed. So many people are dead, brother Gang. Li Qi looked at Ho Gang, her face revealing horror. Ho Gang was just an ordinary person too, his face hardly looking any better. But he still offered reassurance. Don't worry, Qing and Tian Yi are no longer ordinary people, and Qing has been preparing for a long time, so everything will be fine. Other than that, this is definitely the safest place in the neighborhood. Chen Man was alone in the gym, sitting cross-legged practicing. Body cultivation has no shortcuts. Chen Man had reached the bone-tempering stage, having to strengthen every bone in his body one piece at a time. Meanwhile, Qing and the monkey were playing games. Civilization may 8th not be the top game for consuming time, but it certainly ranks among the top 3. After several rounds, an entire day could pass. While playing, Qing occasionally glanced at the enormous monitor mounted on the wall behind him. The building was equipped with surveillance cameras, leaving virtually no blind spots. Qing's eyes quickly narrowed. On the second floor, a lantern appeared from the darkness. The light of the lantern flickered, casting shadows that danced ominously. The lantern arrived at the door of room 204. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed. The people inside certainly did not dare to open the door, their terrified screams resonating. The cries could be heard even without the surveillance. Bang. The fourth knock sounded. The screams abruptly ceased. Everything fell silent. Qing frowned. Huapai, do you recognize this thing? Perhaps it is a lantern boy, Huapai replied uncertainly. Lantern boys often accompany the night watchman. They are somewhat mysterious. But this is just a lantern. I have no recollection of it. In the image, the lantern vanished. Qing looked around the screen and suddenly saw it appear on the 6th floor. Qing immediately stood up. This entity was strange. He couldn't let it knock on the door. He had to either kill it quickly or drive it away. He hurried to the door to look through the specially made peephole. There he saw a child holding a lantern. It was the same lantern seen on the surveillance. Qing was taken aback and quickly returned to check the monitor. Indeed, the monitor only showed a floating lantern. So some things can only be seen by the human eye. Qing understood. If it's a lantern boy, then it can be managed. Huapai said with a smile, lantern boys are merely wandering souls, but they possess some peculiarities. In the past, lantern boys would accompany night watchmen, one for reporting the time and the other for inquiring after people's well-being. Because there were often thieves, they would knock on doors to inquire about suspicious households. They are all neighbors. There was an agreed signal. 1 knock meant there were thieves. 2 knocks indicated bandits, and 3 knocks meant everything was normal, also known as a knock from a human. If there are 4 knocks without an answer, it means everyone inside has died. Thus 4 knocks are also called a death knock or a door of mourning knock. If it knocks 4 times, it means it came from here. If it comes to our door once it knocks 3 times, we just need to report safe and sound. Huapai chuckled. Moreover, there is a benefit if the lantern boy confirms it is a safe room, no other ghosts can enter. What knowledge? Qing nodded. This meant in a sense the lantern boy could also be considered a guardian spirit. The lantern boy was walking towards Qing's home, only to suddenly halt. In the next moment it vanished. It's just a wandering soul. It seems to have been frightened by the illusion of the great deity Zhong Kuei. Quite normal. After all, in his past life, the Zhong Kuei painting and the demon suppression tower were both renowned artifacts of Ximing City. Let alone a small wandering soul, even evil spirits would likely not dare to provoke it. The Zhong Kuei painting could expand to encompass the entire neighborhood, but Qing was reluctant to do so, as he still harbored deep-seated grudges from his previous life. Additionally, he didn't dare to act so brazenly if he attracted the attention of the candle serpent. The power of the candle serpent had undoubtedly surpassed his comprehension, possibly brushing against the edge of the formless. Whether the Zhong Kuei painting could fend it off was uncertain. Therefore, he could only protect his own home. The lives and deaths of others in the neighborhood were none of his concern. He had no ability to help. And those grotesque faces. Qing would definitely not let them off. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly the door was knocked on. Qing jumped in surprise just as he reached the door. The knocking grew louder. Bang, 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 bang. Having just been informed by Huapai about the death knock, Qing couldn't help but feel disgusted upon hearing such knocking. He looked at the monitor to see a woman around 60 along with her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Bang, 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 bang. The woman named Lu Hui appeared quite cultured. She and Qing weren't particularly close, nor were they enemies. However, her daughter-in-law Gao Fei was a fierce character who could curse her ancestors for hours over a bottle. In his past life, had he not died early, he could have been certain that she would have charged into his home. It was Gao Fei who was now frantically knocking on the door. Qing frowned and asked through the monitor, "What is it?" Qing, open the door. I know you're home. You are the safest family in the neighborhood. You can't just watch us die. Bang, 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 bang. Gao Fei kept banging on the door. Qing, hurry up. There are ghosts everywhere now. Xiao Fei, don't panic. Lu Hui advised, we are asking for help, but we need to be polite. What time is it, and you are still arguing with me? So many people have died. If this continues, we will die too. Bang, 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 bang. Qing, you were just watching us die. No, you are indirectly killing us. Qing, hurry up and open the door. The ghosts are coming. Qing felt quite bewildered. Why did it seem like he owed her something? What gave her that impression? There was no enmity or friendship between them. Qing couldn't be bothered to deal with her and replied nonchalantly, "It seems something else is coming. If you wish to die, then stay put. Do you believe I will tear down your door?" Jiang Shaohai was furious and kicked the door repeatedly. However, this door was made of chromium molybdenum steel. It was hard to leave even a scratch, let alone for a child like him. Gao Fei glanced back somewhat guilty. Qing, you can't just stand by and do nothing. This is a matter of life and death. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohai had already taken off his pants, aiming his little rooster at the door. The weather had turned quite cold and he shivered but stubbornly shouted, "If you don't open the door, I'm going to pee." Qing smiled and pressed a button. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4. I'm really going to pee. A stream of urine shot out. In the next moment, Jiang Shaohai froze in shock. He fell straight backward and Gao Fei, startled, instinctively caught him, not knowing what had just happened. Shaohai. Unfortunately, the electric shock caused the door to close automatically. Otherwise, she could have taught Gao Fei a lesson too. Qing had little knowledge about electricity. He didn't know whether such a short period of time could cause any harm, but the place where one was shocked was the most vulnerable part of the body, so suffering was inevitable. Xiao Fei. I think something is really coming. Jiang Yuan pushed the furious Gao Fei. Good. Qing, just wait. The four of them hurried downstairs. Li Qi stood at the back hesitating to speak. Qing nodded to them and returned to the entertainment room. The chromium molybdenum steel door was extremely thick, fireproof, waterproof, and electric shockproof. The knocking sound was transmitted through the surveillance system. Qing had thought of other possibilities, but he never anticipated such a urine tactic. The physical damage was zero, but the psychological damage was indeed present. After coming outside, a steaming water pipe flushed over the door before he returned home. Qing, you. Take a look at this. Li Qi handed over her phone. Qing took a look and sneered. In the group chat, someone with a selfie of Gao Fei said, "Qing's safety house protects against ghosts. If he let us all in, nothing would have happened. Those who were drowning would grasp onto any straw. These people were already scared out of their wits." Someone immediately tagged Qing. "Qing, we are all neighbors. We hope you will open the door for everyone. This kindness will be remembered by the whole neighborhood." Qing wanted to laugh. Remember kindness. In his past life, he risked everything to protect the neighborhood, but what did he get in return? A blade through the chest. He and Man's mother were pinned to the same knife. As someone obligated to stand by and do nothing, the perpetrator is committing a crime which is generally classified as intentional homicide. Suddenly, a woman named LV Shengnan spoke up, her profile picture showing a professionally dressed woman. "Oh, it's her." This woman had no grudge against Qing, but he found her utterly displeasing. In his past life, due to a food shortage, instant noodles had skyrocketed to 50,000 per bag. LV Shengnan spent 100,000 to buy 2 bags. After the first blood moon, she sued the man who sold her the noodles in a mobile court, reclaiming her 100,000 and almost sending him to jail for extortion. Later, she died during the second blood moon. Not by ghosts, but by humans. Yet no one cared anymore. Wu Yiming exclaimed, "Yes, Qing, you are standing by and doing nothing. You will be convicted." Qing scoffed, "Obligated to stand by and do nothing. What? Am I your father? Why should I save you? Is it because you have a tumor on your head, Wu Yiming? Or is it because you LV Shengnan can punch beautifully? You will face retribution for this." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. It was Ji Luo. "Qing, as the community's defense officer, I have the authority to manage everything in the neighborhood. I'm sure you understand. Please open the door and let everyone in. Thank you for your cooperation." "Who do you think you're playing at, Ji Luo? Who the hell do you think you are? A defense officer? What have you defended? Do you even realize how many people have died? I didn't want this position, and yet here you are." Ji Luo and Qing had never clashed before, but he had always considered himself superior. In Qing's eyes, he had never seen Ji Luo as a rival. 10 Ji Luos, no, even 100 of them together would not be Qing's match. Ji Luo had always held his head high. With a prestigious background and youthful genius, everyone looked up to him. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Ji Luo's hands trembled slightly. "Qing, don't be ungrateful. My family, Ji Luo, is simply asking you. It's a request. What will happen later is uncertain." A familiar profile picture appeared. It was Qin. These two are together. Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Surprised? Not at all. His lips curled slightly. Just as he was about to say something, the monkey immediately stopped him. No, let me handle this opportunity." "Qin, you got together with Ji Luo so quickly. That's a bit much. Last time you stayed with Qin in the presidential suite at the Aria Hotel for so many days, didn't you say you would be with Qin for a lifetime?" "You're talking nonsense. You're spreading rumors. You will die a terrible death." Qin was furious. If it weren't for the fear of ruining Ji Luo's image in her eyes, she would have unleashed a torrent of curse words. The monkey immediately posted a picture in the group. Qin was wearing a short sweater that showed just enough skin, holding fruit in front of the presidential suite. and the person opposite her was none other than Qin. Chun, she was momentarily stunned. The next moment, the monkey's phone rang. It was a call from Qin. The monkey laughed. Look, she's anxious, she's anxious. Qin immediately laughed and said in the group, although it was only 3 days, those were the most wonderful 3 days of my life. Thank you, I really like your butterfly tattoo. At that moment, she was also stunned. For a period, she had lived wildly and had indeed gotten a butterfly tattoo in a certain indescribable place. But how did Qin know? Although she had always wanted to be with Qin until now, she hadn't even touched his hand. Ji Luo's expression changed. Just the night before she had finally let him take her virginity after a game of coyness. He naturally knew where that butterfly was. In that moment, Ji Luo trembled all over. His kunwa blade erupted with blood light, which glowed green. Fuck you. Ji Luo's trembling hand typed out a string of words in the group. Go. Qin is obstructing official duties. Provoking trouble. Immediately hand over the house for the defense officer's arrangements. If there is any resistance, severe punishment will follow. Ji Luo faced many setbacks in the neighborhood, but this time he called for help and was met with a chorus of responses. In a moment, dozens of people had gathered downstairs. Each armed with weapons, they menacingly marched toward Qin's house. Moments later, the crowd surged in. Qin remained unfazed, holding 2 mini cards in his hand, each one a king. But the monkey had already stood up. Damn it, Xiao Qingzi, take them down. It's fine, auntie, you just sit tight. Qin's first task was to go to the gym and call out to Chun Man, who was exercising. Pointing at the surveillance, he said, Xiao Man, pay attention, remember clearly these people want to steal our things and occupy our home. What should we do? I can kill them, Chun Man said seriously. I am very powerful now. Qin felt relieved. Thank goodness. Having followed Han Yuan for so long, he had not learned Han Yuan's selfless and pure principles. He admired such selflessness, but would never allow Chun Man to become that kind of person in this apocalyptic world. The price of 2 lives was already steep enough. Bang! The heavy hammer struck the door forcefully, but had no effect. Qin saw that the doorway was already blocked with people. A burly man was swinging a hammer, smashing at the door. Bang! Bang! Qin had many trump cards, 15 ghost pets, apart from the mad ghost, which one was easy to deal with. Plus, with a room full of guns and such a densely packed crowd, a burst of bullets could likely take out half of them. But cleaning up the blood would be a bit troublesome. He went to the medical room and put away the painting of Zhong Kuei. Instantly, the room seemed to cool down. Qin approached the door and opened the gun slit. With a thought, a golden pot appeared at the door. This was the pot that Jin Buhuan had transformed when they were staying at the hotel. Qin had asked about the painted skinny. This thing could also accelerate the cultivation of ghost clans, although it was much less effective than the golden body. Qin, there are still guns and explosives in the warehouse. You better be sensible. Ji Luo's face turned sullen. Don't blame me for forgetting our comrade bond. Brother Luo, what are you talking to this scum for? Just tear it down. Once caught, tie him up in the warehouse and feed him to those ghosts. Chun Kuan cursed angrily. Hongyu was not among the crowd and should be running around. Commander Ji, stop wasting breath on him. With so many of us, there's no way we can't tear down this place. A man named Wang sneered, but the next moment, he suddenly froze. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the rooftop. Their dried, ghostly face was peering down at everyone. Ghost! Ghost! Suddenly someone screamed. On the rooftop! There's a ghost on the rooftop! The crowd erupted into chaos. Another person shouted, female ghost. Female ghost. There's also a female ghost behind. A paper person has run up. Mama mama love mua, the crowd screamed, and the next moment a child's innocent voice echoed in everyone's ears. The screams suddenly stopped. Everyone's faces shifted to expressions of relaxation and comfort. In that moment, despite being in different environments, most were recalling warm and gentle memories. The paper person charged forward, its paper knife swaying in the wind, easily severed a man's head. It seemed to munch on it as if it were a watermelon, while simultaneously swinging at the next person. Hi! Ji Luo suddenly shouted, being the first to break free from the illusion. 2 ghost pets suddenly appeared. The paper person was immediately terrified upon seeing the burning ghost and fled for its life, drifting away with the wind and snow. Ghost! Female ghost! Ghost! The crowd screamed, huddling together and blocking Qin's door. Haha, a light but distant voice emerged. The sound echoed like a child speaking in a tunnel. Haha, hee hee hee. The second and third laughter followed. It seemed to come from above or perhaps beside. Everyone panicked and desperately squeezed toward the door. Move aside. Let me out. Ji Luo shouted. Though his physical capacity was far above average, he was still a ghost master. How could he withstand this multitude? Ghost! Ghost! Among us! The screaming man was pressed in the crowd, but now held a plump baby in his arms. The baby had big eyes and a small mouth, extremely cute, but its skin was pale to the extreme, like a corpse that had been soaked in water for days. Hee hee hee! The baby laughed innocently, seemingly looking for someone to play with, a chubby little hand reaching towards the man's face. It didn't apply much force. But that little chubby hand, as if cradling cream, easily peeled a piece of flesh from the man's face. Help me. The man's cheek was leaking bloody and spilling. He could no longer speak clearly. Yet at that moment, everyone was screaming, everyone was pressing in. He couldn't even lift his hand. The little chubby hand reached again, this time targeting his nose. The man's face seemed to be made of cream, and the little chubby hand effortlessly penetrated into his visage. One eyeball, his nose. All gone. The man convulsed violently and fell silent. Yet people were still pressing in the crowd, holding him up. Ha! Hee hee. The laughter grew louder as these chubby children appeared in various corners. Some were hugging thighs, some were riding on heads. They seemed to be devouring each moving human-shaped cream. And a splendidly dressed, dignified woman slowly appeared. With every step, the intricate headdress atop her head swayed slightly. She was holding a child that looked no different from an ordinary baby with chubby hands and feet pink and porcelain-like. Chen Qing watched this on the surveillance, feeling a bit creeped out. The next moment, a soft, hee-hee laughter suddenly echoed in the room. Off. Li Qi's scream instantly broke out. Kunwa Dao instinctively drew from his hand. Turning to look, bang. Chen Man's punch had already penetrated this baby. The powerful blood energy burned like a great fire, consuming paper, reducing the baby to not a shred of remains in mere moments. This is getting serious. Chen Qing dared not continue. He immediately went to the medical room, hung up the painting of Zhong Kuei, and infused spiritual energy to envelop the safe house on the upper and lower 3 floors. A portion of the illusion exposed the room, encountering several babies. The babies screamed, instantly turning to flying ash. The extremely dignified woman's face showed terror as she quickly fled. Off. My eyes. My eyes. The crowd continued to scream. The people on the outskirts, seeing the dignified woman disappear, desperately ran down the stairs. The panic of fleeing was contagious. Within moments, most had fled in terror. Some were drenched in blood, trembling, barely able to move. Others were left with only half a head, lying in pools of blood. Save them. Ji Luo anxiously shook his teeth. Quick, carry them to the warehouse for treatment. Chen Qing chuckled coldly, sending a message to the group. Ji Luo, it was you who gathered so many people to block here and got killed by ghosts. These 12 lives are on your head. The temperature continued to drop, and Ji Luo was flustered and at a loss. A wave of helplessness surged within him. He recalled the bizarre little ghosts he had just encountered, completely unsure of how to deal with them. Before these creatures, a person's body seemed as fragile as cream. At his feet, a man had a scoop taken out of his neck, blood gushing out. It seemed that the man would not survive. The doctors from the neighborhood hurried to the warehouse to help. Instead, Hong Yi sent out a notification in the group. The defense team will prioritize assisting residents who actively participate. The latter part of the message had a significant impact. With such terrifying circumstances, who could guarantee that the next attack wouldn't happen in their own home? While these young people seemed useless today, at least a few helpers brought some comfort. Soon 3 people arrived at the warehouse area. Looking at the 6 injured individuals lying on the ground, the expressions of the 3 doctors turned grim. If someone were stabbed, it would be enough to suture the wound on either side. If an ear was lost, it could simply be reattached. However, the wounds on these individuals were vanished. Where are the missing parts of the patients? One doctor, wearing a few layers of clothes over his pajamas, looked out of place, yet still had red hands from the cold. Gone. With such a large wound. Do we have any emergency supplies? Some were sent from above. Is this it? Chen Kuan brought over a large bag of supplies. Yes, this is it. The 3 doctors immediately began to collaborate in their efforts to save the injured. But soon 2 of them lost their breath. The remaining 4 were not in good condition either. Damn it. A woman suddenly appeared from nowhere, throwing herself onto a man and weeping bitterly, her cries heart-wrenching. She was about to faint from crying and pointed an accusing finger at Ji Luo. It's you. It's you who urged my husband to go. It's you. You owe me my husband. You owe me my husband. You caused his demise. Ji Luo's face turned pale, unable to defend himself. The woman with bloodied hands slapped Ji Luo hard across the face. Smack. Ji Luo stood dazed, then suddenly erupted in rage. He kicked the woman hard, sending her flying. It's the ghosts. Ghosts. If it weren't for me, the whole neighborhood would be gone. If you keep being unreasonable, I'll kill you. The bloodstains on the Kunwu blade glimmered as Ji Luo glared fiercely at the woman. I won't live anymore. I won't live anymore. The woman stepped closer to Ji Luo, her gaze fixed. Just kill me. Ji Luo raised his hand high, the blade tip aimed at the woman's heart. At that moment, she seemed like a walking corpse. Without a hint of hesitation, she stared at Ji Luo, inching closer. As the blade tip pressed against her chest, Ji Luo's knife trembled and retreated. He stumbled back a couple of steps, gritting his teeth. You're insane. You're fucking insane. Come on, just kill me. Sister Luo, calm down. The man who had previously swung a hammer to smash Chen Qing's door blocked her. No one wants this to happen. Sister Luo suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying again. But how can I live without him? Similar scenes unfolded throughout the neighborhood. At this moment, the 3rd injured person also ceased to breathe. In the room, Li Qi and Ho Gang's faces were somewhat pale. The child that had appeared earlier was a ghost. Hua Pai did that female ghost just now reveal her origins. Ghost Mother. The evil ghost level that gives birth to ghosts is her. So that's how it is. It was already difficult to give birth to one, but after leveling up they could spawn an entire nest. Just as he was pondering this, Chen suddenly felt something and rushed upstairs to take a look. 9 beads of relics were slowly floating in the air. These were purchased from Boss Qin before. The 3 items that Chen cared about the most that day were 9 relic beads, a bronze sword, and a human femur. With a thought, he collected the 9 relic beads and released them again, completing the simplest act of acknowledging ownership. For a more thorough acknowledgement, one would need to drop blood, having just been refined. The 9 relic beads gently rotated around Chen. There was a door on the rooftop which he opened. With a thought, 1 relic bead shot out. Whoosh, bang. A flower pot was shattered to pieces. He operated it again, shooting from above. Whoosh, bang. The thick floor was penetrated. Goodness. Chen was delighted, pointing to the distance as the 9 relic beads shot out, cement dust flying everywhere. With just one collision, they created a basketball-sized hole in the rooftop. The most important thing was that this item contained spiritual energy. It was also effective against ghostly beings. A divine artifact. Just as he was thinking of finding a ghostly being to practice on, a snow-white little boy suddenly appeared in the wind and snow. He was sitting at the edge of the rooftop, his legs dangling in the air, gently swinging back and forth. Master, this is the snow boy, an undying being. Do not engage with him. Huapai immediately warned. Chen naturally heeded the advice, retracting the thought of practicing and returning to the safe house. Undying. Yes. Ghostly beings related to the weather are all undying, such as the snow woman, rain woman, wind woman, and so on. Even with a single snowflake, they cannot perish, which is quite troublesome. Chen nodded, remembering this well. Indeed, many ghostly beings were quite troublesome. For instance, the evil ghost level of the child ghost, the night crier, had never been seen by anyone. You said that the one just now was the snow boy, and he is the evil ghost level of the snow woman. That's right, its lethality isn't too strong, but it is undying and extremely tricky. Fortunately, our house has the Zhongkue painting, so these beings wouldn't dare come in. Suddenly, Huapai thought of something. Perhaps if the great deity Zhongkue intervened, he could eliminate them. Zhongkue. Chen nodded. It was indeed possible for this fellow to take action. Just then the monkey suddenly burst into laughter. Chen, look at the group, it's fucking hilarious. Chen checked the group, where Ji Luo had sent a message. At such a critical moment, you still dare to steal collective supplies. This is a grave sin. To say lightly, it's theft. To say heavily, it's indirect murder. Don't let me find out who it is. Immediately someone in the group began to inquire. Commander Ji, what was stolen? 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. At such a time you still have the heart to steal things. Oh, why doesn't that kind of person just go die, eh? Chen shook his head. The person who stole the compressed biscuits was actually quite insightful. Perhaps many people still couldn't see clearly, but in a few days this would be the most valuable item. However, if it were stolen in a few days, Ji Luo's rage would be understandable. But right now Ji Luo must not yet realize the value of food, so his anger was certainly not just about the 2 boxes of compressed biscuits. There must be something more serious. But Chen didn't care. As he had anticipated, Ji Luo was now filled with murderous intent. In just half a day he was already exhausted, and at such a time he didn't know which bastard had stolen an entire box of money. Without that box of money, how could he form a defense team? Who would still listen to him? This was the apocalypse. The apocalypse. So many people died in the morning, and there were still those with such intentions. Ji Luo's teeth were nearly ground to dust. The most critical issue was that he dared not speak up. If word got out that the money had been stolen, no one would work with him anymore. I swear. If I catch you, I will kill you. Ji Luo had always maintained a student-like mindset. To him, a beating was already a serious matter, yet at this moment, he truly felt murderous intent. 1 more of the 6 injured had died, leaving only 1 remaining. This person was merely missing a piece of shoulder, and at least the bleeding had stopped. He needs to stay warm. Do you have an emergency thermal blanket? The doctor, covered in blood, asked. Thermal blanket. Among the supplies provided by the military there was food and emergency medication, but he hadn't noticed the thermal blankets. The doctor furrowed his brows and began searching through the supplies, quickly finding a plastic package slightly larger than his palm. Found it. The thermal blanket was not made of wool-like fabric, but rather a large, thin sheet of aluminum foil rolled up to the size of an ice cream. Wrapping the injured person in layers with the blanket, he weakly opened his eyes and said, "Thank you." Ji Luo, who had been overwhelmed, sat down heavily on a military ration barrel, looking exhausted. He had never imagined that there could be so many types of ghosts, so terrifying and bizarre. He did not know what else he would encounter, nor did he know if he could cope. Off. Another scream rang out. Ji Luo stiffly stood up, and soon someone ran over, pale-faced. Li Chun. Li Chun's family hanged themselves. Hanged themselves, eh? Ji Luo was slightly taken aback, or was it due to immense mental pressure? The person looked terrified. Li Chun's wife is hanging from a piece of thread. Such a thin thread it would snap with a tug. And there's more, their son hanged himself with a headphone cord. Ji Luo felt a chill run down his spine. He hurried over. Hong Yu was sitting in the warehouse, her face also pale. In his imagination, she would be a heroic savior, but she suddenly realized that in the face of such strangeness, she was no better than an ordinary person. At that moment, the patient wrapped in the thermal blanket had his eyes wide open, his body thrashing violently, and in a weak voice, he shouted, "Ghost! Ghost! Ghost!" Hong Ya's body tensed, and she rushed over. The patient's body was wrapped in the thermal blanket, writhing like a caterpillar. Suddenly, his finger pierced through the blanket, pointing to a corner of the warehouse. Several doctors and Hong Ya felt a chill in their hearts and looked over. A half-burned baby was slowly crawling on the ground. This baby seemed to have just been born with an umbilical cord still dragging on the ground, seeking death. Chen Kuan gritted his teeth and swung his knife down. He cleaved the baby in half. "There's another one." A doctor jumped aside, as if electrified, pointing to another corner of the warehouse. This warehouse had been converted from a garage, and there were stacks of clutter in the corner, just enough for a bag of dusty items to obstruct that corner. The sky was dark, and the lighting was too dim for anyone to see clearly. They could only vaguely see a small figure hiding in that corner. Chen Kuan summoned the spirit of the ghost, seemingly trying to motivate himself, shouting loudly, "No matter what ghost or monster it is, I will cleave you in two." As the flashlight shone over, everyone felt a chill. It was a girl about 3 years old. Her body was covered in rats and cockroaches which had gnawed her into a mass of wounds. Half of the girl's face had been eaten away, and she cried softly, "Mother, mother, don't leave me. Father." Chen Kuan gritted his teeth, leaped up suddenly, and struck with his knife. He cleaved the girl in two. "Damn it, why are there so many children?" Chen Kun's face flushed, slightly panting heavily. "Here comes another one, here comes another one." A doctor shouted again, and with his gaze everyone saw another little girl also covered in wounds. Her body swarmed with rats and cockroaches. These creatures were burrowing into her small body like a sponge, coming in and out. Chen Kuan struck again his kunwan knife, cleaving this creature in half. Then he encountered several more little ghosts, all ghost babies, all girls. After killing one, Chen Kun's gaze suddenly sharpened. "Hongya, I found the source of these things." Hongya hurried over to take a look. In the community's landscaping area, a peculiar building was faintly visible. It was about a person's height, hexagonal, with a cover on top and a protrusion at the center. It looked somewhat like an enlarged teapot. On the wall of this building there was a hole slightly larger than a basketball, and at that moment a baby girl was crawling out. Hongya felt a chill run down her spine and suddenly sneered, "This is the good work of you men." Chen Kuan was slightly taken aback. "What?" "This is the abandoned baby tower. Since ancient times, men in the Tang dynasty have oppressed women, and this kind of tower was built specifically for throwing away baby girls. As soon as a baby girl is born, she is thrown in here to fend for herself. Do you know that this place is filled with snakes, insects, rats, and ants? These little girls will be eaten alive, and every few days someone will come to set it on fire. Regardless of whether there are still living children inside, they will all be burned alive." Hong Ya's history was extremely tragic, but as a thinking woman of the new era, she knew many historical injustices against women, some true, some false. Hong Ya fixed her gaze on Chen Kuan, almost spitting fire. "This is the good work of you men. You're fucking crazy." Chen Kuan laughed in anger. At that moment a girl of about 10, dressed in rags and covered in wounds, appeared unknown when squatting in the corner. She was quietly crying. Her body had dozens or hundreds of holes, a true home for snakes, insects, rats, and ants which were coming in and out. Her face was filled with terror. "Mother, mother, Chunner will listen, Chunner will work, please don't throw Chunner away. Father, 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 Chunner won't go, Chunner won't go." The ones thrown into the abandoned baby tower were supposed to be baby girls. The appearance of a girl of about 10 already proved her tragic experience in life. Even Chen Kuan stood frozen in place. Hongya had already started crying the moment she appeared. She rushed over in tears, reaching out to touch the girl's head. "Sister, don't worry." Suddenly, a pair of hands suddenly pierced her heart. The girl continuously tore at her, her face twisted with rage. "Mother, you come to accompany Chunner. You accompany Chunner." She violently pulled her hands out. "Father, you." Before she could finish her sentence, her head had already flown off the girl's many wounds, revealing a hint of relieved ease, murmuring, "Chunner is scared." Chen Kuan held Hongya, whose chest had 2 large gaping wounds, feeling her body grow cold. I'm so cold, I'm so cold." Hongya tightly clutched Chen Kuan. The wound that pierced her heart had no chance of survival. Chen Qing's surveillance covered the entire building 8. One of the cameras just happened to capture the abandoned infant tower. He saw the whole process. Chen Qing was speechless. Although he did not know what had happened, Hong Ya's approach was undoubtedly a death wish. "Master, I recommend you take over the abandoned infant tower." Abandoned infant tower. Chen Qing paused slightly. He seemed to have some impression, as if he had heard of it somewhere. In a patriarchal society, many people abandoned baby girls. It reached its peak in the late Qing dynasty, leading to the creation of the abandoned infant tower specifically for throwing away baby girls. To put it bluntly, it is a trash bin for female infants. In the old days, the concept of male superiority and female inferiority was deeply ingrained, and there was no great reaction, as if it were just a common occurrence. After throwing away a baby girl, parents would still burn incense and pray for peace of mind. I digressed a bit. The abandoned infant tower is a ghost seed of the wandering spirit level, but it is not evil and indestructible. Even if evil spirits or sinister beings come, they need not fear. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to continuously produce ghost infants. With it, it's equivalent to having a military camp. Qinqing's eyes lit up. The abandoned infant tower is strange, but by coincidence, I know how it can reach the evil spirit level. Like the foolish ghost, the abandoned infant tower has many forms, and I know three: the Wan infant tower, the pagoda, and the tomb tower. The Wan infant tower requires many human infants to be thrown and left to fend for themselves. After the infants die, their souls will be trapped inside. Once the number is sufficient, it can be upgraded to the evil spirit level Wan infant tower. Qinqing immediately shook his head and smiled. Your master is someone who repays grudges and kindness, but I'm not yet a heinous villain. There's a ready-made object. If you put Sarira inside, it will transform into a pagoda, a Buddhist tower. Oh, I see. Qinqing pondered slightly. He knew about the pagoda. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. What abilities does it have? This mate is not quite sure. What about the tomb tower? The tomb tower is specially cultivated by ghost kings in the underworld who will capture many ghosts and place them inside. Once the number is sufficient, it will upgrade to a tomb tower which can continuously produce ghost servants. Got it. Let's go get one. Qinqing immediately made a decision. He suddenly had a new dream. With a single command, 100 ghosts would roam the night. Master, you must hurry. If the abandoned infant tower disappears, no one will be able to find it. Understood. Qinqing immediately went downstairs. He arrived in front of the abandoned infant tower. Hongya's corpse was already gone, presumably taken away by Qin Kuan. In the meantime, several ghost infants crawled out, either charred to a crisp or covered in snakes, insects, and vermin, looking quite tragic. Thinking of the conditions under which these baby girls died, Qinqing could only let out a sigh. It truly was an era that devoured lives. With a single thought, the Maojiang appeared. In terms of pure offensive power, the strongest under Qinqing was the Maojiang, excluding the unpredictable Zhongkue. The biggest drawback of the Maojiang was its slow movement, but with a whole bunch of ghost pets assisting under Qinqing, its destructive power could be maximized. As for dealing with the immobile abandoned infant tower, the Maojiang's immense strength was perfectly showcased. Standing before the abandoned infant tower, it raised its hands high and smashed down. Bang! The entire ground trembled. However, the abandoned infant tower remained unresponsive. Not even a scratch was left behind. The Maojiang swung again. Bang! The ground shook once more. The abandoned infant tower sank 2 to 3 inches into the ground, but remained intact. Come back. Qinqing furrowed his brows. He was well aware of the Maojiang's destructive power. Just those 2 blows could have snapped an excavator's arm. Yet there wasn't even a scratch on the abandoned infant tower, suggesting it possessed some kind of adamantine quality. Zhongkue. At this moment, he could only call for Zhongkue. However, that fellow did not respond. Qinqing was very irritated. Although Zhongkue was powerful, he was always exploring deep within the demon-suppressing tower, possibly having ventured to an extremely distant place, resulting in no response. 8 out of 10 calls. Master, hurry. It's about to disappear. With the voice of the painting skin, the soil at the bottom of the abandoned infant tower began to bubble like boiling water, and the abandoned infant tower was slowly sinking into it. If it disappears, even a ghost king won't be able to find it. The painting skin reminded again. The Maojiang was furious and clung to the edge of the abandoned infant tower. If there were a suitable leverage point, the Maojiang could even lift a small building. Yet it could not hold onto the abandoned infant tower, which was slowly sinking. Come back. Qinqing furrowed his brows, feeling helpless. Suddenly he thought of something. Jin Buhuan. In the next moment, Jin Buhuan appeared. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. The gold ingots in Jin Buhuan's big bag were once again full. Qinqing pointed at the abandoned infant tower, which had already sunk halfway. Go. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan jumped towards the abandoned infant tower, leaping high and diving into it. The golden transformation of the abandoned infant tower began. It spread from the top of the tower like an enlarged teapot, slowly extending downwards. Soon the golden transformation reached the point where it met the boiling soil. Qinqing could no longer see what lay beneath the soil. However, the boiling of the soil gradually ceased. The abandoned infant tower, which had been sinking, also gradually stopped. Half embedded in the soil, it remained motionless. Has it succeeded? Qinqing was not sure. A strange feeling emerged, and Qinqing realized he could control this thing. He crushed a soldier ghost to make space and stored it in the demon-suppressing tower. Returning home, Qinqing went to the 3rd floor of the demon-suppressing tower. He released the abandoned infant tower and began issuing commands. Come out. The golden abandoned infant tower did not respond. Spit. Come. Live. Shoot. No matter what Qinqing said, it remained unresponsive. Just as he was about to say something more, suddenly a golden chubby hand grasped the opening of the abandoned infant tower. In the next moment, a baby girl whose body was riddled with wounds from being gnawed by snakes and insects appeared. Yet there was no feeling of disgust for this baby girl, and the snakes and insects crawling all over her were all golden. Indeed, gold can cure all forms of trypophobia. Then one after another, many ghost infants crawled out. These infants who had died tragically became golden and carried an oddly sacred aura. To put it elegantly, they looked dignified and majestic. Countless ghost infants continued to emerge, and as time passed, there were already 13 ghost infants on the open ground. Does this thing have a limit on numbers? This mate is not quite sure. Qinqing did not stop them. He wanted to see just how many ghost infants it could produce. The abandoned infant tower. Suddenly a figure appeared abruptly, Zhong Kuei's two eyes casually fixing on different places. Zhong Kuei examined the abandoned infant tower somewhat puzzled. And no, it's a golden tower. No, it's a ghost realm. No. Zhong Kuei squatted down, frowning in deep thought. Master, it's extremely difficult for others to upgrade the abandoned infant tower to a tomb tower because it's hard to stuff ghost entities inside. But this tower naturally possesses a golden body, which has a great attraction to ghost entities. Once released, many ghosts will continuously drill in and become trapped here. With the great Zhong Kuei here, it's the perfect time to attract ghost entities. Indeed. Qinqing immediately nodded and said, Zhong Kuei, I will throw this tower outside right now, and it will surely attract many powerful ghosts. Among them there will definitely be some you can't handle. Nonsense. Zhong Kuei was furious. He could handle anything, but he couldn't allow anyone to say he couldn't defeat a ghost. No matter how powerful the monsters are in front of this great immortal, they are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Agreed. Qinqing immediately led Zhong Kuei to the north corner of the district. Zhong Kuei patted his chest and guaranteed, go ahead. With you here with your invincible heroic aura, which little ghost would dare to come? That makes sense. Zhong Kuei dove into the demon-suppressing tower within Qinqing's chest. Qinqing summoned the chaotic court. At the same time, he released the golden abandoned infant tower. Woo woo woo. Long. Splash 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 splash. Countless strange sounds merged together. Qinqing saw a team of complex ghosts appear in his vision. They were rushing towards the abandoned infant tower without a care. In this group of ghosts, there is everything starting with a paper figure. Dressed in bright red and green with cheeks and lips painted a blood-red hue. Behind it followed several differently colored zombies along with hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, thunderstruck ghosts, birthing ghosts, toilet ghosts, and so on. The paper figure rushed to the abandoned infant tower without any hesitation and immediately floated inside. Following it was the starving ghost, a multitude of them pushing and shoving to get in. The first one quickly squeezed in, but the second and third got stuck at the entrance. Fortunately, the ghosts behind pushed frantically, causing one of the starving ghosts to shatter its hip bone before it finally fell in. As the fetus inside the birthing ghost approached, it lunged forward and rushed in. The screams of various ghosts mingled together, creating a deafening buzz. The entire ground trembled violently. The entrance to the abandoned infant tower was still too small, and soon dozens of ghosts piled up at the door, rising higher than the tower itself. Qinqing watched in astonishment. Is Jin Buhuan so extraordinary? Master, perhaps it seems too easy leading you to be misled. Jin Buhuan is an exceptionally rare ghost, though famous, who has actually seen it. I have lived a long life witnessing countless natural disasters and wars and experiencing several dynastic changes, but I have neither seen Jin Buhuan nor even heard of it more than a few times. Every time Jin Buhuan appears, it draws countless heroes and supreme ghosts to fight for it. For the master to obtain it is truly a remarkable fortune. I just wonder who owes the master such a great favor. Qinqing silently watched the pile of ghosts rushing to their doom, puzzled. In his last life, Qinqing considered himself to be a savior of this community, having owed many favors. But in this life, he truly couldn't think of anyone to whom he owed a debt. After suffering painful lessons, his approach this time was not heroic, but rather somewhat cold. After thinking for a long time, the only ones he had helped were the monkey family, Uncle Xia and Gu Xing. But the problem was that none of them were dead. Before dying, they might think of Qinqing's kindness and vow to repay him by working like a horse or some similar promise, thus becoming debt ghosts. Only through extremely harsh conditions could a debt ghost be promoted to Jin Buhuan. It was perplexing. Qinqing shook his head and decided not to think any longer. Initially counting the dozens of ghosts that had entered the abandoned infant tower, it was now completely submerged, making it impossible to count. He just estimated in his mind. About 3 or 4 could enter in a minute. 200 or so in an hour. And if a particularly large ghost got stuck at the entrance, Luan Ting would use its ability to move it away. Time passed slowly. Ji Luo and Chun Kuan found a rare moment of tranquility. Has the ghost tide receded? It should have. The two silently faced Hong Ya's corpse, lost in thought. Ding dong. A message popped up on Hong Ya's phone. Dear daughter, it seems to have quieted outside. Are you okay? Please reply when you have a moment. Daughter, are you alright? Ji Luo's fist tightened. Chun Kun's eyes were vacant, staring blankly. Daughter, don't scare your mother. Are you okay? Perhaps seeing that no more ghosts were coming, worried Mother Hong Jian and Huang Shui, dressed in thick down jackets, appeared in the community. Moments later, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from the warehouse. Hongya, wake up. Get up. How could this happen? How could this happen? Hong Jian's vision darkened, and he fell heavily to the ground. Struggling to get up, he knelt and rushed over, embracing Hongya. You killed my daughter. Huang Shui was on the brink of collapse and lunged at Ji Luo. Ji Luo pushed her away, shaking his head. I did this, it's the ghost, not me. Not me. Huang Shui lunged again, but was pushed away by Chen Kun. Chen Kun's eyes lit up as he suddenly said, "It's Qin Qing." Just now Hong Ye was fighting against the ghost, and Qin Qing took the opportunity to stab her from behind. Hong Jian's body trembled violently, his face twisted like a devil. Qin Qing, I will fight you. Even if at this moment he still had a shred of rationality, he could see that there was not a single wound on Hong Ya's body. However, he had lost all rationality. Qin Qing chatted with the painted skin while watching countless ghosts rushing into the abandoned infant tower. The abandoned infant tower was only a person high, about 2 meters in diameter. At this moment, at least 200 ghosts had been crammed inside, but these ghosts seemed unaware of anything wrong and continued to enter frantically. Only one was of the evil ghost level, the plague ghost, the evil ghost form of the diseased ghost. There must be quite a few evil ghosts in this community, but they likely had significantly stronger intelligence and self-control, avoiding being fooled. As time went on, fewer ghosts remained outside. At this moment, only a dozen were left, all larger ghosts, and Qin Qing decided not to waste any more time. The ghost table measured 637. S-level wandering soul. Qin Qing was momentarily stunned. This one just took off. Impressive. He happily returned to his doorstep and brought down a kitchen knife with force. With Qin Qing's current soul power and reaction speed, this was like slow motion. Qin Qing lightly pinched with his index and middle fingers. Without even looking at who it was, he struck back with an elbow. Bang. Crack. The man's arm broke into 2 sections. The man let out a piercing scream. A woman wielded a bone knife, thrusting it toward Qin Qing's face. With a gentle flick of his finger, the bone knife flew out of her hand. A heavy slap. Slap. Crack. The woman was sent flying, a few teeth and blood spewing out. Hong Jian, Huang Shui. Officially, these two were the closest to him aside from Chen Man. In truth, they could hardly be said to have enmity. The only grievance was that they refused to lend him 200 yuan. But the other party was under no obligation to lend him money. Moreover, he had already humiliated them once. Qin Qing was too lazy to trouble them. However, if they came to him, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Qin Qing revealed a playful smile, his eyes filled with killing intent. You beast. You don't even spare your own cousin. I will fight you. Wait, what do you mean? Hong Jian lunged again, awkwardly wielding the kitchen knife in his left hand. Slap. A heavy slap. Hong Jian's left cheek instantly split open. Slap. Qin Qing gave him another heavy slap. After several blows, Hong Jian had already lost consciousness and lay heavily on the ground. Huang Shui wanted to strike, but Qin Qing coldly looked at her. If you move again, I will kill you. Huang Shui trembled all over and sat back down. Who said that Hong Ye was killed by me? Huang Shui's face was already swollen, saliva mixed with blood dripping down. Perhaps afraid, or perhaps coming to her senses, she was momentarily taken aback. Muttering, Zhong Kuan said. Chen Kun. Qin Qing nodded, not too surprised. If you still want to die, I can fulfill that wish. But debts have their master, don't blame the wrong person. Huang Shui was slightly stunned. Who? Hong Jian's eyes darkened, his face pale, struggling to get up, but collapsing to the ground. Qin Qing opened his phone and launched the surveillance software. He located the camera aimed at Building 5 and started to rewind, quickly finding the footage of Hong Ya's death. Xiaoya! Huang Shui cried out. She reached to touch the phone, but was pushed away by Qin Qing. Don't move, just watch carefully. In the footage there were only Hong Ya and Chen Kun. The little girl had not been recorded. Some ghosts could not be captured on camera. Thus they saw Hong Ya strangely squat in the corner, and the next moment Chen Kun rushed over with a knife. The knife did not strike Hong Ya, but she was already gushing blood, slowly dying in Chen Kun's arms. It's him. Hong Jian's body trembled, blood and saliva oozing from the split on his left cheek. Huang Shui clutched her chest, suddenly collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily. Hong Jian suddenly knelt down, shouting, Qin Qing, help avenge my little Ya. He gritted his teeth. I will give you my house. I will give you everything valuable. Bang, bang, bang. His head struck heavily against the ground, and just after a dozen hits it began to bleed. With each subsequent bow, blood splattered. I cannot help you, Qin Qing calmly said. However, I can give you a ghost knife. Do you want it? Hong Jian was slightly taken aback and bowed deeply again. Get up. With a thought, a coroner appeared. Both Hong Jian and Huang Shui were startled, instinctively stepping back a few paces. The coroner, however, did not even glance at them, picking up the bone knife on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully spat out a mouthful of dark, jade-colored phlegm onto it. This phlegm seemed like concentrated acid violently bubbling on the knife's surface and took a while to calm down. Looking again, the blade was now covered in several black and green patterns. Highly toxic, just breaking the skin will ensure certain death. Qin Qing handed the knife to Hong Jian. How to take revenge, think for yourself. He then walked into his house, ignoring the two further. Hong Jian stared blankly at the knife, his eyes gradually filled with killing intent. The bright red eyes turned to Huang Shui. Xiao Shui, are you willing to kill? The rare tranquility of Jiangpan community lasted through the night. This was because almost all the ghosts in the community had been hunted down by Qin Qing. Now there was no distinction between day and night, but habits formed over decades would not change overnight. Around 7 or 8 o'clock, people gradually woke up. Uncle Xia skillfully began to listen to an audio novel at 3 times the normal speed, which was incomprehensible to an average person. The television had no signal, and Ho Gang's eyes were dark, clearly showing that he hadn't slept well. Even though it was quiet last night, he had woken up 7 or 8 times. Li Qi prepared breakfast, and after everyone ate together, Ho Gang spoke up. Qinqing, our family truly owes you a great debt. Now that the ghosts seem a bit quieter, it would be unkind to disturb you further. Uncle Monkey and I share a bond of life and death. Your words make it seem distant, but it is indeed a bit inconvenient. All right, then be careful. No matter who it is, don't open the door. Monkey reluctantly said, it's still more comfortable here. Why didn't I think of setting up an entertainment room? Just take one out. Is that true? Foster father, Monkey exclaimed in delight. Soon he really did carry off a computer. Qinqing's storage space was as vast as 150 PB or 1500 TB, but unfortunately, it was set up as NAS, and he couldn't spare any part for him. However, more than 30 games had been copied, which would be plenty for a few months. Monkey's safe house had functions to ward off ghosts, preventing ordinary ones from entering. With Monkey's own strength and the grave-guarding beast's safety was not much of a concern. Meanwhile, in the same community, Hong Jian and Huang Shui had swollen faces. After being beaten by Qinqing, the two realized something and grit their teeth as they prepared for Hong Ya's funeral. In reality, it was just cremation. The two thought they were strong enough, but at the moment the flames engulfed the body. Hong Jian rolled on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. Huang Shui even wanted to dig through the flames, but was stopped by Ji Luo. Whether at a funeral home or among the minority ethnic groups that practice cremation, relatives were never allowed to be present. When the body was present, it felt as if the person was still there. But once the fire passed, they would never meet again in this life. That kind of heart-rending pain was unbearable. And then flames rose in heaps. Some families that had been entirely wiped out were carelessly piled up to be burned. A strange, burnt smell wafted through the entire community. Everywhere there were sounds of crying. A rough estimate showed that in the past day the death toll was 30%. According to Qinqing's estimate, the death toll on the first day was at least half. However, the abandoned infant tower had wiped out almost all the wandering souls, indirectly saving hundreds of people. The official hotline remained unreachable, and terrifying numbers of ghosts roamed the streets. Ji Luo directed everyone to start building walls. The materials had long been prepared, and they were prefabricated panels with mortise and tenon structures. Everyone worked quickly, and by noon they had built walls at least 2 meters high. Ji Luo again directed everyone to the riverside, increasing the height of the low surrounding wall. Huang Shui and Hong Jian were at home. In front of them were the hamsters raised by Hong Ya, both struggling inside their cage, making faint yet pitiful sounds. Hong Jian's gaze turned fierce. Indeed, there's extreme poison. Qinqing did not deceive us. Huang Shui was listless, her eyes wandering wherever they landed. Xiao Shui, pull yourself together. We must avenge our daughter. Huang Shui looked up in confusion. Her already swollen eyes were now unable to shed any more tears. Pull yourself together. Pull yourself together. Hong Jian shook her, letting out a sigh. They went to the kitchen to busy themselves. Halfway through, Huang Shui joined in. By 7 in the evening, Chen Kuan, who was extremely busy, received a call from Hong Jian. Xiao Kuan, thank you for helping Xiaoya so much. We made a meal, please make sure to come over. Uncle, no need. I'm just too busy here and can't spare the time. People are iron and rice is steel. Even defending our home requires a full stomach. Moreover, your aunt spent 3 whole hours preparing this to thank you, so at least come over for a warm meal. This? Chen Kuan hesitated for a moment and agreed. What Hong Jian and his wife did not expect was that Chen Kuan had come with Ji Luo. Unsure of what to say, they welcomed both of them inside. Uncle, what happened to your faces? We encountered a ghost in the community and were injured. It was quite tall, a bit like a toad. Oh, that's a toilet ghost. Be careful with your wounds, they might get infected. Chen Kuan no longer doubted. Have a drink. The community will still depend on you two in the future. Hong Jian took out his treasured good wine and filled both of their cups. When he saw them about to refuse, he solemnly said, You have always taken care of Xiaoya. This cup is a toast to you on her behalf. The two exchanged glances, unable to refuse any longer, and reluctantly drank. They had drunk beer before, but the strong liquor made them grimace. Then Hong Jian filled 2 more cups. In ancient times, this cup was a reward drink. It represents recognition of the officials. We see the contributions you two have made to our community. Chen Kuan wanted to decline, but Ji Luo immediately raised his cup. These 2 sentences struck a chord in his heart. He now felt that he even deserved words like diligently serving. Uncle, I will finish this cup. Since Ji Luo drank, Chen Kuan had no choice but to follow suit. In terms of strength, one Ji Luo could take on an entire row of Hong Jian. But in terms of social affairs, how could they match Hong Jian? Hong Jian had such a big stomach, it was obvious all that weight wasn't just for show. Soon Hong Jian grasped Ji Luo's critical spot. Some people still speak sarcastically, unaware of what you have sacrificed. I truly feel for you. Ji Luo sighed, raised his glass again, and downed it in one go. At this moment he was already somewhat tongue-tied. I won't say more, but it's all in the wine. Chen Kuan was already consciously trying to refuse, but Hong Jian frowned. Do you think that now that Hong Ya is gone, I'm not good enough for you, this old man? Where did that come from? This was a serious matter, and Chen Kun immediately raised his cup. I misspoke. Uncle, please don't take offense. Then it should be 3 cups. Ji Luo pointed out 3 fingers. Chen Kun frowned and truly drank 3 cups. 1 cup after another went down, and the 2 were already leaning sideways. Hong Jian thought it was about time, but for safety, he continued to persuade them to drink. The 2 refused, but with a sentence of, "You look down on me," they were able to drink again. Huang Shui, who had been hiding, slowly opened the bedroom door. She couldn't control her emotions, fearing she would ruin things, so she had been hiding, but now she finally appeared. The bone-cutting knife gleamed with a chilling light as it stepped closer to Chen Kun. Chen Kun had already drunk too much. He was mumbling something incoherently. Huang Shui's complexion reddened her heart, nearly leaping out of her throat. The bone-cutting knife trembled violently, nearly slipping from her grip. Hong Jian stepped forward and seized the knife. He had also drunk some, but had been controlling himself and was still able to act. The knife was raised high. Thud. The knife plunged heavily into his chest. However, Hong Jian clearly underestimated the hardness of the sternum. The knife only penetrated about an inch. He tried to pull it out and stab again, but it was firmly lodged against the sternum. Chen Kun let out a tragic scream, instinctively kicking hard. Bang! Hong Jian's body flew out, crashing into a table filled with food and drink. The sound of crashing and breaking filled the air, with more than half of the plates and bottles shattering. Ji Luo was suddenly startled awake, shaking his head as his blurred eyes looked at everything before him. A large amount of blood gushed from Chen Kun's chest, and he was already half awake. I'll kill you. Huang Shui screamed, taking out a kitchen knife and chopping down hard. Chen Kun quickly dodged and punched Huang Shui hard in the chest. Huang Shui's body flew back, crashing against the wall before slowly sliding down. Chen Kun looked in disbelief at the knife lodged in his chest, his mind a chaotic mess. Wise. You? Have you all gone crazy? Have you all lost your minds? A thought crossed his mind, and a revenant appeared on him. Chen Kun walked over, grabbing Huang Shui by the neck and slowly lifting her up. You filthy whore, you're tired of living. His hands gradually tightened, and Huang Shui turned red in the face. Her kitchen knife hadn't even left her grip, striking heavily against Chen Kun's shoulder. However, with the revenant possessing him, it felt as if she had struck something hard, as would not able to break the skin, even a little. Huang Shui felt despair. Without Hongya, she had long wanted to end her life. Fortunately, her revenge was achieved. Perhaps it was to vent her anger, or perhaps it was to die a little quicker. She exerted her last bit of strength, weakly striking at Chen Kun's face. Chen Kun's eyes narrowed, and he snatched the knife, bringing it down heavily. Thud! The kitchen knife plunged deep into Huang Shui's chest. Huang Shui's mouth opened wide as all her strength was rapidly draining away. Clang! A frying pan struck heavily on Chen Kun's head. Chen Kun casually tossed Huang Shui aside and slowly turned around. Clang! Another sound. Clang! Clang! Chen Kun no longer wanted to ask why. The frying pan came down again, but froze in midair. Hong Jian's fist was being crushed bit by bit. Then Chen Kun gently took the frying pan and brought it down hard on Hong Jian's face. Bang! Blood splattered. The frying pan was dented. Hong Jian's face was shattered. His massive frame crashed down. Huang Shui struggled, wanting to crawl over and grasp her husband's hand, but every movement felt laborious. The 2-meter distance seemed as far as the horizon. Her vision slowly darkened. She tried hard to move forward and finally touched a rough, thick hand. All of Huang Shui's strength drained away. She tightly grasped that hand, and that hand also tightly held hers. It no longer moved. Ji Luo drowsily opened her eyes wide. She stared in astonishment at the scene before her, gradually shaking off the effects of the alcohol. What happened here? Chen Kun cursed bitterly as he looked down and was taken aback. The blood on his chest was dark red. Something was amiss. Could it be poisoned? Upon that thought, Chen Kun could no longer sit still. He hurried to the warehouse and called for 3 doctors, saying, "Quick, take a look at me. I think I might be poisoned." Chen Qing's little life was stable and comfortable. He brought out a steaming plate of sweet and sour ribs, a plate of twice-cooked pork, and a bucket of KFC. "Uncle Xia, what do you want to eat?" "Anything's fine." Unlike others whose anything included countless restrictions, Uncle Xia's anything was genuinely unrestricted. In the past, he ate whatever he found, but now Chen Qing had whatever he wanted. Halfway through eating, Uncle Xia said, "Chen Qing, tell me honestly, how much food do you have left?" "The old blind man has lived as a beggar all his life, managing with 1 meal a day, but I can't let you 2 little ones go hungry. From what I gather on the phone, it seems that staying at home won't just be for a day or 2. Chen Qing understood that to ensure Uncle Xia could live here in peace, he needed to reveal everything. Even 1/10th of the supplies he currently held was enough to set his mind at ease. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Uncle Xia, you eat first, and then he'll show you around." Uncle Xia nodded and ate. After finishing, Chen Man continued to refine bones. Chen Qing took Uncle Xia to the rooftop warehouse. "Uncle Xia, this is the storage area, over 100 square meters divided into 4 rooms. Here, this is the first one." Saying this, he helped Uncle Xia into the room and began to explore slowly. Uncle Xia reached out and immediately touched cans, then felt upwards, left, right, and down. Cans everywhere. "You kid have quite the stock." Uncle Xia's eyes widened. This is just the beginning. Chun Qing chuckled. What you've touched is less than 1% of this room. As Uncle Xia continued to explore, his astonishment grew. There must be several thousand here. Even more than that. Chun Qing then took him to inspect the other 3 rooms one by one. Only then did Uncle Xia feel relieved. The old blind man can rest easy. This is enough for the 3 of us to eat for a lifetime. After a while, Uncle Xia sighed. In this lifetime, I owe you a great debt of gratitude, and I can't repay it even if I worked like a horse or an ox. Not at all. Chun Qing smiled. My teacher once said a drop of water's kindness should be repaid with 2 rivers of water. Ha ha ha. Uncle Xia burst into hearty laughter. Ding dong. The phone group chat rang. Chun Qing was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it's only the first day and we're already running out of supplies. Chun Qing watched the chat group with great interest. Perhaps everyone has started to realize the situation. The ancestors were right. With food in hand, one remains calm. After a long while, there was no response. Can I buy some? They'll pay 10 times the price. Finally, someone responded. We're neighbors, no need to buy. I'll share a few bags of instant noodles with you. Come to 2502 to pick them up. Thank you, thank you. May good people live in peace for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in the monkey's home, Li Qi watched the group chat, feeling quite gratified. It's good that Chun Qing advised us to stock up on supplies. We have 2 large rooms full of things. Looking at the rooms specifically cleared for storing food, there was a deep sense of security within. Tiani, your mother, and I are probably out of options. You need to repay them well, understand? Got it. The monkey replied while playing a game. Be serious, I'm not joking. Chun Qing's suggestion to stock up was a great kindness, not to mention he gave us so much money. I understand. The monkey said, don't worry, even if you don't say it, I'm sticking with Brother Qing for life. The ghosts in the neighborhood seemed to have disappeared overnight. The neighborhood returned to quietude, but everyone stayed indoors, the silence eerie. Except for the Chen family. Chun Kuin's chest had become necrotic, dark blood continuously oozing out, outlining all his veins. It was as if black lines had been drawn all over his body. Chun Kuin was burning with fever, occasionally vomiting a mass of dark blood. Chun Shi stood by the bedside, crying uncontrollably. Ji Luo, I beg you, please find a way to save my brother. Can you take him to the hospital? It's only 2 stops away. Ji Luo remained silent. He had considered taking the risk, but the streets were filled with various ghosts. Let alone carrying a person, he probably wouldn't survive just by himself to reach the hospital. Moreover, he was still quite concerned about Chun Qing, knowing that she had a butterfly tattooed down there. You're his brother-in-law. Ji Luo, you're his brother-in-law. He only has you as his brother-in-law. You have to help him. The term brother-in-law made Ji Luo feel slightly better. However, he still shook his head. There's nothing I can do, Xiaoxi. There are too many ghosts. How can you know without trying? He's my only brother. Without him, how will my mother and I survive? Ji Luo's brows furrowed. Eugene Xiu cried with swollen red eyes, tightly gripping Chen Kuin's hand while gently pounding her chest. You're the defense officer of Jiangpan neighborhood. You have an obligation to take him to the hospital. Chun Shi grasped Ji Luo tightly. I beg you, please save him, all right? Ji Luo's brows furrowed even deeper. Chun Shi, I'm sorry, I'm powerless. As he spoke, he pulled away from Chun Shi's grasp and walked away without looking back. Ji Luo, are you even human? You beast. Ji Luo was a bit dazed, glancing back in disgust, suppressing his feelings with a cold smile as he left. Chun Shi cried out loudly, and then suddenly her crying stopped. She had an idea. In the entire neighborhood, the family with the most medicine must be Chun Qing's. As if finding a life-saving straw, Chun Shi immediately flipped through her phone's contacts. But there was none. She suddenly remembered that after following Ji Luo, she had deleted Chun Qing's contact information. Mom, look for that list from the last police mediation. It should have Chun Qing's number. Eugene Xiu looked up in confusion. Chun Qing's family has medicine. It can save Xiao Kuan. Soon the two found Chun Qing's phone number. They dialed it. Chun Qing answered the phone, somewhat surprised. What's the matter? Chun Qing, please save my brother. He's poisoned. Oh. Chun Qing thought with a smirk, do you even know where the poison came from to ask me for help? He's in a lot of pain, Chun Qing. I beg you, as long as you can save him, I'll be your girlfriend. Chun Qing scoffed. He hung up the phone casually. In the previous life, it was your brother who stabbed a knife into my chest. Dying like this would be letting him off easy. Letting him off easy. A cruel smile gradually appeared on Chun Qing's face. He summoned the embroidered girl. How many more people do you need for the human skin wedding dress? 3, I suppose. Let's go, time to work. Chun Qing made a phone call, speaking heavily. I have an assistant here. I just asked him, and he said in this situation the chances of success are less than 10. Less than 10. Chun Shi was stunned, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head repeatedly. No. All right, then think of another way. Chun Qing hung up the phone. Then he waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Chun Shi called, her voice choked with sobs. Chun Qing, please hurry. My brother is almost gone. Upon hearing this, Chun Qing immediately became anxious. Let's go, don't let him die. When Chun Qing arrived with the doctor, Chen Kuan was already on the brink of death. The painted skin possessed the embroidery girl, transforming into a figure resembling an ancient doctor above the waist, while below was merely a swirling mist. As soon as they entered Chun Zai's home, both Chun Shi and Eugencio retreated a few steps in shock. "This is my ghost pet named Hua Tua Gui," Chen Qing stated. "Mom, I'm sorry, Chen Qing." Chun Shi said earnestly, "I'm sorry for what I said in the group earlier. Not to worry, I'm just here to collect debts today." A cold laugh flashed through Chen Qing's heart. Shaking his head, he went straight to the bedroom. Upon seeing the room, a wave of nausea hit him. In his previous life, after Chen Qing's rise, Chun Shi seduced him and half-heartedly surrendered her first blood in this very room. Looking at Chen Kun on the bed, he must have already lost consciousness. Hua Tua Gui sliced through Chen Kun's hand. Both Chen Shi and Eugencio were taken aback. However, Chen Kun showed no reaction. Tears welled up in both of their eyes. Chen Qing said solemnly, "The situation is serious now. I need to cast a spell. You should go out first." He closed the door and summoned the coroner. The coroner held his hands in a virtual manner, and the dying Chen Kun slowly regained consciousness. "Master, should I try to save him? Let him regain some clarity." The coroner understood. In the old prison, prisoners had no rights at all. The understanding of amplifying pain dozens of times was all too clear. "Sister Mom, Chen Qing," Chen Kun exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing smiled. "Chen Kun, I said I would skin you alive. To say skinning alive means to skin alive." Chen Kun trembled all over. "What? What do you mean? Chen Qing, what do you mean?" Embroidery girl, take action. A silver needle suddenly vanished, and the next moment a silver needle began to protrude from the skin on Chen Kun's hand. Slowly it teased between flesh and skin, forcibly separating them. Chen Kun let out a piercing scream. Outside the door, Eugencio shouted and rushed to the door, only to be pulled back by Chen Shi. Mom, please. Don't do this. This is a good thing." Eugencio was stunned. Little Kun had already lost consciousness. Now that he feels pain, it's a good thing. Despite saying this, she shed tears as well. Inside the room, Chen Kun's screams escalated. Damn you. The heart-wrenching cries grew louder. Chen Kun fainted several times, only to be awakened by the coroner. At this moment, one of his hands had swollen up the skin, and flesh no longer connected. The swelling was actually blood. Chen Qing, kill me, please kill me." Chen Qing looked on calmly. The embroidery girl moved again. Blood froth spewed from Chen Kun's throat. Veins bulged on his neck, his body tensed straight, and then suddenly went still. The coroner woke him again. "Master, I'm afraid if we go one more time, there will be no saving him. That would be too lenient for him." Chen Qing didn't mind. The screams rang out again. This time, Chen Kun screamed for a full 5 minutes. Then he fainted once more. After being awakened again, he had turned into a vegetable. No matter how he was stimulated, there was not a trace of response. "Our grudge is settled." Chen Qing stood up, thought of something, and sat back down. He watched as the embroidery girl swiftly sewed a human skin wedding gown. Without deliberately controlling the speed, it was completed in a flash. With a thought, he stored the bloody figure away. He also put away the embroidery girl, transforming the painted skin into Chen Kun's likeness, lying on the bed, barely alive. Chen Qing, looking exhausted, leaned against the wall and slowly opened the door. Chen Shi and Eugencio rushed over immediately. What happened?" Chen Qing shook his head slowly. "I'm sorry, I did my best." No. The two cried out simultaneously, rushing to the bedside. Chen Kun was pale, but consciousness still lingered. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Sister, close the door. I have something to say." Chen Shi hurriedly closed the door, her voice choked with tears. "You say it, him here. Chen Qing. To save me has greatly diminished his lifespan. You all don't blame him. Tears streamed down Chen Zai's face one after another. "The poison in me is Ji Luo." "What?" Chen Zai's eyes widened, staring intently at Chen Kun. What did you say?" "Sister, I'm about to not make it. Once I die, the poison in my corpse will dissipate immediately. You all are not cultivators. Don't come near me. Get revenge for me." As he spoke, Chen Kun's head tilted, and he died. Chen Shi and Eugencio cried loudly, while Eugencio grabbed Chen Shi and walked outside while sobbing. Your brother said he has poison now." Chen Shi was already at her wit's end. Glancing at Chen Qing resting there, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Chen Qing, will you help me send my brother off for the last time?" Chen Qing feigned a struggle within his heart. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right." After saying that, he covered his mouth and nose, carrying the painted skin, and walked out. Inside the room, the two wept quietly. Chen Shi gritted her teeth. Why did he want to harm little Kun? Suddenly, Chen Shi understood something. Could it be because he knew I was not pure? He would kill for this. Ji Luo, you have a heart so venomous. No wonder he was unwilling to take Chen Kun to the hospital. The poison he administered, how could he possibly want to save little Kun? Chen Shi trembled all over, her anger nearly driving her to madness. She picked up her phone, but Eugencio suddenly stopped her. "What do you want to do? Do you want to scold that beast? Or do you want to fight him?" Chen Shi was stunned, confused, and asked then, "What should we do?" "I don't know. How would I know?" The two embraced each other, crying together. If there is knowledge in seducing men, then Chen Shi is at least at the level of a postdoctoral researcher. However, when it comes to planning something, especially how to kill someone, her mind falls a bit short. Qing had no great expectations. So Qing ate and drank leisurely, feeling at ease. After some thought, he sent a message to Shi Zhilong. Hey, are you doing well? I'm fine, thanks to your advice. I've stocked up on many supplies. But many people have died in the neighborhood, and now it's really frightening. My neighbor died yesterday. Oh, I only heard a few knocks on the door. No matter how many times I called, no one answered. Today I mustered the courage to check, and their entire family was dead. A lantern boy. Qing immediately had a suspicion and quickly asked, is it a child carrying a lantern? I didn't dare to look. Oh, I don't know what it is. If it is when it knocks on your door for the first and second time, don't respond. When it knocks for the third time, just say everything is fine and make sure it doesn't knock a fourth time. Then Qing recounted the matter of the lantern boy. Shi Zhilong was taken aback. Understood, I will remember. Take care. You too, take care. After Qing used the abandoned infant tower to eliminate the vast majority of the ghost, Jiangpan community should be one of the neighborhoods in the city with the least casualties. But even so, people continued to die incessantly. The atmosphere in the neighborhood remained eerily silent and oppressive. Qing went to the rooftop where nearly everything had awakened. Only a small fraction, less than 10%, remained still. Just as he was observing, he stopped in his tracks. There were so many items that he had forgotten about. 3 imperial edicts. The edicts were no longer in their original tattered form. They were as pristine as new. A thought summoned the martial spirit. The ghost meter measured 100. Promotion was possible. The martial spirit at the wandering soul level, the top martial champion among evil spirits. The spiritual catalyst for promotion was the Emperor's decree. How do I use the transformation? You just need to recite it. Qing picked out one of the edicts, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and pointed at the character for to pacify. How is this read? John. Can. Con. He then pointed at the character for what, and this one. Jiu. All right. Qing lightly coughed twice and slowly spoke. Martial spirit, heed the decree. The martial spirit trembled all over, revealing a look of wild joy as it knelt on the ground, its body slightly shaking. I govern the world with culture and quell chaos with military might. The military commander is indeed the cornerstone of the court and the bulwark of the nation. Only by excelling in both culture and martial arts can one serve the state and not let their achievements be overshadowed without reward. Hence I confer the title of top martial champion upon the martial spirit. Thus, following the instructions of the transformation, he did not read out the true name of the top martial champion, but replaced it with martial spirit. The martial spirit trembled as it received the decree. The moment the decree was received, it seemed to shatter into flowing sand, which slowly merged into the martial spirit's body. The martial spirit began to tremble, spasming uncontrollably. Its body gradually coalesced into a set of armor, the plates gleaming brightly, making a clattering sound as it moved, as if forged from fine steel. The long staff in its hand slowly transformed into a spear. The martial champion knelt halfway on the ground. Your humble servant greets you, my lord. Its intelligence had also increased. Qing nodded, eager to test its capabilities. He summoned the zombie. Can you defeat it? It's just a mere chicken and dog. The zombie was too foolish, but the martial champion could still understand the disdain. Instantly, it was furious. It was about to charge over for an unknown fight. Stop, stop, stop. The zombie was a brute, and judging by the martial champion's appearance, it was likely not to be underestimated. Better not destroy our building. Both were placed into the third layer of the demon suppression tower. Without further ado, the zombie charged forward. The martial champion raised the spear and swung it around. Bang! It struck heavily against the zombie's lower leg. The zombie's body flew into the air, spinning as it landed. But its tough skin and flesh allowed it to rise again and attack. The martial champion struck again with the spear. Bang! 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 Qing originally thought he would witness a peak confrontation, but instead, he only saw the zombie being beaten. Fortunately, this thing had a bit of indestructibility, so it couldn't be killed. Other ghosts gathered around, curiously watching the fight. No, they were watching the zombie get beaten. The zombie grew angrier and angrier, with an abundance of terrifying brute strength, yet unable to touch the martial champion's body. After being struck dozens of times, the zombie suddenly realized something. Bang! A heavy strike landed on its head. The zombie had already grabbed the spearhead. The two suddenly began to grapple. Then the martial champion was lifted up and thrown aside. The martial champion twisted slightly in the air, and as the spearhead turned, it broke free from the zombie's control. The spear tip pierced the zombie's face. The zombie howled in pain and chased after it. The martial champion's fighting skills could only be described as wow, utilizing strength, unloading force, and striking with ease. After half a day of fighting, the zombie only managed to grab the spearhead once and couldn't even touch a hair on the martial champion. All right. Qing waved his hand to stop the two. The martial champion halted respectfully, while the zombie was so furious it could explode, yet it didn't dare defy Qing's wishes, squatting on the ground, turning away, uncertain whether it was feeling wronged or angry. How's your stamina? I can fight for 100 days straight. Qing noted unlimited stamina. How does your strength compare to the zombie? Slightly weaker. Noted immensely strong. What about your defense? With this armor, I'm hard to injure in 100 battles. Qing noted indestructible. Once all the questions were asked, Qing was greatly satisfied. No wonder it was one of the top-ranked ghost types in the 100 Ghosts record, impressively strong. If you were to truly fight the zombie, what are your chances of winning? The martial champion lightly tossed the spear. As the spear was still in the air, he brushed the back of his hand against it, causing it to spin rapidly. The martial champion swung his leg against the spear's tail. Whoosh bang. A loud explosion created a large hole in the ground, sending dust flying. The spear had deeply penetrated the earth, leaving only a fist-sized hole visible. The martial champion extended his hand, and the spear pierced the ground, humming as it heavily returned to his hand. The martial champion declared loudly, "Your humble servant, the enemy of 10,000 men." So arrogant. I like it. In short, it meant he hadn't used his full strength or any killing moves just now. Measuring his ghost energy value, it was just over 105. But that powerful aura overshadowed all the other ghosts present. If his ghost energy value were to increase, he would likely surpass the zombie with brute force alone. Feeling great. Measuring the ghost pets, the 7-fold evil ghost Jean Buhuan, 790. The 6-fold evil ghost Wu's was 691. The 5-fold evil ghost Hua Pai 531. The 4-fold evil ghost Luan Ting 431. The 3-fold evil ghost Mao Jiang 378. The 1-fold evil ghost by Gu Jing 187. The water monkey 143. The martial champion 105. SS level wandering soul Zhong Kuei 1492. S level wandering soul abandoned infant tower 640. 10-fold wandering soul embroidered girl 100. The little ghost 100. The hanging ghost 100. There was also one nearing 10-fold the soldier ghost 96. 1-fold wandering soul mad ghost 16. With a big golden fat and a bodiless golden form, the ghost pets were rapidly improving. The mad ghost remained uniquely weak, but it had improved by 3, making it the highest in percentage terms. Zhong Kuei continued to charge ahead on the path of wandering souls. Hua Pai had the least improvement because it had been constantly protecting Qin closely. Qin also felt a headache. The hanging ghost and soldier ghost had both reached the brink of promotion, but their spiritual catalysts were still unknown. SS level wandering soul. Zhong Kuei added a picture of Zhong Kuei. He arrogantly boasted to the monkey about the might of the martial champion. The monkey immediately became anxious. Uncle Qing. No, Lord Qing. Adoptive father. I will take apart the computer today. Work hard. Strive. Qin was indifferent. I didn't make any false promises of whether you can improve depends on yourself. As long as your soul power is sufficient, the martial champion awaits you. A literary master once said that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not communicate. How true it is. The atmosphere in the neighborhood was deathly silent and terrifying. People died every day. Yet Qin welcomed the easiest time of this life. He even learned to drink red wine. Instead, Qin Man, with his single-mindedness, insisted on cultivating. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent the whole day in the gym honing his body. He filled a cup for Uncle Xia, and after clinking glasses they began to chat. This ghost tide is quite similar to the south. Qin paused slightly. Uncle Xia, have you been to the south? Not just been. I originally escaped from the south. Uncle Xia murmured. That disaster was truly something. If everyone hadn't panicked, most could have escaped. Overtaking, cutting in line, a few minor accidents blocked most people's lives on the highway. I too left my car there, my wife and children there. My life was lost there. Countless times I thought about ending it all, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Digging for a living in a garbage heap, I also found it dull, yet I still chose to survive. Ha ha ha. Uncle Xiao laughed. Qin remained silent, clinking glasses with him. Your family is not ordinary. I truly knew Qin Quan when he was not much older than Qin Man. That's what it means to be a man. His life was truly fulfilling. Unfortunately, with my indecisive character, I will never become someone like him in this life. Qin became curious. Oh, what did my brother do? A lot. Uncle Xia chuckled, recalling something. During that time the world was in chaos, just like during war. Your brother was probably around 10 years old. He bullied others, collected protection fees. Usually he didn't say much, but one day he gouged out a thug's eye. He stabbed a chopstick into the thug's belly. TSK. Later he fought several times, and in short he subdued those people. Thugs in their 20s would shout Brother Quan when they saw him. Qin was somewhat lost in thought. Anyway, your dad, your brother, and you Xiao Man will never be nameless in this life. Uncle Xia pointed to the gym. With his personality, do you believe he was just a 6 or 7-year-old child? I don't believe it. Qin laughed heartily. Later I heard your brother became the strongest genius of that generation, pulling ahead by a wide margin, startling many real big shots. But suddenly something happened, news vanished, and he disappeared along with your dad. Qin Shan and Qin Quan were definitely not ordinary people. Oh, Qin was very clear about this. Qin Man's blood talent was said by Han Yuan to be a once-in-a-century occurrence, but his intuition told him it might not compare to Qin Quan. Perhaps he was still too young back then. In his memories, Qin Quan always seemed majestic. Upon seeing him, it felt like he could hold up the heavens if they were to fall. What about my mother? Do you know her? She might have been a noble lady marrying into a poor family, or something like that. I've heard many rumors, but they are just rumors. Uncle Xia broke off a crab leg, skillfully scraping off the crab meat and tasting it bit by bit. Chen Qing was slightly lost in thought. Mom is in the Yellow Springs. Suddenly Chen Man's voice rang out. Chen Qing was startled. What? Chen Man seriously said, Mom is in the Yellow Springs. Chen Qing did not find it strange that Chen Man would say something so nonsensical. He remembered clearly that last time, when Chen Quan was at the 12 Branches Summit, he mentioned that their location was called Yellow Springs Ghost Mansion. It was likely some place in the underworld. How do you know this? Mom told me in a dream. Chen Qing gently asked, what else did Mom say? The king of hell is dead. In that moment Chen Qing's hair stood on end. A chill washed over his heart. He had no idea what this meant. But there was an indescribable terror in his heart. Uncle Xia was also frozen in place. Like Chen Qing, he did not think this was merely a child's innocent words. The king of hell is dead. The king of hell is dead. Xiaoman, did Mom say anything else? She said not to look for her. Not to. Or said don't. Not to. Chen Qing's heart grew colder. Did she say anything else? No more. Just as he was thinking, a pulling force suddenly emanated from the magic suppression tower in his chest. Is there a gathering? Chen Qing frowned. A day and night disrupted his sense of time, but it shouldn't be 15 days yet. After hastily greeting Uncle Xia, he went upstairs. He donned a disguise and entered the peak. The mountain peak, resembling chopsticks, was shrouded in thick mist. Chen Qing instinctively looked towards Chen Quan's position. Oh, fortunately he was there. His clothes were tattered, seemingly injured. I have met the senior. Han Yuan said respectfully. Chen Qing casually nodded. The elder at the head had yet to speak. Zhu Shi had already started to sneer. Tao Guanji, how do you feel? The woman in the black veil was trembling. If it weren't for the rat suddenly calling this meeting, your so-called human experts would have died at my hands today. Listening to this, did the woman and Zhu Shi just have a fight? Chen Qing pondered. The elder at the head looked at the two and said calmly, the meeting was suddenly moved forward by 2 days because something seems to have happened in the Central State underworld. Not only has the boundary between the human and ghost realms been damaged in many places, but many areas in the ghost realm have also collapsed. And it seems a powerful being wants to block the news. The elder intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhu Shi. Don't look at me. Ooh, I don't know, Zhu Shi sneered. This matter concerns the stability of the 6 paths. If someone wants to inform this old man, we'll definitely reward them. Saying this, the elder stepped out of the round table area and waited quietly outside. Chen Qing stood up and looked at Chen Quan. Fellow Taoist, I have something to inquire. Chen Quan silently stood up and walked with Chen Qing to another side. Once outside the round table area, Chen Qing gently opened his chest, revealing the paper armor inside. Boom! The entire peak trembled. A terrifying killing intent surged forth, blood energy soaring into the sky, black chi seeping from his face, resembling a demonic god at that moment. Everyone in the round table area was taken aback, looking towards the two. Meanwhile, Han Yuan and the child's complexion had already changed. What a suffocating intensity of blood energy. If I were to stand before him, I would probably be easily crushed to death. Chen Quan stared intently at Chen Qing. Within 3 breaths, if you don't tell me how you got this thing, I will kill you. After a while, Chen Quan finally let go of Chen Qing. He asked, Xiaoman, are you all okay? It wasn't good at first, but now we've made it through, Chen Qing replied with a smile. How are you, Dad and Mom? Chen Quan's expression turned serious, not simply saying they were fine. Given the current situation, the 6 paths are all in turmoil. Dad and I are okay, but Mom may not be well. By the way, Xiaoman said he dreamed of Mom. Chen Quan's face grew grave. What did he say? Yama is dead. Chen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed he understood something, murmuring, I see. I see. Chen Qing continued. Mom also told Xiaoman in the dream there's no need to look for her. Chen Quan nodded slightly, then shook his head gently. Which tower is yours? Which one? I don't know. It can suppress 12 ghosts plus 1 ghost king, and the tower might be the time tower. Really? Chen Quan exclaimed joyfully. Damn it, so the Tower King is in your hands. Tower King. Yes. The 12 earthly branches tower was created to suppress the masters of the earthly branches, breaking them into 12 parts, which were separately suppressed in 12 towers, and then those 12 towers were scattered across the 6 paths. The strongest are your time tower and the space tower in the hands of Mouse Boss. I see. Chen Qing nodded slightly. No wonder Mouse Boss can summon everyone across countless distances for a meeting. It turns out he has the space tower. Your tower might be even stronger, as I suspect each of the 12 towers can suppress between 1 and 12 ghosts. Mine can suppress 8 ghosts. I know that the Candle Serpent can suppress 9 ghosts, and Mouse Boss is likely to be 11 or 10 ghosts. Don't reveal the details of your tower. Except for me, if anyone asks about the tower, say nothing. Understood. Getting the Tower King is a great opportunity. It seems I need not worry about the 2 of you. Xiaoman is doing quite well, and I don't need to protect him, Chen Qing said with a smile. Perhaps in a few months he will be able to protect me instead. Oh, Xiaoman has reached the blood realm, and he might reach the bone tempering realm by the next time we meet. Chen Quan seemed unfazed. He asked, what cultivation method does Xiaoman use? The Diamond Buddha subduing method. Brother, do you need it? I don't need it, Chen Quan shook his head. Then I can rest assured. Brother, what was the cause of this great chaos? It has been over 2,000 years since our human race. Chen Quan paused, frowning. I don't know if you can bear this news. Chen Qing fell silent. It likely involved matters of the formless level. He always remembered the saying, excessive exploration of darkness is a dangerous thing. If you think I can bear it, then tell me, Chen Quan pondered before saying, after 2,000 years there is a high probability of a new human emperor arising in our race. A human emperor? He had used a decree to promote a warrior to the martial champion, so he had certainly heard of the human emperor. An emperor can confer titles to ghost-level beings, and the human emperor can confer titles to evil spirit-level beings. Just this one sentence already showcased the power of the human emperor. Assuming the human emperor's combat power is 0, this single ability can completely suppress Azura. To be able to confer titles to evil spirits with a single sentence is terrifying. This reminded Chen Qing of the Great Sun Paper Sparrow, which is merely an evil spirit-level being. Aside from the Great Sun Paper Sparrow, the only evil spirit Chen Qing had encountered might be the one from the Prince's Tomb. He had only seen 2 in his life. I'm afraid there won't be much time for the meeting left. If you need any spiritual guides, just tell me. I have golden knot exchange for the evil spirit level. What? Chen Quan was taken aback, having only mentioned 1. Golden knot exchange. You have golden knot exchange. Yes. You kid have such incredible luck. Chen Quan clapped his hand heavily on Chen Qing's shoulder. If the human emperor hadn't appeared in the ghost mansion, I would have thought you were the human emperor already. Yes, Chen Qing nodded and continued. For the evil spirit level, I have golden knot exchange, painted skin, mortician, chaotic court, Mao Jiang, white bone spirit, and martial champion. For the wandering spirit level, there's Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei. Yes, the ghost king in my demon suppression tower is Zhong Kuei. Chen Quan was somewhat bewildered. Zhong Kuei. Yes, but he's not quite normal. It seems. He has a bit of a problem. Chen Quan frowned, pondering for a while, before saying, continue. Abandoned infant tower, hanged ghost, child ghost, embroidered girl, soldier, ghost, mad ghost. That's all. Very good. Chen Quan nodded. However, the embroidered girl, white bone spirit, martial champion, painted skin, golden, knot exchange, and mortician are not things you can come into contact with. Chen Qing did not hide anything. Brother, I died once. Then I returned to a month ago. Chen Quan stared at Chen Qing intently, seemingly thinking of something, his gaze uncertain. In the end, he just nodded heavily. Give me some face, will you? Isn't this news explosive enough? You look like you know something, so spill it out. You absolutely cannot listen to these things. I will ask clearly myself. Chen Quan changed the subject. Remember to find all those people, not one missing, peel their skin, and extract their bones. The embroidered girl just had one peeled off. Chen Qing smiled. Isn't there a mortician? I kept him awake and he peeled for half an hour. Chen Quan immediately reacted, well done. Sighing, he said, it turns out it wasn't that you had good fortune, but rather you seized the opportunity and took someone else's chance. No, this is also a kind of fortune. There are some strange matters regarding you that I need to inquire about. The evil spirit level of the soldier ghost is called the 18 Riders of Yin Yun. It only becomes powerful when it forms a scale, but at least 7 are needed to set up the Big Dipper formation. You already have the martial champion, so you can consider abandoning it. The hanged ghost must be kept. Its evil spirit level is called soul binding, and the spiritual guide is using the white silk with which it was hanged to bind the soul or absorb essence blood. When the white silk is soaked with blood or filled with souls, it will work. The mortician's evil spirit level is called BNK, and it must also be kept. They'll keep an eye out for the spiritual guide, but it's likely hard to find. Painted skin and golden knot exchange both exist in legends, and there may only be one in the world, so it's probably very hard to find. I know the spiritual guide for golden knot exchange. Its evil spirit level is called Duo Bao Tong Zi, which is said to be related to Duo Bao Dao Run. Chen Quan was taken aback. Where did you learn this? Chen Qing then recounted the matter of Yu Bei. Chen Quan sneered. Very good, I want to go meet those old things from the Taiping Dao. The white bone spirit is also a good thing. I know it has 6 types of evil spirit levels: dragon bone skeleton, Buddha bone skeleton, relic skeleton, divine, remains skeleton, heavenly demon skeleton, and karma fire skeleton. I once encountered a karma fire skeleton which was very troublesome. It was a combination of white bone spirit and the evil spirit level of karma fire, but this thing cannot be forced. Use whatever is available. Next time I will bring you a piece of heavenly demon bone. As he spoke, a voice from a woman in black gauze came over. Senior, I am Tao Guanji, may I come over? Senior. Chen Quan was taken aback and looked at Chen Qing. Chen Qing was quite open about pretending to be a powerful figure. Come in. Upon entering, Tao Guanji looked at Chen Quan with some hesitation. Chen Qing said, speak freely. Tao Guanji took out a pouch and said, Senior, I have brought the dragon bone you mentioned. What a coincidence. Just as we were speaking of dragon bone, it arrives. After saying this, Tao Guanji bowed deeply and said, Senior, the candle serpent is powerful. We juniors are not its match. I hope you can lend a hand for the sake of our humanity. To measure the heavenly mechanism, I have already harmed my origin. Chen Qing was about to refuse when he saw Chen Quan nod slightly. Chen Qing was taken aback, not quite understanding Chen Quan's intentions. Chen Quan nodded again, almost imperceptibly. Thus, Chen Qing sighed ambiguously. All right, you can go back for now. Tao Guanji was overjoyed. Hearing this tone, the senior is going to take action. She immediately bowed deeply and left. As soon as she left, Qin was stunned. Brother, what do you mean? Fight the candle serpent. I have long found it displeasing. Just right, we can settle old scores along with new ones. Qin was shocked. You, can you fight the candle serpent? We'll only know if we fight. Currently available information: skeleton, white bone spirit, dragon bone skeleton, Buddha bone skeleton, divine, remains skeleton, relic skeleton, heavenly demon skeleton, karma, fire skeleton, white bone bodhisattva, physician, mortician, BNK, soldier, ghost, 18 riders of Yin Yun, hanged ghost, soul binding. Qin was somewhat dazed. Judging by the usual words and actions of the candle snake, he was undoubtedly a formidable figure of the ghost race. His cultivation level must be exceedingly high, yet now his elder brother actually wanted to go after him. Here, take this, quickly use it for your ghost pet, and make sure to cultivate diligently. Qin accepted the Qianquan bag, which was filled to the brim with ghost orbs, even more than what Tao Guanji had given him. Qin then handed him a jade that looked like a quail egg. It was light, and upon holding it he realized that it resembled an eggshell, merely a thin layer. Its thickness was akin to the deliberately overpriced gold inlaid jade from the marketplace, which shattered at the slightest touch. Keep this for your safety. I'll crush it if you are in danger. I or Dad will come to rescue you. Qin smiled, genuinely happy. Had I known you would also be at the Earthly Branch Peak meeting, I wouldn't have had to spend so much effort sending you paper knives and paper armor. Qin scolded with a laugh. Damn it, what a huge loss. But I love this loss. Ha ha ha. He pondered for a moment and asked, does Xiao Man have any suitable weapons? Xiao Man has a wooden armor and wooden gauntlets, which are spiritual artifacts, but I'm not sure how powerful they are. I have the Kunwu sword and a bronze sword that is about to awaken. In that case, use Jin Buhuan to upgrade Xiao Man's gauntlets to golden ones. Is that possible? Qin was slightly taken aback, then nodded. How do you usually use Jin Buhuan? Both times I turned stone to gold, I used it to upgrade my golden body. Golden body. Yes, the Yuanpei golden body. Oh, ghost pets will cultivate faster when placed beside the golden body. Qin was stunned for a moment. Damn it, it can be used like this. Then don't upgrade the gauntlets. Put everything into the golden body. They'll find you another way to help Xiao Man enter the tower to cultivate. He frowned again. I need to think of a way to allow Xiao Man to enter the tower as well. Qin also had the demon suppression tower, so he naturally knew that only the master and ghost pets could enter. Everyone, the time is almost up. Just then Rat Boss announced that the gathering time was nearly over. Damn it, Qin rubbed his hair. Why did this gathering time pass so quickly? Qin felt the same way. There were still so many things he wanted to say to Qin. Xiao Man, you must take care of yourself. Quickly upgrade the bone spirit to a dragon bone skeleton. With the evil spirit level, you will be much safer. If you are in danger, make sure to crush the space stone. Don't skimp on spirit stones and ghost orbs. Use them generously. By the way, the road is too far to deal with the candle snake. We will probably take 10 days to reach. In his memory, Qin was taciturn, but now he was chattering incessantly. Qin listened in silence, feeling warmth surge in his heart. Mom and Dad, you must take care of yourselves too. As he spoke, the world around him twisted and turned, and Qin had already returned to the rooftop warehouse. He was slightly dazed. After a while, he finally collected his thoughts. He arrived at the gym planning to talk to Qin Man about Qin, but saw Qin Man fiddling with a silicone doll. Qin's face turned dark. What are you doing? Qin, is this a training dummy? Yes. Where is it used for training? Qin was speechless for a moment, but since he wasn't in the habit of lying to Qin Man, he stated tactfully, it's for training the little chicken. Qin Man's expression remained unchanged, but Qin, who knew him well, understood that Qin Man was quite shocked at this moment. Sure enough, Qin Man pulled down his pants, staring intently at his little thing. Can this also be trained? Yes. After being shocked, Qin Man declared loudly, I want to train too. Qin felt a tingling itch in his head, as if he was about to grow a brain. He quickly changed the subject. I saw elder brother. Qin Man's thoughts were indeed immediately diverted. Did he grow taller? If he grew taller, head break through the ceiling. He said that we all need to cultivate hard, and when we are strong enough, Mom, Dad, and elder brother will come back to see us. Good. I will cultivate hard. Qin Man clenched his fists. Qin, teach me how to train the little chicken. Damn it. He went around in circles and returned to the same topic. Qin's head itched terribly. Ding dong. Just then his phone rang. You cultivate well, I will return a call. He hurried outside and breathed a sigh of relief. The message was from the community group. Many chaotic groups had been established recently, and Qin had been added to more than 10. The expectant mother cried with red eyes. Everyone is having a hard time. I don't have much left at home. Either let me share 2 bags. I have a box of biscuits. I have a few potatoes. I can give you 2 packs of vegetarian noodles. Soon 4 people began to speak up in the group. Thank you all. May kind-hearted people have peace throughout their lives. Ganyu then asked, I'm in building 7 room 202. Can someone help me deliver it? At this, everyone was stunned. Who would deliver goods to you after giving you something? Who would dare to go out now? Isn't that a bit ungrateful? You get it for free, and now you want us to deliver it to your door. Ganyu replied, I'm sorry, it's my fault, but I have a little one in my belly, I can't move. I see in your photo you're only about 7 months along, isn't that a bit much? The crowd began to murmur, and suddenly one person said, "I'll help you. Where do I need to pick up what needs to be given to her?" The 4 families reported their locations. Ganyu expressed her gratitude repeatedly. After waiting for about half an hour, Ganyu asked again, "Where is that kind-hearted young man? Why hasn't he come yet? The community isn't that big, he should have delivered it by now. He came quite early and has already given it to him. I also gave mine to him." Soon several people began to mention that person. That person showed no hesitation and directly left the group. "Damn you, you scoundrel, even scamming for food." The crowd erupted in anger. "Do you know where he is? Get him. It's too dark, I can't see him." The crowd started talking at once. Ganyu immediately began to cry again, saying, "How are we supposed to live like this?" While lamenting, someone suddenly posted a video. In the video, a man and a woman were eating a meal. It wasn't lavish, but it was decent enough. The video seemed to have been shot from the 4th or 5th floor of the adjacent building, and it was relatively clear. The person who posted the video scolded, "Ganyu, do you have any shame? You said you have nothing to eat at home. What is this food? Also, someone kindly agreed to give you something, and you want them to deliver it to you. Your man isn't dead yet. Aren't you afraid your child will be born without an anus?" At this, the group exploded. Profanity such as bitch, ancestor, and genitals was spewed forth in torrents. Ganyu angrily cursed and drew the curtains directly, leaving the group. Qingqing looked at the surveillance footage and then at the group remaining calm. It had only been 3 days. What was this little scheme worth? However, precisely because of this scheming woman, a line was drawn on kindness. At the same time, it served as a warning to many. Some people, even if they still have food at home, are already trying to find ways to get more. Perhaps because of Ganyu, someone in the group immediately posted a message, 2,000 yuan, looking to buy a box of instant noodles. The person posting was Ma Jingyu from room 601 building 2. Everyone was familiar with him. Half of the shops at the entrance of the community belonged to him. His assets were worth several million. Looking at the message for a box of instant noodles priced at 2,000, the hearts of the crowd tightened for some reason. No one was selling. Gao Fei suddenly said, "Chunqing's family buys in bulk. You should ask him, he should be willing to sell." 2,000 yuan, looking to buy a box of instant noodles. Gao Fei suddenly said, "Chunqing's family buys in bulk. You should ask him, he should be selling." Qingqing looked at this message, his eyes gradually narrowing. Normally this would be considered a sarcastic remark, but in the apocalypse, such a statement could even lead to a death sentence. Adding to that, she had asked to move her entire family into Qingqing's house last time, and this was the second time she had provoked him. Ma Jingyu immediately, Qingqing, are you selling?" Ma Jingyu is not well-intentioned at all. If he truly wanted to buy, he should discuss it privately with Qingqing. Saying it in the group is either foolish or malicious. Everyone was waiting for Qingqing's reply. If he said yes, it would imply that his family had surplus food. It was fine for now, but in a few days they might become targets for those with ulterior motives. But would Qingqing at this moment be afraid of such things? The entire community combined wouldn't be enough to challenge him. "We have no instant noodles." Gao Fei immediately retorted, "You're lying. Your family has them. I saw a truckload of stuff when you were building your safe house, including canned food and instant noodles. We have no instant noodles. Who the hell eats that stuff?" Qingqing directly sent a photo. In the picture, Qingqing and Uncle Xiao were having a feast. There was red wine lobsters bigger than the plates, steaming pork knuckles, and a whole roasted chicken. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Gao Fei typed out several full blocks of text, then deleted them, gritting her teeth. It seemed as if Qingqing was eating her family's food. After a while, she said, "Eating such things at a time like this, do you have no conscience? Are you not afraid of choking?" Qingqing laughed and replied, "But the sauce is rich, it's tender and smooth. Once it enters the mouth, it's impossible to choke on it." At home, Gao Fei suddenly screamed, hitting things wildly in a fit of hysteria. LV Hui and Zhang Yuan watched silently, not daring to speak much. It seems Qingqing is living quite well, unlike the rest of us who are struggling. Ma Jingyu spoke up with an unusual tone. "So does that mean your family has a lot of food then?" Qingqing smiled. "Ma Jingyu, you are really courting death. Nowhere near the money of Boss Ma. After all, Boss Ma just walked away with a box of cash from the warehouse." Then there was a video in which Ji Luo and others were busy and flustered. One person stealthily approached the warehouse and quickly carried away a box of cash. Indeed, the box of defense preparation funds from Ji Luo was stolen by him. Ma Jingyu felt icy all over, the chill running from his feet to his head. He immediately sent a friend request, Qingqing, delete the video. A second friend request, Qingqing, withdraw the video. I will give you 5,000,000. A third friend request, Qingqing, I'm sorry. Please withdraw the video. Hurry. Qingqing did not respond. Ma Jingyu felt a cold sweat, quickly trying to salvage the situation in the group. Haha, these days editing videos is so simple. Qingqing sent a screenshot of Ma Jingyu frantically adding friends. Look, I edited another one. Ma Jingyu still wanted to salvage it, but his hands were shaking violently, trembling. Ji Luo suddenly sent a message, very good. Ma Jingyu's phone clattered to the ground. Just 5 minutes. Bang, 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 bang. Loud knocks echoed from his door. He jumped up in shock. Panic. He was immediately alarmed. At this moment, he was utterly flustered, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. He suddenly remembered something, quickly took out the box of cash and ran to the bathroom, throwing handfuls of money into the toilet, just about to flush it, when he realized the toilet was frozen. What to do, what to do, what to do? Bang! The entire wall shook violently. Ma Jingyu couldn't help but scream, rushing to the window and throwing bundles of cash out of the security bars. His hand hit the security bars, cutting it, but he didn't care. One bundle of cash wasn't tied, well scattered in his hand, dancing like petals in the wind and snow floating everywhere. Bang! Crack! Whoosh! The entire door crashed into the room with a pile of broken bricks. Dust filled the air. Ma Jingyu stood frozen by the window, the ground littered with scattered cash. Yeah, you listen to me explain. Ma Jingyu trembled violently. It's not me. It really isn't me. Chen Qing edited it. The video was edited by Chen Qing. Ma Jingyu's brain had turned to mush, pointing at the scattered money on the ground. All of this is Chen Qing's editing. Bang! Ji Luo punched him hard in the stomach. Poof! Ma Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body slowly bowing down. His eyes were filled with terror and panic as he coughed up blood, still shaking his head. I. Slap. A heavy slap shattered Ma Jingyu's left cheek, causing it to swell immediately. Ji Luo sneered, addressing the others behind him. Put away all the funds. Bind him in the warehouse. Several people in the opposite building were watching everything unfold, some even recording it. Perhaps due to these onlookers, or perhaps because Ji Luo couldn't bring himself to be ruthless, he still didn't deliver a fatal blow. Of course, what would happen after binding Ma Jingyu in the warehouse was unknown. The group immediately had people sending out videos. I never expected the thief to be Ma Jingyu. Isn't it? His family is so rich, at least ranking in the top 3 in the community, right? Is he out of his mind? But isn't this too violent? Where is there such law enforcement? Not killing him is already considered good. I support Captain Jia's approach. Watching the group becoming lively, Gao Fei suddenly felt a chill. Ma Jingyu provoked Chen Qing, and just a few words led to this. What about herself? Jiang Yuan whispered, Xiao Fei, you should really not provoke Chen Qing anymore. Why should I? Gao Fei suddenly exploded like a cat stepped on her tail. What am I afraid of? If I'm right, what should I be afraid of? I didn't steal or rob. The hateful one is Chen Qing. He built such a large safe house, not allowing everyone inside. With just this, how many lives has he harmed? He is the biggest murderer in our community. The deaths of those people should all be on him. Gao Fei screamed hysterically, and he hoarded so many things. What's wrong with giving a little to others? What's wrong with that? Can he eat it all? Xiao Fei. Jiang Yuan still wanted to persuade. Gao Fei was even angrier. Watching neighbors die before his eyes, does he feel any guilt? Xiao Fei. There used to be talk about taking down the tyrants. If he continues like this, we'll gather dozens of people, tear down his house, and share the goods. Xiao Fei. Jiang Yuan shouted loudly. Gao Fei seemed startled, slowly turning her head, looking at Jiang Yuan in disbelief. You shouted at me. You're yelling at me for a stranger. Ji Luo looked at the tightly bound Ma Jingyu in the warehouse, sneering. Officer Ji, please give me a chance. I was wrong. Truly wrong. Just give me a piece of clothing, or I'll freeze to death. Ji Luo ignored him. Lock the door. If you survive, it means you have a strong fate. Wang Da and the others exchanged glances and slowly pulled down the rolling door. Ma Jingyu screamed in terror. You're intentionally killing me. You will go to jail. Help. Help. There are too many empty rooms in the community now, so they randomly chose one as their headquarters. Ji Luo was discussing with his 6 subordinates. Glancing around, a chill ran through his heart. Hong Ye and Chen Kuan were no longer here. He had originally planned to have a big showdown with them. After the incident with Gan Yu, it might be difficult to secure food again. Since yesterday, they have been plotting one thing: to distribute the food evenly. The ghost tide is unknown for how long it will last. Some families have plenty of food, while others are running low, and some have already run out of supplies. As the community's defense officer, he cannot just watch people starve to death. But he also knows that everyone has their own selfish interests, making this task fraught with challenges. Especially after the incident with Gan Yu. Damn bitch. Ji Luo cursed softly, asking, how's the public opinion survey going? It's like that 10,000 degree who are running out of food, while those with food refuse to budge. Ji Luo was still hesitating. Just then his phone rang. There was a friend request. Looking closely, it was from Gao Fei. Ji Luo had a good impression of this woman, who had always targeted Chen Qing. Hello, officer. I am reporting that Chen Qing's family has hoarded a lot of food and medicine. Oh. Ji Luo's eyes brightened. He naturally knew that Chen Qing's family had ample supplies, but if he wanted to take down the rich, he needed a reason. This is called having a justified cause. He was not afraid of Chen Qing. In Ji Luo's view, he and Chen Qing were probably evenly matched. Moreover, his side still had many people. If necessary, he could capture the chubby kid from Chen Qing's family, and he wasn't afraid that Chen Qing wouldn't compromise. Last time 11 people died at Chen Qing's doorstep, it was just his bad luck to encounter that eerie female ghost, possibly a ghost of a terrible level. After a long time, Ji Luo finally made a decision. Oi, let's target Chen Qing. As long as they dealt with Chen Qing, who else would dare to say no? At that moment, Ji Luo began issuing orders. You guys go find out if there are any who can shoot, preferably retired veterans or the like. Upon hearing that Ji Luo had a gun, everyone instantly became excited. There's a gun. If we can't deal with ghosts, can we not deal with this kid? Ji Luo called Gao Fei again. Do you understand? We need to occupy the moral high ground and do this with justification. We must align with the people's sentiments. Understood, officer. This matter is originally Chun Xing's fault. Too greedy. It indirectly caused so many deaths. Gao Fei immediately agreed. I understand what you mean. An hour later, in the largest group, someone suddenly sent a message. Some people have already run out of food, but some families have a serious surplus. I think in this special period, everyone should share with each other. The ghost tide has weakened so much by today, at most it will pass in 3 to 4 days. Are we still afraid of starving? I agree. Distributing everyone's food uniformly will also ensure a more balanced nutrition. Yes, for neighbors who contributed, the community will not forget their merits and contributions. Most people were watching coldly, only 4 or 5 were in harmony. But soon those with less stock at home started to speak up. Chun Xing sneered. Director Zhou, in the past, when my family was impoverished and my brother and I were on the brink of starvation, I never saw you advocating for a fair distribution of money. So now, just because my family has a little extra grain stored, you think it should be evenly divided into your pocket? Lao Zhou replied. Young man, a person lives not just for the body, but for their reputation. When you reach my age, you'll understand that what remains in this world after death is the true essence of you. Chun Xing cursed. Go to hell. Chun Xing cursed, you old beast. 6 years ago, when I was groveling and borrowing money everywhere, I even came to your house, right? 3 times your son kept telling me you weren't home. Now you want equality. You can go to hell. Do you still have the face to talk about reputation? Don't you remember the scandal with Lu Yanhong that you were involved in, where they tore each other apart for days? Do you know what your nickname is in the community, eh? Chun Xing raged. This is the reputation you've left behind in this world. After finishing his tirade, Chun Xing felt invigorated. He realized how refreshing it could be to abandon all morals. At that moment, on the first floor, a retired middle-aged man stared at his phone, a surge of blood rushing to his head. His whole body began to tremble. This beast. Lao Zhou suddenly stood up. I will kill him. Beside him, a middle-aged woman watched coldly. Lao Zhou shouted angrily, why aren't you stopping me? Stop you? Why should I stop? You were quite skilled when you were hitting me, right? The middle-aged woman chuckled coldly. A week ago, I suggested stocking up on supplies. How did you scold me then? You said I was foolish for having long hair and short knowledge, that all women are idiots and believe in every rumor. Yes, I am a fool, the biggest fool, for listening to you. Now look at this, I'll let you starve to death. Lao Zhou trembled with anger, pointing at his phone. This nickname, licking the puddle, do you know it? You definitely know. Why didn't you tell me? The woman laughed heartily. Zhou Jinsheng, isn't that nickname fitting? Don't you have any self-awareness about your actions? Meanwhile, Lu Yanhong at home was gritting her teeth. Who did she provoke? Why bring up old grievances again? Chun Xing and that monstrous brother nearly turned her family into wrecks, and now they come to provoke her. She anxiously glanced at Huang Jian, fearing he would see the content. She hobbled over, ready to delete the message on her phone, when Huang Jian suddenly grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Huang Jian looked at the phone with a cold smile, his expression quickly darkening. It's all gone. Lu Yanhong's face turned pale. Huang Jian sneered, come here. As he spoke, he had already unbuckled his belt, and Lu Yanhong, trembling with fear, walked over. A piercing scream echoed through half the neighborhood. Meanwhile, the group chat was buzzing again as Chun Xing had posted several photos. Each photo showcased a feast, and to prove it was current, Chun Xing had placed a phone next to the lavish spread with the screen displaying the present time. Most people actually opposed this idea of equality. At that moment, they were all cheering, wow, this feast looks great. Aren't you going to send some to Director Zhou downstairs? That's a good point. Chun Xing nodded, quickly posting a video in the group. As soon as they saw the video, many people were left grinding their teeth. In the video, Chun Xing split a lobster in half, went to the window, and threw the other half out. Then he tossed half of all the dishes. At the end of the video, Chun Xing said, these are my belongings, I make the rules. For those who are displeased and want to take what's mine, come find me at 81601. But if you step into this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now everyone talks about principles and moral standards at every turn. But in 3 or 4 days, morals will no longer make sense. In 6 or 7 days, there might still be a hint of humanity. After 10 days, humanity. In his previous life, Chun Xing deeply engraved a saying in his heart, anti-human. Wasting protein is the real anti-human act. The protein he referred to was human flesh. In this world, one cannot survive with a bodhisattva's heart. If there are exceptions, they would only be the compassionate and benevolent Gatling Bodhisattva, or the Cyber Buddha. Chun Xing would definitely establish his authority, and as for who to use as an example, whoever is stubborn will do. The group chat became even more lively. Gao Fei angrily scolded Chun Xing, don't think you can act lawlessly. Don't think no one can control you. The monkey suddenly spoke slowly, seeing these charges, I thought Chun Xing was committing murder and arson. After looking for a while, it turns out he was just having a feast at home. He should be killed. right? Wait, what do you mean? In such a special time, can't we have a little spirit of sacrifice? Are you just going to watch everyone die? Will you feel good about that? I remember a few days ago when my parents were stockpiling instant noodles, you and Huang Jin were laughing happily. Looking back now, you are the foolish woman who is completely clueless. You shameless. Enough, just do your best. If you have the ability, go rob Qingqing. If not, just shut up and look foolish. Ji Luo looked at the monkey's message, his eyelids twitching. Although the monkey was weak, if he was on Qingqing's side, there would be a lot of trouble. He also instructed be sure to keep an eye on the monkey's whereabouts. The group chat was constantly denouncing Qingqing. Meanwhile, Ji Luo's side was gradually gathering people. Have the girls been found? Not only have we found them, but we also found two. Wang Da's eyes were full of pride. As he spoke, two girls walked out. They were tall with excellent looks, and they looked almost identical. Officer Ji, my name is Wang Yulu, and this is my sister Wang Yujia. We both practiced dance before, and later we also practiced Sanda Taekwondo, and we have black belts in both. In unregulated free combat, 99 of humans can't beat me. Let alone the two of us together. Wang Yujia said that Qingqing is arrogant and selfish with no manners at all. We can't let him off easy after 11 years of training in martial arts. Ji Luo was overjoyed. His biggest headache now was that Qingqing was always cooped up in his safe house, which must have been heavily fortified and incredibly strong. With these two bait, the success rate would double. After checking, there was one rifle and two handguns. The handguns were hidden closely by Wang Da and Zhang Buqing, hoping to catch him off guard. A rifle was set up on the rooftop opposite, waiting for Ji Luo's command. Qingqing watched everyone through the surveillance, sneering coldly. If Manager Yang were still alive, he could drink with him over this. Qingqing initially only wanted to install surveillance in his own building, but due to ample funds with no place to spend, the Manager Yang took the liberty to install surveillance throughout the entire community. These surveillance cameras were all installed in sound-activated lights with normal and infrared modes. Each building had a relay station transmitting 1080p footage to Qingqing with almost no delay. Ji Luo thought everything was quiet, but everything was under Qingqing's watchful eye. Huapai, can you block bullets? As a half King Kong, I should be fine, but I've never been shot, so I'm not quite sure. With a thought, Qingqing casually took a rifle to the third level of the demon suppression tower. Huapai exited the possession and stood in front of Qingqing. Qingqing tried shooting her foot. Bang! Huapai laughed, master, it's a piece of cake. Qingqing immediately started shooting at her, wildly emptying a magazine, without any issue. Qingqing finally felt relieved and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Ji Luo, along with everyone else, was slowly approaching Building 8. Ding dong. Suddenly his phone rang. Qingqing, Ji Luo has brought people to kill you. This was Qingqing's friend, whose name consisted of 3 letters CXK. He flipped through his contact list, having added him over a year ago, but they hadn't exchanged a single word, and his moments were void of any text. Qingqing paid no attention and looked at the surveillance again. The person carrying a rifle had arrived at the rooftop of Building 7, dressed in a large trench coat, crawling through the wind and snow. Everyone quieted their footsteps and slowly approached the stairwell between the 5th and 6th floors. Wang Yujia and Wang Yulu were at the front, both wearing military coats with only a tank top underneath their chests prominently visible. Ji Luo made a silencing gesture to everyone and nodded at the two girls. They took a deep breath and knocked on Qingqing's door. Qingqing sneered and asked, "Who is it?" "Chen. Brother Chen can you let us in? As long as you let us in, we can do anything. We didn't bring weapons, you can check. It's so cold outside. Brother Chen, please open the door. As long as you let us in, we can do anything." Qingqing directly opened the door. The two girls were taken aback, not expecting Qingqing to be so foolish as to open the door so easily. "Chen, brother." Wang Yujia lunged forward. At the same time, Wang Yulu also lunged, both hugging Qingqing's arms from left and right, about to perform a reverse lock to subdue him, but they couldn't move. Qingqing's arms were as solid as iron, and despite using all their strength, they couldn't bend, even slightly. Both girls gaped, full of disbelief. Qingqing sneered, and 2 golden elixirs shot out from behind him. Poof! Poof! 2 lines of blood spurted forth, and the two instinctively clutched their necks, only to find they were covered in warmth. A large amount of blood immediately soaked their chests. The person on the rooftop of Building 7 shivered. His rifle was equipped with a night vision scope, allowing him to see clearly what was happening. His hand pressed on the trigger. Qingqing's coroner's thin, elongated fingers pinched a delicate blade, slicing through the air. The rooftop gunman's finger was still pressing down slowly, but his head fell slack, and in the next moment his head rolled off, thudding beside him. The Kunwu sword appeared in his hand. Qingqing hesitated not for a moment, using all his strength to charge towards Ji Luo in the stairwell. Ji Luo was horrified. Qingqing's Kunwu sword pierced directly into his throat. However, at the moment it pierced, Ji Luo's body shifted imperceptibly to the side. He moved half an inch, just enough to avoid a fatal injury. The Kunwu sword sliced through Ji Luo's left neck, blood gushing forth. Ji Luo's figure blurred and instantly vanished. Qingqing frowned. Kill! Kill! Everyone was startled and immediately swung their knives at Qingqing. However, as the blade reached Qingqing's face, it was suddenly hurled away along with the arm. Following the master's command, the coroner nodded slightly, his hands gliding gently through the air. Puff. One by one arms fell abruptly. Everyone panicked. Help! Help! It's a ghost! Ghost! The cries intertwined, echoing back and forth in the narrow staircase. These people were like a collection of unassembled parts, their limbs scattered silently everywhere. In just a few breaths, all that remained were severed limbs and dismembered bodies. Several had become human puppets, twitching and wailing. Only two remained intact: Wang Da and Zhang Buqing. The last time they came to smash the door, these two were the most eager. As a reward, they would become the bridal gown for the embroidery girl. Wang Da was a muscular man, but at this moment his legs trembled and his pants were already wet. Chun 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 ching you. Won't. Don't worry, you two can't be like them. You can't. Wang Da trembled, all over his face twitching as he tried to force a smile upon hearing this. Chen Qing wasted no words, waving his hand as the embroidery girl appeared. Leaving this to the embroidery girl, Chen Qing dashed towards Ji Luo's room. Inside Ji Luo's room, he was extremely anxious, very anxious. He suddenly realized that the Chen Qing he had always considered a rival was no longer on the same level as himself. Chen Qing. My house ghost is about to ascend to the chaotic realm, and I will definitely not spare you. No, I can't stay here. I have to leave. Ji Luo haphazardly covered his wound, but his body suddenly stiffened. In the living room, it seemed, there was an extra person. He turned around in horror to see Chen Qing's calm face. Chen Qingwei. A flash of blade light cut across, and Ji Luo's head fell to the ground. Sorry, I don't have a habit of leaving hidden dangers. Chen Qing waved his hand, sealing Ji Luo in the first layer of the demon suppression tower, and hurried back. His body was still warm. It should be suitable for a bridal gown, right? Just as he stepped out, he froze. The monkey was walking over with a knife, exuding murderous intent. The monkey was also taken aback upon seeing Chen Qing. What the hell did you finish over there so quickly? So fast? Chen Qing did not answer but asked, what do you want with Ji Luo? To kill him. The monkey replied, you must be fine over there. I'm afraid this bastard will run away, so I'm here to block him. Chen Qing laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around the monkey's shoulder as they walked, saying, Monkey, let me put it this way right now, comparing you to me is like comparing an adult to a 3-year-old child. If I can't handle something, you coming in won't help at all. Besides, I'm immortal. If you get stabbed, you'll really be done. Forgot it. This isn't a game. There's no second chance. The monkey was somewhat disheartened. Come on, that can't be. I still have the warrior and the butcher. I'm not joking. Chen Qing handed over a bag of spirit stones. You quickly upgrade to the essence soul. The current you is of no use. Damn it. The monkey cursed, but still took the bag and left. When he returned, the bridal gown, made from Wang Da, was already completed. The gown made from Zhang Buqing was still being crafted. The severity of the situation was filled with sensitive words. He sealed the coroner and the embroidery girl along with all the parts into the third layer of the demon suppression tower, summoning the Mao Jiang and water monkey to clean up the blood. Chen Qing returned home deep in thought. Painting skin. Ji Luo's ability to teleport just now was clearly a blood contract, right? Yes, his blood contract target was clearly the house ghost. If it's the chaotic realm, finding Ji Luo will probably be quite difficult for us. Chen Qing entered Ji Luo's room, which was brought in by his chaotic realm. I also need to consider a blood contract. Chen Qing had been hesitating about the target of the blood contract. A blood contract can merge oneself deeply with the ghost pet, allowing for shared vitality, divine powers, and more. For example, Ji Luo, he could use the house ghost's teleportation. Chen Qing had been pondering his blood contract target. If he wanted a powerful body, Zhong Kuei was the best choice. After all, although this guy's mind isn't very sharp, his ghost energy value is already shooting towards 2000. Moreover, he will definitely become stronger in the future. On the other hand, Chen Qing was not very willing to engage in direct combat himself. His ghost pets could almost form 2 football teams. Why take that risk? Thus, survival skills were of utmost importance, such as the space-shifting ability of Jin Buhuan. But he was also afraid of drawing the skill turning stone into gold. Headache. Difficulty in making choices. When he returned home, the group chat had already erupted in chaos. Chen Qing, what did you do to my husband? Where's Officer G? Why can't I even get through on the phone? Chen Qing, come out and respond. What have you done to them? Chen Qing glanced and replied, they're all dead. Not a single one was spared. I said once you step into this floor, don't blame my ruthless hands. Remember, as long as I don't step out of this room, you should all feel fortunate. The group fell silent. Gao Fei furiously typed out a bunch of words, but her fingers trembled and she deleted everything. She did not believe, but none of those people had returned. The families of the expedition team quickly formed a small group, all anxiously inquiring. Our Qiangzi hasn't returned yet. He won't really run into trouble, right? My husband hasn't returned either. The phone has been unreachable. Chen Qing can't be that powerful, right? I saw there were more than 10 of them. They even had guns. What should we do? If Li Jun is gone, how will I live? How will my daughter and I survive? Suddenly a message came through on Chen Qing's phone. It was from the IDXCK, who had just messaged him, Ji Luo is coming to kill you. Opening the message, Chen Qing, I am Chensi. I knew you were fine. How is it? I provided you with timely news, right? It was Chensi. Chen Qing suddenly froze as she had added herself with a small account. and had been lurking for more than a year. What was her intention? After a moment, Qinqing understood. She cursed under her breath, scheming bitch. This small account of Qinci was probably spying on many people. She was likely afraid someone would block her main account, so she made this one. And she used the small account to tip herself off. Her idea was quite simple. Even if Qinqing were to lose, if the phone fell into Ji Luo's hands, he wouldn't be able to find out who informed her. A two-pronged approach. Qinqing sneered, ignoring her. Qinci immediately sent another message. Qinqing, my family is out of rations. Can you support me a little? Consider it a loan. You are also out of rations. It's only been 3 days. That shouldn't be possible. But soon Qinqing realized. If anyone had the most confidence in the beginning, it would definitely be Qinci. The defensive officer was her boyfriend, and the deputy defensive officer was her brother. Did she really need to stockpile food? But now both these supports had been dealt with by Qinqing, and she was looking for the next one. Qinqing merely sneered. Qinci, this is only the 3rd day. The days ahead are still long. Qinqing, realizing his previous mistakes, sought forgiveness, appealing to the mercy of the other party. There was no response. Qinqing, feeling discontent, pondered what he lacked at the moment. Women. Being confined indoors for 24 hours left him with little to do, just scrolling through his phone and considering sensitive topics. Moreover, more and more applications had been shut down. The only thing left to do was to engage in sensitive topics. With his resources and abilities, Qinqing would surely attract more and more women, and he needed to act quickly. Once he had shared a bed with him, he would be confident that he could make him unable to leave. After thinking for a moment, he sent another message. You avenged my brother, and in this life I will repay you like a loyal servant, but right now I have nothing to offer but myself. He threw his phone aside, when suddenly the illusionary skin said, Master, come see, we've discovered a second corpse on the 3rd level. Qinqing, puzzled, replied, what second corpse? The illusionary skin pondered. Previously on the 3rd level we found a corpse that must have reached the formless level, which is why the master can't recall it. Is that so? Qinqing racked his brain, and finally had a faint recollection. It seemed there was something in chapter 56. He had clearly seen it, but it had slipped from his mind. Had it not been for the mention by the illusionary skin, he probably would never have thought of it again. He arrived at the 3rd level. The abandoned infant tower was busy expelling ghosts, and it was bustling with at least hundreds of various ghosts wandering aimlessly. Most of them were female infants, but there were also paper figures, toilet ghosts, starving ghosts, spirit-eating ghosts, and foolish ghosts. Surprisingly, the abandoned infant tower had also expelled a malevolent ghost-level plague ghost. These ghosts were all driven away from Dejin Pang's vicinity and dared not approach. Ghosts also had ranks. Surrounding Dejin Pang were Qinqing's 12 ghost pets. The coroner was studying the second Dejin Pang, but this one did not resemble Dejin Pang at all. Coroner, what are you doing? Returning to the master. The Dejin Pang is merely a temporary assembly for the journey, lacking in combat power and speed. Now creating another one would naturally take various factors into consideration, capable of running swiftly and engaging in combat, but unfortunately it lacks wings, and otherwise it could attempt to fly. Qinqing paused, waved his hand, and said, got it. Keep up the good work. The human skin wedding dress created by the embroidery girl was at its final stage. Initially worried about not having enough, he had even prepared ones made from Ji Luo's brand, but now it seemed unnecessary. Since Chen Quan had given a bunch of ghost beads, Qinqing had given each ghost pet 5. Everyone's progress was quite rapid. The skeletal spirit, nearly crippled by Zhong Kuei, had now fully regained its body and was working hard to restore the cloak made of backbones. Everything was going smoothly. Qinqing followed the illusionary skin for more than 10 minutes before finally seeing the second corpse as described. It was quite large, towering at least 10 meters, even while seated. For massive iron chains pierced through its body with the other ends buried deep underground. Judging by its appearance, the corpse had been sitting quietly for 100 or even 1,000 years. Despite being merely a corpse, it exuded an indescribable aura of terror. This was the second corpse found in the 3rd level, but he had no impression of the previous one at all. After thinking for a moment, Qinqing casually took out a small notebook and noted there are 2 corpses on the 3rd level. The illusionary skin chuckled, Master, that's useless. What do you mean useless? Don't look at the notebook, think about what you just wrote. Qinqing was taken aback, his mind a blank. Right? What had he written in the notebook? The notebook? What notebook? The notebook in his hand slipped onto the ground. Qinqing picked it up in a daze. The words were still there, but he just couldn't remember. This is so damn strange. Qinqing, feeling helpless, tried a few more times. He could see all the details of the corpse with his eyes open, but once he closed them, he couldn't remember anything. He could only vaguely recall what was in front of him. This is the formless, don't force it. He had to return to his ghost pets. The human skin wedding dress crafted by the embroidery girl was finally completed. She held it up to her chest, giggling. Upon closer inspection, the base color was flesh-toned, adorned with clusters of blood-red peonies, exuding an air of grandeur. However, the bright red drawn with human blood looked somewhat eerie. Looking at the embroidery girl again, her features were delicate with red lips and white teeth, especially her big eyes, as if they held the stars. She looked completely like a bright and cheerful girl, far from the image of a female demon sewing human skin. To Qinqing's surprise, she was about to undress in front of everyone. Hey, stop. Chen Qing immediately intervened, allowing the chaotic courtyard to create a small space for changing clothes. The embroidery girl seemed very happy, giggling all the while. Then, the laughter ceased. The martial champion corner and others turned to look. Moments later, flowers of various colors appeared on the ground. Each flower was only the size of a fingertip. A bare white tender foot emerged. Gradually, a woman covered by a red veil appeared before them. Is this the Huayao bride? The Huayao bride had a small red handbag slung over her right hip as well as a small drum. On her left wrist was a chain adorned with numerous small bells. With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, a series of crisp jingling sounds echoed. Then, small bags began to appear on Chen Qing's body. The Huayao bride lightly tapped the drum, bang, the small bags on Chen Qing burst, spraying blood, revealing a small red flower within. Hold! The illusionary skin shouted, and without any visible movement it had wrapped itself around the Huayao bride tightly. The Huayao bride was rattling all over as if she would shatter into pieces at any moment. How dare you attack the master, you seek death. I was wrong. The Huayao bride's cries echoed. I still cannot control my abilities. Master, spare me. Master, spare me. Chen Qing naturally did not believe that the Huayao bride would harm him. Of course there had to be a punishment. The sounds of rattling continued, and the Huayao bride could no longer speak. Only then did Chen Qing say, all right, let her go this once. The illusionary skin released the Huayao bride, instantly restoring her human form. I thank the master for sparing my life. The Huayao bride, covered by the red veil, breathed heavily. It's nothing. Chen Qing took out a bag of ghost beads. I'll reward you with 5. What do you want? The Huayao bride thought for a moment. Do you have any ghost beads for supporting flower girls? Chen Qing asked curiously. How come you all like the ghost beads for supporting flower girls? Women love beauty, and the ghost beads for supporting flower girls have many uses for female ghosts. The illusionary skin vaguely explained. Chen Qing did not mind. Illusionary skin, you guard the house. I will cultivate on the 3rd level now. Understood, master. The illusionary skin cheerfully accepted the order. Chen Qing truly had only 3 ghost pets: Zhong Kuei, the illusionary skin, and Jin Buhuan. Zhong Kuei was not worth mentioning, utterly unreliable. Jin Buhuan's intelligence was too low. Naturally, the one he trusted the most was the illusionary skin. Once the illusionary skin left, Chen Qing took out the Qinkuan bag given by Tao Guanji. It contained dragon bones. He had to quickly upgrade the skeletal spirit to the evil spirit level. Only with an evil spirit at home could he feel at ease. The ghostly aura of the bone spirit has reached 259, with an ample supply of ghost beads, and coupled with 2 golden bodies, the enhancement speed is remarkably fast. Chen Qing is still hesitating over the target of the blood contract. If he chooses Zhong Kuei, with Zhong Kuei's terrifying blood energy and ghostly aura, it would definitely elevate his body several levels. However, the most crucial aspect of the blood contract is the divine ability. Generally speaking, blood contract ghost pets basically possess only one divine ability, which is not to be underestimated. But Zhong Kuei has too many divine abilities, making it difficult to predict what he might get. What Chen Qing desires most is the spatial traversal divine ability of Jin Buhuan. The issue lies in the fact that Jin Buhuan possesses 2 divine abilities, creating a 50 chance, neither too high nor too low. After pondering for a long while, he simply summoned Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei, I want a blood contract, but am unsure whether to choose you or Jin Buhuan. Zhong Kuei seemed to have gained much wisdom during this time, and spoke with greater fluency. I am worth 10 of them. No, 100 Jin Buhuan. But I want the spatial traversal divine ability. This god possesses it too. To prove it, Zhong Kuei suddenly vanished. At the same time, his body appeared over 100 meters away, grinning and waving. Here, do you see? The ghosts summoned by the abandoned infant tower were all terrified and collapsed to the ground. Those that were slightly better fled for their lives. Zhong Kuei reappeared in front of Chen Qing. He was exceedingly pleased. How is this divine movement of mine? It's good, very good, exceptionally good, almost too good. The more Zhong Kuei heard, the happier he became, pondering a bit and asking, what do you mean by almost too good? You possess too many divine abilities. If I make a blood contract with you, what if I end up with some strange divine ability? Zhong Kuei was taken aback. His 2 carefree eyes also ceased their activity. No, Zhong Kuei shook his head vigorously. You wouldn't be able to handle the 2 divine abilities of Jin Buhuan. What do you mean? Zhong Kuei merely shook his head. You wouldn't be able to handle it, you wouldn't be able to handle it. His thoughts seemed to enter some dead, and as he began to mutter to himself, then how could you handle me? Right, you wouldn't be able to handle it, you wouldn't be able to handle it. As he spoke, his figure became elusive like smoke, and he vanished before Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Why did Zhong Kuei say I couldn't handle Jin Buhuan's divine ability? Master, do you know what the top divine ability among the 36 Heavenly Gang divine abilities is? What? It's the creation of transformation. The goddess Nuwa used this great technique to create all of humanity. Can you withstand such a divine ability? I definitely cannot withstand it. For example, the second method of the Heavenly Gang, which reverses yin and yang, can disrupt the order of heaven and earth, causing the sun and moon to be out of sync, with yang hidden and yin suppressed. Since the blood moon hangs high and does not recede, it must be this divine ability. Can you withstand it? Absolutely not. What Zhong Kuei means is that there are some powerful divine abilities that you currently cannot bear. Perhaps Zhong Kuei has realized that the two divine abilities of Jin Buhuan are somewhat unique. So if I make a blood contract with Jin Buhuan, there's a possibility that the moment I gain the divine ability I might. Master, don't rush into the blood contract just yet. Let's think of a way. It seemed there was no other choice. Chen Qing felt distressed. While others despised the low-level skills of ghost pets, what about him? Damn it, he was afraid to make a contract due to the overwhelming power of the ghost pet's divine abilities. He resolved, first, I will learn the Daobao lineage. Absorbing 1,000 or 800 spirit artifacts, I won't believe I can't handle the divine abilities. At that moment, he sat cross-legged and began constructing the soul power channel. The 8 strands of soul power dispersed, simultaneously expanding the meridian channels. These tiny meridians were all blocked, making the first expansion particularly challenging. Fortunately, Chen Qing had excellent resilience and gritted his teeth to persevere. As time passed, when his soul power was exhausted, he absorbed spirit stones to replenish it. In this way, 2 days went by. Master, the flesh vehicle has been completed. Please give it a name. The voice of the coroner interrupted Chen Qing. Looking over, he saw that the coroner had crafted. To be precise, it was a centipede. The body of the centipede was composed of a human torso with legs being human legs. Strangely, there were many hands on top that were slowly opening and closing. The most unsettling aspect was the centipede's head. 13 human faces were stitched onto a human body that was only the upper half, and standing upright, currently looking around. Chen Qing felt a shiver down his spine. He hurriedly summoned Jin Buhuan and began to turn flesh into gold. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan jumped into the flesh centipede. The golden transformation of the flesh centipede began. One by one, the active hands slowly solidified, covered in a layer of gold. It spread like this for about 30%, and then the golden transformation stopped. It seemed that Jin Buhuan needed to come twice more. This couldn't be rushed. Chen Qing continued to cultivate, and by the 7th day, Jin Buhuan's pouch was once again filled with golden ingots. Thus, the second golden transformation occurred. On the 13th day, the third golden transformation took place. The entire blood centipede finally turned completely into gold. Its originally unsettling appearance now radiated a sense of holiness. Indeed, the golden wealth can cure all forms of trypophobia. Next, tossing the golden centipede into the ghostly aura would suffice. Just as he was about to move, a flash occurred before his eyes. Zhong Kuei appeared. You're hurt. Who injured you? Chen Qing was greatly shocked. At that moment, Zhong Kuei was pierced by 20 to 30 golden coffin nails, his entire body stained with blood. Zhong Kuei has never been reliable, but his combat strength has always been dependable. Chen Qing couldn't imagine who had hurt him like this. A deity. Hey. Zhong Kuei weakly grinned. No one can harm this great immortal. I did this to myself. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Kuei laughed weakly, full of pride. Chen Qing was somewhat dazed. What? With my prowess, it's quite difficult to stab myself like this. Do you know about the 7 arrows of nail heads? It's the heavenly gang divine ability that Liu Ye used to plot against Zhao Gongming. I truly am a clever person. TSK. How many people in this world could come up with such a method? Chen Qing was still confused. Know what exactly happened to you? Humph. Zhong Kuei proudly smiled. I sealed all my major and minor divine abilities, and now I only have half of Zhong Di Jingguang. Chen Qing, you can rest assured to make the blood contract with this great immortal. Chen Qing was stunned. Seeing Zhong Kuei, whose body was filled with 3-inch-long coffin nails still bleeding, he asked, You did this for me. Zhong Kuei rolled his eyes. What else could it be? Hurry. This great immortal is in pain. Oh. There was no time to feel touched, seeing that he looked like he was in great discomfort. Chen Qing quickly performed the blood contract technique. However, this blood contract technique was rather troublesome. It required constructing at least 30 spirit threads, then gradually thickening and strengthening them. This is troublesome. Zhong Kuei said impatiently, resting his arms on Chen Qing's shoulders. The next moment, a powerful spiritual energy surged directly into Chen Qing's head. With a buzzing sound, Chen Qing's vision darkened, and he nearly lost his balance. Zhong Kuei's spiritual energy was at its peak and incredibly agile. It was as if a shuttle in a factory weaving machine sped back and forth so fast it was hard to see. In just a moment, the blood contract was formed. An unimaginable surge of blood energy flooded into Chen Qing's body. In Chen Qing's perception, at that moment, his entire body felt swollen like a balloon. A gentle poke would cause it to burst. Flesh, blood, energy, bones, soul power. Everything was being elevated at an incredible speed. Most importantly, Chen Qing felt a mysterious force. A golden light continuously flashed across his body. Zhong Kuei was greatly pleased. How is it? This is Zhong Di Jingguang used by Yang Jian. He can travel 9,000 miles with a single thought. A single thought. 1.5 miles, right. It can be 1.5 miles. Zhong Kuei was exhilarated yet extremely weak. If it were someone else with over 30 coffin nails embedded all over their body, how could they possibly survive? Zhong Kuei, stop talking, you need to recover your strength first. Huh. The surging power continued to flow into his body, making it difficult for Qin Qing to move. Do I need to recover my body? Zhong Kuei's face was ashen, but he remained incredibly proud. Qin Qing helplessly changed his approach. Zhong Kuei, you are immensely powerful, known throughout the 3 realms, and respected as the foremost ghost catcher in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing these praises, Zhong Kuei was overjoyed, though he tried hard to conceal it, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. However, I do not believe you have a method to recover your body quickly. Huh, what's so difficult about that? Zhong Kuei chuckled and removed a gold coffin nail from his left hip. As the nail was pulled out, blood gushed from the wound like a faucet, turned on, pouring out. Splash, splash, splash. Zhong Kuei remained silent, but Qin Qing couldn't help but grin. This guy is really ruthless. He's nailed right to the bone. Zhong Kuei pointed at the blood gushing like a faucet, proudly declaring, do you know the 9 breaths calming technique of the celestial rank? I don't know your grandpa. Can you please stop the bleeding? Watch. In just 2 breaths, the flesh rapidly closed up. Qin Qing's mouth dropped open as he sincerely exclaimed, impressive. Zhong Kuei beamed and pulled out a nail from the wound in his right shoulder. Based on Qin Qing's limited biological knowledge, he thought there shouldn't be major blood vessels in that area. However, Zhong Kuei's right shoulder was like a faucet turned on. Splash, splash, splash. Blood continued to pour onto the ground, and Zhong Kuei remained calm. In addition to the 9 breaths calming technique, I also know how to preserve the essence without leakage. Please, can you just close that wound first? Qin Qing despairingly shut his eyes. Look. Hey, why aren't you looking? Zhong Kuei was displeased. Qin Qing had no choice but to open his eyes and look over. Hey. With Zhong Kuei's shout, the bleeding stopped. Qin Qing let out a sigh of relief. Zhong Kuei shouted again, open. The wound opened again, splash, splash, splash. Zhong Kuei proudly stated, as one wishes, intricately delicate. For the next half hour, Zhong Kuei performed a grand display of celestial and terrestrial powers right where he stood, joyfully submerged in a pool of blood that was nearing his ankles. Qin Qing watched in pain. Finally, after pulling out the last nail, Zhong Kuei's face looked no different than that of a corpse. I'm so sleepy. Having said that, he vanished in an instant, leaving no trace. The influx of power into Qin Qing's body finally ceased. Qin Qing slowly rose, spiritual energy radiating around him. He felt like a water balloon filled with hundreds of holes. Reluctantly, he sat back down, trying to contain the spiritual energy within him. After more than an hour, he finally managed to restrain it. From the outside, Qin Qing merely appeared flushed, but in his perception, he felt as if he were about to burst, filled to the brim. Carefully, he collected all 36 coffin nails along with the blood on the ground. After all this was Zhong Kuei's blood. Master, you need to come see this. Suddenly, the voice of the painted skin echoed. Qin Qing immediately returned to the real world to find Qin Qing standing by the window, gazing into a mirror. While Qin Qing was away, the painted skin had taken on his appearance, monitoring the situation and looking after Chun Man and Uncle Xia. At this moment, the painted skin was holding a mirror, carefully inspecting its reflection. Meanwhile, in the community, a series of rumbling sounds erupted, occasionally followed by a massive crashing noise. Qin Qing felt puzzled as he approached the window, only to see that the first and second floors of Building 5 across the street had been blown open as if struck by a missile. Boom, bang. Without warning, the first floor diagonally across from Qin Qing exploded. Debris and dust flew everywhere, and a white figure. No, to be precise, it was a corpse dressed in white. The corpse passed through walls, simultaneously carving a deep trench nearly half a meter into the ground. Qin Qing sensed something was amiss. He felt that the corpse was being propelled by something. The painted skin reminded Master look through the mirror. Qin Qing turned to the mirror and was instantly taken aback. The corpse was indeed being crushed by a bizarre object. It was a wooden wheel towering 2 men high with 2 faces on its inner sides. One face was green with sharp teeth, looking quite sinister. What astonished Qin Qing was that around the wheel danced purple flames, flickering and vanishing only to reappear. What is this giant wheel? Is that ghost fire next to it? This is a ghost card of the evil ghost level. The fire next to it is the Yehua of the ghost level. Yehua. Qin Qing instantly became excited. Chen Quan had said that the evil spirit level of the bone spirit had a particularly troublesome type known as the Yehua skeleton. If even Chen Quan found it troublesome, it must be incredibly powerful. I have only heard of Yehua, not sure how it works, but this ghost card is incredibly formidable, indestructible, and can even become invisible. Given that Zhong Kuei has just suffered a heavy blow, he is likely unable to participate in battle. This time we may need everyone to mobilize. Then let's mobilize. Even if it weren't for the ghost fire, Qin Qing could not stand idly by. This thing charged through like a tank. What if it collapsed the first and second floors of his own building? To build a safe house, the entire building had been reinforced, but it probably wouldn't be able to withstand this thing. He donned the painted skin, and with a thought activated the newly acquired earth gold light. The golden light flickered, and Qin Qing arrived at the base of the building. Only then did he see clearly that the corpse on the ground was a young master in a tattered white robe, his clothing torn and his body wounded in several places. But perhaps he possessed some sort of indestructible ability, as he had been repeatedly crushed by the ghost cart and had even crashed through several buildings, yet he seemed relatively unharmed, at least on the surface. The painted skin remarked in surprise, "Master, this young master possesses substantial fortune." Fortune? Chen Qing paid it no mind. His target was the Yehua. With a thought, the Mao Jiang martial champion, hanging ghost corner chaos court, and flower waste bride appeared before him. But then a problem arose. The ghost cart and Yehua were both visible only through the mirror, making it disadvantageous to fight. "Master, you should smear Zhong Kuei's blood on your eyelids." Chen Qing immediately complied. Smearing Zhong Kuei's blood on his eyelids, he suddenly saw the ghost cart and the ghost fire. The ghost cart was massive, towering 2 men high, relentlessly trying to crush the young master. It grinded and slammed down repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The noise was like boulders crashing to the ground, extremely terrifying. "You should smear a bit too." Chen Qing swallowed the second half of his sentence. Zhong Kuei's blood was probably no different from lava for the ghostly beings. The ghost cart finally noticed everyone. It resembled a wheel with 2 faces on either side. It was hard to determine which side was the front, but at that moment one face slowly turned towards Chen Qing, glaring at him menacingly. "Luanting corner, pay attention to its will prints." "Mao Jiang, go and give it a try." Mao Jiang stepped forward. Among all the ghost pets, the one with the best defensive skin was first, and second was Mao Jiang. The ghost car suddenly charged forward. If it were any other ghost pet, they would know to look at the wheel prints, but Mao Jiang just stood there foolishly. Bang! The ghost car crashed violently into Mao Jiang. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of a nearby building, and debris flew everywhere. The ghost car did not stop. In the moment it knocked Mao Jiang away, it changed direction and charged at the crowd. Except for Chen Qing, the other ghost pets could not see it and could only judge its position based on its will prints. But the tricky part was that the ghost car did not always stay on the ground. It could also leap up to attack. The wheel prints suddenly vanished. In the next moment, the martial champion seemed to sense something and raised his spear. Clang! The spear sank heavily as the ghost car crashed against it. The wheels spun rapidly. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew from the spear as the martial champion suddenly stepped aside. The ghost car rolled out sharply, brushing past the martial champion, who countered with a thrust. Pooh! The spear had already pierced through the ghost face at the center of the wheel. The ghost car let out a mournful scream. The ghost pets were overjoyed. Originally, the ghost car was invisible, but now with the spear floating in the air, it was much easier to deal with. The coroner's sharp blade moved continuously in the air, and instantly dozens of horizontal and vertical wounds appeared on the ghost car's face, with ghost blood splattering everywhere. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the crowd prepared to chase after their victory, purple-black flames suddenly appeared around them. This fire was silent and devoid of any heat. The martial champion and Luan Ting were the fastest, retreating immediately. However, the coroner and the hanged ghost were slightly slower and had already been stained by the karmic fire. Silently, the scorched areas bizarrely vanished from view. Chen Qing's Kunwo blade erupted with a blood light as bright as a lantern, the blood light spilling out like flames. With a sudden slash, the blade light split the karmic fire into 2. The karmic fire transformed into 2 flames, flashing and vanishing from the original spot. Chen Qing saw purple light flickering before him and instinctively retreated while unleashing the golden light of the earth. In the moment he disappeared, a piece of karmic fire ignited at the position of his head. Chen Qing broke into a cold sweat. "Hua Pai, can you withstand the karmic fire?" "I have never fought against karmic fire." "Master, we shall fight. You must not take risks." Wah 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 clang. The flower waste bride shook her bracelet, and with the crisp metallic sound, more and more small protrusions appeared on the ghost car's face. Soon they were densely packed. The flower waste bride moved while shaking, and many small flowers grew beneath her white, tender feet, allowing her to step on them. Luan Ting, protect the flower waste. The white-yellow weasel immediately followed beside the flower waste bride. A flash of purple light appeared before them. Luan Ting clapped his small hands suddenly. In the next moment, the space twisted and the 2 vanished from sight. That piece of karmic fire missed. On the other side, the ghost car struggled to rise. At that moment, a shadow suddenly leaped from the pile of debris, crying out as it pounced on the ghost car, striking wildly. It was Mao Jiang. How powerful was Mao Jiang? Just a few punches and the ghost car was left with a crooked nose and squinted eyes. This scene looked quite bizarre, with a long spear floating in the air and a Mao Jiang standing in the void, furiously punching at the air. At this moment, the ghost car's face was almost covered in small swellings. The flower waste bride finally struck her drum. Bang, poo 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 poo. Countless small swellings on the ghost car's face burst simultaneously like a large blood bag, exploding, splattering ghost blood everywhere. The ghost car's wheels spun wildly. It suddenly straightened up and charged madly towards the north. Mao Jiang was shaken off, but his toes still clung tightly to the spear embedded in the ghost car. Boom. The ghost car crashed through the wall, with little impact on its speed. Boom. The second wall collapsed in response, where a family of 3 was huddled in a corner trembling. It was also unfortunate. The ghost car crashed through the wall, crushing the man, and then crashed into the next wall. Bang! Blood splattered. The man's blood, internal organs, and brain matter splattered all over the woman and child, leaving the woman frozen, her hand still tightly gripping her husband's severed hand. In the next moment, a piercing scream rang out. Mao Jiang, with tough skin and thick flesh, even when crashing into the steel bars buried in the wall, just bent or broke the steel. The two charged forward, Mao Jiang finding an opening and throwing a powerful punch at the air. Bang! This punch landed squarely on the ghost car's eyeball. The ghost car let out a piercing scream, leaping up and crashing through the first floor ceiling, bursting into the second floor. In the second floor, two corpses lay still, having been dead for some time. Mao Jiang, holding onto the spear, was swung around, and he seized one of the corpses, swinging it hard and smashing it into the ghost car's face. Bang! The rigid corpse struck the ghost car's face, shattering upon impact, and the ghost car let out another wretched scream, speeding out of the second floor. Time seemed to slow down. The two ghosts were still in the air. The already loosened spear slipped out of the wound, and Mao Jiang was thrown out. In the next moment, the ghost car landed, escaping in a panic. With a flash of golden light, Chen Qing appeared in midair, catching the spear. With another flash of golden light, Chen Qing had already arrived 2 meters in front of the ghost car. The ghost car's speed was too fast, instantly reaching beside Chen Qing, brushing past him. The spear, already prepared, thrust heavily into the ghost car's large nose. Pooh! Ghost blood splattered, and the ghost car let out a scream, swerving, crashing through 2 trees, and tumbling down, accompanied by thick smoke and sparks. The wheels of the ghost car should be indestructible. Although its face could be injured, it was not a critical point. It could probably still run with half of its face gone. At this moment, its face was already a bloody mess. But it still struggled to rise, wanting to escape. Bone Spirit. In the next moment, the Bone Spirit appeared. Extending its hands, the joints suddenly swelled. In a moment, they transformed into bone whips over 10 meters long, gripping both ends of the spear. The ghost car swayed and stood upright again, charging northward once more. At this time, the spear penetrated through both ends, connected by the bone chain, as the Bone Spirit sprinted wildly. The Bone Spirit's legs pushed off the ground, carving 2 deep grooves resembling surfing on land. Mao Jiang seized the opportunity, leaping forward and wrapping around the Bone Spirit. Bang! The ghost car crashed through the northern wall of the complex along with the Bone Spirit, and Mao Jiang crashing into the Shiming River. A massive wave splashed up to tens of meters high, and the three disappeared into the waves. The ghost car's wheels spun wildly in the river, unable to exert any force, futilely turning. But just for a moment, it found its rhythm, slightly tilting to face the river like a propeller, moving rapidly through the water. The Bone Spirit and Mao Jiang were not skilled in water combat, just holding on tightly. A flash of golden light appeared on the river surface, and Chen Qing appeared above the water. With a thought, he flicked his hand, and the water monkey fell from midair into the water. It looked like poor special effects, creating no splash. Chen Qing began to fall, but after descending just 1 meter with a flash of golden light, he had returned to the shore. The water was the territory of the water monkey. The water monkey swept its long tail, launching itself like an arrow, instantly catching up to the ghost car. Its long tail wrapped around the ghost car. It pressed it firmly to the bottom of the river. The Bone Spirit and Mao Jiang tugged at the bone chain, arriving beside the ghost car. Mao Jiang swung his fists, each punch sending ripples through the water. Meanwhile, the other 8 fingers of the Bone Spirit elongated, weaving through the ghost car, tying it up tightly. Moments later, the water monkey brought the 3 back to the shore. Mao Jiang held up the ghost car, which was pierced with dozens of holes by the bone chain and unable to move. With one hand, he raised his palm high. Smack! 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 Looking at the tightly bound ghost car, Chen Qing felt a surge of excitement within. The battle ghost car, I will undoubtedly take the first place. With the golden light of the earth, my combat power seems to have increased dozens of times. Returning to the community, the coroner felt ashamed. We deserve to die. We couldn't leave the infernal flame. Chen Qing sighed, not too surprised. It wasn't about the number of people. The infernal flame was strange, and his team truly lacked the means to capture it. Of course, except for Zhong Kuei. The infernal flame is inherently rare, and having failed to capture it this time, the chances of encountering it again are slim. Just as he was thinking, Chen Qing seemed to sense something. He waved his hand, summoning Hua Yao, the coroner, Luan Ting, and Wu Zhuangyuan. On the rooftop of Building 4, 5 people draped in dark red cloaks coldly stared at the ghost car. Or rather, at the ghost car. Where's the corpse? One of them asked coldly. Chen Qing frowned, secretly on guard. These 5 individuals were formidable. They might be from the Ghost Spring realm. Hey, where is he? Chen Qing's heart sank, knowing that the white-clothed corpse was not simple. He understood in his heart, but his expression remained calm as he patted the transparent ghost car held up by the zombie. A cold smile appeared on his face. I spent a great deal of effort to catch this thing. You'd better not provoke me. Who the hell wants this ghostly thing? The corpse. A corpse dressed in white. What corpse? Chen Qing frowned. I didn't see the corpse, but I did see a bunch of ghost flames. One of the 5 said softly, this kid's strength is not simple. He might be from the Ghost Spring realm. Moreover, being able to capture the ghost car shows considerable strength. The zombie and the water monkey are average, but encountering the Bone Spirit is rare. Don't worry about so much. If it comes to it, just kill him. The leader frowned, looking at Qinqing. Friend, we don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask where the corpse that the ghost car took is. Qinqing coldly smiled. First, I have not seen any corpse. Second, your attitude makes me not want to deal with you. If you want to fight, I'm ready. Seeking death. The strong man was furious, blood surging as he prepared to draw his knife. Yuan Kuan, don't act impulsively. The leader pressed down on Yuan Kuan. Don't complicate things. Killing him won't be worth it, even if it takes only a minute. As he spoke, he threw down a ghost pearl. Brother, this ghost pearl is for asking directions. Tell me where you saw the ghost car. That's more like it. Qinqing grinned. He was not a mindless person, fully aware that showing even a slight weakness in momentum would empower his opponent. Seeing the opportunity, he said the ghost car came from the riverside, killing many people in our community. I only acted to kill it. At that time there were ghost flames around it, but I couldn't capture it. All right, thank you. The five immediately jumped from the rooftop and swiftly headed to the riverside. Boss, do you really believe what he said? First, let's check the riverside. If there's no trace of that thing, we'll come back and deal with him. After several left, Qinqing's gaze flickered. Huapai, what do you mean by the corpse having fortune? Some people are born lucky, easily striking it rich. That's minor fortune. Great fortune, not to mention himself, even his little brothers, whatever they do succeeds, whether it's becoming a lord in battle or amassing wealth in business. Though not entirely accurate, to put it simply, as long as they're around him, they can all rise to prominence. Qinqing fell into contemplation. These matters were profound, but he currently believed it. Nodding slightly, all right. Then this corpse is mine. At that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, and he was already on the street. The street was filled with ghosts, and upon seeing Qinqing, they all lunged at him. Qinqing's figure continued to flicker. After making a large detour, he arrived downstream of the West Ming River. He let Huapai attach to him, transforming into the appearance of a petite woman. With a thought, he summoned the corpse from the first layer of the demon-suppressing tower. He ran along the riverbank downstream. After half an hour, he finally spotted his target. Several people on the shore cheered, we found it. Over here. As they spoke, they followed Qinqing from a distance. Soon a second group appeared, then a third. What made Qinqing's thoughts race was this third group. They had the largest number and were the Ghost Command Army. The situation was gradually beyond Qinqing's control. Huapai, can you see anything else? This matter is likely not as simple as we think. Sorry, Master, I can only see that this corpse has great fortune. I truly know nothing else. With so many people fighting over it, it must be something good. There's no reason for it to disappear. Qinqing quickly formed an idea. As he passed under a bridge, Qinqing suddenly ran away, tossing the corpse into the water. The crowd on the shore couldn't see clearly, and someone urgently shouted, stop her. However, the corpse remained. That corpse slowly drifted downstream with the river water. It was unseen, only the petite woman remained. But who would care about that woman? What they didn't know was that the corpse had already been placed into the demon-suppressing tower by Qinqing. Now floating in the water was Qinqing, disguised with Huapai. Huapai asked in confusion, Master, what does this mean? The last place the corpse appeared was in our community. If it disappears, no matter what, someone will find our community. And then find us. We can only randomly frame an unlucky person. Huapai seemed to understand. The two floated leisurely in the river as disputes arose on the shore. Embarrassingly, the two acted too realistically and didn't know when they turned face down. Unable to see what was happening on the shore, they could only guess. The fighting on the shore was intense, and it seemed that ghosts had joined in as well. Hurry! Stop that ghost first. Qinqing had the feeling that in the next moment something would bite him, but fortunately Huapai's defense was strong, and very few could harm him. The two continued to drift. The corpse was hit against a bridge pier and finally turned over. The sounds of fighting grew closer, and finally someone reached out to the two. Qinqing was unaware that he had caused great suffering to the people of the Taiping Dao. At this moment, he found himself in a strange neighborhood, his thoughts wandering. Ordinary people had already adapted to the apocalypse, yet order had not collapsed. It seems contradictory, yet it is the truth. An extreme example, as long as the army exists during wartime, even if they fall into a situation of starvation and cannibalism, there is still a chance for a turnaround. For example, General Zhang, Sun the cannibal. Without an army, no matter how many ordinary people there are, they are merely fish on the chopping block. Every city that has been slaughtered in history serves as a testament. Just like Yangzhou. Just like the 154 cities slaughtered by the Japanese. The ghost army still exists, and it seems to be well organized, which is a blessing for humanity. At the same time, many forces emerged during the apocalypse. Qinqing was concerned about these, but did not intend to take action. As long as the few people he cared about were safe, that was enough. A single thought released the Mao Jiang and Bai Gujing. The Mao Jiang's hand was still raised, but it was empty. Qinqing was taken aback, realizing that he had soaked in the water for too long, causing the blood of Zhong Kuei on his eyelids to wash away. He could no longer see the ghostly vehicle. After applying a drop again, he finally saw the already weakened ghostly vehicle. The karma fire he desired could not be captured. Fortunately, the ghostly vehicle was quite powerful, and it was invisible, which would surely be useful in the future. At that moment, he tied the ghostly vehicle to the ground and let the Mao Jiang attack. Bang! 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 The fists of the Mao Jiang were as hard as a pile driver. With every punch, the entire earth trembled slightly. The ghostly vehicle was hammered into the ground, with each punch sinking deeply. Before long, it had been beaten to death by the Mao Jiang's chaotic punches, transforming into a stream of black mist and being absorbed into the demon suppression tower. After crushing the last soldier ghost to make room, he summoned it. The ghostly measurement indicated 822, an eightfold evil ghost. Qinqing nodded. It was worth the trouble today. The Mao Jiang was overjoyed, as it seemed that the pent-up frustration from today had finally been released. He did not recall the Baigu Jing and Mao Jiang, but instead summoned several other ghost pets. A single thought released the golden centipede. With the ability to traverse through the ground, it would prevent any future coveting activities in the Jiangpan neighborhood. The golden centipede was immersed in ghostly energy, and as time passed, it slowly underwent changes. It had 13 pairs of human legs and 13 pairs of human hands, with its head composed of 13 human heads. At this moment, one of its fingers twitched slightly. After about a minute, the second finger also moved. However, trouble soon followed. The allure of the golden body to ghostly beings was simply too great. Even without fully awakening, just a remnant body had already attracted a ghost to recklessly charge out. Without hesitation, Qinqing released the abandoned infant tower. Soon all the ghosts in this neighborhood went wild. He let the chaotic court surround the ghost pets and the golden centipede as he watched the multitude of ghostly beings with interest. Just like last time, they all frantically tried to burrow into the abandoned infant tower. Qinqing thought of something. Hua Pai, do ghosts have souls? Most have souls, but no spirits. Done. Qinqing summoned the hanging ghost. Hanging ghost, you can advance now. The requirement for the hanging ghost advancement is to bind the soul with white silk or absorb essence blood. Once the white silk is soaked in blood or filled with souls, it can advance. The hanging ghost's long hair covered its face, making it difficult to discern its expression, but it should be quite happy. The Baigu Jing casually pulled out a vengeful ghost from the pile of ghosts, and the hanging ghost's white silk wrapped around it. The white silk was as agile as a snake, quickly enveloping the vengeful ghost entirely, turning it into a mummy. The vengeful ghost struggled a few times before becoming motionless. As the white silk tightened, it grew tighter and tighter. The vengeful ghost within did not explode, but gradually shrank in size as the white silk constricted. After about 10 minutes, it had been wrapped down to the size of a fist, and then disappeared. Qinqing stared blankly. Did it digest? The Baigu Jing's bone chains pierced out again, dragging back a large-headed ghost, and the hanging ghost's white silk wrapped around it once more. The golden centipede was slowly awakening. The abandoned infant tower lay in wait, and the hanging ghost was busy advancing. Qinqing sent a beam of golden light to the rooftop, staying alert. The allure of the golden body was too great, and it was hard to say what might be drawn here. Just like the Jiangpan neighborhood, at this moment ghosts were piling up around the abandoned infant tower. The chaotic court separated them. Immediately another frenzy surged forth. At this time a faint sound of Dang La echoed. Qinqing's gaze narrowed slightly. He quickly discovered the source of the sound. Across the street a corpse herder shook a bell. Behind it followed a group of stiffly moving people. There were countless of them densely packed along the street, amounting to 1,000 or so. This thing should not have been attracted by the golden body. So what were they doing? Were these people behind it living or dead? Qinqing squinted, noticing several figures on the outskirts of the crowd. Unlike the dazed group being driven, they were looking around, quite nimble. Master, it's a Rakshasa. Hua Pai immediately exclaimed. Qinqing immediately recalled, yes, it was a Rakshasa. Rakshasas are nobles among the ghost clan. Qinqing remembered clearly that on the first day of the descent, Zhu, she said, welcome to the Rakshasa Sea City. Rakshasas are very likely the leaders of the ghost clan in Shiming City. They could not be left behind. It was time to go. Qinqing put away the abandoned infant tower, golden centipede, and the multitude of ghost pets. With a flash of golden light, he had exited the area. After several flashes of golden light, Qinqing appeared in the Shiming City Stadium. He placed the golden centipede down and went to the top of the stadium. The brightly lit skyscrapers were mostly dark now. The city was silent, and occasionally a heart-wrenching scream could be heard. Strange shapes flew by in the sky. The golden centipede continued to awaken, its allure growing stronger, and the ghosts within the stadium had already charged in. Dang La, the corpse herder's bell rang out again from afar. Qinqing looked eastward and saw that this corpse herder was also herding about 1,000 people. The difference from the previous one was that this time the corpse herder was followed by students. Qinqing's eyes gradually narrowed. Both corpse herders were heading towards the city center, indicating something was about to happen. Such scenes were likely happening all over Shiming City now. Looking further next to the students being driven, there were figures standing guard. Qinqing instinctively thought it was the Rakshasas, but after a moment his brows furrowed. Surprisingly, the ones guarding were humans. Moreover, they were from the demon extermination team. Perhaps not, but they were wearing the uniforms of the demon extermination team. Qinqing's mind became a chaotic mess. The ghost army was the largest and the main force. The demon extermination team could be considered a special forces unit, small in number, but full of elite combat strength. His brow furrowed as he speculated two possibilities. One, the demon extermination team had betrayed humanity, but Qinqing felt that this conjecture was too absurd. To the corpse herder was someone's ghost pet, possibly using this method to gather people in one place. After all, in the apocalypse, people's hearts are too chaotic, and the possibility of forcibly transporting people in the second manner would be much greater. Thinking this way, he felt he could not stay here any longer. He recalled the golden centipede, and with several flashes of golden light, he arrived at a shopping mall. The mall was stained with blood everywhere. Handprints covered the walls. At the parking lot exit, over 10 vehicles were blocked, each one in ruins with many corpses inside. Not paying attention, he released the golden centipede and waited quietly. This time, only a few small calami were attracted, and he encountered no further surprises. The golden centipede finally awakened. Buzz! A wave of energy surged forth. The golden centipede began to shake its head and sway. With a single thought from Chun-Ching, the golden centipede charged wildly through the mall. Forget about the chairs, even the columns were as fragile as cakes in its presence. Bang! 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 The golden centipede barreled through like a train, smashing through walls and glass, as if they were made of paper, moving at lightning speed. This thing is a bit overlapping with the ghostly vehicle. Chun-Ching sighed inwardly, only to find that the ghosts outside the mall had gone mad, desperately rushing toward here. Satisfied, he recalled the golden centipede. That's a wrap, time to go home. The Jiangpan community was bustling. Crying arose everywhere. The destructive force of the ghost vehicle was immense. The confirmed death toll had already reached 15. Chun-Ching. Chun-Ching has returned. Suddenly someone exclaimed. Chun-Ching nodded and walked straight towards Building 8. Chun-Ching. Stop! A familiar voice rang out, and Chun-Ching paused, turning to look. It was Gao Fei. Look at what you've done to the community, and don't you think you should compensate us? Another man echoed. Chun-Ching, don't think we don't understand. It was you and that invisible ghost that caused such destruction. Many buildings have become unsafe and are no longer habitable. Chun-Ching was taken aback. Though he didn't care much, he thought he would be greeted with applause. Feng Ye's husband is dead. Zhou Ping's family is left with only the old lady. Shi Dong's wife is in 2 pieces. Gao Fei listed them, growing more agitated. Justice lies in people's hearts. You caused this, and you must bear the responsibility. Chun-Ching scoffed. If I hadn't risked my life to drive that thing away, do you think you could stand here talking to me? You're talking nonsense. Liang saw it all. You were part of the destruction. Liang immediately nodded. Chun-Ching, I saw it. Your hairy ghost fought that thing and slammed Building 4 into this state. It could collapse at any moment. What you're saying is wrong. An elderly man waved his hand, saying, many people witnessed what happened today. That thing came first, and Chun-Ching came down to fight it. If it weren't for Chun-Ching, our entire community might have been wiped out. The old man's name was Yao Xi. In Chun-Ching's heart, he was like Han Yuan, a truly pure and kind person. His kindness was so profound that even in this terrifying apocalypse, it could not be extinguished. To put it elegantly, he was always shrouded in the brilliance of humanity up until the moment he died. Of course, such people do not live long. He vaguely remembered he died when the second blood moon began. But, Yao Xi continued, Chun-Ching, I know it wasn't your fault, but even if they are entirely at fault, you should still provide some humanitarian compensation. You are the wealthiest in the community now. They are all helpless, so consider it a gift to them. Chun-Ching silently gazed at Yao Xi. He admired such people, but also resented them. No, compensation is compensation. It's not a gift. Gao Fei shouted. Where will these orphans and widows live in the future? What will they eat? Liang added. Chun-Ching, we are all civilized people. Let's reason this out. No matter how you look at it, you are definitely at fault this time, right? Chun-Ching laughed. Previously, they wanted to rob him directly. Now that they saw his fists were hard, they changed to reasoning. Fine. If we're reasoning, let's reason. Chun-Ching laughed. All right. I will compensate. The market price of a house in our community is around 800. Let's count 20 houses as damaged, and I will take full responsibility. With a thought, the hairy zombie appeared holding an astonishing amount of cash. The crowd, shocked, instinctively took a few steps back. With a loud thud, he threw it directly on the ground. Several bundles of cash burst open, scattering everywhere. 30 million. The extra is a gift to you all. Chun-Ching sneered. Of course you all must remember this. That thing is not dead. Next time I can't possibly help you again. Not dead. The crowd panicked. If it really came again, what should they do? A woman stepped in front of Chun-Ching. 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 That's not what I meant. No, that's exactly what I meant. I have no money left and can't show off anymore. Gao Fei looked at the pile of money, her eyelids twitching. No. At this time, what good is money? You need to compensate with supplies. Compensate with food. Liang shouted, you can't use money. The response he received was a loud bang. Boom. Something rushed from the riverbank. Chun-Ching smiled. That thing is coming again. The crowd panicked, wanting to flee, but they all felt that staying close to Chun-Ching felt safer. Hairy zombie, raise your hands. Chun-Ching commanded. This time, don't interfere. The hairy zombie instantly played dead, raising its hands high above its head. Chun-Ching also spread his hands, signaling that he would not interfere anymore. Chun-Ching. Chun-Ching. Don't do this. Those idiots don't understand. Only you can stop it. Chun-Ching, please, for the sake of being neighbors, lend a hand this once. The most terrifying things are always the unknown. The terror brought by this unknown was even more intense than the bloody and disfigured monsters. The crowd didn't even know where to look. They were sweating profusely, tense at any rustle. Boom. One side of the load-bearing wall of Building 4 was shattered. Someone inside screamed in agony. It was unclear whether from fear or injury. Li Yang's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Chunqing, ability and responsibility go hand in hand. You have an obligation. You also have a responsibility. Uffed. He didn't finish his sentence before being crushed by some invisible force bursting apart. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Those nearby were all covered in it. Screams erupted. The crowd who had been on high alert scattered in panic. Gao Fei was among them. She fled in a frenzy but was silently and heavily pushed down to the ground by something. That thing didn't crush her, it simply brushed past her, but carried an indescribable immense force. Bang! Her head crashed hard against the ground. She panicked. Help! Help! Chunqing sneered. With a thought, the ghost vehicle rolled right through her thighs. Crack! Her legs were crushed and rolled away. Gao Fei screamed. The ghost vehicle turned again, crushing her from the waist to the head into 2 pieces. Then it charged towards Building 4. The sound of crashing continued as load-bearing walls were smashed, and finally the heavy cracking sounds echoed. The fragmented wall could no longer bear the weight of the floors, collapsing with a roar. Boom! The entire section from the 2nd to the 6th floor fell. Then what was once the 2nd floor became the 1st floor. Amidst the cracking sounds, the wall cracks rapidly expanded. Boom! The bottom layer was crushed again. Rumbling. Dust rose everywhere. The 6th floor turned into the 4th floor, slanting on the ruins of the lower 2 floors. With a thought, the ghost vehicle made a loud noise, crashing straight north, and soon the sound of it plunging into the river was heard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone just coming to their senses rushed into the pile of money. Money, at least for now, was not entirely worthless. If someone used 10,000 to buy a pack of instant noodles, surely someone would agree. But due to decades of ingrained thinking, many still believed that this red paper symbolized wealth. Don't grab. This is not for you. What are you doing? The crowd erupted into chaos amidst the shouts of looting. Yao Xiai, already of considerable age, was unexpectedly among those grabbing. He filled his clothes with a large bundle of money and rushed to Feng Ye's side. Here. For you. Chunqing was taken aback. He remembered Feng Ye's husband was the one crushed by the ghost vehicle today. Yao Xiai dashed back into the crowd, somehow finding the strength to grab another large bundle of money from the throng. He quickly ran to the 2nd floor and threw it to a child staring blankly at their parents' corpses. Take this. Then, gasping for breath, he charged back into the crowd. Chunqing silently watched, somehow reminded of his past life. He shook his head. What a fool. As soon as he returned home, Chen Man asked, Chunqing, who was that person yesterday? Chunqing was taken aback. Which one? The one who stayed at home. Suddenly, Chunqing realized that Chen Man was referring to the figure that had transformed into him. This guy could actually recognize it. How did you figure it out? No need to recognize, I just know it's not you. Chen Man shook his head and began to refine his bones. Impressive. Chunqing clicked his tongue in wonder while the figure felt something unusual. Master, how did the young master recognize this servant? It's my mother hen. Chunqing shook his head, wondering if those born with a missing soul had a heightened intuition for such things. Just then Uncle Xia pondered, Chunqing, there's something you might need to check out. What is it, Uncle Xia? It's the broken Buddha statue I worship every day. Uncle Xia said, initially I thought it wasn't anything good, but after hearing you mention that some things can awaken, I can't shake the feeling that this item might also be able to awaken. All right. A flash of golden light, and Chunqing had already arrived at the northern corner of the community. Uncle Xia's small shed was set up there. However, after searching everywhere, he found nothing. Chunqing remembered the broken Buddha statue. It was quite large and obvious, but it simply wasn't there. After searching several times and confirming it wasn't here, he returned home. Without telling Uncle Xia, he went to the surveillance monitor and began to rewind. 99% of the time showed almost motionless images with the occasional ghost sniffing around. Finally, Chunqing saw someone. He enlarged the image and his gaze sharpened slightly. Yu Yangfeng. He had been the one to take action in his past life. Among the people who had targeted him, Chunqing was most surprised by this person. Usually he kept a low profile, always hiding behind others, and he would almost subconsciously overlook such a figure. Moreover, Chunqing sensed that this person likely had some defensive treasure on him. He continued to play the video. Yu Yangfeng hurriedly entered Uncle Xia's shed and took away the broken Buddha statue. Chunqing's surveillance covered the entire community, constantly switching cameras, and soon found out where he lived. However, when he saw where he lived, Chunqing furrowed his brow even tighter. He lived on the 2nd floor of Unit 2 in Building 4. But now the 1st and 2nd floors of Building 4 were both gone. The clue was thus cut off, and he had no choice but to give up. Chunqing. To Chunqing's surprise, a girl appeared in the corridor, trying hard to call out to him. She hadn't stepped onto the 6th floor, still one step away. She must remember Chunqing's warning. Once you step onto this floor, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chunqing had a bit of an impression of her, as she seemed to have the surname He. The monkey had once joked with him, saying she was the flower of the community. He opened the microphone. What's the matter? Chunqing, can you come out for a moment? Just say it directly, he replied. I think some things should be said face to face. Her not stepping onto the 6th floor stood in sharp contrast to the previous troublesome neighbors. Qinqing felt quite favorable towards her and came to the door. The girl was very beautiful with big eyes that seemed to hold stars. Qinqing, first of all, I want to apologize on behalf of some people in the community. I'm sorry. As she spoke, the girl bowed solemnly to apologize. Qinqing did not react, waiting for her to continue. The girl seemed a bit embarrassed, taking out a piece of paper covered in red handprints. Qinqing, please be our community's defense officer. This is everyone's petition. With that, she bowed and handed over the petition. It was a bit unexpected, yet somewhat reasonable. After all, the ghost car posed a huge threat. On what basis? The girl saw that Qinqing didn't take the petition and said, I know some people in the community have hurt your feelings, but... Just then the monkey appeared whistling. Upon seeing the girl, he was slightly taken aback. Upon seeing the petition, he understood the current situation and curiously stood by to watch the fun. Qinqing sneered, defense officer. Sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, isn't that just your free security guard? The girl brushed her hair back, staring directly into Qinqing's eyes. Think of it, as us hiring you as a defense officer, we simply can't offer much right now. But we promise the following. First, the entire community will unconditionally follow your arrangements. Second, you have the right to mobilize any resources in the community, including any private resources of any person. Qinqing shook his head, not interested. The girl wanted to say something else, but the monkey asked with a smile, unconditionally obey. Then, for example, if you want them to serve you in bed, will you comply? The girl was slightly stunned, but it seemed she made a decision sure. Qinqing was a bit surprised. In another 10 days, a loaf of bread could make someone do anything. But for now, most families still had reserves. He ignored her and directly opened the door to let the monkey in. As soon as they entered, the monkey's expression was odd. Hey, the community flower. Warm the bed. Ignoring this, Qinqing sized him up. Have you reached the Essence Soul stage? 6 right. I've been working day and night. I finally reached the Essence Soul stage yesterday. He didn't come to Qinqing right after reaching the Essence Soul stage. Instead, he absorbed several spirit stones. The monkey's contract ghost technique is an ordinary contract ghost technique, which means his soul power must be at least 30 higher than that of the ghost pet, so he held off until now to come. My current soul power has reached 141. The monkey summoned his martial spirit, rubbing his hands together. Martial champion, martial champion, martial champion, hurry up. Qinqing took out the imperial edict. Martial spirit received the edict. The martial spirit was overjoyed. Trembling, he knelt down, his whole body shaking with excitement. I govern the world with culture and quell chaos with military might. And the military commander is the pillar of the court and the fortress of the nation. Thus, to achieve both cultural and martial success, contributing and being rewarded, how can one overlook such achievements without bestowing the honor of title? I confer the title of martial champion upon the martial spirit. With that, the surface of the edict emitted a hazy glow, and as soon as the martial spirit received it, his entire being underwent a transformation. Just like Qinqing's martial champion, he also formed a set of fine steel armor. However, while Qinqing's martial champion wielded a long spear, this one had a large black rod. The monkey was delighted. Adoptive father. What's the combat power of the martial champion? As of now, there hasn't been a foe he can't handle in the community. The monkey was even happier. At that moment, he resembled a monkey. Can he take on Tenji Luo? Be a little more ambitious. He's nothing to worry about, Qinqing thought. Now that he had reached the Essence Soul stage, the monkey could contract one more ghost pet. His own hanging ghost was still a few souls away from advancing, so he could take the monkey out for a while to try their luck. But definitely not tonight. Because that mysterious corpse was likely to cause chaos tonight, with many people expected to clash together. You should familiarize yourself with the martial champion. With him around, ordinary evil ghosts will have a hard time harming you. Okay, adoptive father. The monkey immediately took his leave from Qinqing and went outside to practice against misfortunes. Qinqing focused his mind and arrived on the 3rd floor. He wanted to study the corpse. However, as soon as he arrived on the 3rd floor, Qinqing froze. The corpse actually sat up, looking around in confusion. At this moment, Qinqing could no longer sit still. Living beings cannot be brought into the 2nd and 3rd levels of the demon suppression tower. How did this corpse? No, how did this person get in here? The young man in white cupped his hands politely. His clothes had been nearly destroyed by the ghost vehicle, and he was now draped in tassels. It was all about flaunting a seductive appearance. This is the demon suppression world. Qinqing casually made up a name and asked, who are you? Where do you come from? I come from a wealthy family. If you can send me back this jade pendant will be your reward. He patted his waist, and suddenly his expression changed. Where is my jade pendant? Where did my jade pendant go? He then noticed his disheveled appearance and instinctively covered his chest with both hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. Qinqing casually tossed him a set of clothes. You and these ghostly beings. Oh, ghost, ghost. He suddenly screamed and instinctively backed away, crashing into the big golden fat man, and upon seeing the demons and monsters around him, he let out another shriek. His eyes rolled back and he fainted on the ground. The coroner happened to sit next to him and casually poked him under the armpit, causing him to wake up groggily. Upon seeing the many ghostly beings, he turned pale with fright. Don't faint just yet, these are all my ghost pets. They won't harm you. Hearing Qing's words, the young man in white calmed down a bit, though his face remained ashen. Step by step he maneuvered through the ghost pets until he reached Qing's side, trembling as he spoke. This esteemed immortal, my apologies, my apologies. Brother, where do you come from? He was about to introduce himself, but suddenly stopped. His gaze was blank. Where do I come from? After a long pause he frowned. I don't remember. Qing frowned. He couldn't tell if this guy was genuinely foolish or just pretending. The young man grew anxious. Brother, I will rely on you for a few days. Though I cannot remember, I come from a wealthy family, and once my family finds me, I will surely offer you a generous reward. Qing thought to himself, Huapai, what do you think? Master, what he says may not be false. Moreover, he has come through so much without injury, so he must not be simple. Why not just keep him here? Qing immediately nodded, agreed. Then you stay here and guard, I will cultivate. Huapai detached from Qing's body, transforming into a likeness of him and disappearing from view. Brother, is there a place to cover myself? I need to change clothes. Qing was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this area had been bare all along, and now with more and more ghost pets they needed to make them a house. He had Wanting carve out a small space for him to change. When he came out, he had transformed into a refined young man. May I ask how you are addressed? Qing. And you? The refined young man furrowed his brow in thought for a long time before shaking his head. I cannot remember, but I vaguely recall having some reputation. It seems I was a scholar. All right, then I shall call you scholar from now on. The ghostly figure assessed, and the ghostly energy value of the scholar was 0. Qing thought it strange. Suddenly a strange sound quickly came from afar. Qing then witnessed a bizarre scene. The ghost vehicle tilted at almost 30 degrees, nearly touching the ground. The flower waist bride stood on it, and the two were surfing on land. The flower waist bride laughed so hard her waist bent. Meanwhile, the ghost vehicle sped along while widening its eyes, gazing under the flower waist bride's skirt. One must know that the flower waist bride was practically stepping on its eyeball, and with those huge eyeballs, it could definitely see everything clearly. What a lecher! Qing cursed. The two quickly reached Qing's front and stopped. The flower waist bride gracefully bowed. This servant has seen the master. The ghost vehicle droned, seen the master. This fellow can speak. Qing was taken aback and immediately asked, why were you chasing the scholar before? The ghost vehicle droned again. Scholar. That's him. Qing pointed beside him. Ow. I was previously ordered by Lord Zhu to find him along with the Jade Rui, but when I found him, he had already fainted, and the Jade Rui had also disappeared. So I got angry and hit him. I fought all the way here. Lord Zhu. Qing narrowed his eyes. It's that Zhu snake again. Anything that the Zhu snake cares about must not be simple. The scholar's origins might be even more terrifying. He asked again, what is the Jade Rui? The Jade Rui is just the Jade Rui. Qing looked at its large eyeball and the clarity of its foolishness, abandoning the pursuit of further questions. Huapai, what is the Jade Rui? It is a ghost pet of the evil spirit level, somewhat similar to possession, but extremely rare, perhaps as rare as Jin Buhuan. It is said to possess great fortune. This servant has only heard of it. After Huapai explained, he asked, Master, is it related to the young master? He is now called Scholar, saying that he recounted what the ghost vehicle had said. Huapai knew all of Qing's secrets. They had both attended the summit together. He then added, then this young master. Scholar must have an extraordinary identity. Could it be that my brother spoke of the human emperor? Impossible, master, Huapai laughed. This small temple cannot bear the fortune of a human emperor. If it were a human emperor, just a glance would probably severely injure me, if not kill me. All right. Qing looked at the ghost vehicle. By the way, has the flame of retribution been with you all this time? Can you find it? The ghost vehicle droned, I can. Qing's heart leaped with joy. There was still hope for the flame of retribution. But now he had no means to leave this thing behind, and was still waiting for Zhongkue. With an idea in mind, he asked Huapai, there are more and more people now. I plan to build some houses for you. Are there any ghost pets skilled in this? Luan Ting. He excels at this type of work. Qing thought about it and agreed. He could reorganize space however he wished. He called the ghost vehicle and the flower waist bride before him. You go find a place with good feng shui. We need to build houses. The ghost vehicle and the flower waist bride cheered and left. Of course, the ghost vehicle's old lecherous eyes were still glued to the hem of her skirt. Qing didn't want to bother. One was willing to hit, and the other was willing to be beaten. The ghost pets all sat around the big golden fat man and the armless golden body with the golden centipede circling around them, encircling the 12 heavenly kings in the middle. The ghost pets born from the abandoned infant tower were clearly at the bottom and could only keep a distance. With the addition of the golden centipede, the training speed of the ghost pets increased more than 4-fold, plus the 10-fold time flow rate of the third level, making it a total increase of 40 times. This is an extremely terrifying concept. While others ghost pets trained for 9 days, this group had already trained for a year. Qing sat cross-legged. After contracting with Zhongkue, Qing's physique and soul power experienced a tremendous increase, going from entering the essence to touching the threshold of the dark spring. The substantial increase in soul power brought numerous benefits. The speed of expanding the spiritual veins was 5 to 6 times faster than before. Chunqing quietly cultivated the teachings of the treasure Taoist. From barely being able to activate 8 streams simultaneously, he could now control 32 streams. The first layer of the spiritual pool realm requires constructing a vortex formed by dozens to hundreds of spiritual veins. Time flew by. On the third day, Chunqing's spiritual pool was established. Thinking of solidifying his foundation, he did not stop, but continuously expanded new spiritual veins. 60, 70, 80. Soon a week passed. The number of spiritual veins had exceeded 300 densely packed. Another week passed, and the number of spiritual veins reached 727. At this time, the spiritual veins were densely packed, and no more could be inserted. Chunqing slowly opened his eyes. He was just short of the spiritual object to stabilize the center. What should I choose? The Demon Suppression Tower. The picture of Zhong Kuei.